Today we'll be talking about Raticate, the only evolution of Rattata at level 20, with the Alolan version needing it to be at night. Raticate is also the first final singles evolution Pokemon, and also the first evolution of a regional form. Its past PYC dates are March 17th, 1996, January 6th, 1999, October 27th, 2001, August 17th, 2004, June 8th, 2007, March 29th, 2010, January 17th, 2013, November 8th, 2015, August 29th, 2018, and June 19th, 2021. It's interesting that it goes from Purple Fur and Rattata to Tan Fur and Raticate. I also think Alolan Raticate is silly looking. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello. Today we'll be talking about Raticate, the mouse Pokemon, 0020. It was Rat before Gen 3. This is Raticate, and Alolan Raticate. Its types, it's normal, as just Raticate. It's Alolan Raticate, it's dark normal. Its abilities are Runaway or Guts, or as Raticate. Alolan Raticate has Gluttony or Hustle. Raticate's hidden ability is Hustle. Alolan Raticate's hidden ability is Thick Fat. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 127 or 26%. Breeding is egg group field. Hatch time is 15 cycles. Its height across the board is 2'4" or 7.7 meters. Its weight is 40.8 pounds or 18.5 kilograms. So does Raticate. As Alolan Raticate, it's 56.2 pounds or 25.5 kilograms. Its base experience yield is 116 in the first 4 gens. In Gen 5 and above, that's 145. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2, both in speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown. Other forms may have other colors. And space friendship is 70. Raticate is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves from Rattata and starting at level 20. In Alola, Raticate is a dual type dark/normal regional form. It evolves from Alolan Rattata when leveled up at night, starting at level 20. Biology, Raticate is a large rodent-like Pokemon, although it is often depicted on hind legs. It is quadrupedal. It is primarily tawny colored with a cream underside. It has narrow black eyes, ears with ragged edges and dark insides, and large incisors that grow constantly. There are 3 whiskers on each side of its face, which it uses to maintain balance. It has short arms with 3 fingered hands and webbed feet with 3 toes. The webbing on its feet allows it to swim. Its tail is long and scaly. Females have shorter whiskers. If attacked, Raticate stands up on its hind legs, bares its fangs, and shrieks in an intimidating manner at its enemy. It is willing to take on larger foes if provoked enough. Its teeth are strong enough to gnaw through steel, and their constant growth means it often needs to gnaw on something like rocks and logs, may even chew on the walls of houses, and is capable of chewing through cinder blocks and toppling concrete buildings. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Raticate is known to sleep with a log in its teeth, gnawing at it in the process. This Pokemon typically lives in plains and savannas. Prior to Gen 4, Raticate and its pre-evolved form Rattata were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Hyper Fang and Super Fang. Forms. Raticate has a regional form, Alolan Raticate. In Alola, Raticate has become heavier and darker due to its urban environment and higher calorie diet. Its fur is mostly black with a brown leaf-shaped patch on its belly and brown inside its ears. Its hands, feet, cheeks, and tail are a whitish cream color, and its hands are much smaller. It has large puffy cheeks with 4 whiskers under its chin and 2 sprouting sideways from the top of each cheek. Its large incisors are still visible, but its eyes are now red. This variant uses its nest as a food stockpile and generally prefers to have the Alolan Rattata it commands to go out and forage for food while it remains in its nest and eats. It is selective in what it eats, however, only eating fresh, high-quality food such as fruits. A rumor has it that a certain high-class restaurant even exploits this selectivity, bringing Raticate along to buy ingredients and letting it taste test new dishes. Each Alolan Raticate has its own territory, and disputes over food and feeding grounds happen frequently. Alolan Raticate and Rattata are not native to Alola, having been brought to the region via cargo ships. Their populations grew drastically till Young Goose and Gumshoos were imported as a control measure. A special Alolan Raticate in Alola serves as the totem Pokemon for the Verdant Caverns Island trial. Evolution, Raticate evolves from Rattata, Alolan Raticate evolves from Alolan Rattata, so you can see that here and here. Game data, Pokedex entries. Gen 1, red and blue, it uses its whiskers to maintain its balance. It apparently slows down if they are cut off. In yellow, its hind feet are webbed. They act as flippers, so it can swim in rivers and hunt for prey. Stadium, if attacked, it stands up on its hind legs, bares its fangs, and shrieks in an intimidating manner at its enemy. In Gen 2, Gold gnaws on anything with its tough fangs. It can even topple concrete buildings by gnawing on them. Silver, its whiskers help it to maintain balance. Its fangs never stop growing, so it gnaws to pare them down. Crystal, the webs on its hind legs enable it to cross rivers. It searches wide areas for food. Stadium 2 is gold again. Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire. Raticate's sturdy fangs grows steadily. To keep them grounded, it gnaws on rocks and logs. It may even chew on the walls of houses. In Emerald, Raticate's sturdy fangs grow steadily. To keep them ground down, it gnaws on rocks and logs. It may even chew on the walls of houses. Fire Red, its rear feet have 3 toes each. They are webbed, enabling it to swim across rivers. Leaf Green is red and blue again. Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. It whittles its constantly gnawing fangs by gnawing on hard things. It can chew apart cinder balls. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum again. In Black 2 and White 2, with its long fangs, this surprisingly violent Pokemon can gnaw away even thick concrete with ease. X is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, and White. Y is Crystal. So for Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, they're their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. And Gen 7 Sun, its hind feet are webbed. So it's a strong swimmer. It can cross rivers and sometimes even oceans. In Moon, its disposition is far more violent than its looks would suggest. Don't let your hand get too close to its face, as it could bite your hand clean off. In Ultra Moon, people say that it fled from its enemies by using a small webbed hind feet to swim from island to island in Alola. Ultra Moon, its whiskers are essential for maintaining its balance. No matter how friendly you are, it will get angry and bite you if you touch its whiskers. In the Let's Go games, this is just Yellow's entry again for Alolan Raticate. In Sun, it forms a group of Rattata, which it assumes command of. Each group has its own territory, and disputes over food happen often. In Moon, this gourmet Pokemon is particular about taste and freshness of its food. Restaurants where Raticate live have a good reputation. Ultra Sun, it has an incredibly greedy personality. Its nest is filled with so much food gathered by Rattata at its direction, it can't possibly eat it all. Ultra Moon, it commands a nest of Rattata. Different nests don't get along, whipping up severe fights over feeding grounds. In the Let's Go games, it makes Rattata underlings gather food for it, dining solely on the most nutritious and delicious fare. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are Diamond Pearl again. Here's Raticate in the Alola Pokedex. Here's Alolan Raticate in the Alola Pokedex. Yep. Here's the game locations. Side game locations. Okay. Held items, Raticate, Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for an held item to appear. So red, blue, and yellow, you get Berry. If it gets from Fire Red and Leaf Green, you get an Oran Berry 50% of the time, or a Citrus Berry 5% of the time. Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, and White, you get a Chillin' Berry 5% of the time. For Alolan Raticate, if you transfer from Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, or Ultra Moon, you get a Pekka Berry 5% of the time. Base stats is Raticate, and we'll compare it to Alolan Raticate here. So HP is 55, it's 75 here. Attack is 81, but it goes down to 71. Defense is 60. This version is 70. Special attack is 50. That one's is 40. Special defense is 70. This one is 80. Speed is 97. That one's 77. So it's 413 both ways, or both of them have a total of 413. Eradicate. This Pokemon special base stat in Gen 1 was 50. The Pokeathon stats for type effectiveness. So damage normally by, this is normal Raticate, normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. So for Alolan, it loses fairy, bug, and psychic. It changes those. Those become different things. Raticate is weak to fighting for double. Alolan Raticate is weak to fighting for 4, and Bug and Fairy for double. It's immune to Ghost, both of them are, but Alolan Raticate is now immune to Psychic. Raticate is resistant to nothing, and Alolan Raticate is resistant to Dark for half. Raticate notes here, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1. So it goes from 0 to 1. For Alolan Raticate, if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent for this Pokemon, or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is half, so it goes from 0 to half. If this Pokemon has Thick Fat, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is half, and the effectiveness of Ice moves is also half. Okay, Fire and Ice, yeah, so that's 1 to half. Learn set by leveling up. So we've skipped to 24. Crunch, 29 Sucker Punch, 34 Super Fang, 39 Double Edge, and 44 Endeavor. We're gonna skip the TMs. By breeding, all these people get Bite, these guys Counter, these guys Final Gambit, these guys Flame Wheel, these guys Fury Swipes, this one Last Resort, this one Revenge, this one Reversal, this one Screech, this one Uproar. Tutoring, nothing by prior evolution. So side game data, this is for Raticate. In Pokemon Ranger, Raticate chomps with its sharp fangs. These fangs can rip apart a metal fence. In Shadows of Olmia, it attacks by chomping with its powerful front teeth. So in Pokemon Go, its costume is a party hat. For Alolan Raticate, you got all that data. Okay, so evolution data, yeah, you got this again. For Alolan Raticate, in Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, Alolan Raticate evolves from Rattata when leveled up at night, starting at level 20. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, there is no time mechanic, so it evolves from Alolan Rattata, starting at level 20, regardless of the time on the system clock. Sprites, so you got all these guys. Yeah, you got this, not colored yet, obviously. This is green for some reason. In gold, it's a little better, but not quite. This is actually, honestly, the shiny is actually closer to the Raticate we'd know today. So you got all that. Then, now we've got this proper one, where it appears on all fours, for, I think. Yeah, that's interesting. Then the shiny is now red. Okay. Diamond and Pearl, so the shiny becomes more orange. Now we got the females, where they're like half as long as the males or something like that. Okay. Then again 5. Then now it's model version. So, yeah. Got that looks sort of a darker red. For the shiny Alolan Raticate. I got all these, and then all that. Yep, this is all this. Okay. Here it is in the anime. We got Raticate in the anime, and Alolan Raticate in the anime. Interesting that the whiskers are represented like that. This might be an earlier anime episode. All this. So now we're doing the Pokedex entries in Sun and Moon, episode 9, for Rattata and Raticate in the Rotom Pokedex. Rattata and its evolved form Raticate, the mouse Pokemon, a dark and normal type. When they band together, they steal food from people's homes. Long ago, they came here to the Alolan Islands aboard cargo ships and eventually grew into the Pokemon we see today. The numbers of Rattata and Raticate eventually grew so large that Yungoos and Gumshoos were brought in from a different region to chase them off. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 20, on Ash's Rotom phone, this is just about Raticate. Raticate, the mouse Pokemon, and the evolved form of Rattata. Raticate can gnaw through anything with its ever-growing teeth. Episode 70 of the same series goes Rotom phone. Raticate, the mouse Pokemon, a normal type. Raticate is a bit unruly. Its lengthy fangs can bore through thick concrete. Okay, and we got it here in Origins with a Mankey. Then we've got it in Pokemon Generations with a Magnemite and a Muck, I think. Then here's in the manga, then the Alolan Raticate in the manga. Then we got the TCG and the TFG. Okay, so then trivia. Raticate's catch rate was 90 in Gen 1 and 2. This was changed to 127 in Gen 3. Raticate is the only Pokemon that shares its national Pokedex number with the level at which it evolves from its pre-evolved form. Yeah, I already did the third point. Of all the Totem Pokemon that can be battled in Alola, Totem Raticate is one of the only 2 Totem Pokemon that is battled in only one game out of the 2 versions, in this case Moon and Ultra Moon. The other is Totem Gumshoos. During the cutscene before Totem Raticate's battle, it cries out Gumshoos' cry instead of its own cry. Huh. Interesting. We did this last one as well. Origin. Raticate appears to be based on a rat as well as a semi-aquatic rodent such as a muskrat or a koipu, due to its large size and webbed feet. Its scruffy ears are similar to a guinea pig. Alolan Raticate appears to be based on the black rat, brown rat, or Polynesian rat, all of which are invasive species in Hawaii. Their attacks on sugarcane fields caused the locals to import the small Indian mongoose to Hawaii as a form of pest control, explaining the relationship between a young goose / Gumshoos and Rattata / Raticate. Its gluttonous behavior, ability to command groups of Rattata to steal, and hostile relationship relationships with the detective-inspired Gumshoos are reminiscent of a stereotypical crime boss. It has cheek pouches similar to a chipmunk and hamsters. Name origin, Raticate may be a combination of rat and eradicate, to destroy or exterminate, or masticate to chew. Rata, I guess that's its name in Japanese, may be derived from rato, meaning rat. Here's in other languages. Here's the related articles, references, external links. Here are all the Alolan forms. Yep, that's everything. Let's move on.
Let's see Raticate's first scene in the anime.
Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 15, Battle of St. Anne. In this episode, Ash and his team, consisting of Brock and Misty, 2 Pokemon gym leaders, and Pikachu, won tickets aboard the St. Anne, a luxury cruise line. And now they're in the main area. There's a bunch of Pokemon trainers here. Ash, just saw a couple trainers talking about their Charmanders and Squirtle, so he's just gonna comment on that.
They are much better than theirs are.
All right, bring them on!
So now here we see Raticate battling a Starmie. No, it's Starmie. Yep, and that's it. Yep, Raticate is just one. And that's it for the section. Bye.
Let's see why people love Raticate. Let's look at fan art.
Hello, and welcome to the fan art section. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're doing DeviantArt fan art. So, if you're not familiar with how this works, what we do is we go through these until we reach an image that doesn't have Raticate. This is Raticate Mirrored by Tamburella. We did this yesterday. This was the only image we did for Rattata, but we'll look at it again here. So we got Raticate in the middle, some Rattata in the background, then on the flip side we've got Alolan Raticate with a Alolan Rattata in the background, and this is kind of more realistic style, I guess. I didn't really mention that yesterday. Then we've got Raticate number 020 by Kutsuku, and this, got this kind of cool, partially stylized, it's kind of in a pose, like a fighting pose, I guess. Yeah, that's cool. Then we've got 020 Raticate by Pink Bunny, almost looks like Chibi Raticate here. Or like it might be seen on like a sticker or something, We've got 020 Raticate by Stephen Andrew. Apparently they have or had a Tumblr. You can find that there. I guess it's eating a berry here, so that's cool. We've got 020 Raticate by Moo Feeler. I'm dedicated to you. So that's a cute looking, almost like a Valentine's Day card or something, It's cute. Then this is not Raticate, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tonight at 9 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, I'll be evolving Rattata into Raticate in Pokemon Blue. As for Alolan Raticate, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 7 Pokemon before I get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Spearow. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Spearow. Its past BYC dates are March 18th, 1996, January 7th, 1999, October 28th, 2001, August 18th, 2004, June 9th, 2007, March 30th, 2010, January 18th, 2013, November 9th, 2015, August 30th, 2018, and June 20th, 2021. I like Spearow's design better than Pidgey's. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. We are covering Spearow, the tiny bird Pokemon, which is 0021. Here's what it looks like. Its type is normal flying. Its abilities are Keen Eye, and its hidden ability is Sniper. Its gender ratio is 50-50. Its catch rate is 255, or 43.9%. Breeding, egg group is flying. Hatch time is 15 cycles. Height is 1 foot, or 0.3 meters. And weight is 4.4 pounds, or 2 kilograms. Base experience yield is 58 in the first 4 gens and 52 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in speed. Its shape is that. Its footprint is that. Its Pokedex color is brown. Its base friendship is 70. Spearow is a dual-type normal flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Fearow starting at level 20. Biology. Spearow is an avian Pokemon that is very small. It has rough brown plumage on its head and 3 brown tail feathers. It has narrow dark brown eyes with its white pupils and a short hooked beak that is a light pink. The feathers covering its wings are pinkish red with lighter tips, and it has a beige underside with 2 thin horizontal stripes. Its light pink feet have 2 toes in front and 1 in the back. Black feathers cover its back. Although inept at other aspects of its flying, such as height and distance, Spearow is still capable of flying quickly to protect its territory. However, it must flap its wings at high speeds to stay aloft. Spearow's loud shrieks can be heard over half a mile, 1 kilometer, away and are used to warn others of its kind of danger. In the anime, Spearow is revealed to see in black and white and will chase its foes in a large flock. Spearows are found naturally in open habitats with warmer climates, mainly desolate wastelands and fields where it hunts for insects. Ekans is a natural predator of Spearow. Spearow preys on Sunkern. Evolution, Spearow evolves into Fearow, so Fearow. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Generation 1, Red and Blue, eats bugs in grassy areas. It has to flap its short wings at high speed to stay airborne. Yellow, inept at flying high. However, it can fly around very fast to protect its territory. Stadium, its wings are short, so it can't fly a long distance. If it's not eating, it darts away in a hurry. In Gen 2, in Gold, it flaps its short wings to flush out insects from tall grass. It then plucks them with its stubby beak. In Silver, very protective of its territory. It flaps its short wings busily to dart around at high speed. In Crystal, to protect its territory, it flies around ceaselessly, making high-pitched cries. Team 2 is just Gold again. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Spearow has a very loud cry that can be heard over half a mile away. If its high, keening cry is heard echoing all around, it is a sign that they are warning each other of danger. Emerald, its loud cry can be heard over half a mile away. If its high, keening cry is heard echoing all around, it is a sign that they are warning each other of danger. In Fire Red, it busily flits around here and there. Even if it is frail, it can be a tough foe that uses Mirror Move. Leaf Green is just Red and Blue again. For Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it flaps its small wings busily to fly. Using its beak, it searches in grass for prey. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. Gen 5, all the entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum again. For Gen 6, X is the silver entries. Y is Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. So Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are just Ruby and Sapphire again. Okay, so for Gen 7, Sun, its short wings make it inept at flying. It moves around hurriedly and pecks a bug-type Pokemon in the tall grass. In Moon, farmers whose fields are troubled by bug Pokemon appreciate Spearow for its vigorous appetite and look after it. In Ultra Sun, its reckless nature leads it to stand up to others, even large Pokemon, if it has to protect its territory. In Ultra Moon, due to its short wings, it can't fly long distances. It wanders about restlessly and pecks at bug Pokemon. The Let's Go games are just yellow again. And for Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, they're Diamond and Pearl counterparts. This is Spearow in the Alolan Pokedex. Yep. Game locations, side game locations, events. Okay, so held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So if you trade it from Red, Blue, or Yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. If you trade it from Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, you get a Sharpbeak 100% of the time. If you trade it from Sun, Moon, Ultra Moon, Brilliant Diamond, or Shining Pearl, you get Sharpbeak 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, 40 HP, 60 attack, defense 30, special attack 31, special defense 31, speed 70, for a total of 262. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 31. Here it's Pokeathon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, steel, fire, water, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. It's weak to rock, electric, and ice for double, immune to ground and ghost, resistant to bug, and grass for half. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. If Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a target ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so that goes from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. So at 1, you get Peck and Growl, 4, you get Leer, 8, Assurance, 11, Fury Attack, 15, Aerial Ace, 18, Wing Attack, 22, Takedown, 25 Agility, 29 Focus Energy, 32 Roost, and 36 Drill Peck. By TM, you got TM10 Workup, 11 Sunny Day, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 32 Double Team, 40 Aerial Ace, 42 Facade, 44 Vest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 47 Steel Wing, 51 Roost, 54 False Swipe, 58 Endure, 82 Sleep Talk, 87 Swagger, 88 Pluck, 89 U-Turn, 90 Substitute, 94 Fly, and 97 Defog. By breeding, this group you get Astonish, this group Feather Dance, this group Quick Attack, this group Scary Face, this group Sky Attack, this group Tri Attack, this group Uproar, and this group Whirlwind. think by tutoring, side game data. Okay, so in Pokemon Ranger, it's a browser entry. Spearow can whip up gusts by busily flapping its small wings. In Shadows of Almia, it attacks by whipping up twisters with its wings. In Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, teach Spearow that our brother and sister guard the Meadow Zone. Their favorite attraction is Pelipper's Circle Circuit. Okay, then evolution data again. So here we got the sprites. So, you know, these are much more Spearow-like than, I guess, Pidgey was. So, yeah, but, you know, the beak's a little bit off here. Gets better in this one. Of course, becomes way smaller, looking more like a I don't know, almost like a Budgie's, like, beak here. Then, of course, we get the normal beak that we'd come to expect from these, and, of course, now like, in Crystal, you get the proper coloring. And so you get more of that coloring, I guess. Lighter and yeah, the gold, the shinies. This is kind of a gold. Now it changes to like a gold wing, but like a green, yellowish green body, I guess. Oh yeah, and gold feet as well. It's the same. Oh, I never talk about the backsprites. So you can see, oh, the back, yeah, I never talk about the backsprites. I really should start doing this, but yeah. So the back sprite for this one, that's actually interesting that it's so short. You know, I mean, they're all kind of short, but like this, it's interesting that it's comparative to the size of the front sprite's beak. It's very interesting. Feels much more like it fits yellows than anywhere else, but yeah. So then, get to see the black body. I guess you really get to start to see where the the iconic parts of this bird Pokemon. So you get all that. Diamond and Pearl soap in it. Kind of becomes more greenish than this weird muddy green color. Yeah. And yeah, you get the nice. Okay. And you get a full body one. I guess you don't. Yeah. I guess because it's supposed to be more zoomed in. I guess. But yeah, you get the full body back sprites again. Then you get the 3D models. Yeah. It's kind of more or less the same. I got these guys. I guess they don't have the back sprite models, or maybe that isn't a thing in this game. I don't remember. And then we got home. Yep. Kind of a yeah. I got in the anime. Spearow in the anime. Yep. Moving on. Okay, then. For this Pokedex entry, I already recorded it for the anime section, so we'll cut to that, let the professional do it, and then we'll come back here in just a few seconds, okay?
Unlike Pidgey, Spearow has a terrible attitude. It is very wild and will sometimes attack other Pokemon and humans.
Welcome back. So here is Spearow in Pokemon Origins, and it appears in Evolutions. Here's in the manga. Keep going. TCG, TFG. Trivia. This first point we've already talked about in the Pidgey entry, so I won't mention it again. For the second one, Spearow is tied with Hoot Hoot, Ladybug, Tailo, Wingull, Starly, and Pikipek for the lowest base defense of all flying-type Pokemon. Origin. Spearow seems to be based on a sparrow with characteristics of a shrike, such as its hooked beak. Shrikes are territorial and are sometimes called butcher birds. Oh, due to their brutal feeding habits, which may be the basis of Spearow's aggressive nature. Name origin. Spearow may be a combination of spear, referring to its sharp beak, and sparrow. Oni Suzume may be a combination of Oni, ogre, and Suzume, sparrow. Oh. Okay, here's another languages. Here it is, the radiated articles, external links. Yeah, you get. Okay, that's the end of the section. Let's move on.
Let's see Spearow's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. We are watching Pokemon I Choose You, episode 1. In this episode, Ash, who has just started his Pokemon journey with his companion Pikachu, who isn't quite his companion yet, as he doesn't really like Ash. But Ash has just failed to catch a Pidgey. And he's about to see something that he thinks is a Pidgey, and he's gonna throw a rock at it. Yes.
Hmm?
Yeah. There's what he thinks is a Pidgey.
I'll get you this time.
There's my rock, hits it. Not
I
quite
got
a
it!
Pidgey, is it? That's a Spearow. There's our Spearow. So it gets real angry. Okay, so it's called upon a few others. We're gonna stop there. That's a pretty good place to end it. This is kind of the next scene, I guess. But yeah, that's it for Spearow's first scene. Hope you enjoyed.
Let's see why people love Spearow. Let's look at fan art.
Hello, welcome to the fan art part of the video. Nobody sent in fan art. So we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image here, and that's because this is the only image we're going to be doing today. It's called PKM Spearow Variations by Ashurst. So we got their sort of stylized version of the normal Spearow here, then we got a cockatiel version, a finch version, a puffin version, a barn owl version, and a secretary bird version. These are all cool, you know, looking, I guess. Yeah, very stylized and fun. To imagine what it would look like if it were different species of bird. Yep, and that's it. Moving on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tonight at 6 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, I'll be catching Spearow in Pokemon Blue. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Fearow. As always, this isn't my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Fearow, the only evolution of Spearow at level 20. Fearow's past PYC dates are March 19th, 1996, January 8th, 1999, October 29th, 2001, August 19th, 2004, June 10th, 2007, March 31st, 2010, January 19th, 2013, November 10th, 2015, August 31st, 2018, and June 21st, 2021. I like Fearow's design, particularly how different it is from Spearow. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Welcome to the Bulbapedia section. Today we'll be talking about Fearow the Beak Pokemon, whose number is 0022. That's what it looks like. Its type is normal flying. Its abilities are Keen Eye, and its hidden ability is Sniper. Gender ratio is 50-50. Its catch rate is 90, or 20.1%. Breeding, its egg group is flying. Hatch time is 15 cycles. Height is 3'11", or 1.2 meters. Weight is 83.8 pounds, or 38 kilograms. Base experience yield in the first 4 generations was 162, but went down to 155 in Gen 5. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield, there's 2, with them both being in speed. Its shape is that, its footprint is that, its Pokedex color is brown, its base friendship is 70. Fearow is a dual-type normal flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Spearow starting at level 20. Fearow is a large, mostly brown avian Pokemon with a Voltrine neck and broad, powerful wings. It has a long, pointed pink beak and a decorative red coxcomb on the top of its head. Its narrow eyes have very small pupils and do not appear to have colored irises. It has shaggy feathers at the base of its neck and covering the upper portion of its wings. Are cream-colored, as are the tips of its flight feathers. Its sharp-clawed talons are pink with 3 toes pointing forward and 1 pointing backward. Fearow has been around mostly unchanged for many years, as a Pokemon resembling it has been seen in ancient murals. Its large wings and stamina allow it to fly for an entire day without landing. Its long neck and beak allow it to pluck prey from both land and water, and it has even been known to steal from unwary humans. It will shoot upward and then dive down to catch prey. It will also catch tiny insects that hide underground and circle the ocean for fish. Fearow are found naturally in open habitats with warmer climates, mainly wastelands and desolate fields. Fearow evolves from Spearow. Fearow, yeah. Game data, NPC appearances, and Pokemon Ranger. Fearow is Spencer's partner Pokemon. Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, Red and Blue, with its huge and magnificent wings, it can keep aloft without ever having to land for rest. In Yellow, a Pokemon that dates back many years. If it senses danger, it flies high and away instantly. In Stadium, a Pokemon that enjoys flying. It uses its broad wings to adroitly catch the wind to soar elegantly into the sky. In Gen 2, in Gold, it shoots itself suddenly high into the sky, then plummets down in one fell swoop to strike its prey. Silver, it cleverly uses its thin, long beak to pluck and eat small insects that hide under the ground. In Crystal, it uses its long beak to attack. It has a surprisingly long reach, so it must be treated with caution. Stadium 2 is just Gold again. For Gen 3, Fearow is recognized by its long neck and elongated beak. They are conveniently shaped for catching prey in soil or water. It deftly moves its long and skinny beak to pluck prey. In Emerald, its long neck and elongated beak are ideal for catching prey in soil or water. It deftly moves this extended and skinny beak to pluck prey. In Fire Red, its huge and magnificent wings can keep it aloft in the sky. It can remain flying a whole day without landing. Leaf Green is just Red and Blue again. For Gen 4, Diamond... This is our first instance of Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum not being the same entry, although it looks like Diamond and Platinum are the same entry. So we'll just read Diamonds, and then we'll of course read Pearls. Anyway, so Diamond. It has the stamina to fly all day on its broad wings. It fights using its sharp beak. Pearl. It has the stamina to keep flying all day on its broad wings. It fights by using its sharp beak. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are Gold and Silver again. All of Gen 5s are Diamond and Platinum's entries. So X is Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. That's Gen 6. Y is Diamond, Platinum, and Gen 5 for Pokedexes again. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, they're Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, Sun. It's tough and has excellent stamina. It has no problem flying continuously for a whole day, carrying a heavy load. In Moon, drawings of a Pokemon resembling Fearow can be seen in murals from deep in ancient history. In Ultra Sun, carrying food through Fearow's territory is dangerous. It will snatch the food away from you in a flash. In Ultra Moon, in Alola, fish Pokemon are its prey. It can be seen circling above the ocean searching for food. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee are the yellow Pokedex again. For Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is Diamond, Platinum, and all the other ones that are that one again. It's interesting that they didn't choose to do two different versions like they had in the other one, but maybe this was just easier to use this one, or maybe they thought this was the better one. It's basically the same thing anyway. It's like the same Pokedex entry, they just worded it differently, so it's probably just easier to use the one. Anyway, here's Spearow in the Alolan Pokedex. Here are the game locations, and side games, events, held items. Pokemon caught in Generation 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. Pokemon Emerald, Fearow can only be found in the Battle Frontier. Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a Berry 100% of the time. Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get Sharp Beak 2% of the time. Emerald, Fire Red, Leaf Green, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Y, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, you get Sharp Beak 5% of the time. So stats, base stats, HP 65, attack 90, defense 65, special attack 61, special defense 61, speed 100, for a total of 442. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 61. Pokeathon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, steel, fire, water, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to rock, electric, and ice for double, immune to ground and ghost for 0, resistant to bug and grass for half. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves to 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. If Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up, we're going to go down to 23 here. Takedown, 27 Agility, 32 Focus Energy, 36 Roost, 41 Drill Peck, and 45 Drill Run. By TM, I'm going to skip all this. Okay. By breeding, you get this group, you get Astonish, this group Feather Dance, this group Quick Attack, this group Scary Face, this group Sky Attack, this group Tri Attack, this group Uproar, and this group Whirlwind. Okay, no tutoring, no prior evolution, side game data. Okay. So in Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry, Fearow flies about at high speed. It also whips up gusts to attack. In Shadows of Almia, it flies around at high speed and charges to attack. Okay, evolution data again. Okay, we got the sprites. So this one, it looks a lot like Fearow. It's like, but no colors, of course, or limited color palette. Yep. I got the colors in gold. You can see it, so it's shiny in here. It's kind of a greenish brown, brownish green, maybe. Sort of a darkish, I don't know, green, maybe almost like an army green. Then we've got, okay, then Gen 3, you get all the full colors. Then its shiny becomes gold and yellow. Yes. Then it becomes kind of a greener one, the shiny. And Gen 4 kind of stays that way, I guess. And, yeah. This kind of becomes more orange as time goes on, the feathers here. Then yeah, you got all that. Got that, yeah. Yep, and then it's our home. Okay, in the anime, Fearow in the anime. Skip, okay. Pokedex entries in episode 81, Nash's Pokedex. Fearow, the beak Pokemon, the evolved form of Spearow. Its large, powerful wings allow it to fly for an entire day. The crushing power of its beak is tremendous. Here it is in Origins, here it is in Generations, here it is in the manga, more manga art, TCG. Okay, other appearances in the Saffron City stage. Multiple Fearow can be seen flying in the background. In Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Fearow returns in the Saffron City stage. Trivia, Fearow is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 442. Origin, Fearow seems to be based on various predatory birds, particularly vultures and condors, due to its long neck, sharp beak, shaggy feathers, broad wings, and soaring flight. The comb on its head is similar to a rooster's comb or a mohawk hairstyle. Its long neck and beak are also reminiscent of various water birds, such as cormorants, darter storks, and herons, particularly the Goliath heron. Its Pokedex entries describe multiple hunting methods, either dive-bombing prey like falcons and hawks, or probing through soil and water like sandpipers and snipes. Name origin, Fearow may be a combination of fear, referring to its intimidating appearance, and Spearow. It may also involve feather and arrow, referring to its sharp beak. Oni drill may be a combination of Oni, demon, Tori, bird, and Doriru drill. Here it is in other languages, related articles. That's it. Moving on. Let's see Fearow's first seen in the anime. Hello and welcome back to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 30, Sparks Fly for Magnemite. We're at the end of the episode. Team Rocket has failed their plan, but Ash and friends have come to the city that's very polluted. They go to the Pokemon Center. Power goes out in the city. They save the day, save the Pokemon. That's what we're about to see. So let's get into this. So there's a Fearow right there, very small on the left side. Okay, so that's the end of that section. Yep, I hope you enjoyed. Bye.
Let's see why people love Fearow. Let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're doing a DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're starting on the single image here. That's because this is the only Fearow art we'll be doing today. This is called Fearow by Destroyed Steak. See here, very, very cool, I guess, looking, very violent. Doesn't really have a pupil here. So yeah, probably very, attack mode, I guess. And it almost looks like it could be like almost an outline of a poster. Not quite a poster because of the art style used here, which is cool. I think it looks to be watercolor. At least the background looks to have been maybe made with watercolor paint. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, not quite the digital poster, I guess, that I would consider, more of a poster style, I guess. Anyway. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tonight at 6 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, I'll be evolving Spearow into Fearow in Pokemon Blue. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Ekans. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Ekans, the first pure poison-type Pokemon and the first snake Pokemon. Its past PYC dates are March 20th, 1996, January 9th, 1999, October 30th, 2001, August 20th, 2004, June 11th, 2007, April 1st, 2010, January 20th, 2013, November 11th, 2015, September 1st, 2018, and June 22nd, 2021. And most remember Ekans being one of the first Pokemon used by Jesse and James in the anime. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, today we'll be talking about Ekans, the snake Pokemon. Its number is 0023. This is what it looks like. Its type is poison. This is why it has this purple background here. It's all purple. I think we saw the purple border in the Bulbasaur line, but now you get to see the inside. It's all purple. Abilities, Intimidate or Shred Skin. Its hidden abilities on Nerve. Its gender ratio is 50-50. Its catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Its breeding is the egg groups are Field and Dragon. Hatch time is 20 cycles. Height is 6'7" or 2 meters. Weight is 15.2 pounds or 6.9 kilograms. Base experience yield in the first 4 generations it was 62, but starting in 5 it was 58. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and attack. Shape is that. Footprint it has none. I guess because it's a snake. It has no feet. Pokedex color, purple. Base friendship 70. Ekans is a Poison-type Pokemon, introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Arbok starting at level 22. Biology, Ekans is a purple serpentine Pokemon. Its eyes, underbelly, the thick stripe around its neck, and rattle are yellow. Ekans has 3 pairs of black lines encircling its body, as well as another line that connects to each slit-pupilled eye and curves around its nose. Its large mouth has a round pink tongue and no visible teeth. While painful, a newborn Ekans bite is not venomous. This Pokemon grows longer with age. Ekans lives in grassy savannas and plains, where it moves stealthily through grass. It can also be found in forests and desolate wastelands, where it preys on eggs from Pidgey and Spearow nests. But it will strike other prey from behind. By flicking its tongue out, it is able to detect danger and the scent of prey. Its jaw can detach to swallow large prey, but such a meal can make Ekans too heavy to move or become stuck and cause it to faint. It wraps itself around tree branches at night to rest. If not in a tree, it will coil itself up, a position in which it can defend itself from all directions. In the second movie, it is revealed that it possesses some swimming abilities as shown in Pokemon Sleep. Ekans is known to sleep with its body all coiled up. It is believed that Ekans does this as a way to terrify foes, no matter which direction the foe is. Prior to Gen 2, Ekans and its evolved form, Arbok, were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Glare. Evolution, Ekans evolves into Arbok. You see it here, Ekans Arbok. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Ekans is a member of Team Meanies, and it attempted to climb Wish Cave with Metacham, but collapsed on the first floor. Pokedex entries, Red and Blue in Gen 1, moves silently and stealthily, eats the eggs of birds such as Pidgey and Spearow whole. Yellow, the older it gets, the longer it grows. At night it wraps its long body around tree branches to rest. In Stadium, slithers silently through grass, searching for its favorite food, Pidgey and Spearow eggs. In Gen 2, Gold, it can freely detach its jaw to swallow large prey whole. It can become too heavy to move, however. In Silver, it always hides in grass. When first born, it has no poisons, so its bite is painful but harmless. Crystal, it flutters the tip of its tongue to seek out the scent of prey, then swallow the prey whole. Stadium 2 is the same as Gold. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Ekans curls itself up in a spiral while it rests. Assuming this position allows it to quickly respond to a threat from any direction with a glare from its unpraised head. Emerald, an Ekans curls itself up in a spiral while it rests. This position allows it to quickly respond to an enemy from any direction with a threat from its unpraised head. Fire Red, a very common sight in grassland, etc. It flicks its tongue in and out to sense danger in its surroundings. Leaf Green, moving silently and stealthily, it eats the eggs of birds such as Pidgey and Spearow whole. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it sneaks through grass without making a sound and strikes unsuspecting prey from behind. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, those are Gold and Silver's counterparts. For Gen 5, all 4 of those Pokedexes are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. In Gen 6, X is Yellow, Y is Leaf Green, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. Gen 7, in Ultra Sun, by dislocating its jaw, it can swallow prey larger than itself. After a meal, it curls up and rests. In Ultra Moon, the eggs of bird Pokemon are its favorite food. It swallows eggs whole, so sometimes an egg gets stuck and Ekans faints. Aww. The Let's Go games are just Yellow and X again. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, or Diamond and Pearl again. In Gen 9, Scarlet is just Gold again. For Violet, while very similar to Fire Red, it is slightly different, so we'll read it. A very common sight in grasslands and such. It flicks its tongue in and out to sense danger in its surroundings. Here it is in the Alolan Pokedex. Here it is in the Kitakami Pokedex. Cool. Here it is, the game locations. Side games. In events, held items, Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So red, blue, and yellow gives you a berry. Stats, its base stats, HP 35, attack 60, defense 44, special attack 40, special defense 54, speed 55, total 288. Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 40. Pokethon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, rock, ghost, steel, fire, water, electric, ice, dragon, and dark. Weak to ground and psychic for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, poison, bug, grass, and fairy, all for half. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug-type moves is double, so it went from double to half. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Wrap and Leer, 4, Poison Sting, 9, Bite, 12, Glare, 17 Screech, 20 Acid, 25 Stockpile, Swallow, and Spit Up, 28 Acid Spray, 33 Sludge Bomb, 36 Gastro Acid, 38 Belch, 41 Haze, 44 Coil, 49 Gunka Shot. By TM, 1 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 8 Fire Fang, 13 Acid Spray, 18 Thief, 20 Trail Blaze, 25 Facade, 26 Poison Tail, 30 Snarl, 35 Mud Shot, 36 Rock Tomb, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 63 Psychic Fang, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 91 Toxic Spikes, 94 Dark Pulse, 95 Leech Life, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 111 Giga Drain, 148 Sludge Bomb, 149 Earthquakes, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 175 Toxic, 177 Spite, 181 Knockoff, 199 Lash Out, 200 Scale Shot, 204 Double Edge, 214 Sludge Wave, and 219 Skitter Smack. By breeding, if you breed any of these, you get Poison Fang, Poison Tail for these guys. This group gives you Scary Face. This group gives you Spite, Sucker Punch, and then Switcheroo, so those and those. Let me look at that. Okay. Side game data. And Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. If it spots a captured disc, Ekans will slither towards it. Okay. Okay, then evolution data again. Okay, sprites. Oh, okay. I forgot how silly this looks. Yeah, it doesn't, yeah, very much Duck-a-Beak looking thing, of course. It's much better in red and blue, and yellow as well, even better. I'll keep the same back sprite, though. Very interesting looking. It almost looks like it has arms, but of course that's just the coil, I guess. The head and then the coil, yeah. Even though this one isn't even coiled, but whatever. I guess it's not. I guess it's coiled when it has to defend. I guess that's the idea, maybe. When it's on your team, but if it's not, you know, it doesn't need to. Anyway, I don't know. Anyway, then we've got, you know, gold. These guys, it's pink for some reason, then it turns to purple and crystal. It's green, in shiny. Then we get the full colors in Ruby, in Gen 3, and then we got this sort of green with a little bit of gold. You know, it's a different shade of green than Gen 2. Yeah, the diamond, you know, yeah. So now animated and stuff. Yeah, so these are again curled up, and even when the front spite isn't. Well, except that's not true for Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I guess they fixed that for this version, where it's consistent in both fighting it and using it, I guess. Okay, then black and white. We got all this. Yep, all the Gen 5 stuff. Okay. Gen 6, it's the first 3D model, all thing, and it looks really weird because it's not right. It's missing the little marking between its eyes. I don't know why they didn't do that. They kind of have it a little bit in Sun and Moon. But yeah, Let's Go Pikachu finally gives it its little thing there. And oh yeah, this becomes a lighter green again. Kind of closer to the original. Yeah, kind of closer to the original green, not the yellow, of course. But yeah, then it kind of becomes darker again. And once again, they don't have the latest generation of games images yet. I don't know why, but they don't. Cross generation, you got this, and yeah. Yes, okay, so here's in the anime. I'll talk about Jesse's Ekans. Okay, yeah, we got all that, and then here it is in Pokemon Origins for the Poliwag and a Growlithe. We got that. We got it in the manga. I got in the TCG, the TFG trivia. In the Pokemon Red and Blue Beta, Ekans was originally known as Arbo. It's the romanized Japanese name. In early official art of Ekans, all of the bands on the body were colored yellow instead of just the one on its neck. This was changed in later art. So you can see that here. And Ekans was originally going to be featured in Pokemon Snap, as shown in an early test shot of an environment that was never featured in the final product. This is also true of its evolution Arbok. Ekans is one of 14 Pokemon that one can collect foreign Pokedex entries in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Guess it's a mechanic in the games. I don't know. I don't fully get it myself. Ekans has never been scanned with a Pokedex in the anime, despite debuting in the second episode of the original series. As such, this makes it the Pokemon with the most episodes aired after its debut without getting a Pokedex entry. Yeah, I noticed that when I was scrolling through the anime section that there wasn't one. Which I guess makes sense because it is just, you know, it was the one used by Jesse and James. Like, you know what an Ekans was. You could see it in action. You really don't need a description of it. Yeah. Origin, Ekans seems to be based on various snakes. Its venomous bite and tail rattle are similar to a rattlesnake, while its lack of visible teeth and diet of eggs are similar to an egg-eating snake. The single yellow stripe around its neck is reminiscent of the ring-necked snake, and the line connecting its eyes is reminiscent of the marking on the back of the Indian cobra's hood. The fact that it is in the dragon egg group and its ability to learn glare may be a reference to the legendary Basilisk, a venomous serpentine dragon sent to be able to kill people with its stare. Name origin, Ekans is snake spelled backwards. Pretty well known. Arbo may be derived from cobra or boa spelled backwards. Huh. Here's now their languages, related articles, references. Yeah, okay, that's it for this section. Let's see Ekans' first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 2, Pokemon Emergency. In this episode, Ash, the main character, has taken his Pikachu into the Pokemon Center after they were attacked by Spearow. Jesse, James, and Meowth of Team Rocket, the crime syndicate in the franchise, is attacking the Pokemon Center to steal Pokemon. That's kind of what Team Rocket does. And so now they've thrown their Pokeballs into the center, and they'll reveal who they are. So. Okay. Don't do that. They're released. We got coughing here. And Ekans. Yep, there he is. So that's a pretty good. That's, you know, they've been introduced. That's pretty much the scene. Yep, I hope you enjoyed, and let's move on. Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Ekans cards, one grass type and one fire type, neither of which are Ekans' actual type, Poison, which isn't a thing in the TCG for some reason. We'll talk about the older one first, which is the grass type one. It is the original card design. It was illustrated by Kagamaru Himino, an illustrator and writer for the Pokemon franchise. Himino began working on Pokemon cards in 1999 and still works on the cards to this day, as of 2023. The image itself, it's quite scary, and I imagine if this was your first impression of Ekans, you wouldn't fully understand how it's supposed to look. I mean, it's not wrong, it's just an interesting perspective for the first Ekans card. It has 40 HP, it's 6'7" and 15 pounds, which is 0.2 pounds lighter than its official Pokedex weight. It has a symbol next to the weight that means it's from Fossil, the third TCG expansion pack. It has 2 moves, Spit Poison and Wrap. Spit Poison is not a move from the video games. It poisons a target depending on a coin flip and uses 1 grass energy. In the video games, Wrap is a move that inflicts damage for between 2 and 5 turns. In Gen 1, a target Pokemon is unable to move when they are wrapped. On this card, it uses a similar concept by paralyzing the target via a coin flip. It also causes 20 damage. Ekans is weak to Psychic, causing double damage for Psychic moves. Its retreat cost is 1 of any energy. Its description reads, move silently and stealthily. Eats the eggs of birds such as Pidgey and Spearow whole. This is basically the Pokedex entries in Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y. It's level 10. In the video games, it would evolve into Arbok in 12 levels. The Fire-type card is of Ekans Delta, apparently. It was illustrated by Yuka Mori in a unique clay style, showing off what it would look like if it were slithering around a tree. I like how it looks here. It has 50 HP, meaning it gained 10 HP in the 7 years since the other card's release. It has 2 moves, Bite and Tail Whip. I've already explained what Bite is, so I won't do it again. However, I will say that it dishes out 10 damage and requires 1 of any energy. Tail Snap, not to be confused with Tail Slap, is not from the video games. On this card, it costs 1 fire energy and another of any energy to perform. It dishes out 20 damage. It has the same weakness and retreat cost as the other Ekans card. In the bottom right corner of this card, there's a symbol that means it's from the EX Dragon Frontiers expansion, the 15th main expansion from the X series. For some reason, this card doesn't have a level on it.
I have an Arbok card, so we'll talk about that tomorrow. Anyway, let's see why people love Ekans. Let's look at the fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're going to be looking at DeviantArt fan art. So for those of you who don't know how this works, we're going to go through these until we find an image that doesn't contain an Ekans. So here we've got Ekans number 023 by Kutsuku. They're sort of their sort of style of Ekans here. It's very cute. Yeah, it looks like it's proud of itself. Yes. Then we've got Ekans by Joshua Dunlop. That looks more realistic. Yeah, probably would have been closer to what maybe we would have seen in the Detective Pikachu movie had it appeared. But yeah, it's got fangs, which is a little different. Ekans doesn't have fangs. You already know that. You've learned that. So then we've got Ekans Family by AJ Kent 14Z. So then we've got Alnian Banded Ekans Family. So then I guess these are like what it would look like if it were different species of snake. So then yeah, you got these cool designs here, Ekans and Arbok. We've got King Ekans, presumably that'd be like King Cobra. So then we got the Ekans, and then what Arbok would turn into, yeah. So it's Poison Dragon here, and this one's Poison Dark. This is not an Ekans, so we'll be moving on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Tonight at 5 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, I won't be catching Ekans. Instead, I'll be catching a Weedle, evolving it to Kakuna, then evolving it to a Beedrill in Pokemon Red. I'll be catching Ekans when I've covered Eevee. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Arbok. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Arbok, the only evolution of Ekans, who evolves at level 22. Arbok's past PYC dates are March 21st, 1996, January 10th, 1999, October 31st, 2001, August 21st, 2004, June 12th, 2007, April 2nd, 2010, January 21st, 2013, November 12th, 2015, September 2nd, 2018, and June 23rd, 2021. Like Ekans, I most remember Arbok being one of the early Pokemon used by Jesse and James in the anime, with it being the evolved form of the previously mentioned Ekans. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Arbok, the Cobra Pokemon. Its number is 0024. This is what it looks like. Its type is Poison. Its abilities are Intimidate or Shred Skin. Unnerve is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Its catch rate is 90. Breeding is Egg Group Field and Dragon. Hatch time is 20 cycles. Height is 11'6" or 3.5 meters. Weight is 143.3 pounds or 65 kilograms. Base experience yield is 47 the first 4 gens, but went up to 157 in Gen 5. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2, both in attack. Shape is that. Doesn't have a footprint, it's still a snake. Pokedex color is purple. Base friendship is 70. Arbok is a poison-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Ekans starting at level 22. Biology. Arbok is a serpentine Pokemon that resembles a cobra. It has narrow eyes and several sharp teeth. Just below its head is a large hood with a face-like pattern. This pattern has over 20 possible variations. The pattern typically has 2 red and yellow eye spots outlined in black. A wide black streak resembling a upturned mouth, and a black V-shaped stripe above the eye spots. Arbok is capable of crushing opponents by coiling its body around them and squeezing them tightly. It can even flatten steel oil drums. If it encounters an enemy, it raises its head, mimics and stuns the opponents using its frightening pattern on its body. It can also make eerie sounds by expelling air from its mouth. It has been stated that if any part of Arbok's body, except for the head, is cut off, it can regrow the rest of its body again, and in a matter of a few weeks. It also has the ability to detect vibrations as shown in the anime. Arbok has been known to be capable of spending long periods underwater and surviving in aquatic environments. One particular Arbok could change its pattern at any time to increase power to different stats, and get invulnerability to status conditions if the pattern is uncovered. So here we see an image, it's called, it says here, internal anatomy of Arbok is seen in That Awful Arbok, so it's being sliced in half, kind of violent. But yeah, you can see the inside. Arbok is territorial. It lashes out at intruders with long fangs, tipped with deadly venom. Vengeful in nature, it will not give up a chase once it targets its prey or an opponent, no matter how far. It makes its home in grassy savannas and plains, but it can also be found in forests and desolate wastelands alongside its re-evolved form Ekans. In the wild, it hunts smaller Pokemon such as Wooper, and also preys on Pidgeys and Spearow eggs. When hunting, it uses the pattern on its hood to immobilize prey. Then it begins constricting them, and it finally poisons the target to finish them off and eat them. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Arbok is known to display its belly while sleeping. It is theorized that Arbok does this to scare other Pokemon away by showcasing its fearsome markings. Prior to Gen 2, Arbok and its evolved form Ekans were the only Pokemon capable of learning the move Glare. Evolution, so Arbok evolves from Ekans. See that here. Game data, NPC appearances in Pokemon Mystery Dungeons, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. Arbok is part of Team AWD, a team that pursues the challenges of Zero Isle. And Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of the Sky, Team AWD are shown in the Team Charm special episode, being the major antagonists of the story. Pokedex entries in Red and Blue in Gen 1. It is rumored that the ferocious warning markings on its belly differ from area to area. In Yellow, the frightening patterns on its belly have been studied. 6 variations have been confirmed. In Stadium, if it encounters an enemy, it raises its head, intimidating the opponent with the frightening pattern on its body. In Gen 2 and Gold, transfixing prey with a face-like pattern on its belly. It binds and poisons the frightened victim. In Silver, with a very vengeful nature, it won't give up the chase, no matter how far, once it targets its prey. Crystal, to intimidate foes, it spreads its chest wide and makes eerie sounds by expelling air from its mouth. Stadium 2 is just Gold again. Generation 3, Ruby and Sapphire. This Pokemon is terrifically strong. In order to constrict things with its body, it can even flatten steel oil drums. Once Arbok wraps its body around its foe, escaping its crushing embrace is impossible. In Emerald, this Pokemon has a terrifically strong constricting power. It can even flatten steel oil drums. Once it wraps its body around its foe, escaping is impossible. Fire Red, the pattern on its belly appears to be a frightening face. Weak foes will flee just at the sight of the pattern. Leaf Green is just Red and Blue again. In Generation 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, the pattern on its belly is for intimidation. It constricts foes when they are frozen in fear. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they're their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, the Pokedex entries here are just Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red. Y is Crystal. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are just their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. Gen 7 and Ultra Sun. The latest research has determined that there are over 20 possible arrangements of the pattern on its stomach. Ultra Moon, after stunning its opponents with the pattern on its stomach, it quickly wraps them up in its body and waits for them to stop moving. In the Let's Go games, that's just Yellow, which is interesting because, you can see it's got 20 possible arrangements, 6 variations. Now, I don't know if this is supposed to take place before the events of Ultra Sun and Moon. I think it doesn't take place in the same point in time as, it's not like a true remake of Yellow. I think it's supposed to take place after the Gen 1 game, so I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are just Diamond and Pearl again. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Fire Red, and I think X. And Violet, this Pokemon is very tenacious. Once it targets its prey, it won't give up the chase, no matter how far the prey goes. Here you can see Arbok in the Alola Pokedex. Here you got Arbok in the Kitakami Pokedex. Anyway, game locations. Side game locations. Okay. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So in Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a Berry 100% of the time. From Fire Red and Leaf Green, you get Poison Barb 5% of the time. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, you get Balm Mushroom, an in-game trade 100% of the time. So stats, so there was 1 through 6, and then 7 onward here, so, we'll compare them. So HP 60, that stays the same. Attack 85, so that goes up to 95. Defense 69, that stays the same. Special attack 65. Special defense 79. Speed is 80. Total is 438. And then, of course, 448. So just added 10 and attack. In the notes for Gen 1 through 6, we got this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 65. Pokémon stats are these. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, rock, ghost, steel, fire, water, electric, ice, dragon, dark. Weak to ground and psychic for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, poison, bug, grass, and fairy, all for half. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug-type moves is double, so it goes from double to half. By leveling up, we'll move down to 27 here. 27 is Stockball, Swallow, and Spit Up. 32 is Acid Spray, 39 is Sludge Bomb, 44 is Gastro Acid, 48 is Belch, 51 is Haze, 56 is Coil, 63 is Gunk Shot. By TM, we're not doing this again. And this is like all the ones onwards, right? By breeding, so this group you get Poison Fang, this group you get Poison Tail, this group you get Scary Face, this group you get Spite, this group you get Sucker Punch, and this group Switcheroo. Prior Revolution, you get this, there's nothing. Special moves. In the event, while Terra Pokemon, you could get Poison Tail as a move. Its type is poison, category is physical, so it's a physical poison move. Its power is 50, its accuracy is 100, wow, and its PP is 25. Anime only moves, you got Tackle, normal type, and in the episode, A Ship Full of Shivers. Okay, side game data. So in Pokemon Ranger, in the browser entry, Arbok will try to avoid capture by spitting devastating blobs of poison. Remember it being in this one, yeah. New Pokemon Snap, the Photodex entry. It must take some serious skill to sleep so securely on tree branches in the jungle. Arbok also displays a phase-like pattern on its hood when it wants to intimidate foes. Got game data again. Sprites. There's sprites here. Got this big one. So this is going to be interesting. We are going to look at all of them. You know, this one, I don't know if this is different. So yeah, these are all the back sprites. I'm going to just be smaller because I wanted to redesign it, I guess. It looks a little different though because it's got the point versus the flat. So here, you know, it's wildly different from that one. Which is the point. That was the original idea, is that they'd all be wildly different, but eventually they just stopped doing that. I don't know if it was just because ease or I don't know, maybe they couldn't come up with other ideas, I don't know. But yeah, so then we got the hood, looks a little different here. It's got the stripes here, but no stripes here anymore, and it's all funky colored. And oh yeah, and the shiny is this sort of green with purple. So then yeah, we got another one. It's very similar. Now it's kind of more got the eyebrows though, and it's also got more fangs here on the hood. Now it's all one solid color. Well, you know, with the shading, I guess. But now this is gold, and with blue accents, I guess. Yeah, and then you got that again. This is fire red. It actually goes back closer to the original design, which actually makes sense since it's supposed to be that region again. So that's a good continuity, I guess. It seems to be kind of a combination of the first two, though. The eyes looking a little bit more in the center at the ball, and then having more of this not flat pointed, you know, the pointed thing, but also has the little point here, I guess, on the bottom. So maybe it's its own thing, I guess. And that's kind of the version that would be used from now on. Yeah, because it's got that weird, almost looking like a bat-looking thing almost on under its chin there. So. And now it's, yeah, it's just gold and blue. So yeah, and that would be the design they keep using. Yeah, keep using that design. Get a full back sprite. Yes, we get that. Looks kind of faded, although that might just be the image that was used on this for this, you know, for this article. You know, may not have been the best quality. And yeah, this again. Then we got Let's Go games. Yep. Then the Cross Generations. Yeah. And the anime. Arbok of the anime. Of course, Jesse's Arbok. Okay. Oh, and then we got 3 different designs that I guess were in episodes. That's cool. We've got it in Origins. In Generations, then we got in the manga, more in the manga, invulnerability pattern, speed pattern, and attack pattern, so this must be what it was referring to. Earlier in the article, it mentioned a particular one was able to change its shape. I guess that's this one. Change its pattern. Yeah. Okay, so... Ooh, another manga Pokedex entry. So, Pokedex entry, in Pokemon Adventures, chapter, PS, 071. It is rumored that the ferocious warning markings on its belly differ from area to area. In the TCG, in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Arbok appears as a spirit. For the trivia section, it's a little different. There don't appear to be any, points in this one, and there's a few paragraphs here. Face-like pattern variations. The face-like pattern on Arbok's chest differ between games. Its appearance in Gen 1, Fire Red and Leaf Green, from Gen 4 onward differs from the variants shown in Gen 2, and in Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. This supports Pokedex text, which notes differences between Arbok in different areas. However, its marking in Johto and Hoenn-based remakes differ from those in the original game set in those regions. Oh, yeah. Other media have featured additional variations in Pokemon Adventures. Arbok can change their own patterns, as done by Agatha's Arbok. The Dark Arbok card from the TCG depicts another pattern. You can see Arbok with a face pattern, as seen in Game Boy entire Pokemon Sounds collection CD. Didn't know that was a thing. It's got, Gengar, Paris, Jigglypuff and Magnemite on here as well. Origin, Arbok seems to be based on the Indian Cobra due to its venomous bite and hood markings. It may also be based on the King Cobra, which is the world's largest venomous snake. Its powerful constriction is reminiscent of boas, anacondas, and pythons. Its frightening face-like belly patterns may be inspired by masks or face paint. The fact that it is in the Dragon Egg group in its ability to learn Glare may be a reference to the legendary Basilisk, a venomous serpentine dragon said to be able to kill people with its stare. Name origin, Arbok is Cobra spelled backwards, but with the C replaced with a K. Yeah, also pretty well known. Other languages, related articles, references, and that's it. I forgot to mention this, but Arbok, so this purple here means poison. Yeah, we saw the border for the Bulbasaur line, but yeah, this. Yeah.
Let's see Arbok's first seen in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 31, Dig It Diglett. In this episode, Ash and his friends have come to this dam and construction, where Digletts here have stopped the construction, and I guess the foreman, or someone important, I guess, is trying to get rid of them, whack-a-mole style. He's got a giant mallet. You might see it, you might not, I don't remember. But in this next scene, Jesse James of Team Rocket, they're trying to evolve their Ekans and Coughing. If you watched the video yesterday, you may remember that we were introduced to them. Yeah, so we'll see that scene here. Yeah, I guess.
Has evolved into Arbok!
Come on, come. There he is! I don't know if I mentioned this in the video, but, Arbok? So, one of the big things I know about Arbok is that, the Charbok things. It kind of sounds like the actor saying Charbok. So that's a thing about this. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this segment. That was them being introduced, so... let's move on.
Let's talk about the TCG. I have one Arbok card.
It's the original design. It was drawn by Ken Sugimori. It uses the Gen 3 design, which was the last generation to have an alternate design, despite the idea that Arbok were originally designed to be different region to region. It has 60 HP and is a grass type for some reason. It's 11'6" and 143 pounds, which is 0.3 pounds lighter than its official weight in the Pokedex. It's from the Fossil Expansion Pack, and mine is a first edition card. It has two moves, Terra Strike and Poison Fang. Terra Strike is not a move from the video games. On this card, it takes 1 grass energy. It causes 10 damage, but if the user wins a coin flip, it also causes the opponent to switch a player's benched Pokemon with their active Pokemon. Poison Fang is interesting because it wasn't a move in the video games until Gen 3. You might be thinking, so what? You said earlier your card was from Gen 3. No, I didn't. I just said it used the design used in Gen 3. There were several created in Gen 1. This means that the video game designers took this move from the TCG. Well, anyway, how it works in the video games is that it attacks normally, but there's a chance for a bad poison effect, which causes the poison to get worse over time. On this card, it costs 2 grass energy, and another of any kind of energy, and makes the target poisoned. It also takes 20 damage. Like Ekans, Arbok is weak to Psychic. Unlike Ekans, it costs 2 of any energy for Arbok to retreat. Its description reads, "It is rumored that the ferocious warning markings on its belly differ from area to area. This is just the Pokédex entry for Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. It's level 27.
I have a few Pikachu cards, so we'll talk about them tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Arbok. Let's look at the fan art.
Hello, and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so we're going to be doing DeviantArt fan art. So for those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't have an Arbok. So here we've got Trainer and Arbok, a commission. We see a trainer with their Arbok. Maybe this is the person that commissioned this from T-Cyanda. Here we've got Arbok by Tama Ume. And so now we see an Arbok in its nest protecting its little eggs there. Yeah, it's cute. Then this is not an Arbok, so we're gonna move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Eevee before I can evolve Ekans into Arbok. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Pikachu. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Pikachu, the first electric-type Pokemon. It's the first Pokemon to have a pre-evolution in a different generation than that generation it started in. Pichu, which levels up at high friendship, starting in Pokemon Gold and Silver. Its past PYC dates are March 22nd, 1996, January 11th, 1999, November 1st, 2001, August 22nd, 2004, June 13th, 2007, April 3rd, 2010, January 22nd, 2013, November 13th, 2015, September 3rd, 2018, and June 24th, 2021. While I like Pikachu's design, I personally don't like the image that's used on the official website's Pokédex, as it makes it, or maybe him, depending on the region or maybe generation, look weird. I do like how Gigantamax Pikachu harkens back to the original design of Pikachu, who was a lot heavier. Let's get into, I'm just kidding, I need to talk about the obvious. Pikachu is known universally as the mascot of the Pokemon franchise. One particular Pikachu was even the main character of the anime up until fairly recently. I'm not gonna lie, I love Pikachu. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon, whose number is 0025. So here's Pikachu, the official image here. Yep, then we got cosplay Pikachu, a female Pikachu, because it's, you know, because of this tail here. Got these bumps instead of this line here. Got Pikachu in a cap. This is a Pokemon Expo hat. It's also one worn by Ash Ketchum. So we got Partner Pikachu and Gigantamax Pikachu. Type is electric. Abilities are static. And hidden ability is Lightning Rod. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding, egg groups are field and fairy or no eggs discovered. Cosplay/cap. Hatch time is 10 cycles. Height is 1'4" or 0.4 meters, as just regular Pikachu. Its weight is 13.2 pounds or 6 kilograms. Now this says Partner Pikachu. I think it's supposed to be Gigantamax Pikachu. I don't know why. Like, Partner Pikachu is not that large. So it's 68 feet and 11 inches or 21 meters, and we don't know its weight. Base experience yield in Gen 1 through 4 was 82. In Gen 5 onwards, it was 112. Its leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2, both in speed. Its shape is that. Its footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow. Its base friendship is 70. Pikachu is an electric type Pokemon, introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Pichu when leveled up. With high friendship, it evolves into Raichu when exposed to a Thunderstone. In Alola, Pikachu evolves into Alolan Raichu when exposed to a Thunderstone. Pikachu has 16 alternate forms that fall into 4 groups: Cosplay Pikachu, Pikachu in a cap, the Partner Pikachu, and Gigantamax Pikachu. Ordinary Pikachu can Gigantamax into Gigantamax Pikachu if it has the Gigantamax factor. Additionally, many other Pikachu variants have appeared in various media. Cosplay Pikachu, Pikachu in a cap, the Partner Pikachu, and Pikachu with the Gigantamax factor cannot evolve. The initial Pikachu from Pokemon Yellow will refuse to evolve into Raichu unless it is traded and evolved on another save file. Pikachu is popularly known as the mascot of the Pokemon franchise and one of Nintendo's major mascots. It is also the game mascot of and the player's first Pokemon in Pokemon Yellow and Let's Go Pikachu. The player's first Pokemon in Pokemon Rumble Blast and Pokemon Rumble World, and has made numerous appearances in the covers of spin-off games. Biology: Pikachu is a short, chubby rodent Pokemon. It is covered in yellow fur with 2 horizontal brown stripes on its back. It has a small mouth, long pointed ears with black tips, and brown eyes. Each cheek is a red circle that contains a pouch for electricity storage. It has short forearms with 5 fingers on each paw, and its feet each have 3 toes. At the base of its lightning bolt-shaped tail is a patch of brown fur. A female will have a V-shaped notch at the end of its tail, which looks like the top of a heart. It's classified as a quadruped, but is known to stand and walk on its hind legs, therefore Pikachu is a facultative biped. So you can see the gender difference here, Pikachu's gender difference in the Pokemon series, yeah. In Pokemon the Series episode, Pikachu's Goodbye, while Pikachu are shown to live in groups in forested areas, Pikachu communicate amongst themselves using squeaks and tails shaking as friendly gestures. In a plethora of Pikachu, it is shown that Alolan Pikachu are known to greet each other by sniffing one another and rubbing their tails together. Electricity can be used to receive and send messages with each other, as well as with other electric-type Pokemon. It raises its tail to check its surroundings and is occasionally struck by lightning in this position. When groups grow, they can inadvertently cause lightning storms. Pikachu forage for berries, which it roasts with electricity to make them tender enough to eat. A sure sign that Pikachu inhabits a location is patches of burnt grass. In the Electric Tales of Pikachu manga, it is depicted eating and sometimes destroying telephone poles, wires, and other electronic equipment. By occasion, it can get unintentionally swallowed by Cramorant. While startled, it looks for ways to escape from the latter. So you can see in the mouth of a Cramorant, the Pikachu here appears to be holding some kind of maybe Whalmer toy. Yeah. Pikachu charges itself while sleeping overnight, though stress and a lack of sleep can affect this. It can release electric discharges of varying intensity. In the Pokemon the Series episode Sparks Fly for Magnemite, Pikachu is shown to build up energy in its glands, which it will need to discharge to avoid complications. It is also able to release energy through its tail, which acts as a grounding rod, as well as recharge fellow Pikachu with electric shocks. Pikachu and its evolutionary relatives are related to Pachirisu. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Pikachu is known to generate electricity through its cheeks while sleeping. Pikachu discharges while sleeping due to it dreaming of firing electric shocks. Pikachu and its evolutionary relatives are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Volt Tackle. Pikachu is also the only known Pokemon capable of learning the Z move Catastrophica, and the only known Pokemon capable of using the Light Ball item. Forms. Pikachu has 16 additional forms that fall into 4 categories. Cosplay Pikachu, Pikachu in a Cap, the Partner Pikachu, and Gigantamax Pikachu. Additionally, many other Pikachu variants have appeared in various media. I have zoomed out here so that we can see all the cosplay Pikachu here. So Cosplay Pikachu is always female and has a black heart-shaped spot at the end of its tail and can be dressed in any of the 5 outfits corresponding to the 5 contest conditions. Cosplay Pikachu, just the normal one. Pikachu Rockstar, Pikachu Belle, Pikachu Popstar, Pikachu PhD, and Pikachu Libre. Pikachu in a Cap. Pikachu in a Cap is always male and has 8 variants, each wearing one of Ash's hats from Pokemon the Series. Pikachu in a Cap is the only known Pokemon capable of using the Z move, 10 million Volt Thunderbolt. Pikachu in a Cap cannot use Catastrophica or Gigantamax. So here's the original Cap, the Hoenn Cap, Sinnoh Cap, Unova Cap, Kalos Cap, Alola Cap, Partner Cap, and World Cap. Partner Pikachu. The Partner Pikachu is the Pokemon the player starts with in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu. This Pikachu can be either gender. It has higher base stats than normal Pikachu. Unlike the other Pikachu, the Partner Pikachu can learn the exclusive moves Zippy Zap, Floaty Fall, and Splishy Splash, as well as having access to the partner power Pika Papao. The Partner Pikachu is not differentiated from Standard Pikachu and Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, and it cannot be transferred out of the games. So here's what it looks like. Gigantamax Pikachu. As Gigantamax Pikachu, it becomes larger and chubbier. Its tail becomes longer and becomes capable of storing all of the electricity it generates, causing it to glow a bright yellow, and enabling it to become as powerful as a lightning strike. 3 red clouds float around the tail. Its power is equal to that of a power plant. However, it is difficult to use it in people's homes since Pikachu can only remain in its Gigantamax form for a short time. Gigantamax Pikachu is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move G-Max Volt Crash. Pikachu evolves from Pichu and evolves into Raichu. In Alola, it evolves into Alolan Raichu. Cosplay Pikachu, Pikachu in a Cap, Partner Pikachu, and Pikachu with a Gigantamax factor cannot evolve. So here's the evolutions and stuff. So you got, Pichu, Pikachu, Raichu, and then Alolan Raichu. Game data. As the player, Main article, Pikachu Pokepark. Pikachu appears as the player character in both Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and its sequel, Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond. He falls down a mysterious tunnel one day with his friends Charmander, Chikorita, and Piplup, and ends up in the Pokepark. There he goes on a quest to save the Pokepark from certain destruction. He later travels to a new Pokepark, which is being threatened by the ever-expanding Wish Park. At the new Pokepark, he meets Snivy, Tepig, and Oshawott, and they help to save the Pokepark from danger. NPC appearances, Pokemon Stadium. Pikachu stars in the minigame Thundering Dynamo alongside Voltorb. This minigame involves charging up electric power. Hey You Pikachu? Pikachu stars along an unnamed child who bears a striking resemblance to Red, who was recently taught how to interact with wild Pokemon by Professor Oak. The boy and Pikachu form a bond and go on many adventures together, and one day the Pikachu decides to live with the boy. Pokemon Stadium 2. Pikachu can be used in Pichu's power plant if one is detected in a transferred Pokemon game. Pokemon Pinball. Pikachu serves as a ball saver, but it will only work if the lightning meter is full. Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire. Pikachu has the same role as in Pokemon Pinball, but is sometimes helped by Pichu. Pikachu also appears on the Ketchum Mode banner. Much like Hey You Pikachu, Pokemon Channel focuses on a boy and a Pikachu bonding through social interactions, such as going outside and talking to other Pokemon and watching TV together. Pokedex entries. In Red and Blue, when several of these Pokemon gather, their electricity could build and cause lightning storms. In Yellow, it keeps its tail raised to monitor its surroundings. If you yank its tail, it will try to bite you. Stadium lives in forests away from people. It stores electricity in its cheeks for zapping an enemy if it is attacked. In Gen 2, Gold, this intelligent Pokemon roasts hard berries with electricity to make them tender enough to eat. Silver, it raises its tail to check its surroundings. The tail is sometimes struck by lightning in this pose. Crystal, when it is angered, it immediately discharges the energy stored in the pouches on its cheeks. Stadium 2 is the same as Gold. I think this is the first time we've had Ruby and Sapphire not be the same Pokedex entry, so this is interesting. So in Gen 3 in Ruby, whenever Pikachu comes across something new, it blasts it with a jolt of electricity. If you come across a blackened fairy, it's evidence that this Pokemon mistook the intensity of its charge. Sapphire, this Pokemon has electricity storing pouches on its cheeks. These appear to become electrically charged during the night while Pikachu sleeps. It occasionally discharges electricity when it is dozy after waking up. In Emerald, it stores electricity in the electric sacs on its cheeks. When it releases pent-up energy in a burst, the electric power is equal to a lightning bolt. Fire Red, it has small electric sacs on both its cheeks. If threatened, it loses electric charges from the sacs. Leaf Green is just red and blue again. For Gen 4 Diamond, it lives in forests with others. It stores electricity in the pouches on its cheeks. Pearl, if it loses crackling power from the electrical pouches on its cheeks, it is being wary. Platinum, it occasionally uses an electric shock to recharge a fellow Pikachu that is in a weakened state. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are Gold and Silver. Forgot to mention how I think this is the first Pokemon that has Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum all being different Pokedexes. In the past, we've had Diamond and Platinum be the same. Usually it's all three are the same, so it's very interesting. Anyway, in Gen 5, all of those Pokedexes are Platinum. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries, Y is Fire Red, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, in Sun, a plant was recently announced to gather many Pikachu and make an electric power plant. Moon, it's in its nature to store electricity. It feels stressed now and then if it's unable to fully discharge the electricity. In Ultra Sun, its nature is to store up electricity. Forests where nests of Pikachu live are dangerous, since the trees are so often struck by lightning. In Ultra Moon, while sleeping, it generates electricity in the sacs in its cheeks. If it's not getting enough sleep, it will be able to use only weak electricity. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, this forest-dwelling Pokemon stores electricity in its cheeks, so you'll feel a tingly shock if you touch it. For Pikachu in a cap, Sun, this form of Pikachu is somewhat rare. It wears the hat of its trainer, who is also its partner. In Moon, this Pikachu is wearing its trainer's cap. Since the cap's not the right size, the fit is a bit loose. Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon are Sun and Moon again. In Gen 8, in Sword, Pikachu that generate powerful electricity have cheek sacs that are extra soft and super stretchy. In Shield, when Pikachu meet, they touch their tails together and exchange electricity through them as a form of greeting. So now this is interesting. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. However, in the past, when they've done these, they've been one Pokedex entry, so that's very interesting that they're separated here. In Legends Arceus, which we have not done yet, so this is the first entry with one of those. Possesses cheek sacs, in which it stores electricity. This clever forest dweller roasts tough berries with an electric shock before consuming them. So now we've got the original cap Pikachu, sword. This Pikachu wears its partner's cap, which is brimming with memories of traveling through many different regions. Shield. This Pikachu is wearing its trainer's cap. The cap is proof that the two traveled across many regions together. Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, and Alola cap Pikachu, and sword. This Pokemon wears its partner's cap, which is brimming with memories of traveling through the Hoenn / Sinnoh / Unova / Kalos / Alola region. Yeah, it's just depending on the cap. And shield. This Pikachu is wearing its trainer's cap. The cap is proof that the two traveled through the Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola region together. Partner cap Pikachu, and sword. This Pikachu wears its partner's cap, which is brimming with memories of when they first met. Shield. This Pikachu is wearing its trainer's cap. The cap is a precious symbol of a fateful encounter. We got World Cap Pikachu. Sword. This Pikachu wears its partner's cap, which is brimming of the memories of traveling through different regions. Shield. This Pikachu is wearing its trainer's cap. The cap is a precious symbol that travels across different regions with Pikachu. Gigantamax Pikachu. And sword. Its Gigantamax power, expanded, forming its supersized body and towering tail. Shield. When it smashes its opponents with its bolt-shaped tail, it delivers a surge of electricity equivalent to a lightning strike. In Gen 9, for regular Pikachu, Scarlet is Crystal's entry. Violet's is red, blue, and leaf green. For original cap Pikachu, the cap this Pikachu wears is filled with memories of this Pokemon and its partner traveling across lots of different regions together. In Violet, this Pikachu wears its partner's cap, proof of the strong bond Pikachu and its partner formed during adventures across many different regions. Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, and Alola cap Pikachu, and Scarlet. The cap this Pikachu wears is filled with memories of this Pokemon and its partner traveling across the Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola region together. In Violet, this Pikachu wears its partner's cap, proof of the strong bond Pikachu and its partner formed during the adventures across the Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola region. For the partner cap Pikachu, the cap this Pikachu wears is filled with memories of this Pokemon's traveling together with its partner whom it met in a fateful encounter. In Violet, this Pokemon wears its partner's cap, proof of the strong bond that Pikachu and its partner formed as the two overcame many hardships together. In the World Cap Pikachu, in Scarlet, the cap this Pokemon wears is filled with memories of this Pokemon and its partner traveling across the world together. In Violet, this Pikachu wears its partner's cap, proof of the strong bond Pikachu and its partner formed during adventures across the world. So now we've got, male Pikachu in the Alola Dex, female Pikachu in the Alola Dex, original cap Pikachu in the Alola Dex, and Pikachu in the Alola Dex. Oh, that's Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, okay. Then we've got Pikachu in the Paldea Dex, and Pikachu in the Kitakami Pokedex. Got game locations, side game locations, events, oh boy, yeah. So many of those. Okay, more events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Pokemon Yellow, the player gets the Light Ball by trading an initial Pikachu, otherwise the Pikachu will be holding a berry. In Pokewalker, only Pikachu found in Yellow Forest are carrying items. Red and Blue, berry. Yellow, berry, or Light Ball, initial Pikachu, 100% of the time. That's 100% for the other two as well. Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get a berry 2% of the time. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, you get an Oran Berry 50% of the time, or a Light Ball 5% of the time. Battle Revolution, you get a Light Ball 100% of the time. Ranch, you get the Shucka Berry 100% of the time. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, you get the Oran Berry 50% of the time. Light Ball 5% of the time. Or the Yellow Shard, in-game trade, 100% of the time. And the Pokewalker, for some reason, there's two entries. I don't know why. What? Okay, whatever. You get Shucka Berry 100% of the time, Lum Berry 100% of the time, Citrus Berry 100% of the time, Leppa Berry 100% of the time, Tiny Mushroom 100% of the time, or Oran Berry 100% of the time. I'm no expert, but that's math. Just don't work. So that math just don't work. Not fully understanding what that means, but okay. You can't hold more than one item, can you? Can you do that now? I don't know if you could do that now. From X, Y, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Moon, Ultra Moon, Sword, Shield, Shining, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, you get Light Ball 5% of the time. Legends Arceus. Normal, you get Oran Berry 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricot 15% of the time, or Grit items by level. Don't know what that means. Alpha, So this is like, I think that's like a thing in the games. It's like if it has like an alpha, it's like an alpha Pokemon, I think is something. I think it's like a thing. It's like a form, like they're angry or whatever. And they look a little different because of that. I don't know. Anyway, EXP candy, M 100% of the time, then C to mastery 20% of the time. Still, no, it doesn't work there. And then grid items by level. I don't know, man. Scarlet and Violet Light Ball. So we'll start with the stats in Gen 1 through 5, and Gen 6 onward, and then we'll compare 6 onward with partner Pikachu. So in Gen 1, HP was 35, that stays the same. Attack is 55, stays the same. Defense is 30, it goes up to 40. Special attack 50, that stays the same. Special defense 40, that goes up to 50. Speed 90, stays the same, for a total of 300, and then 320. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 50. Can compare Gen 6 onward with partner Pikachu, so 35 for HP, then went up to 45. This 55, and this one's 80. Defense 40, this one 50. Special attack 50, that goes up to 75. Special defense 50, this one has 60. Speed is 90, this one has 120. So it goes from 320 to 430. Pokeathon stats. Type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, bug, ghost, fire, water, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak 2. Ground for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to flying, steel, and electric for half. Notes. If this Pokemon has Lightning Rod, the effectiveness of electric moves is 0. Okay, so then it becomes, yeah, from half to 0. So learn set by leveling up. For this, since this line works differently by not leveling up, I'm going to read all of the by leveling up sections in Pikachu, Raichu, and Pichu, since you can hypothetically have a level 1 Pokemon in all of these, at least in Gen 9, so yeah, so we'll go level 1, Play Nice, Sweet Kiss, Nuzzle, Nasty Plot, Charm, Thundershock, Tail Whip, Growl, or Quick Attack. Level 4, Thunder Wave, 8, Double Team, 12, Electro Ball, 16, Faint, 20, Spark, 24, Agility, 28, Iron Tail, 32, Discharge, 36, Thunderbolt, 40, Light Screen, 44, Thunder. By TM, I'll read this for this one, but I'm not going to do it for the other two. TM 1, Takedown 2, Charm 3, Fake Tears 4, Agility 7, Protect 18, Thief 19, Disarming Voice 20, Trail Blaze 23, Charge Beam 25, Facade 32, Swift 37, Draining Kiss 43, Fling 47, Endure 48, Volt Switch 50, Rain Dance 55, Dig 58, Brick Break 66, Body Slam 68, Thunder Punch 70, Sleep Talk 72, Electro Ball 74, Reflect 75, Light Screen 81, Grass Knot 82, Thunder Wave 85, Rest 96, Eerie Impulse 103, Substitute 122, Encore 123, Surf 126, Thunderbolt 127, Play Rough 130, Helping Hand 134, Reversal 136, Electric Terrain 140, Nasty Plot 147, Wild Charge 166, Thunder 171, Terra Blast 173, Charge 181, Knockoff 192, Focus Punch 205, Endeavor 211, Electro Web 227, Alluring Voice 229, Upper Hand. By breeding, if you breed this group, Charge, this group, Disarming Voice, this group, Fake Out, this group, Flail, this group, this guy, Present, this group, Tackle, this is the Volt Ball, I guess, or the Light Ball, I guess you get Volt Tackle, presumably if they're holding it or something. Wish, for this, it says, well, so that's just, that note there is referring to specific, Vaporeon and Leafeon here. Nothing by prior evolution. Here is by events. The Flying Terrestrial Pikachu, you can learn the move Fly. Its type is Flying, as a physical flying attack. Its power is 90, its accuracy 95%, its PP is 15. TCG only moves, you got Scratch and Tackle. Anime only moves, Tackle and Leer. First being in the double, Trouble Header, and Leer in Hour of the Houndour. Side game data. Blah. Okay. Of course, it's in all three of them. In Pokemon Ranger, In the browser entry, Pikachu discharges energy to recharge the Styler's energy. In Shadows of Almia, it attacks by blasting electricity from its body. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs, it restores the Styler energy. I don't know what that means. Keep going. In Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepad entry, it says, no entry. Okay, go through all this. Blah, 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 blah. This is so many things. Okay. In new Pokemon Snap, in the photo decks, Pikachu build up electricity in their cheek sacs while they sleep. They're also very curious. You'll often see one playing at our research camp. So now we've got the costumes. There's a lot of them, so we'll just kind of scroll through them here. Or we'll read them all, but we'll scroll, you know, we'll have to... We're not going to zoom out for this, I guess. So the first one's a holiday cap, so it looks like a Santa hat, party hat, original hat, that's, you know, Ash's expo hat, Halloween hat, so like a witch's hat, summertime style, so sunglasses and sun hat, VF custom cap, I don't really know what that means, but it's that, flower crown, detective hat, of course, the reference to Detective Pikachu. Looks more like the games one than the movie one, but I don't know if there's a difference. Straw hat, then we've got Mimikyu costume, humorous because, you know, it's a costume of a Pokemon that puts on a costume to look like Pikachu. It's funny. A beanie, party hat, again, clone, I guess. Oh yeah, I guess the clone really wasn't that different from the original in the movie. Safari hat, because it's got the spiky, okay. Safari hat, flower hat, Charizard hat, Umbreon hat, Rayquaza hat, Lucario hat. I think these are all, at least some of these are references to Super Smash Brothers. That's, that'd be the Kirby's thing, wouldn't it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what these are for. I mean, like, the closest thing I can think of is the hats that Kirby wears when it, like, sucks up Pikachu and a few of these Pokemon, and so, you know, some of the Pokemon, it gains, like, hats that are just their heads, so maybe that's what it's kind of referencing. Anyway, World Cap, I've seen that one before. Explorer, Winter Carnival, so it looks kind of like a little snowman there. New Year's hat, of course, the sparkly purple hat. Meloetta hat, so it's a hat based on the Pokemon Meloetta. Halloween Mischief. Karayushi shirt, I don't know what that means, maybe that's a developer or something. But it's kind of almost a Hawaiian shirt looking thing. Graciadilla flower, Pokemon TCG hat, cake costume, so yeah, obviously I have a hat that's a cake. World Championship 2022, okay. A green t-shirt, berry, another kind of shirt here. Purple t-shirt, flower, so just another, yeah. Party top hat. Brendan's hat, so Brendan and May are the Gen 3 people. That's like their names or whatever, their default names, or the ones in like the games and stuff, or in the shows and stuff. So yeah, so you got those two. Got Cherry Blossom, blue t-shirt, Citrus, Amethyst crown, Quartz crown, Pyrite crown, Malachite crown, Aquamarine crown, Chicken treats, and holiday attire. Okay, then you've got Pikachu Libre, Popstar, okay, then Pikachu Rockstar, Flying Pikachu, which is just a Pikachu with balloons. Okay, then we got costumes in Pokemon Go for Flying Pikachu, Okinawa exclusive, green balloons, purple balloons, and orange balloons. Yeah. Pokemon Go, apparently there was also a 5 balloon here version. Then Shaman scarf, so that's reference to the Pokemon Shaman. It's got this cool little thing on it. So, form data. Pikachu has 16 additional forms that fall into 4 groups. Cosplay Pikachu, Pikachu in a Cap, the Partner Pikachu, and Gigantamax Pikachu. All forms except the Partner Pikachu are recognized by an in-game Pokedex. Partner Pikachu has only been named in promotional materials. Cosplay Pikachu. Pikachu is the base form of a group of 6 interchangeable forms exclusive to Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. It is a female Pikachu who has a black heart-shaped mark at the end of its tail, obtained from a Pokemon breeder after the player takes part in their first Pokemon Contest Spectacular. Cosplay Pikachu can change forms by dressing up in different costumes corresponding to each of the 5 contest conditions: coolness, beauty, cuteness, cleverness, and toughness. Each form also automatically learns a move that Pikachu otherwise could not learn. Cosplay Pikachu can change or remove its costume at any contest hall, forgetting the move it learned with the last costume if it still knows it, and learning the move from the new costume, if applicable. If Cosplay Pikachu removes its costume while the only move it knows is the move tied with its costume, it learns Thundershock. Unlike Pikachu, Cosplay Pikachu cannot evolve or breed. It also cannot be traded via the GTS or Wonder Trade. That's the global trade system. Additionally, as it is not present in any games beside Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, Cosplay Pikachu cannot be deposited into Pokemon Bank and does not register as a separate part in Pokemon Bank's Pokedex, despite it registering separately in the Pokedex of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. Got all these forms again. You can now see what each of them corresponds to, and it gets to know Meteor, Mash, Icicle Crash, Draining Kiss, Electric Terrain, and Flying Press. Pikachu and a Cap. Pikachu and a Cap are 8 event-exclusive, non-interchangeable forms of Pikachu that debuted in Pokemon Sun and Moon. Like Ash's Pikachu, these Pikachu are always male, and they cannot evolve or breed. They are also able to use the event-exclusive Z Crystal Pikachunium Z, and its corresponding Z move, 10 million Volt Thunderbolt. Their cries differ from that of regular Pikachu. 6 variants exist in Sun and Moon, 1 for each of Ash's hat from the original series to Pokemon series The Sun and Moon. A 7th variant debuted in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, wearing the partner cap, Ash's hat from Pokemon the Movie I Choose You. An 8th variant debuted in the version 1.2.0 update of Pokemon Sword and Shield, wearing the World Cap, Ash's hat from Pokemon Journeys the series. The original 6 Pikachu and a Cap were distributed via serial codes in Pokemon Sun and Moon in celebration of the 20th Pokemon movie, and by extension the 20th anniversary of Pokemon the series. Partner Cap Pikachu were distributed in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon via a QR code that can be scanned. All 8 Pikachu and a Cap, including World Cap Pikachu, were distributed via serial codes in Pokemon Sword and Shield to commemorate the TV show's time slot change to Fridays in Japan. Uniquely, the Pikachu from this distribution can learn a Volt Tackle from the move Reminder Jack. These are all these again. We've been through them. Yeah. Partner Pikachu. The Partner Pikachu has a separate internal index from Standard Pikachu. This allows it to have a higher base stat than Wild Pikachu. The Partner Pikachu is not differentiated from Standard Pikachu and Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee in the Pokedex and cannot be transferred out of the games. Gigantamax Pikachu can only be obtained through special methods, and the Gigantamax Factor cannot be bred. So Gigantamax Factor, you need the Dynamax Band. And yeah. Evolution data. Cosplay Pikachu in a Cap, and the Partner Pikachu and the Pikachu with the Gigantamax Factor cannot evolve. The initial Pikachu from Pokemon Yellow will refuse to evolve into Raichu unless it is traded and evolved into another save file. So, we got Pichu. It can be bred by this one, and presumably these two. A high level, it levels up with high friendships, which you can get from a rare candy. And you need a Soothe Bell, I think, as well, to do that, or something. I don't know. Or maybe those are options you can use. Outside of Alola, you need the Thunderstone. You also need the Thunderstone Alola, but I guess you also need... Oh, I guess that's just the Alola symbol. Cool. Awesome. So then, yeah, that's Raichu there. Okay, the sprites. So we got this guy, you know, the chubby Pikachu, as it's been come to known, because as time would go on, it would get thinner and thinner. You know, you can see how different it is. The tail gets bigger. These get more obviously black on the tips there. Back sprite's the same despite the differences. Yes, and then shiny Pikachu here, sort of an orange with sort of purple highlights, I guess. We can kind of start to see it getting a little bit thinner there. It's now just kind of a little darker, more orange version of this. This one even less orange than the other two. It kind of stays that way, and we can see it get even thinner a little bit, yeah. And we get to see the female for the first time. Yep. Shiny female. Then we get black and white. Seemingly even a little bit thinner, I guess. Okay. Then this is this one, the first models. You get the female model. Then in this one, you get the the cosplay Pikachu female version. And apparently there's a shiny version of it somehow. Maybe there's a chance to get that when getting it from the breeder. I don't know. Then you've got these again. All these. The Let's Go games. Sword and Shield. Gigantamax Pikachu. Looking absolutely ridiculous. And being closer to the, being that fat Pikachu or chunky Pikachu, whatever I called it before. That Pikachu. Again, that's a nice reference to where it began, how different it is now. And Legends Arceus, very high quality. And Home, these, which, these are usually based on their official image, which is sort of a 3D model version. This is way better than the 2D version. My goodness. Like, absolutely. Like, this is the version I want to see. Not the horrible 2D image that we have. Oh, so bad. Anyway, so then we got other sprites. So, Fire Red, Leaf Green credits. Chewy in Pokemon Super Contests. Choo-Choo in Pokemon Super Contests. Piki in Pokemon Super Contests. Sparky in Pokemon Super Contests. Ziggy in Pokemon Super Contests. I guess these are different versions. Or different, yeah. Pikachu. Anyway, in the anime, we got Ash's Pikachu. That's Pikachu in the Pokemon series. Then, we got a bunch of these, and, so many things. Okay, so we got a bunch of art here, so, you've got, female, Pikachu, shiny Pikachu, a set of cosplay Pikachu, original Cat Pikachu, Alola Cat Pikachu, Partner Cat Pikachu, World Cat Pikachu, and Gigantamax Pikachu. Are these might just be, like, Pikachu wearing the hat. Like, I don't know that these are necessarily special Pikachu. I don't know, though. I haven't seen the anime in a while, so they very well could be. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl Episode 2. This is Dawn's Pokedex Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon. It can generate electric attacks from the electric pouches located in both of its cheeks. In Black and White, Episode 1, in Trip's Pokedex, Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon, and the evolved form of Pichu. Pikachu's tail is sometimes struck by lightning as it raises it to check its surroundings. In Episode 93, in Cameron's Pokedex, Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon, and the evolved form of Pichu. Pikachu can help out other Pikachu who are feeling weak by sharing its electric current. In Sun and Moon, Episode 3, in the Rotom Pokedex, Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon, an electric type. It raises its tail to sense its surroundings. If you pull on its tail, it will bite. In what I assume is Journeys, Episode 35, in Go's Rotom Phone, Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon, an electric type. Pikachu has pouches on their cheeks that can store electricity, which they release if threatened. Male and female Pikachu have differently shaped tails. Then this, some Mystery Dungeon animated shorts. I got it in Origins, and Red's Pikachu in Generations, Pokemon Masters animated trailer, then Twilight Wings. I don't know what that one is, but I guess it's something. And maybe it's a short series. I don't know what that is. It's with a Hoot, an Alcremie, and a Swovelet, I think. Squirrelvivit? I don't know, whatever, the squirrel one. Poketoon, Gotcha, Pokemon Evolutions, Bidoof's Big Stand, Ripple in Time, what? Version of what? What is this? This looks cool, I wanna... Okay, sorry. Journey, One Dream, Byrie, I guess it's a music video. The manga, Pikachu and Electric Tales of Pikachu. In the Electric Tales of Pikachu, in chapter, what I assume is chapter 1, an electric mouse Pokemon. Habitat, forests and woodlands. Diet, mainly fruit. Distinguishing features, has an electric generator on each cheek. Beware of electrocution. How I Became a Pokemon card, Magical Journeys, all these Pokemon Adventures, Pikachu and Pokemon Adventures, all these. Okay, then Scarlet and Violet arc of Pikachu of Pokemon Adventures. So we've got female Pikachu in Pokemon Adventures. Got a group of cosplay Pikachu in Pokemon Adventures. Gigantamax Pikachu in the Pokemon Adventures, and Terrestrial Pikachu in the Pokemon Adventures. And then we've got Pokedexes for it, so Pokemon Adventures Chapter 4, I guess. When several of these Pokemon gather, their electricity could build up and cause lightning storms. Forest dwellers, they are in number and exceptionally rare. The pouches on their cheeks discharge electricity at their opponents. The Pikachu are believed to be highly intelligent. All these. Got it in Pikachu and Pocket Monsters. For the TCG. Main article, Pikachu TCG. Pikachu manages to find its way into many of the expansions, causing there to be 211 known non-reprint Pokemon cards featuring Pikachu. Wow. There are also various trainer cards with Pikachu in the card's artwork too, including the very sought-after tournament promos such as number 1 trainer. The first Pikachu that appeared in the TCG was Pikachu in the base set, which was reprinted in base set 2 and in the Pop series 2, with different artwork. Followed the next set by another Pikachu, which was also reprinted in the Legendary Collection. The third Pikachu card was released in the first ever English promo card, Pikachu. The original base set Pikachu was also released as a special promotion card at E3. In the early days of the TCG, several notable errors were made regarding the Pikachu cards. The base set Pikachu was released with an altered artwork at first, depicting it with red cheeks instead of the original yellow. Well, this matched Ken Sugimori's artwork. The yellow color on its cheeks was intentional by the artist, who depicted Pikachu using Thundershock. This error appeared in both the E3 promotion version and the normal base set release. A second error was made in the production of Jungle Set booster packs, which instead of the Jungle Set's Pikachu sometimes contained first edition versions of the Pikachu that was released as a promo card. Pikachu has also been featured on a number of TCG coins, with one being included with the English and European languages only base set 2. This coin was also featured in the Pokemon Play It PC game. A Pikachu coin also featured in the Game Boy version of Pokemon Trading Card Game, and is one of the coins that can be obtained in the Pokemon Card Game 2, The Invasion of Team GR, where it is given by Isaac to the winners of the Lightning Club. And so you can see the coin here. The TFG, other appearances in Pokken Tournament. Pikachu is a playable character for the arcade fighting game. His moveset includes electrical attacks the species uses in the main games, like Thunderbolt, Electro Ball, and Thunder. In burst form, he can use the burst attack Volt Shock Fist. Several of his attacks and victory poses are taken directly from Heihachi and Kazuha Mishima's movesets from the Tekken series. Pikachu overwhelms opponents with powerful electric shocks and quick moves. So you can see it here. Pikachu Libre was first announced alongside the Wii U port of the game. She was later released as an additional fighter on the original arcade version. So there's like a little thing here. I don't know if this is like, I guess, a description of some kind. I'll read it like the Pokedex voice, I guess. Pikachu Libre, a wrestling idol, is a small, masked fighter overflowing with fighting spirit. The Super Smash Bros. Series, that's got its own article. Detective Pikachu is the game. Detective Pikachu stars a Pikachu that is capable of speaking the human language, but only the player character Tim Goodman is capable of hearing him. Much like Meowth from the Pokemon the series, he's capable of using moves that most Pokemon are capable of using. This Pikachu also really loves to drink coffee. Early on in the game, a regular Pikachu also briefly appears. Pikachu is a playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a ranged attacker. There is an Unite. Lightning Force, the Brazilian music video Lightning Force, features a stop-motion Pikachu. This Pikachu is also shown later as a live-action actor with a full-body costume. That's up here for some reason, really should be down here. Pikachu appeared in the music video for Celestial. It is also featured in the single cover for the song. Trivia. We've done this first one in the Rattata one. Veronica Taylor has said Pikachu is her favorite Pokemon. Sarah Natochenny has as well shared with Mew. These are two actors. Pikachu is the only Pokemon that serves as the player's first Pokemon in the core series game that has a pre-evolved. However, Pichu, its pre-evolved form, does not exist in either game in which it fills this role. Pikachu has the most event-exclusive moves available to it. Pikachu is the only Pokemon with 2 exclusive Z moves. When starting a new game in Pokemon Yellow, Pikachu's front sprite appears with a slightly different color palette. The palette index number is 0 times 10, and then the usual when it is introduced by Professor Oak. This is the same red/yellow palette used for Mew, Mewtwo, and Jinx, except for the Virtual Console Jinx, as well as the battle sprites of all Pokemon trainers. Due to the color palette used at the start of Pokemon Yellow, Pikachu has red cheeks in the Game Boy Color or pink cheeks in the Super Game Boy. However, in this game's normal gameplay, Pikachu has dark orange cheeks instead. In Pokemon Yellow and from Generation 6 to Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Pikachu uses its cry from Pokemon the series, voiced by Uke Otani. Before Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it was the only Pokemon to do so in the core series games. Its battle cries differs from status or Pokedex screens. The initial Pikachu in yellow has unique voice clips in Pokemon Stadium and Stadium 2. In Pokemon Legends Arceus and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, uses an updated version of its original cry like the other Pokemon. Pikachu is the only core series first partner Pokemon that does not have a 7-1 gender ratio. Pokemon Black and White, Black 2 and White 2 are the only core series games which a Pikachu cannot be obtained without transporting or through an event. Pikachu is the only not fully evolved Pokemon whose base stats increased in Gen 6, as well as the only Pokemon to receive more than one stat increase, defense, and special defense. Pikachu is the 25th Pokemon in both the National Pokedex and the Alolan Pokedex in Pokemon Sun and Moon. In the Japanese Pokemon Stadium, Pikachu is the only usable Pokemon that is not fully evolved. Pikachu is the only Pokemon that can be caught in all three pinball titles. Pokemon Pinball, Pokemon Pinball Mini, and Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire. According to a sneak peek at Pokemon, Pikachu can deliver a contest current of 1,000 amperes. Pikachu is currently represented in the trading card game by more cards than any other Pokemon with 211 unique cards. On December 11, 2023, Google revealed that Pikachu was the most searched Pokemon in the platform's history during its 25 years of creation. Merchandise Pikachu appears in Pokemon Battle Chess. It doesn't behave like any traditional piece in chess, but behaves like a gold general in shogi. Pikachu was the focus of a Pokemon Center collection in June 2014. Real life, the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade has included 3 Pikachu balloons. Flying Pikachu was the first, flown from 2001 to 2005, and was used in the morning rush hour test of wind conditions in Times Square after the accident involving an M&M's balloon in the 2005 parade. It was last used in the August 2006 Party of the Decade in New York City's Bryant Park. The second balloon debuted in the 2006 parade, featuring glowing cheeks and chases a Pokeball balloon. The third, introduced in 2014 parade, wears a green scarf and holds a small Pikachu-shaped snowman. Science. Pikachu has served as the inspiration of the naming of several scientific discoveries. In 2008, Japanese researchers discovered a new protein that helps carry electrical impulses from the eyes to the brain and named it Pikachurin. According to them, it was so named for sharing Pikachu's lightning-fast moves and shocking electric effects. The springtail species Dichronoxiantrus Pikachu was named after Pikachu. A spider species was named after Pikachu due to the female spider's epigenome resembling its face. Another spider species was named after Pikachu due to its yellow coloration. A beetle species was named after Pikachu because of its yellow elytra with a black apical gland that resembles Pikachu's ears. Cultural impact. The nation of Nui released a $1 coin with its coat of arms on one side and Pikachu on the other to promote the Pokemon franchise. Here it is, up here for some reason, when it should be down here. Concept and development. Pikachu was designed by Atsuko Nishida, core developer at Game Freak. Pikachu originally had a short, stout design during the initial release of Pokemon Red and Green, but its design was altered for Pokemon the series and subsequent entries of the games to become slightly taller and skinnier. According to Ken Sugimori, Pikachu's design was altered to make animating its actions easier. Pikachu is depicted with a white belly similar to its evolved form Pikachu and the Pocket Monsters Cardist trading cards as seen here. I'm not clicking it, yo. You can look at it later if you want. Gigantamax Pikachu was designed by James Turner. Pikachu also originally had a second stage evolution named Gorochu, which would have had 2 horns and fangs. Sugimori stated that while there was nothing wrong with its appearance, it was nonetheless omitted from Pokemon Red and Green versions, as the staff found that the game balance was better without it, and the limited game space meant that some Pokemon designed to evolve twice were changed to evolve only once. Origin. Pikachu was originally a Defuku-like creature with ears sticking out. Its black ear tips are remnants of this original design. Nishida named the Pokemon Pikachu without giving it much thought, and while it wasn't originally intended to be based on a mouse, Game Freak CEO Satoshi Tajiri made the decision to base it on such. During the process of making Pikachu cuter, as per the instructions of game designer Koji Nishida added cheek pouches for it to store electricity in. Those were inspired by squirrels, which store food in their cheeks. Pikachu's yellow coloration and light lightning-shaped tail were given to express Pikachu's electrical attributes and make its type easier to recognize and understand. According to Nishida, Pikachu's stripes aren't based on anything in particular and were added to fill the empty space on Pikachu's back, as it is always visible during battle. Pikachu's Gigantamax form is a reference to its earlier, more rotund design from Gen 1 and 2. Name origin: Pikachu is a combination of Pika Pika, onomatopoeia for sparkle, and Choo Choo, the sound of a mouse squeaking. Here's other languages. Here's the C also. Here's the references. Here's the Super Smash Bros. External links. And we are done. Moving on.
Let's see Pikachu's first scene in the anime.
Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. So today we'll be watching, Pokemon I Choose You, the first episode. Pikachu!
Pikachu.
Yeah,
Its
it
name
is.
is Pikachu.
And that's it. Yeah, that's the first scene with Pikachu. Hope you enjoyed, and we'll move on.
Let's watch Pikachu's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Okay, I can't do that. We're just gonna move on to the TCG. I have 3 Pikachu cards. Regular, Lieutenant Surge's Pikachu, and Pikachu Delta. The last of which is a metal type, for some reason. Even though Electric is definitely in the game, well, it's actually lightning. And the other 2 are that type.
We'll start with the oldest, Lieutenant Surge's Pikachu. This is specifically referring to the Pikachu on the team of the Gen 1 gym leader, Lieutenant Surge. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. I love the design, especially the spiky ears. It's unique. It has 50 HP. It's 1'4" and 13 pounds, which is 0.2 pounds lighter than the weight in the official Pokedex. Next to the weight, there's a symbol that means it's from the Gym Heroes expansion, which is the 6th expansion of the TCG. It has 2 moves, Charge and Lightning Tail. Charge is another move that was created in the video games, specifically Gen 3, after it was on the cards. In the video games, regardless of the generation differences, it causes the user Pokemon's next electric move to be doubly damaging. It has some generation differences that I'll just put on the screen and let you read. On this card, it costs any energy to use, and you can attach a discarded lightning energy card to this card. Lightning Tail is not in the video games. It costs 2 lightning energies to perform. It can paralyze a target if a coin flip is won. It also causes 20 damage. It's weak to fighting, causing fighting moves to be doubly effective. This is interesting because Pikachu is not weak to fighting in the video games, but ground. But since there isn't a ground type in the TCG, this may have been the best they could do. Its retreat cost is 1 of any energy. It's level 15 and doesn't have a description. The second Pikachu card is the metal type Pikachu Delta. It has 50 HP, the same as Lieutenant Surge's Pikachu. It was illustrated by Atsuko Nishida, a graphic artist who has designed Pokemon since the beginning. She began working on Pokemon cards in 2000 and has made art for the cards until the present, as of 2023. There isn't much to say about the art, as it's just a shot of Pikachu running, which I guess is better than some art. It has 2 moves, Tail Whap and Steel Headbutt. Tail Whap, not to be confused with Tail Whip, is not a move in the video games. On this card, it just costs 10 damage and costs 1 of any energy. Steel Headbutt is also not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 steel energy and 2 of any other energy. It causes 30 or 40 damage depending on a coin flip. Its weakness and retreat cost is the same as the last card. In the bottom right of this card, there is a symbol that means it's from the EX Hollow Phantoms expansion, the 13th expansion of the EX series. Finally, we'll talk about the regular Pikachu card. It has 60 HP, 10 more than its predecessors. It was illustrated by Sumiyoshi Kazuki, who has been an illustrator for the TCG since 2000 and has continued to illustrate since, as of 2023. Pikachu is the same height as Lieutenant Surge's Pikachu, but is 0.2 pounds heavier at 13.2 pounds, which is the official Pokedex weight. It has 2 powers, Electrocycle and Pika Pika. Electrocycle is not a move in the video games. It's a special move called a Pokemon Power, or Poke Power for short. It is an effect that the player activates, in this case, when used if a Pichu is in your unused deck. The player can take 1 lightning energy from their discard pile per turn before the turn. This brings up an interesting problem with this and the previous card. This Pikachu is considered a basic card. However, Pichu had existed at this point, so hypothetically all Pikachu should be stage 1 of Pichu. How did they solve this problem that they created? They made the Poke Power Baby Evolution, where some Pichu cards allow you to evolve a basic Pikachu card. It's so stupid. Anyway, Pika Pika is a move that costs 1 lightning energy and 1 of any other energy to perform. It causes 20 or 30 damage depending on the result of a coin flip. This Pikachu, like the others, is weak to fighting, however. It only takes 10 additional damage. Unlike the other two, it's resistant to steel for negative 20 damage. It also has 1 retreat cost. In the bottom right corner, there is a symbol indicating that it's from the Mysterious Treasures expansion, which is the second expansion in the Diamond and Pearl series. This Pikachu's description reads, "It lives in forests with others. It stores electricity in the pouches on its cheeks." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond. It's level 15.
I don't have any Raichu cards, so the next Pokemon we'll talk about with the card is Sandshrew. Now let's see why other people love Pikachu. Let's look at the fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Since nobody sent in fan art, today we'll be looking at DeviantArt fan art. So for those of you who don't know how this works, we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Pikachu. Here we have a Pikachu by Bilgy Everw. So this is a Pikachu looking like it's sleeping, I guess, and it's in love, or it's got hearts around it. Yep, it's cute. Then we got Volt Tackle by Fearow. We get to see this cool Pikachu doing a Volt Tackle, presumably. Yep, it's from 2017. Yep. So, yeah, it's cool. Then we've got Pikachu by Momo Girl. This kind of cute looking Pikachu here. Yeah, it looks like it's holding out its hand. It's cute. Then we've got Pikachu and Pichu by Durlane8. You can see a Pikachu patting the head of a Pichu there. It's very cute. Then we've got Surf's Up by Capricant. So we've got Surfing Pikachu and Alolan Raichu here. They're surfing together. It's nice. We've got Pikachu by Silver Kiwi 78. So this kind of cool Pikachu looks like it's, I don't know, it's doing something. Pikachu by Pokey Paint. This cool looking art. Seems to be charging up. And this is not a Pikachu art, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming today, as I need to wait until I've talked about Eevee before I can get Pikachu in Pokemon Yellow. As for female Pikachu and Gigantamax Pikachu, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 4 and 8 Pokemon respectively. Tomorrow I'll be talking about my favorite Pokemon, Raichu. As always, this isn't my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Raichu, the only evolution of Pikachu, who evolves via Thunderstone. This is true for both Alolan version and non-Alolan version. And the final evolution of Pichu starting in Pokemon Gold and Silver. If one wishes to consider Alolan Raichu as number 26, that version is first Psychic and the first Electric Psychic Pokemon. Its past PYC dates are March 23rd, 1996, January 12th, 1999, November 2nd, 2001, April 23rd, 2004, June 14th, 2007, April 4th, 2010, January 23rd, 2013, November 14th, 2015, September 4th, 2018, and June 25th, 2021. I like the design of the original Raichu. While it may not necessarily be as cute as Pikachu, I feel it works, given that it's the next stage of life. As for Alolan Raichu, it's fine, but I do like that it harkens back to Surfing Pikachu. While Squirtle has a special place in my heart for being the first starter that I ever had in Pokemon, and Pikachu is the mascot that everyone loves, Raichu is my favorite Pokemon. This may be surprising to a lot of you. I think a lot of people think of Raichu, not the Alolan Raichu, as being a bit of a bully in the anime, which I think is an unfair portrayal of this Pokemon. As an autistic man, I can connect to this Pokemon in a way that I can't with other Pokemon. I believe that electricity in the Pikachu line is a metaphor for emotions, and different age groups' ability to handle those emotions. For Pichu, little kids have a hard time keeping their emotions in. I think several Pokedex entries reflect this fact. For Pikachu, older kids, teenagers, and adults are expected to be able to hold their emotions in. I think several Pokedex entries reflect this idea. For Raichu, though, one would expect it to have an easier time holding in its electricity, as it's the next stage of Pikachu. But the creators didn't do that. Perhaps it's just supposed to be the raw power of the Thunderstone. I don't know. I just know that Raichu has a harder time controlling its electricity, as indicated by many of the Pokedex entries. It's easy for me, as an autistic man, to see myself or other autistic people in Raichu. Raichu are aggressive, not because they are, but because trainers don't know how to allow them to release their electricity in a safe way. I look at this and I see this release as stimming, something people, particularly autistic people, do that helps us regulate our emotions and release excess energy. This is not to say that Raichu and the other members of its line are based on autistic traits. Certainly I don't believe this to be intentional. Who knows how many people on the Pokemon team are autistic themselves, whether they know it or not. I don't want to make assumptions about any of that. I'm merely saying that I can see myself in Raichu, and that it needs a lot more love than it gets. To a degree, I like that Alolan Raichu is portrayed as generally good. However, I do also feel that creating this separate form and being like, you should love Alolan Raichu because it's not the other Raichu is a bit disrespectful to non-Alolan Raichu. I know that not all non-Alolan Raichu are portrayed poorly in the anime, but it's hard not to remember the ones that are the bullies. It's hard not to look at Raichu and be like, you have a bad trainer. Let your Raichu stim. I also think that I love Raichu because it's not as liked as Pikachu. Even the Pokedex entries acknowledge that people love Pikachu over Raichu. I'm sure that Ash not evolving his Pikachu into Raichu doesn't help Raichu's perception. There's nothing wrong with loving Pikachu, it's just that you shouldn't hate Raichu for such a silly reason. Anyway, I've gone on enough about my thoughts on Raichu. Let's move on to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Raichu the mouse Pokemon, who is number 0026. Here's what it looks like. Here's Alolan Raichu. Its types are electric, and Alolan Raichu is electric psychic. Its abilities as Raichu is static. Its ability as Alolan Raichu is Surge Surfer. Its hidden ability as Raichu is Lightning Rod. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding, Field and Fairy. Egg groups, hatch time is 10 cycles. Height as Raichu is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Its weight is 66.1 pounds or 30 kilograms. 2'4" or 0.7 meters is Alolan Raichu's height. The weight is 46.3 pounds or 21 kilograms. Base experience yield is 122 in the first 4 gens, or 218 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. Its EV yield is 3, all in speed. Its shape is that. Its footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow. Other forms may have other colors. Base friendship is 70. Raichu is an electric type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Pikachu when exposed to a Thunderstone. It's the final form of Pichu. In Alola, Raichu has a dual type electric psychic regional form. It evolves from Pikachu when exposed to a Thunderstorm. All Pikachu and Alola will evolve into this form regardless of their origin. It is the final form of Pichu in the Alola region. Biology. Raichu is a bipedal, rodent-like Pokemon. Raichu is covered in dark orange fur with a white belly. Its bifurcated ears are brown on the outside, yellow on the insides, and in a distinctive curl. There is a circular yellow marking on each cheek where its electric sacs are, and it has a triangular dark brown nose. Its arms and feet have patches of brown fur at the end, and the soles of its long feet are tan with a circular orange pad in the center. On the back are 2 horizontal brown stripes. Its long, thin tail has a lightning bolt-shaped end. This lightning bolt is chipped on females. Raichu exudes a weak electrical charge from its body and glows slightly in the dark. Raichu's tail is used to gather electricity from the atmosphere or can be planted in the ground to search for electricity. It also protects Raichu from its high voltage power. Raichu can store over 100,000 volts of electricity, enough to knock out a Copperajah. If Raichu's sacs are fully charged, its ears will stand straight up and its muscles become stimulated. However, it will become aggressive if it has stored too much electricity and stress. To keep from reaching this state, it discharges electricity through its tail into the ground. This leads to scorched patches near its nest. Being the result of evolution via evolution stone, Raichu is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in forests and woodlands. The main reason Raichu is rarely seen with Pokemon trainers is because people prefer the look it had as Pikachu. As revealed in the Pokemon series episode Electric Shock Showdown, Raichu is not capable of learning speed attacks upon evolving, can only learn them when they're still Pikachu. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Raichu is known to sleep while discharging electricity, and a long tail is planted into the ground like a rod. It can electrocute anyone who comes near it while sleeping. Raichu and its pre-evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Full Tackle. Forms. Raichu has a regional form, Alolan Raichu. In Alola, Raichu has lighter coloring and more rounded features. Its eyes are blue with half yellow half circles along the bottom. It has large yellow ears with an inner spiral toward the base and brown on the inside. These ears are thicker and less pointed than standard Raichu's ears. In addition to its white belly, Alolan Alolan Raichu has white markings on its paws and bright yellow lines between its digits. The stripes on its back have also turned white, and there's a small white circular marking on each heel. The lightning bolt-shaped tip of its tail has rounded edges. By collecting its psychic power in its tail, it can ride it like a surfboard and float in the air. While its cheek sacs are still used to store electricity, rubbing them releases a sweet aroma while also getting a light shock. This is also thought to be connected to its psychic abilities. Alolan Raichu's origins were initially a mystery at the time. The people of Alola suggested that it ate too many sweet and fluffy pancakes, especially those made with a secret Alolan recipe. However, researchers believe the change is related to Alolan Raichu's diet in general. It is also believed the weather and climate of the Alola region played a role in the transformation. Alolan Raichu is capable of unleashing star-shaped thunderbolts. It's also known by the name Hodad. Alolan Raichu is the only known Pokemon capable of using the Z-move, Stoked Spark Surfer. It is also the only known Pokemon that can have Surge Surfer as an ability. Evolution. Raichu evolves from Pikachu, and its final form Pichu. And Alola Raichu is a regional form that evolves from Pikachu, and is the final form of Pichu in the Alolan region. Here it is. Cool? Okay, now here we have Alolan Raichu standing off its tail in Pokemon, the series. These are all weird and broken. Now I'm gonna have to zoom out to see what the heck's going on with this. Alolan Raichu are rarely seen on the ground, preferring to float on their tails, classic Hodad behavior. That should be probably somewhere in there, but whatever. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team. Raichu is part of an unnamed rescue team that gathers at Pokemon Square just before the player and partner are able to access Magma Cavern. Pokedex entries in red and blue. Its long tail serves as a ground to protect itself from its own high voltage power. Yellow. When electricity builds up inside its body, it becomes feisty. It also glows in the dark. Stadium. Its electrical powers may reach 10,000 volts. It discharges electricity from its tail, so it is not harmed by its own power. Gold. When its electricity builds, its muscles are stimulated, and it becomes more aggressive than usual. Silver. If the electric pouches in its cheeks become fully charged, both ears will stand up straight. If its electric pouches run empty, it raises its tail to gather electricity from the atmosphere. Stadium 2 is just gold again. That was all in Gen 2, in Gen 3, and Ruby. If the electrical sacs become excessively charged, Raichu plants its tail in the ground and discharges. Scorch patches of ground will be found near this Pokemon's nest. Sapphire. This Pokemon exudes a weak electrical charge from all over its body that makes it take on a slight glow in darkness. Raichu searches for electricity by planting its tail in the ground. Emerald. If it stores too much electricity, its behavior turns aggressive. To avoid this, it occasionally discharges excess energy and calms itself down. In Fire Red, its electric charges can reach over 100,000 volts. Careless contact can cause an Indian elephant to faint. This is from before we had Copper Draw. Leaf Green is just red and blue again. In Gen 4, Diamond, it turns aggressive if it has too much electricity in its body. It discharges power through its tail. In Pearl, it can loose 100,000 volt bursts of electricity, instantly downing foes several times its size. Platinum. Its tail discharges electricity into the ground, protecting it from getting shocked. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are just their gold and silver counterparts again. In Gen 5, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2 are all Platinums again. In Gen 6, X is the gold entries. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, they're Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, for non-Alolan Raichu, it unleashes electric shocks that can reach 100,000 volts. When agitated, it can knock out even an Indian elephant. Moon. It becomes aggressive when it has electricity stored up. At such times, even its trainer has to take care to avoid being attacked. In Ultra Sun, as electricity builds up inside its body, it becomes more aggressive. One theory is that the electricity buildup is actually causing stress. Ultra Moon, because so many trainers like the way Pikachu looks, you don't see this Pokemon very often. The Let's Go ones are just yellow again. Now for Alolan Raichu. Sun, it only evolves in this form in the Alola region. According to researchers, its diet is one of the causes of this change. In Moon, it uses psychokinesis to control electricity. It hops aboard its own tail, using psychic power to lift the tail and move about while riding it. In Ultra Sun, it focuses psychic energy into its tail and rides it like it's surfing. Another name for this Pokemon is Hodad. Ultra Moon, when you rub its cheeks, its sweet fragrance comes wafting out. However, you'll get a light shock. And Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. It loves pancakes prepared with a secret Alolan recipe. Some wonder whether the recipe holds the key to this Pokemon's evolution. In Gen 8, Sword is red, blue, and leaf green. Shield is Crystal's entry. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, their counterparts in Legends Arceus, whatever. It can discharge bursts of electricity exceeding 100,000 volts. A single strike with that amount of power would incapacitate one of the Copperjaw of my homeland. Now that they have an Indian elephant Pokemon, they can now put it in this. Oh, that was normal Raichu, by the way. This is Alolan Raichu now. Sword. It's believed that weather, climate, and food of the Alolan region all play a part in causing Pikachu to evolve into this form of Raichu. Shield. This Pokemon rides on its tail while it uses its psychic powers to levitate. It attacks with star-shaped thunderbolts. In Gen 9, Scarlet, its tail discharges electricity into the ground, protecting it from getting shocked. In Violet, if the electric pouches on its cheeks become fully charged, both ears will stand straight up. Here we have Raichu in the Alola Pokedex, Alolan Raichu in the Alola Pokedex, Raichu in the Paldea Pokedex with a Pikachu in the background, Raichu in the Kitakami Pokedex. Aw, it's a little family. We haven't had one of these in a while. Yeah, Pikachu, and Raichu. They're all napping. Okay. Game locations. Start game locations. Events. Okay. Held items. Pokemon Cotton Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Pokemon Emerald, Raichu can only be found in Battle Frontier. From Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get Gold Leaf 100% of the time. Emerald, you get Oranberry 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, you get Citrus Berry 25% of the time. Spelled Apricorn 15% of the time. Grid items by level. Then again, Alpha. XP Candy L 100% of the time. Seed Mastery 40% of the time. Grid items by level. Again, I don't know how it's 140%, but it is. We're gonna move on. For stats, we're gonna compare generations 1 through 5, and then 6 onward here. Then we'll do 6 onward with the Alolan. HP 60, that stays the same. Attack 90, that stays the same. Defense 55, that stays the same. Special attack 90, that stays the same. Special defense 80, that stays the same. Speed is 100, then that one's 110. So that goes from 475 to 485. This Pokemon special base stat in Gen 1 was 90. Then we're gonna compare Gen 6 onward with the Alolan Raichu. So HP 60 for both of them. Attack 90. Well, that in this form it's 85. Defense is 55 in this form, 50 in that form. Special attack 90, and then 95 in that form. 80, and then 85 in that form. And speed is 110 both ways. They're both 485. Pokeathon stats. For type effectiveness, we're going to compare Raichu with Alolan Raichu here. We'll start with Raichu's damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, bug, ghost, fire, water, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Ones that move look to be bug, ghost, dark, fighting, and psychic. So weak 2, ground for double, and this one has now weak 2, ground, bug, ghost, and dark for double. Both are not immune to anything. This one's resistant to flying, steel, and electric for half. This one is resistant to fighting, flying, steel, electric, and psychic for half. I got a note here for normal Raichu. If this Pokemon has Lightning Rod, the effectiveness of electric type moves is 0, so it goes from half to 0. For learn set, by leveling up, we're gonna read these because of the nature of how Pikachu's line evolves. It is possible to get a level 1 Raichu. This is Raichu's move set. I guess there's also one for Alolan Raichu. Level 1, you get Play Nice, Sweet Kiss, Nuzzle, Nasty Plot, Charm, Thunder Wave, Double Team, Electric Ball, Faint, Spark, Agility, Iron Tail, Discharge, Light Screen, Thunder, Thundershock, Tail Whip, Growl, Quick Attack, then you evolve, you get Thunder Punch, and 5, you get Thunderbolt. For Alolan Raichu, 1, you get Play Nice, Sweet Kiss, Nuzzle, Nasty Plot, Charm, Thunder Wave, Double Team, Electrical Ball, Faint, Spark, Agility, Iron Tail, Discharge, Light Screen, Thunder, Thundershock, Tail Whip, Growl, Quick Attack, Evo, you get Psychic, and 5, you get Thunderbolt. Skip the TMs. We'll do the Alolan Raichu TMs. Team 1, Takedown, Team 2, Charm 3, Fake Tears 4, Agility 7, Protect, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 23 Charge, Beam, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 37 Draining Kiss, 41 Stored Power, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 48 Volt Switch, 50 Rain Dance, 54 Psyshock, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 66 Body Slam, 68 Thunder Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 72 Electro Ball, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 96 Eerie Impulse, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 120 Psychic, 122 Encore, 123 Surf, 126 Thunderbolt, 127 Play Rough, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 136 Electric Terrain, 138 Psychic Terrain, 140 Nasty Plot, 147 Wild Charge, 152 Giga Impact, 158 Focus Blast, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 173 Charge, 181 Knockoff, 192 Focus Punch, 205 Endeavor, 211 Electro Web, 218 Expanding Force, 227 Alluring Voice, 228 Psychic Noise, and 229 Upper Hand. So by Breening, I get Charge, Disarming Voice, Fake Out, Flail, Present for him, them, Tickle, you get Volt Tackle if you have the ball, I guess, Wish, and then the specific reasons for those specific things there. Raichu, from previous evolution here, we got Fly, Flying type, it's a physical move, Power is 90, Accuracy is 95, PB it's 15, nothing for Alolan Raichu. Special moves, in the event Wild Terra Pokemon, all three of these are, you get the moves Focus Blast, Grass Knot, and Surf. Raichu's side game data, all this, okay, in Pokemon Ranger, in its browser entry, Raichu, to start his energy to greatly recharge the Styler's energy. It attacks by powerfully blasting thunderbolts from its body. That was Charles of Olmia. In Guardian Signs, it restores the Styler energy. Okay. In Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, Raichu often play in the Cavern Zone, or the Haunted Zone. Their favorite attractions are Bastiodon's Blocking Barrage and Tangrowth's Swing Along. In Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, when it comes to electric-type moves, he has no equal. He saw the potential in Pikachu and made him his apprentice. Okay, got this stuff. Costumes in Pokemon Go. So you got a holiday hat, a party hat, original hat, Halloween hat, summer style, HF custom cap, flower crown, detective hat, beanie, world cap, New Year's hat, cherry blossoms. Holiday attire, a lot of this pretty much all of this we talked about yesterday with Pikachu, so I'm not going to go over it again. Alolan Raichu's side game data, so in New Pokemon Snap, this Pokemon is a talented surfer using its psychic power to ride the waves. It's always practicing on the beach, waiting for that perfect wave to roll in. Here's its evolution data. I already talked about this yesterday, so I'm not going to do it again. Sprites. Okay, so we can see how it gets a little thinner, like Pikachu does over time. Still keeps being kind of chubbier, though. So yeah, you can see this, and then you can see this coloring, this interesting yellow coloring where it looks more like a Pikachu. You got all these. You got the shiny. Now it's kind of a dark yellow. Then now, humorously, this goes from like a gold, sort of orange and gold, and in Gen 3. Then that kind of becomes, I guess, the inspiration for Gen 3's shiny. Because it's so orange. Yeah, because it becomes orange with a little bit of the kind of seems to be a little bit of both inspired. This kind of keeps the color closer to this shiny. That's interesting. For the highlights. And Diamond Pearl, we get the, for Gen 4, we get the little notch in the females, and that kind of stays kind of the same generally. Not really much to say about the back sprites. Gen 5, you can full body back sprites, and it's kind of, you can see it going around like the tail. That's kind of cool. So these are a little darker orange, especially the back sprites. You can really see. Then you got these, now models. These are now lighter orange. You got these. Now you got Alolan Raichu here. Get to see shiny Alolan. Oh, that's different. That's interesting. It's now a brown rather than that sort of tan color. Pretty much everything is darker, I guess, except for maybe the eyes. Yeah, it does seem like that. Yes. So then we got Let's Go Pikachu. Yeah, or an Eevee. And we got this. Yeah, they're still kind of orange. Yep, we got Sword and Shield. Legends Arceus. Arceus, whatever. Okay, then we got home. Yep, that's all the sprites in the anime. We've got Raichu in the Pokemon series, Alolan Raichu in the Pokemon series, and the big one is Lieutenant Surge's Raichu. I've got a female Raichu in the Pokemon series. I got... For this first entry, we're gonna cut to a scene in the anime, and then we'll have the professional read it.
Raichu, a mouse Pokemon of the electric element. Raichu is the evolved form of Pikachu. It can shock with more than 100,000 volts, enough to render a Dragonite unconscious.
Welcome back. Let's move on. PK01, Source Dexter, entry, Raichu, the evolved form of Pikachu. Pikachu and Raichu are both mouse Pokemon of the electric variety. Combined voltage approaching shockingly dangerous levels. In X and Y, episode 65 in Serena's Pokedex, Raichu, the mouse Pokemon, and the evolved form of Pikachu. Raichu's tail functions as a ground and releases electricity into the surface, which keeps it from shocking itself. Sun and Moon, episode 13, in Rotom Pokedex. Raichu, a Alola form, the mouse Pokemon, an electric and psychic type. Raichu manipulates electricity with its mind, and its psychic powers allow it to use its tail as transportation. Journeys, I think. JN018 anyway. Goes Rotom Phone, Raichu, the mouse Pokemon, an electric type, and the evolved form of Pikachu. As Raichu's body fills with electricity, its demeanor becomes more aggressive. Okay. Origins, you got Lieutenant Surge's Raichu and Pokemon Origins. You got others, you got all these things in the manga, you got all that, you got Raichu and Pokemon Adventures, presumably it's Lieutenant Surge's. I got all this. Pokedex entry in Pokemon Adventures, chapter 139. When the electricity accumulated in Raichu's cheeks reach a maximum, its ears will become pointed. I guess this is a translation version of it, I guess. Okay. So then, got the TCG. Okay, so other appearances. Alolan Raichu appears as a Pokemon summoned from the Pokeball. It attacks with Surge Surfer, surfing with its tail across the stage and damaging passerby with electricity. Alolan Raichu in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Okay, so in TFG, trivia. No other Pokemon has the same type combination as Alolan Raichu. In Pokemon Red and Blue, there is a scientist at the Pokemon Lab in Cinnabar Island who will trade a Raichu for an Electrode. If the player talks to him after the trade, he will mention that the Raichu evolved, which is not possible. This mistake was due to the original translation of the script in the Japanese Blue, in which this person traded a Graveler for a Kadabra, rather than that of Pokemon Red and Green. This error was corrected in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green as the script was retranslated. Raichu's Fire Red and Sun Pokedex entry discussed Raichu's electricity being able to knock out an Indian elephant. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, this is changed to Kabaraja, which is based on the Indian elephant. Several Pokedex entries claim Raichu can discharge up to 100 volts. However, its Stadium entry claims it to only discharge up to 10,000 volts. This is likely a translation error due to the way the numbers are read in Japanese, where 100,000 literally reads 10,000s. Raichu appears in every regional Pokedex except the Unova Pokedex. Although Pikachu is the first partner Pokemon in Pokemon Yellow, it is not possible to directly evolve it into Raichu in the game. It must be traded in from Red and Blue. This inability to evolve Pikachu is a reference to Ash's Pikachu in the series. This next point is just the one we did in Rattata again, about them all being the same. Raichu is the 26th Pokemon about the National Pokedex and the Alola Pokedex in Sun and Moon. Alolan Raichu is the only regional form Pokemon to have a Z-move exclusive to it. Raichu is the most common Pokemon found amongst rivals, being used by 5 of them. Alolan Raichu is the only Alolan form available in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and can only be obtained by transferring from other games. Concept and development. Raichu and Alolan Raichu were designed by Atsuko Nishida. The concept of Alolan Raichu came from, Masafumi Nukita, which also involved writing its Pokedex entries. I think that's supposed to say who was also involved in writing its Pokedex entries. Raichu originally had an evolved form named Gorochu, which would have had 2 horns and fangs. Ken Sugimori stated that while there was nothing wrong with its appearance, it was nonetheless omitted from Pokemon Red and Green, as the staff found that the game balance was better without it, and the limited game space meant that some Pokemon originally designed to evolve twice were changed to evolve only once. Origin. Raichu's legs and long tail resemble those of a Jerboa or a kangaroo rat. Alolan Raichu may be based on the concept of surfing Pikachu and the sport of surfing itself, which originated in Hawaii, the inspiration for the Alola region, as well as the Hodad concept of being a fake surfer. Hodad is referred to as another name for Alolan Raichu in its Pokedex entry in Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its design and psychic type may have been influenced by Puka, a surfing Pikachu that appeared in Pokemon the series, which had psychic powers and blue eyes. In the Pokemon Stadium series, Colosseum, XD, and Battle Revolution, Raichu rides on its tail when using the move Surf. Aww. According to Ken Sugimori, he asked Atsuko Nishida to design Alolan Raichu since she was the one who had worked on the original Raichu design. Nishida insisted that Raichu has always been cuter than people might think. I agree. And designed Alolan Raichu to emphasize Raichu's cuteness. In particular, she designed it with a motif of bread. Oh, that's why it's darker. Oh, that's like burnt bread. That's cute. The in-game lore of people believing that its evolution is induced by eating pancakes was added afterward to play out the concept. The fact that Alolan Raichu was designed after bread may have also inspired the sweet fragrance released from its cheeks, as well as the look of its paws, which resemble whipped cream, decorations, cream puffs, and orbozy. Name origin, Raichu may be a combination of Rai, thunder, and Choo-Choo, onomatopoeia for the squeak of a mouse. Other languages. See also references, external links to all the Alolan forms, and that's it. Before we move on, I forgot to mention the box colors. I didn't do this yesterday. Either. So, so it's yellow for electric, you can see, and it's got this darker and even darker kind of more like the brown on Raichu here. Yep, and that's everything. Let's move on.
Let's watch Raichu's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we will be watching Electric Shock Showdown. In this episode, Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, two gym leaders, have come to Vermilion City. There's also Ash's Pokemon, Pikachu, and they are now in the gym, in the Vermilion City gym, where Lieutenant Surge here is the gym leader, and he's about to show off Raichu, his Pokemon. So Ash has just asked him why he is making fun of Pikachu, and then he's saying, like, this is why, and he'll show off here.
Why? Go Pokeball!
Yay!
There he is, Raichu!
It's a Raichu!
Or I guess it itself is not so much the bully as its trainer. We'll move on now.
Let's see why other people love Raichu. Let's look at fan art.
Hello, nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're doing a DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're starting on this single image page here. That's because this is the only image we're doing today. It's called Raichu e Pikachu by GBR Sasunaru? Yep, and it's this cool pose, like they're, I don't know, almost looks like they're in a sitcom, for a kid's sitcom or something, like they're, I don't know, like they're brothers, and they, they don't get along, but they really love each other, that kind of doing the, pose, back to back kind of pose like that, and it's nice, yeah, it looks good. Bye.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming today, as I need to wait until I've talked about Eevee before I can evolve Pikachu into Raichu. As for female Raichu and Alolan Raichu, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 4 and 7 Pokemon respectively. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Sandshrew. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Sandshrew, the first ground-type Pokemon. If one wishes to count Alolan Sandshrew as number 27, that version is the first Ice Steel and Ice Steel Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are March 24th, 1996, January 13th, 1999, November 3rd, 2001, August 24th, 2004, January 15th, 2007, April 15th, 2010, January 24th, 2013, November 5th, 2015, September 5th, 2018, and June 26th, 2021. I like that the design of Sandshrew feels like a real creature with pyramid texture skin. I love that instead of sand blocks, Alolan Sandshrew uses ice blocks, and its head looks like an igloo. I think that's cool. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Sandshrew, the mouse Pokemon, with a number of 0027. Here's Sandshrew, here's Alolan Sandshrew. Types, ground, as normal Sandshrew. Alolan Sandshrew is Ice Steel. As non-Alolan Sandshrew, its ability is Sandveil. As Alolan Sandshrew, its ability is Snow Cloak. Sand Rush is non-Alolan Sandshrew's hidden ability, and Slush Rush is Alolan Sandshrew's hidden ability. Gender ratio, 50% male and 50% female. Catch rate is 255, or 43.9%. Breeding, egg group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Non-Alolan Sandshrew has a height of 2 foot, or 0.6 meters, and weighs 265 pounds, or 12 kilograms. Alolan Sandshrew has a height of 2 foot 4, or 0.7 meters, and has a weight of 88.2, or 40 kilograms. Base experience yield is 93 in the first 4 gens, and 60 in the 5th gen.
onwards. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 1 with it in defense, shape is that, footprint is that. Its Pokedex color is yellow, other forms may have other colors, base friendship is 70. Sandshrew is a ground-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Sandslash starting at level 22. In Alola, Sandshrew has a dual-type Ice-Steel regional form. It evolves into Alolan Sandslash. When exposed to an Ice Stone, the Sandslash can be found in Blueberry Academy's terrarium. Biology. Sandshrew is a bipedal polydote Pokemon, but runs on all fours in the anime. Its brick-patterned yellow hide is dry and tough, blends in with the desert sand, and protects its soft white underbelly and muzzle. Sandshrew has blue almond-shaped eyes, and a pointed snout and triangular ears with white insides. Its tail is thick and conical. It has 2 long claws on each foot and 3 sharp claws on its forepaws, which are used to burrow. So here we can see it blending in with its surroundings. Sandshrew spends much of its time hidden underground in deep burrows. It only emerges to lunge and dragon passing bug-type Pokemon. Sandshrew can quickly curl into a tight ball to protect itself from great falls and opponents, but may also throw sand at attackers. While its body can effectively absorb water to facilitate life in the desert, Sandshrew has been found in caves as well. It also lives deep underground and nests as it has created from digging tunnels. Should hard rocks get in the way of digging, Sandshrew will use its sharp claws to remove them before continuing to dig. If it is too wet, the skin becomes wrinkly. It dries itself out by using the geothermal heat near a volcano. It is also known to bathe in sand, which helps remove dirt and moisture from its body. Forms. Sandshrew has a regional form, Alolan Sandshrew. In the Alola region, Sandshrew migrated to snowy mountains due to the volcanic activity near the desert areas. Its body is light, icy blue with a cream-colored belly and muzzle. Thicker plates form a dome around its head, and its ears resemble an igloo's entrances. In adapting to the cold climate, its body became larger and heavier with a shell of hard ice covering its hide. The shell is also made of very hard steel. So we get some concept art of Alolan Sandshrew from Pokemon Sun and Moon, using it like a curling thing. The steel-like covering grants it extra defense from predators like Sneasel, but it is unable to curl into a ball like its desert counterparts. Smarter predators such as Weavile exploit its soft underbelly. Alolan Sandshrew can bury itself in the snow to avoid being blown away by blizzards. Its claws allow it to move without slipping on icy surfaces, but it slides on its stomach when it needs to move quickly. A traditional Alolan custom during festivals is a competition to see who can slide Alolan Sandshrew across the ice the furthest. They can also be found in the polar biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. Evolution, Sandshrew evolves into Sandslash, Alolan Sandshrew evolves into Alolan Sandslash. You can see Sandshrew here, and Alolan Sandshrew, Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, for Red and Blue, burrows deep underground, in arid locations far from water. It only emerges to hunt for food. Yellow, its body is dry. When it gets cold at night, its hide is said to become coated in a fine dew. Psidium, when hunting, it hides the lip of its burrow. If prey comes close, it lunges out and drags in the prey instantly. In Gen 2, in Gold, if it fell from a great height, this Pokemon could save itself by rolling into a ball and bouncing. Silver, disliking water, it lives in deep burrows and arid areas. It can roll itself instantly into a ball. Crystal, it prefers dry, sandy places because it uses the sand to protect itself when threatened. Stadium 2 is just gold again. Gen 3, Ruby. Sandshrew's body is configured to absorb water without waste, enabling it to survive in an arid desert. This Pokemon curls up to protect itself from its enemies. Sandshrew has a very dry hide that is extremely tough. The Pokemon can roll into a ball that repels any attack. At night, it burrows into that desert sand to its sleep. An Emerald, when it curls up in a ball, it can make any attack bounce off harmlessly. Its hide has turned tough and solid as a result of living in the desert. Fire Red, it burrows and lives underground. If threatened, it curls itself up into a ball for protection. Leaf Green is just red and blue again. For Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, to protect itself from attackers, it curls up into a ball. It lives in arid regions with minimal rainfall. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are just gold and silver. So in Gen 5, Black and White are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. And Black 2 and White 2, it digs deep burrows to live in. When in danger, it rolls up its body to withstand attacks. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red, Y is the silver entries, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, Sun, it can roll its body into a ball. It moves through the desert by rolling at high speeds. In Moon, it usually makes its home in deserts and arid zones, where rain does not fall. It digs holes to catch bug-type Pokemon. In Ultra Sun, it lives in areas of limited rainfall. When danger approaches, it curls up into a ball to protect its soft stomach. In Ultra Moon, when its skin gets wrinkled from moisture, it heads for a volcano. It lies flat on a spot with a lot of geothermal heat and dries itself out. So let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee, or just yellow. Now for Alolan Sandshrew, in Sun, it lives on snowy mountains. Its steel shell is very hard, so much so, it can't roll its body into a ball. Moon, an ancient tradition of Alolan festivals still carried on to this day, is a competition to slide Sandshrew across ice as far as one can. Ultra Sun, after fleeing a volcanic eruption, it ended up moving to an area of snowy mountains. Its ice shell is as hard as steel. In Ultra Moon, the skin on its back is as hard as steel. Predators go after its soft body, so it clings to the ground desperately. In the Let's Go games, its ice-covered body lets it slide across the ground with bullet-like speed, sending its enemies flying when it hits them. In Gen 8, in Sword, it loves to bathe in the grit of dry, sandy areas. By sandbathing, this Pokemon rids itself of dirt and moisture clinging to its body. In Shield, it burrows into the ground to create its nest. If hard stones impede its tumbling, it uses its sharp claws to scatter them and then carries on digging. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. For Alolan Sandshrew and Sword, life on mountains covered with deep snow has granted this Pokemon a body of ice that's as hard as steel. In Shield, it lives in snowy mountains on southern islands. When a blizzard rolls in, this Pokemon hunkers down in the snow to avoid getting blown away. In Gen 9, for non-Alolan Sandshrew, in Scarlet, that's just Black 2 and White 2's entries. In Violet, no matter how high a place it falls from, this Pokemon can save itself by rolling in a ball and bouncing. For Alolan Sandshrew, in Scarlet's, that's Sun's entry, and Violet is Moon's entry. So here is Sandshrew in the Alola Pokedex, here's Alolan Sandshrew in the Alola Pokedex, here's Sandshrew in the Kid Kami Pokedex, and here's Alolan Sandshrew in the Blueberry Pokedex. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items, for Sandshrew, Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for held item to appear. Games, red, blue, and yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, you get Quick Claw 5% of the time. Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, you get Quick Claw 100% of the time. Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart, Gold, Soul, Silver, Black 2, White 2, X and Y. You get Quick Claw 5% of the time. Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. You get Grip Claw 5% of the time. For Alolan Sandshrew, from Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get Grip Claw 5% of the time. So stats. Base stats, we're going to compare Sandshrew with Alolan Sandshrew here. So its HP is 50, attack is 75, defense is 85, this one is 90. Special attack is 20, this one's 10. Special defense is 30, this one's 35. This one's speed is 40, this one's speed is 40, so they're both 300. Note here in Sandshrew's thing, this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 30. Pokethon stats. Okay, now we're going to compare the type effectiveness between the two of them. Sandshrew is damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, steel, fire, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. The only thing it keeps is Ghost, Steel, and Dark. Everything else is different. So this is damaged normally by Rock, Ghost, Steel, Water, Electric, and Dark. This one's weak to Water, Grass, and Ice for double. It's wildly different in this one. It's weak. Alolan Sandshrew is weak to Fighting for 4, and Ground for 2, and Fighting also for 4. This one is immune to Electric. This one's immune to Poison. This one's resistant to Poison for half, and Rock for half. This one's resistant to Normal, Flying, Bug, Grass, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy. For all but Ice, that's a half. For Ice, it's a fourth. For Sandshrew, its note is, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Electric-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. For Alolan Sandshrew, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up Sandshrew. 1 is Scratch, and Defense Curl. 3 is Poison Sting. 6 is Sand Attack. 9 Rollout. 12 Fury Cutter. 15 Rapid Spin. 18 Bulldoze. 21 Swift. 24 Fury Swipes. 27 agility, 30 slash, 33 dig, 36 gyro ball, 39 sword stance, 42 sandstorm, 45 earthquake. For lowland Sandshrew, 1 scratch and defense curl, 3 mist, 6 powder snow, 9 rollout, 12 fury cutter, 15 rapid spin, 18 metal claw, 21 swift, 24 fury swipes, 27 iron defense, 30 slash, 33 iron head, 36 gyro ball, 39 sword dance, 42 snow escape, and 45 blizzard. 5 TM Sandshrew, 1 takedown, 4 agility, 5 mudslap, 7 protect, 12 low kick, 18 thief, 25 facade, 27 aerial ace, 28 bulldoze, 30 metal claw, 32 swift, 35 mudshot, 36 rock tomb, 43 fling, 47 endure, 49 sunny day, 51 sandstorm, 55 dig, 57 false swipe, 58 brick break, 61 shadow claw, 66 body slam, 70 sleep talk, 83 poison jab, 84 stomping tantrum, 85 rest, 86 rock slide, 88 swords dance, 90 spikes, 95 leech life, 103 substitute, 105 X scissor, 116 stealth rock, 128 amnesia, 133 earth power, 149 earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 171 Terra Blast, 176 Sand Tomb, 179 Smackdown, 180 Gyro Ball, 181 Knockoff, 183 Hyper Fang, 186 High Horsepower, 192 Focus Punch, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 215 Scorching Sands, 221 Throat Chop, 224 Curse. For a lowland Sandshrew here, 1 Takedown, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 18 Thief, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 28 Bulldoze, 31 Metal Claw, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 43 Fling, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 52 Snowscape, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 61 Shadow Claw, 66 Body Slam, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 88 Swords Dance, 93 Flash Cannon, 95 Leech Seed, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 105 X Scissor, 116 Stealth Rock, 124 Ice Spinner, 128 Amnesia, 135 Ice Beam, 143 Blizzard, 149 Earthquake, 170 Steel Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 180 Gyro Ball, 181 Knockoff, 183 Super Fang, 187 Icicle Spear, 192 Focus Punch, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 212 Triple Axle, 221 Throat Chop, 224 Curse. Okay, by breeding, this is Sandshrew. You get Counter from this group, Foil from this group, Home Claws from this group, Metal Claw from this group, Mudslap from this group, Night Slash from this group. Then for a lowland Sandshrew, you get Counter from this group, Crush Claw from this group, Curse from this group, Flail from this group, Hone Claws from this group, Ice Shard from this group, Mirror Coat from this group, and Night Slash from this group. TCG only moves, you get Slam on this card, side game data, I got all this. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Almia. It hurls lumps of sand to attack, and then in Guardian Signs, it triggers tremors and opens fissures that make Pokemon paused. Okay. Then we've got a new Pokemon Snap in the Photo Dex. The skin on Sandshrew's back is very hard, and Sandshrew protects itself by curling into a ball. This also helps it move around faster. It can just roll around the desert. For a lowland Sandshrew, it's side game data. Got its evolution data. So here you just level up. This one you need an Ice Stone for. And we got the sprites here. This one's kind of... I mean, this one's not terrible. Not as bad as, like, Pidgey, for example. But yeah, it is a little wildly different from... It's a little different from what we would know Sandshrew to look like, you know, here in later ones. So now we've got the sort of greenish... I think maybe I said it was army green in another episode. I guess this is for a lot of shinies. Have this. Yeah. Okay, so then, yeah, Ruby, we go from the sort of brown to the yellow that we know today. Then we got now it's got a, what's it got? It's now green instead of this other green. It's more distinct. Okay, then we move down to Diamond. You can see all that, or in the Gen 4, I mean, Gen 5, you got all this. Gen 6, it becomes kind of a lighter. They both kind of get lighter here. Okay, then we get the Lowlands. We get to see what shiny Alolan looks like. It just seems to replace the yellow belly with a blue belly. Then we got all these. These are better quality. You know, kind of a little bit darker now. Then we got Home. Got all these. Yeah. in the anime. You got Sandshrew in the anime, Alolan Sandshrew in the anime. These. This Pokedex entries, Diamond and Pearl episode 47 and Dawn's Pokedex. Sandshrew, the mouse Pokemon. Sandshrew hates moisture and lives in holes. It digs in dry places. It protects itself by curling into a ball. And Sun and Moon episode 60 in the Rotom Pokedex. Sandshrew, a lowland form, the mouse Pokemon, and Ice and Steel type. Their outer armor is like steel, which prevents them from rolling up into a ball. Okay. Pokemon Origins, Sandshrew in Origins with a Sandslash. The manga, Alolan, Sandshrew and Pokemon Adventures, Sandshrew and Electric Tail of Pikachu, Pokemon gotta catch 'em all. In the TCG, other appearances, in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Sandshrew appears as a spirit. In trivia, no other Pokemon has the same type combination as Alolan Sandshrew and as a Alolan evolved form. The second one we've already read in the Rattata one. Alolan Sandshrew has the lowest base stat, special attack stat of any Pokemon, tied with Shuckle, Feebas, and Bonsly. Sandshrew has the lowest base special attack stat of all ground-type Pokemon. Both Sandshrew and Alolan Sandshrew have abilities that boost evasion in certain weather. Sandstorm for Sandshrew and Hail for Alolan Sandshrew, and hidden abilities that boost speed in those same weather conditions. Alolan Sandshrew can be seen as a parallel to Alolan Vulpix. Both were initially introduced in Gen 1 and got Alolan forms in Sun and Moon. Both are ice types, with Vulpix being exclusive to Sun and Sandshrew being exclusive to Moon. Furthermore, both Pokemon evolved when exposed to an ice stone. Origin. Sandshrew may be based on the armadillo or pangolin mammals with hard scales and sharp claws, can curl up into a ball, and live in desert regions. Both Sandshrew and Sandslash are mentioned to have poisonous claws, similar to how some species of the shrew are venomous. Alolan Sandshrew seems to be based on an igloo and a curling stone. Name origin, Sandshrew may be a combination of sand and shrew. Again, this is another instance of a wild speculation, but it is possible. Sand is simply sand. What? It's called sand in Japanese? What? Oh my god, it is. Well, okay, I wasn't expecting that. Okay, anyway. And other languages, and related articles, references, external links, the Alolan forms. Yeah, that's it. Bye. Actually, before we move on, I forgot to mention, this border here. So it's brown now, so that, yeah, no, that's it. So, like, this represents the ground type. You get these variations of brown, and yeah, so we're gonna move on now.
Let's watch Sandshrew's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime section of the video. In this, we are watching Pokemon I Choose You. Here we have our main character, Ash Ketchum, with his newly obtained Pikachu. He has made a Spearow angry. It's called for a bunch of other Spearows to help it, and so now they are about to run, and we'll see Sandshrew in kind of a little, yeah, I'll show you, you'll see. So now they're running. See the Spearow following behind. There's the Sandshrew. Yep. Yeah, that was it. That was its whole scene. Just while they're running here. Yep. And we'll move on. Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I'd like to call it, Detective Sandshrew, as this is all the frames with Sandshrew to the best of my ability. There's a little bit of a caveat to this one, since there's going to be a few, so like there's obviously a Sandshrew here, there's going to be a few silhouettes that might be Sandshrew, might not be, so we're going to count those. You'll explain when I get to them. So yeah. So here, Tim Goodman, the main character, is watching a video explaining what Rhyme City is, the city he's about to enter. And so the video is explaining how Pokemon and humans have interacted in the past. So yeah.
For the common good.
So here, so there's this Pokemon, which might be a Sandshrew, might not be. It's kind of vague. It might not even really be a real Pokemon. If you just saw their generic, Pokemon, this image or whatever. But I've counted it. So anyway, in this scene, we've so this is Tim. He's in Rhyme City. He's going to his dad's apartment after finding out that that his dad died in a car crash. So he's kind of, finishing up business or whatever for him. So it's in the background maybe, that one. So now, okay, so in that scene, Tim
found a vial of what they will later find out to be the R gas. They being him, and I'll explain in a second. Yeah, so he found a vial of R gas, and that was a bunch of Apom, and there was like there was a Sandshrew on a billboard. Like, that's gonna be mostly how Sandshrew appears, is in these video billboards. But yeah, so they got infected, so the gas makes them go crazy. So this is later, in the film. He has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu, and they're about to, like, join forces or whatever, and so, yes, here in the background, and yeah.
Please, don't you?
There's nothing in my jellies.
Sleep on the couch.
Okay, so the jellies thing was, referring to, how, like, that's just something that Detective Pikachu created as, like your gut feeling or whatever, and so that other scene was Tim, and Pikachu entering the apartment after agreeing to join up. Now we're way later in the film. At the end of the film, he's found out that, the Detective Pikachu could talk because he had the soul of his father, who didn't actually die in the car crash. He was saved by a Pokemon called Mewtwo. So, like, then the Mewtwo released him, and then that's sort of the end of the film. So he's about to leave Rhyme City. You know, the adventure's over. And so there's the Sandshrew here in the background. It's a little bit more clear than the other ones have been on the billboards, but yeah. Let's move on. There's a bunch of Pokemon around here, yeah. So, it's Detective Pikachu, that's Harry, his leg, yeah, there's them in the background. There's one right there. So, Tim has just decided to stay in Rhyme City. Yeah. So we're gonna go get some coffee.
I think he likes that
and
idea.
There's one over here, yeah. And that was, Tim said, like, he's gonna become, like, a detective, and Pikachu, likes that idea. Anyway, so that was this section. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Sandshrew card, and it's a non-Alolan Sandshrew.
It's the 11th design. It's a fighting type, which, as I discussed in my Pikachu video, makes some sense, as ground is not a type in the TCG. It was illustrated by Suwama Chiaki, an illustrator for the TCG. She began in 2006 and still makes cards to this day as of November 2023. It's a fine artwork, nothing too special other than perspective. A Sandshrew has 50 HP, it's 2 foot and 26.5 pounds. It has one move, Scratch. In the video game, Scratch is a move that just inflicts damage to a target. The version on this card is no different. It requires 1 fighting energy and inflicts 20 damage. Sandshrew is weak to water and takes an additional 10 damage. It's resistant to lightning and takes negative 20 damage. Its retreat cost is any energy. In the bottom right corner of this card, there is a symbol meaning that it's from the Supreme Victor's expansion, the 3rd expansion of the Platinum series. Sandshrew's description says, to protect itself from attackers, it curls up into a ball. It lives in arid regions, with minimal rainfall. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. It's level 15. In the video games, it would be 7 levels from evolving into Sandslash.
Speaking of Sandslash, I don't have a Sandslash card, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is female Nidoran. Kind of. I'll explain when I get to that card. Now let's see why people love Sandshrew.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. This is the first time we've had one of these properly, because someone has finally responded to one of these, and so I thank you, Tickle My Research, for responding to this. I appreciate it, and I appreciate that you're the first person. Anyway, they say, so the question was, what do you love about Sandshrew? And I also said you could also do a Alolan Sandshrew as well. And they say, so, Sandshrew was one of my first cards. I loved the art, and I thought the skin design was really cool. So that's it. That's the only response I got to this one, but it's great. Thank you.
Let's look at the fan art.
Hello, welcome to the fan art section. Today nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're going to do DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, might be wondering why we're doing this single image here. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is called 027 Sandshrew by Moo Feeler. Our love is as fine as sand. Aww. So it's this cute image. We saw another one of these for Raticate, and similar, same kind of idea. That it looks like a Valentine's Day card, or you'd find in one anyway. So it's nice. Yeah, let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming today, as I need to wait until I've talked about Eevee before I can catch a Sandshrew. As for Alolan Sandshrew, I'll have to get back to that when I've talked about the Gen 7 Pokemon. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Sandslash. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Sandslash, the only evolution of Sandshrew who evolves at level 22 in most games. However, in the Alolan region, Alolan Sandshrew evolves into Alolan Sandslash using an Ice Stone, which to me sounds like a frozen rock. Sandslash's previous PYC dates are March 25th, 1996, January 14th, 1999, November 4th, 2001, August 25th, 2004, June 16th, 2007, April 6th, 2010, January 25th, 2013, November 16th, 2015, September 6th, 2018, and June 27th, 2021. I like how different this one is from its predecessor. It completely abandons the pyramid aesthetic, which I find funny. I also like how they adopted Sandslash into Alolan Sandslash, with the back spikes becoming icicles. I do wonder if Sandslash or Sandshrew was decided first when they decided to make it an Ice Steel Pokemon. Both have strong ideas, and either could have been first. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, today we're going to be talking about Sandslash, the mouse Pokemon, and his number is 0028. This is Sandslash, this is Alolan Sandslash. Non-Alolan Sandslash is ground, whereas Alolan Sandslash is Ice Steel. Non-Alolan Sandslash's ability is Sand Veil with its... Oh, and Alolan Sandslash's ability is Snow Cloak. Non-Alolan Sandslash's hidden ability is Sand Rush, where Alolan Sandslash's hidden ability is Slush Rush. Gender ratio is 50-50. Its catch rate is 90 or 20.1%. Breeding, it's egg group field. Hatch time is 20 cycles. Non-Alolan Sandslash is 3'3" and 1 foot. It weighs 65 pounds or 29.5 kilograms. Alolan Sandslash is 3'11" or 1.2 meters and weighs 121.3 pounds or 55 kilograms. Base experience yield is 163 in the first 4 generations and 158 in Gen 5 onward. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2, both in defense. Its shape is that, its footprint is that, its Pokedex color is yellow, other forms may have other colors. Base friendship is 70. Sandslash is a ground-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Sandshrew, starting at level 22. In Alola, Sandslash has a dual-type Ice Steel regional form. It evolves from Alolan Sandshrew when exposed to an Ice Stone. These Sandslash can also be found in the Blueberry Academy's terrarium. Biology. Sandslash is a bipedal ground-dwelling Foliodot Pokemon. Although Sandslash is usually bipedal, it can run on all fours. Most of its underside is light yellow with a white underbelly. It has a narrow muzzle, almond-shaped blue eyes, and a thick tail. Its back is mostly covered in sharp brown quills formed from its tough, dry hide. It has 2 large claws on its paws and feet. These claws are its primary weapons and are used for slashing, but can also be used for burrowing. Its claws and spikes can both break off, but they grow back quickly and are shed regularly. Sandslash's broken parts can be used to carve plows for tilling farm fields. These claws can become harder and smoother if it lives in drier areas. Sandslash can curl into a large ball, which allows it to roll to attack or escape, protect itself from heat stroke, and guard its belly. Sandslash is also adept at climbing trees and is prone to ambush its enemies from above. Okay. It also climbs trees to rest during the night and to slash berries to feed the Sandshrew waiting below. Aww. Sandslash can mostly be found in deserts. Oh, that's sweet. Sandslash has a regional form, Alolan Sandslash. In the Alolan region, Sandslash has an icy blue hide and steel quills covered in ice. These quills stand taller than regular Sandslash's quills and resemble icicles. Unlike its Cantonian variant, Alolan Sandslash is rarely seen curling up into a ball, perhaps made difficult by its thick hide and icy spine. Instead of this Pokemon uses its hide for camouflage in the snow while leaving only its spines exposed. Its body emits cold air, which sharpens its quills. Its forepaws are larger than its counterpart, and its claws are longer, thinner, and hooked at the tips. Formerly used for climbing trees, they now allow it to scale icebergs without even slipping. Despite the weight of its ice-covered body, Alolan Sandslash can move swiftly by carving a path in the snow with its claws. It can move faster than any other Pokemon while in the snowy mountains. This Pokemon tends to live in the deeper parts of snowy mountains where climbing is forbidden. However, the spray of snow it kicks up are popular shots for photographers. People also climb up the mountains it lives in to see Sandslash's icy spikes sparkle during the light of dawn. Stabs from Alolan Sandslash's spikes can cause both deep wounds and severe frostbite. They can also be found in the polar biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. So you can see Alolan Sandslash's ice-covered steel quills and distinct claws. Here, this is a concept art. Alolan Sandslash curled up in a ball, only shown in the anime. Kinda resembles a certain blue hedgehog. Anyway, evolution. Sandslash evolves from Sandshrew. Alolan Sandslash evolves from Alolan Sandshrew. See Sandslash here. Game data and NPC appearances. Pokemon Mystery Dungeons, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Sandslash is one of the members of Team Razorwind. Pokedex entries. Gen 1 in red and blue curls up into a spiny ball when threatened. It can roll while curled up to attack or escape. In yellow, it is skilled at slashing enemies with its claws. If broken, it may start to grow back in a day. Stadium curls into a ball of sharp spikes and rolls into enemies. It is also adept at slashing with its sharp claws. In Gen 2, in Gold, an attempt to hide itself, it will run around at top speed to kick up a blinding dust storm. Silver, if it digs at an incredible pace, it may snap off its spikes and claws. They grow back in a day. Crystal, adept at climbing trees. It rolls into a spiny ball, then attacks its enemies from above. Stadium 2 is the same as Gold. Gen 3, Ruby. Sandslash's body is covered by tough spikes, which are hardened sections of its hide. Once a year, the old spikes fall out to be replaced with new spikes that grow out from beneath the old ones. Sapphire, Sandslash can roll up its body as if it were a ball covered with large spikes. In battle, this Pokemon will try to make the foe flinch by jabbing it with its spines. It then leaves at the stunned foe to tear wildly with its sharp claws. Emerald, it curls up in a ball to protect itself from enemy attacks. It also curls up to prevent heatstroke during the daytime, when temperatures rise sharply. Fire Red, it is adept at attacking with the spines on its back and its sharp claws while quickly scurrying about. Leaf Green is red and blue again. Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it curls up, then rolls into foes with its back. Its sharp spines inflict severe damage. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum again. And Black 2 and White 2, the spikes on its body are made up of its hardened hide. It rolls up and attacks foes with its spikes. In Gen 6, X is the silver entries. Y is red, blue, and leaf green. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their counterparts. In Gen 7, Sun. Although they are sharp, its claws and spikes often break off. They grow back the next day, so it is not bothered by the temporary loss. This is non-Alolan. Moon. It uses its claws to climb trees and then curls its body into a spiny ball, ready to drop onto any prey that appears. In Ultra Sun, its claws and horns often break off. The broken claws and horns can be used to carve plows for tilling farm fields. In Ultra Moon, thanks to its thick claws, it's good at climbing trees. There are plenty of Sandslash that park themselves in trees and go right to sleep. The Let's Go games are just yellow again. For Alolan Sandslash and Sun, fleeing a volcanic eruption, it settled on Snowy Mountain. As it races through the snowfields, it sends up a spray of snow. Moon, this Pokemon's steel spikes are sheathed in ice. Stabs from these spikes cause deep wounds and severe frostbite as well. In Ultra Sun, it runs across snow-covered plains at high speeds. It developed thick, sharp claws to plow through the snow. In Ultra Moon, a long, long time ago, it lived in the desert. With its sharp claws fully extended, it can climb right up an iceberg without slipping. And Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. This is Sandslash's form after adapting to a frigid environment. Cold air emitted by its body sharpens its icy spikes. For Gen 8, Sword. The drier the area Sandslash lives in, the harder and smoother the Pokemon spikes feel when touched. And Shield, it climbs trees by hooking on. With its sharp claws, Sandslash shares the berries it gathers, dropping them down to Sandshrew waiting below the tree. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are just their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Alolan Sandslash now, in Sword. It uses large hooked claws to cut a path through deep snow as it runs. On snowy mountains, this Sandslash is faster than any other Pokemon. In Shield, many people climb snowy mountains hoping to see the icy spikes of these Pokemon glistening in the light of dawn. In Gen 9, Scarlet's is Fire Red. For Violet, the spikes on its body are made up of its hardened hide. It rolls up and attacks foes with its spikes. For the Alolan Sandslash, Scarlet's is Moon's entry, and Violet is Ultra Moon's entry. For this one, we've got Sandslash in the Alola Pokedex, we've got Alolan Sandslash in the Alola Pokedex, we've got Sandslash in the Kitakami Pokedex, and Alolan Sandslash in the Blueberry Pokedex. It's kind of cool. You can see it curled up there. Yes. Okay, game locations. Whatever, side game locations. Held items, for Sandslash, Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for held item to appear. So in red, blue, and yellow, you get a berry, fire red, leaf green, soft sand, 5% of the time. Diamond, pearl, platinum, heart gold, soul silver, black, white, black 2, white 2, X, and Y, you get quick claw 5% of the time. And in sword, shield, brilliant diamond, and shining pearl, you get grip claw 5% of the time. So for stats, we're going to compare Sandslash with Alolan Sandslash. So HP is 75 for both, attack is 100 for both, Sandslash has 110, whereas Alolan Sandslash has 120. Sandslash 45 special attack, 225 special attack for Alolan, 55 special defense, 65 for Alolan, 65 speed, and that stays the same between them. So it's 100. So it's 450 between them. The notes for Sandslash here. This Pokemon special base stat in Gen 1 was 55. Pokethon stats. Okay, so we're gonna compare Sandslash and Alolan Sandslash's type effectiveness. So damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, steel, fire, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Many of them get redistributed here with it keeping dark. Dark is the only one it keeps. It gains for normal damage normally by rock, ghost, steel, and water, and electric. So this one's weak to water, grass, and ice for double. This one's weak to fighting, ground, and fire. Fighting and fire are 4, whereas ground is 2. This one's immune to electric. This one's immune to poison. This one's resistant to poison for half, and rock for half. This one's resistant to normal, flying, bug, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy, all for half except for ice, which is a 4th. Note here, for Sandslash, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. For Alolan Sandslash, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of poison type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. So we're gonna skip down to 22 here for Learn Set by leveling up. Fury Swipes, 31 Sand Tomb, 36 Slash, 41 Dig, 46 Gyro Ball, 51 Swords Dance, 56 Sandstorm, 61 Earthquake. For Alolan Sandslash, because it is evolved through a stone, we're gonna read these. So level 1, Icicle, Crash, Metal Claw, Slash, and Sword Dance. So apparently the rest of these, except for this last one, all ones where you need to move, Reminder, Scratch, Miss, Blizzard, Defense Curl, Swift, Fury Swipes, Powder Snow, Rollout, Fury Cutter, Rapid Spin, Iron Defense, Gyro Ball, Metal Burst, Iron Head, and Snow Escape, and then upon evolving, you get Icicle Spear. By TM, I'm not going to do these again. Yeah, I'm not going to do the ones for Alolan Sandslash. By breeding, Sandslash for this group gets a Counter, Flail, Home Claws, Metal Claws, Mudslap, Night Slash. And for Alolan Sandslash, you got Counter from this group, Crush Claw from this group, Curse from this group, Flail from this group, Home Claws from this group, Ice Shard from this group, Clear Coat from Glaceon here, and Night Slash from this group. Nothing by prior evolution for both. Special moves, in the event Wild Terra Pokemon, you can get Rock Slide or Thief. Side game data for Sandslash. So in Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Almia, in the browser entry, it curls lumps of sand to attack. Then Guardian Signs, it triggers tremors and opens fissures that make Pokemon paused. So hungry. Alolan Sandslash. Okay, so then we got new Pokemon Snap. Thanks to its huge claws, this Pokemon can move through snow, as though it were swimming. The ice spikes on its back are even sharper than its claws, and they protect it from just about anything. Okay. Evolution data, you know. Okay, sprites, got this looks very, I mean, this definitely looks like an evolution of the other sprite. It's just, you know, wildly, it's just, you know, a little different from what we know it to look like. Yeah, got this, shiny's kind of a green, with a little bit of red highlights there, kind of taking inspiration from the red highlights. The shiny now has red spikes there, and it's a little different shade of green, kind of between maybe this one and this one. Got now this yellow as well for these guy. A bunch of spiky ones, you know. Okay, so then Diamond Pearl goes a little bit yellower, kind of closer to tan now. Yeah, so you got all this. Yeah, I got all these. These. You got a Alolan, and then much like Alolan Sandshrew, only its body just gets kind of darker blue. I think it was just the belly for the other one, though. So yeah, you got all that. Yes, you can see. Looks, and then, you know, the Let's Go games. Then home. The anime, we got Sandslash in the anime, and it's Alolan Sandslash in the anime. Got all that. For the Pokedex entries here, in episode 71 in Ash's Pokedex, Sandslash, the mouse Pokemon, the evolved form of Sandshrew. It attacks opponents with its quills on its back. In Diamond and Pearl in Dawn's Pokedex, Sandslash, the mouse Pokemon, when it runs at full speed, it sends up a thick cloud of sand in order to hide itself. It's very interesting that its Alolan form didn't get an entry in the series, but oh well. Here we have a Sandslash in Pokemon Origins. We saw this image yesterday. It's Sandslash and Sandshrew. We got Sandslash and Pokemon Pocket Monsters, the TCG. Okay, so the trivia, we did this yesterday. In the Pokemon Red and Blue Beta, Sandslash's original name was Sandstorm. We've read the third one as well. Origin, Sandslash shares various physical traits with the pangolin. It also draws from hedgehogs, porcupines, and echidnas due to its coloration having spikes instead of scales. Both Sandshrew and Sandslash are mentioned to have poisonous claws similar to how some species of the shrew are venomous. Alolan Sandslash's hooked claws combined with its ability to ice climb seem to be inspired by ice axes. Name origin, Sandslash may be a combination of sand and slash. A wild idea. I know. A wild idea. Sandpan may be a combination of sand and pangolin. Here's in other languages, here's related articles, references, external links to the Alolan forms, and we're moving on.
Let's watch Sandslash's first scene in the anime.
Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. We are watching episode 33, The Flaming Pokemon-a-thon. In this episode, Ash, the main character, his traveling companions Brock and Misty, and his faithful companion Pikachu, have stumbled upon the Big P Pokemon Ranch. And this is Laura. She is part of the family that owns this ranch. She's riding a Ponyta, that is a Growlithe. Sandslash will have a small cameo in this next scene here.
Pikachu!
Yeah. So here we are, and then there's Tauros. There, the Sandslash. Yep.
Pony!
And that's it. Yep. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Let's see why other people love Sandslash. Let's look at fan art.
Hello, welcome to the fan art section. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art here. For those of you who don't know how this works, we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't have a Sandslash. This first image is Sandslash Mirrored by Tamburella. We did something similar with this in the Raticate, where it was non-Alolan and Alolan Raticate and Rattata. Now here we just have non-Alolan Sandslash and Alolan Sandslash. You know, it's digging into the ground. This one's digging into the ice. It's cool. It's nice. And we've got Sandcrew by Andolidius, and it's this cool looking art, almost ancient looking kind of art here, and it's really cool. Yep. Of a Sandshrew and a Sandslash. And we've got Sandslash by Soup and Butter. That's sort of maybe more realistic one, more based on the pangolin. And it's cool looking. Yep. This is Sandslash by Lord Pillock. It's just this cool Sandshrew or Sandslash doing a pose, you know, like digging, maybe rolling up into a ball a little bit. So then we've got Sandslash by Pink Ophilic. It's this cute looking thing, kind of looks like it could be like a sticker or something. Yeah. Then we've got Sandslash WWS by the 19th Ginny. This cool looking art that looks like it belongs to something, some show or movie or something, some animated project. I don't know what though, but yeah, it looks cool. Maybe a children's book. And then we've got 27 to 28, Alolan Sandshrew line, by In Progress Pokemon. So In Progress Pokemon does these things where they make it seem like evolution is like growing up rather than just a spontaneous thing. So now here we've got Sandshrew, and the Alolan Sandshrew, Alolan Sandslash, and sort of a middle one. Yeah. So that's what it would look like if it went from that to that. So you can kind of see the spikes merging and this kind of in the igloo-like thing disappearing, and it's nice. Yeah. I got Sandshrew and Sandslash by Rico Furlow. This looks like this Sandslash raising up a Sandshrew, maybe their child, I don't know. Yep. Okay, Sandslash by Lady Tomatoes. This cool looking thing that, yeah, this looks definitely like it belongs in something. I don't know, almost, I don't know, like a children's book or something, but not like, I don't know, or maybe like an art, I don't know, like, I don't even know, not quite a children's book, it looks a little scary for that, but I don't know, it kind of has that kind of style, though, of some of the children's books that I grew up with, anyway. So, yeah, it's cool looking. Then we got Sandshrew Sandslash by, L'Alfie en Plastique. So that's Sandshrew Sandslash, they're just in the grass, I guess, looking around, maybe. We got Sandslash 028 by Sue Ortiz. So it's doing a move, you know, clawing down at someone, maybe doing a sneak attack from the trees. Still weird. Okay, so then we got Sandslash by Sketchin' Thoughts. This cool looking thing. Now this definitely looks like it belongs in a children's book. Yeah, it's this very simplified kind of Sandslash, probably in their style. We got Pokemon Sandslash by All0412. It's just a Sandslash looking in the distance. Looks kind of a sandy area here, yeah. Yep. Then we've got 0028 Alolan Sandslash by Philb, and so that's just it. I think it's basically just the image on a blue background. It's still cool though. And this is not a Sandslash, but we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming today as I need to talk about Eevee before I can evolve Sandshrew into Sandslash. As for Alolan Sandslash, I'll have to get back to that when I've talked about the Gen 7 Pokemon. Tomorrow I'll be talking about female Nidoran. As always, this isn't my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about female Nidoran. The first Pokemon have a specific sex difference. Its previous PYC dates are March 26, 1996, January 15th, 1999, November 5th, 2001, August 26, 2004, June 17th, 2007, April 7th, 2010, January 26, 2013, November 17th, 2015, September 7th, 2018, and June 28th, 2021. I think it looks cute. I also like the subversion of gender stereotypes by making the male purple and the female blue. These colors are traditionally, sort of, in the last few decades, associated with the opposite sex. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Nidoran Female, the Poison Pin Pokemon. His number is 29. This is, female Nidoran. Type is Poison. Abilities, Poison Point or Rivalry, in Gen 4+. Hustle is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 100% female. Catch rate, 235 or 41.3%. Oh, by the way, this is our first 100%. So this is from a time before they just made females just one thing, and like males and females, just one Pokemon. They had the sort of diverging, even before like a diverging path line or whatever that they can do now. I don't know if this was like a limitation to their ability or if they wanted to make two distinct. I mean, they could have still made two distinct and had it go on the same path, but still been the same Pokemon. I don't know. Maybe they couldn't. I don't know anything about game development, especially in the 90s. I don't want to say anything about that. Anyway, breeding. Egg groups in Monster in the Field. Hatch time is 20 cycles. Height is 1'4" or 0.4 meters. Weight is 15.4 pounds or 7 kilograms. Base experience yield 59, Gen 1 through 4 or 55, and Gen 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 in HP. Shape is that. Its footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue, and its base friendship is 70. Nidoran Female or Female Nidoran is a poison type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Nidorina starting at level 16, which evolves into Nidoqueen when exposed to its Moonstone. It is related to the Nidoran male line, and when bred with either one of them, it can produce eggs that contain either Nidoran female or Nidoran male. However, it is the only one of its line that can breed, and its evolutions are in the no eggs discovered egg group. Which is weird, but especially a Nidoqueen, but we'll get back to that. Biology. Nidoran female is a small quadrupedal mammalian Pokemon. It has large spiny ears, oversized front teeth, red eyes, and a pair of whiskers on each cheek. It is light blue with several darker blue spots. There is 2 white claws on each of its paws. Its back is covered with small toxic spines, and it has a small forehead horn. The poisons secreted by the spines and horn are extremely potent, and even a scratch from its horn or a drop of poison from its barbs can be deadly. However, this docile Pokemon only uses its poison when it feels threatened. Female Nidoran is more sensitive to smell than male Nidoran. It can use its whiskers to check the wind while either searching for berries or to avoid predators. Female Nidoran female can use its incisor teeth for crushing the berries it forages for. Nidoran female lives in open spaces such as savannas and plains. Female Nidoran is a female-only species. Evolution, female Nidoran evolves into Nidorina, which evolves into Nidoqueen. So you got Nidoran, female, Nidoran, yeah, got all that there. Okay, game data Pokedex entries in Pokemon Red and Blue. Although small, its venomous barbs render this Pokemon dangerous. The female has smaller horns. In Yellow, a mild-mannered Pokemon that does not like to fight. Beware, its small horns secrete venom. In Stadium, although small, it should be treated with caution because of its highly toxic thorns. The female has a small horn. Gen 2, Gold, the poison hidden in its small horn, is extremely potent. Even a tiny scratch can have fatal results. Silver, although not very combative, it will torment its foes with poison spikes if it is threatened in any way. Crystal, small and very docile, it protects itself with its small poisonous horn when attacked. Stadium 2 is Gold again. In Generation 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Nidoran has barbs that secrete a powerful poison. They are thought to have developed as protection for this small-bodied Pokemon. When enraged, it releases a horrible toxin from its horn. Emerald, its highly toxic barbs are thought to have developed as protection for this small-bodied Pokemon. When enraged, it releases a horrible toxin from its horn. Fire Red, although small, it must be treated with caution because of its powerful toxic barbs. The female has smaller horns. Leaf Green is Red and Blue again. So in Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, while it does not prefer to fight, even one drop of poison it secretes from its barb can be fatal. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. Black and White are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum again. Black 2 and White 2 are very similar to those. They are slightly different, so we'll read it. While it does not prefer to fight, even one drop of the poison it secretes from barbs can be fatal. So in Gen 6, X is Leaf Green, Red and Blue again. Mega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are almost identical to their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts, but now it has this symbol here. This symbol wasn't here, the female, so now I will read it. Nidoran female have barbs that secrete a powerful poison. They are thought to have developed as protection for this small-bodied Pokemon. When enraged, it releases a horrible toxin from its horn. In Gen 7, the Let's Go games were basically yellow, with the exception of this replacing a comma. So I'm not going to read it again. In Gen 8, in Sword, females are more sensitive to smells than males. While foraging, they'll use their whiskers to check wind direction and stay downwind of predators. Shield, it uses its hard incisor teeth to crush and eat berries. The tip of a female Nidoran's horn is a bit more rounded than the tip of a male's horn. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Game locations, inside games, in events, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get TM43, which is detect 100% of the time. Fire Red and Leaf Green, you get Shiny Mushroom and in-game trade 100% of the time. So for stats, base stats, we got HP 55, Attack 47, Defense 52, Special Attack 40, Special Defense 40, Speed 41, total 275. This Pokemon's special base stat in Generation 1 was 40. Here's Pokeathon stats. The type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, rock, ghost, steel, fire, water, electric, ice, dragon, and dark, weak to ground and psychic for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, poison, bug, grass, and fairy, all for half. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug types is 2, so it went from 2 to half. By leveling up, at level 1, you get Growl and Poison Sting, 5 Scratch, 10 Tail Whip, 15 Fury Swipe, 20 Toxic Spikes, 25 Double Kick, 35 Bite, 35 Helping Hand, 40 Toxic, 45 Flatter, 50 Crunch, 55 Earth Power. By TM/TR, we got in Sword and Shield, TM 15 Dig, 21 in Rest, 23 Thief, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 29 Charm, 31 Attract, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 37 Beat Up, 39 Facade, 41 Helping Hand, 65 Shadow Claw, 74 Venoshock, 76 Round, TR1, Body Slam, 5 Ice Beam, 6 Blizzard, 8 Thunderbolt, 9 Thunder, 13 Focus Energy, 20 Substitute, 22 Sludge Bomb, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 31 Iron Tail, 32 Crunch, 54 Toxic Spikes, 57 Poison Jab, 67 Earth Power, and 91 Venom Drench. Now in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, 3 Water Pulse, 6 Toxic, 11 Sunny Day, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 23 Iron Tail, 24 Thunderbolt, 25 Thunder, 28 Dig, 32 Double Team, 34 Shockwave, 36 Sludge Bomb, 40 Aerial Ace, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 58 Endure, 65 Shadow Claw, 82 Sleep Talk, 84 Poison Jab, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 93 Cut, 96 Strength, and 98 Rock Smash. By breeding and Sword and Shield, we got Counter from this group, Disable from this group. Salandit, it gives you Poison Fang, Poison Tail, Skull Bash, got this group. Supersonic, you got this group. Takedown, you get this group. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get Beat Up from this group, Charm from this group, Counter from this group, Disable from this group, Focus Energy from this group. So Viper gives you Poison Fang, or Poison Tail, Skull Bash from this group, Supersonic from this group, Takedown from this group, and Venom Drench from this group. Nothing by Tutoring. By Transfer from another generation. Aerial Ace, from 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. 1, you get Buy, doesn't work anymore. 4, 5, 6, or 7, you get Captivate, doesn't work anymore. 5, 6, or 7, you get Chip Away, doesn't work anymore. 6 or 7, you get Confide, 2, Curse. 5 or 6, Cut. 2 and 3, Defense Curl. 2, Detect. So 1 to 7, you get Double Team. 1 and 3, you get Double Edge. 6 and 7, you get Echo Voice. 2 through 7, you get Frustration, which doesn't work anymore. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you can get Hidden Power. From 5 and 6, you get Hone Claws. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. 2, 3, and 4, you get Mud Slap. 4, you get Natural Gift, doesn't work anymore. 4, 5, 6, and 7, Pursuit doesn't work anymore. 1, Rage doesn't work anymore. 1 and 7, Reflect. 2 through 7, Return doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Rock Smash. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power, doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Shockwave. 5 and 6, you get Strength. From 7, Sucker Punch, that's, I guess you get it from during an event. 4, 5, 6, and 7, you get Super Fang. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 1 and 2, you get Tackle. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Water Pulse. Okay, side game data. That's fast. Okay, evolution data. So, level 16 Moonstone, yep. Okay, sprites. Yeah, I mean, she basically, yeah, this one looks more like a hamster, I guess, than this creature we'd see here. Yeah, but, yeah, just kind of slowly becomes the one. So we got the blue. Pink is its shiny, that's funny. As far as I'm aware, it's a reversal. I mean, at least for us in America, it is a reversal on the, idea of pink being associated with girls and blue being associated with boys, so it swaps it. So now, you know, the blue one is the girl, and the pinkish purple one is the boy. So, yeah, so we got that. I got, Gen 3, you got more, you know, elements of her. This one, Fire Red and Leaf Green is probably the closest to the actual thing now that we have here. So then it's purple now, which is, again, much closer to, of course it's purple and green, this is the actual shade, I think, of Nidoran male, so I presume the reverse will be true, but we'll see, we will see. So yeah, it's become a little bit more pink. I don't know if that also reflects on what Nidoran male looks like in this gen, we'll see, in 3 days? Yeah, in 3 days. So we got black and white, we got the Gen 5 games, Gen 6, now we got the models, Sun and Moon, and then let's go Eevee, cross generation, home, okay, so in the anime, Nidoran female, in the anime, got all this. So for Pokedex entries, in episode 100, in Ash's Pokedex, Nidoran female. Its poison pin is quite powerful for its size, but its horn is smaller than a male's. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 20, for both Nidoran male and female. In Go's Rotom form, Nidoran, the poison pin Pokemon, a poison type. The male Nidoran first evolves into Nidorino, then Nidoking. The less aggressive female Nidoran first evolves into Nidorina, then Nidoqueen. Then we got in Origins, Nidoran female in Origins. Nidoran in Pokemon Pocket Monsters in the manga, TCG. Kind of mentioned this earlier, but trivia. Nidoran was the first Pokemon to feature gender differences or even any indication of gender at all. Despite the addition of genders to most Pokemon starting in Gen 2, the two variations of Nidoran remain separate species rather than a singular species that splits down different evolution paths based on gender. An egg laid by a Nidoran female does, however, have a chance of hatching into a Nidoran male, while an egg laid by a Nidoran male with a Ditto has a chance of hatching into a Nidoran female. So Nidoran female is the only Pokemon that loses the ability to breed upon evolution. Nidoran females' alternate coloration is similar to Nidoran males, a normal coloration, and vice versa for Nidoran, so we got to learn that now. That's cool. Nidoran female shares its category name with Nidorina, Nidoran, Nidorino, Poipole, and Naganadel. They are known as the Poison Pin Pokemon. Due to the fact that its gender, female, is included in its name, checking Nidoran female summary from Gen 2 onward will display it as if it were gender unknown, if it does not have a nickname. If its nickname is anything other than Nidoran female, its gender will appear as normal. Origin: Nidoran female appears to draw inspiration from rabbits and porcupines with aspects of venomous mammals. Anatomically, however, they resemble hyraxes, small rodent-like mammals that are genetically more closely related to much larger mammals like elephants and manatees, featuring thick-set bodies with tough hides, similar to Nidorina and Nidoqueen. It may also reference the mythical moon rabbit due to its rabbit-like appearance, and the fact that it reaches its final evolution using a moonstone. The colorization of Nidoran and its evolutions may be a reference to the gender associations of pink and blue in previous centuries. So yeah, that's kind of changed, obviously, as time has gone on. We've split that, that whole concept of genders or colors is silly now, but it was a thing for a while. And also, yeah, it used to be flipped, for a long time, but it wasn't really until the mid-20th century that we had that. So it's fun in that way, but it's also, referencing the past as well. So it's nice. Name origin: Nidoran female may be derived from needle, with female as an indication of the female gender, and may also involve Nido twice. It may be derived from Nidor, a strong and unpleasant smell. So other languages. Then we got that. Okay, so then we're moving on.
We already watched female Nidoran's first scene in the anime in the Fearow video, so we'll watch its second.
Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. So, I say in the video that we're gonna watch Nidoran's second scene, but in reality, I'm actually just watching Nidoran's second appearance in its first scene, because I was originally gonna watch a different scene, but Fearow's had to be cut down, and so now we get to watch this again. And we are watching Sparks Fly from Magnemite. This is towards the end of the episode. Ash here and his traveling companions, Misty and Brock, have saved the day with Ash's Pikachu. And the town's Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny are thanking him. And they're just talking about how, they're gonna make the city better, because they're in a like a grimy city, and yeah. So.
Anyway, try to make your city clean.
We will, and please come back and
Joy,
visit
Jenny.
us. Bye!
So they're in the background.
Grinchy City with big smiles and even bigger hopes for a future that's cleaner and greener than before.
Yep. Okay. So that's it. That's all we're gonna do. Hope you enjoyed this, and we'll move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. While I don't have a card for female Nidoran, I wanted to mention that the male Nidoran card has a female Nidoran in the artwork, which I think is cool. Male Nidoran will be the next Pokemon with a card I'll talk about. Now let's see why people love female Nidoran. Let's talk about the fan art.
Hello, welcome to the fan art section. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with this series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image page here. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Nidoran F, Nidorina, and Nidoqueen by Mr. Red Butcher. So you got these kind of more realistic looking Nidoran line here. So Nidoran female, Nidorina, and Nidoqueen here. It's kind of looks like a little bit like rhinos, like kind of just all their inspirations, I suppose. So yeah, that's it. It looks kind of creepy, honestly, but whatever. We're gonna move on now.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming today as I need to talk about Eevee before I can catch a Nidoran female. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Nidorina. As always, this isn't my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, Today we'll be talking about Nidorina, the evolution of female Nidoran who evolves at level 16. Nidorina's previous BYC dates are March 27th, 1996, January 16th, 1999, November 6th, 2001, August 27th, 2004, June 18th, 2007, April 8th, 2010, January 27th, 2013, November 18th, 2015, September 18th, 2018, and June 29th, 2021. I like how it's a nice in-between between a female Nidoran and Nidoqueen. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Nidorina, the Poison Pin Pokemon. Number is 0030. This is it. This is the Nidorina. Poison type. That's what it is. Abilities are Poison Point or Rivalry, Gen 4 onwards. Hustle is his hidden ability. It's 100% female. Catch rate is 120 or 24.9%. Breeding, an egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time is 20 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 44.1 pounds, 20 kilograms. Base experience yield, 117, 1 through 4, and 128, 5 onward. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2, both in HP. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Nidorina is a poison type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Nidoran. Female, starting at level 16, and evolves into Nidoqueen when exposed to a Moonstone. It is related to the Nidoran line, but unlike Nidoran, female Nidorina cannot breed. For some reason. Biology. Nidorina is a quadrupedal sky blue mammalian Pokemon with dark blue patches. It has red eyes, large spiny ears, and has two pointed teeth protruding from its upper jaw. It possesses large poisonous spikes, which it retracts whenever it is with a group feeding its children or while resting in its burrow. Its paws have 3 claws each and it is able to stand on its hind legs. The hind legs are longer and thicker than its forelegs. It has a stubby tail. Nidorina is a female-only species. Nidorina is a gentle Pokemon and is known to be a caring mother that chews food for its young. It seems to display close family bonds with others of its kind and becomes nervous when separated. Nidorina prefers not to fight since its horn grows slowly, but if forced or enraged, it prefers physical attacks such as claws and biting. Nidorina prefers to chew its food into a paste before spitting it out and feeding its children. It also emits ultrasonic cries by befuddling foes. Nidorina live in burrows at hot savannas and plains. Evolution. Nidorina evolves from Nidoran female and evolves into Nidoqueen. Yep. All this. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, red and blue. The female's horn develops slowly, prefers physical attacks such as clawing and biting. In yellow, when resting deep in its burrow, its thorns always retract. This is proof that it is relaxed. Stadium, the female is usually docile. However, if it becomes enraged, it will attack wildly with bites and scratches. The female? But yeah, the female is entirely unnecessary for this. Like the other one that I could see being used, but that doesn't make... Yeah, like the other one, it could be, either Nidorans, and, you specify that, but if this is just the evolutionary line, it's not called Nidorina for the males, so I have no idea why that's used. Weird, okay. Anyway, in Gen 2, in gold, when feeding its young, it first chews and tenderizes the food, then spits it out for the offspring. In silver, it has a calm and caring nature. Because its horn grows slowly, it prefers not to fight. Crystal, it has a docile nature. If it is threatened with attack, it raises the barbs that are all over its body. Psidium 2, when feeding its young, it first chews and tenderizes the food, then spits it out for the offspring. Ruby and Sapphire, when Nidorina are with their friends or family, they keep their barbs tucked away to prevent hunting each other. This Pokemon appears to become nervous if separated from the others. Aww. Emerald. When it is with its friends or family, its barbs are tucked away to prevent injury. It appears to become nervous if it is separated from the others. Fire Red. The female has a gentle temperament. It emits ultrasonic cries that have the power to befuddle foes. So then, yeah, Leaf Green is just red and blue again. Generation 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. When it senses danger, it raises all the barbs on its body. These barbs grow slower than Nidorinos. So Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the same with their Gold and Silver counterparts. Gen 5, all of those Pokedexes, the Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. X is red, blue, and Leaf Green. In Y, that is the gold entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, the Let's Go games, those are just Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, in Sword, the horn on its head is atrophied. It's thought that this happens so Nidorina's children won't get poked while their mother is feeding them. In Shield, if the group is threatened, these Pokemon will band together to assault enemies with a chorus of ultrasonic waves. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So in red, blue, and yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. For stats, at space stats, HP 70, attack 62, defense 67, special attack 55, special defense 55, speed 56. For a total of 365, this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 55. Pokethon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, rock, ghost, steel, fire, water, electric, ice, dragon, and dark. It's weak to ground and psychic for double. Immune to nothing. Resistant to fighting, poison, bug, grass, and fairy, all for half. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug moves was double, so it goes from double to half. By leveling up, we're going to go down to 22 here. 22 Toxic Spikes, 29 Double Kick, 36 Bite, 43 Helping Hand, 50 Toxic, 57 Flatter, 64 Crunch, and 71 Earth Power. By breeding, in Sword and Shield, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Disable, this group gives you Poison Fang, this group gives you Poison Tail, or I guess this is just landed. This one gives you Skull Bash, this one gives you Supersonic, this one gives you Takedown, and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, this one gives you Beat Up, this group gives you Charm, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Disable, this group gives you Focused Energy, so Viper can give you Poison Fang or Poison Tail, Skull Bash in this one, Supersonic in this one, Takedown in this one, and Venom Trench in this one. Nothing by tutoring, nothing by prior evolution, by transfer from another generation. In Gen 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, you get Aerial Ace. 1 is Bide, that doesn't work anymore. 1 through 7, you get Bite. 1, you get Bubble Beam. 4 through 7, you get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7, Chip Away, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2, you get Curse. 5 and 6, you get Cut. 2 and 3, Defense Curl. 2, Detect. 1 through 7, Double Kick and Double Team. 1 and 3, get Double Edge. 5 through 7, Echoed Voice. 3 through 7, Flatter. 2 through 7, Frustration. That doesn't work anymore. 1 through 7, Fury, Swipes, and Growl. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power. Doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Hone Claws. 1, you get Horn Drill. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. 2 through 4, you get Mud Slap. 4, you get Natural Gift. That doesn't work anymore. 1 through 7, you get Poison Sting. 4 through 7, you get Pursuit. That doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Rage. That doesn't work anymore. 1 and 7, you get Reflect. 2 through 7, you get Return, but that doesn't work anymore. 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. 2 through 7, you get Scratch. 2, 3, and 6, you get Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Shockwave. From Gen 2, 5, and 6, you get Strength. From 5 through a special event, you get Sucker Punch. 4 through 7, you get Super Fang. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 1 and 2, you get Tackle. 1 through 7, Tail Whip. 1 through 7, Toxic. 1, Water Gun. 3 and 4, and 6 and 7, you get Water Pulse. TCG only moves, Tackle, Nidorina. Side game data. This. Evolution data. Sprites. Kind of just looks like a bigger version of this one. I mean, it is. I mean, it does look like Nidorina. It does, yeah. And pink again, so it's gonna keep that same concept from the last one, where it's kind of a pinkish purple. Yep. Okay. Yep. Just kind of keep going. I don't think there's anything fancy about the back sprites I need to talk about. I mean, the ears don't seem to they do contain the spikes, but they're not nearly this thing. And this, the horn, I don't know. Like, the front horn, does it grow in later generation? No, I guess it kind of just generally disappears. Might still be a little bit of a horn, but yeah, it generally, it's very, yeah, it's very small. Yeah, keep going. All these, yep. In the anime, Nidorina in the anime with a Donphan, no, other one, Phanpy. For the Pokedex entries in episode 100, Nash's Pokedex, Nidorina, the poison pin Pokemon, the evolved form of the female Nidoran, it emits supersonic waves from its mouth to confuse its enemies. We got it in the manga, Nidorina in Pokemon Adventures, the TCG. Okay, trivia. Nidorino and Nidoqueen's inability to lay eggs was established by Japanese media before breeding became a game mechanic. Despite this, however, several of Nidorina's Pokedex entries imply that it is still capable of childbearing. Nidorina and Nidoqueen are the only two Pokemon that cannot breed even though their unevolved form can breed. Nidorina's shiny coloration is similar to Nidorino's regular coloration and vice versa. We did this last one before. Origin, Nidorina appears to be drawn inspiration from rabbits, porcupines, and rhinos with aspects of venomous ant mammals. May also be a reference to the mythical moon rabbit due to its rabbit-like appearance and the fact that it reaches its final evolution form using a moonstone. Name origin, Nidorina may be a combination of Nido, rhinoceros, and Ina, feminine, diminutive suffix in Spanish and Italian. It may also involve Nido twice. It may derive from Nidor, a pungent and unpleasant smell. Seems unlikely since there's no association with its smell at all. I guess it's poison could be associated with the smell, but I don't know what poisons. I don't know if all poisons are smelly. I don't think they are. But of course that might just depend on what species you are. Anyway. Other languages, and references and external links. We're gonna move on.
We already watched Nidorina's first scene in the anime in the Sandslash video, so instead we'll watch Nidorina's second.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we'll be watching episode 33, The Flaming Pokemonathon. We started watching this episode in the Sandslash video, but we'll explain again what we're doing here. So in this episode, Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, and his faithful companion, Pikachu, have stumbled upon the Big P Pokemon Ranch. This is Laura, one of the members of the family who runs this ranch, and her Ponyta. Ash has just burned his hand on trying to pet Ponyta, and she has just explained that a Ponyta won't burn someone it really trusts. Let's get going.
Wow, for Ponyta to trust me too.
That's
Just
Misty.
training one Pokemon's a big job, but a whole herd must be really tough.
There's Nidoran.
Breeders love Pokemon from the
Nidorina.
Laramie Ranch because they're raised in the wild
That's
and they're a
Brock's
little
dog
stronger
talking.
than other Pokemon. You're lucky if you get a Big P Pokemon.
I'm real glad some folks know about all the hard work.
Yeah, okay, that's it. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Let's see why people love Nidorina. Let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're going to look at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't have a Nidorina. So first we've got Nidorina, number 030 by Kutsuku. So we got this cool looking Nidorina. It's in a cool, different art style a little bit. Then we've got 030 Nidorina by Winter Freak. Now this one, it looks kind of like it might be in like a show like Rocko's Modern Life or one of those like 90s animal shows, you know. Yeah. Then this is not Nidorina, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Eevee before I can evolve female Nidoran into Nidorina. As always, this is my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Nidoqueen, the final evolution of female Nidoran, who evolves into Nidorina, who evolves into Nidoqueen when exposed to a Moonstone. Nidoqueen is also the first poison ground Pokemon. Its past BYC dates are March 28th, 1996, January 17th, 1999, November 7th, 2007, August 28th, 2004, June 19th, 2007, April 9th, 2010, January 28th, 2013, November 19th, 2015, September 9th, 2018, and June 30th, 2021. I don't really know what to talk about without mentioning the obvious feature. Let's move on to the Bulbapedia article.
Today we'll be talking about Nidoqueen, the drill Pokemon, whose number is 0031. This is what it looks like. Its type is Poison Ground. Its abilities are Poison Point or Rivalry in Gen 4+. Sheer Force is its hidden ability. It's 100% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is no eggs discovered, and its hatch time is 20 cycles. Somehow, despite there being no eggs, presumably that's just talking about Nidoran. Anyway, height is 4'3" and 1.3 meters. Weight is 132.3 pounds, or 60 kilograms, base experience yield. And the first 4 gens was 194, but became 227 Gen 5. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 3 with HP, having all of them. Shape is that. Its footprint is that. Its Pokedex color is that. As blue, rather. Its base friendship is 70. You can see it's got the poison, purple, and the brown for ground on the side here. So Nidoqueen is a dual-type Poison Ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Nidorino when exposed to a Moonstone. It is the final form of Nidoran female. It is related to the Nidoran male line, but unlike Nidoran, a female, Nidoqueen cannot breed. Biology: Nidoqueen is a large bipedal blue mammalian Pokemon with distinct reptilian features. Its body is encased with extremely hard scales that serve as excellent protection from any attack and stands up when Nidoqueen is excited or provoked. It has a blunt snout, narrow brown eyes, and and large ears with brown insides. There is a small horn on its forehead, and single spine on each ear, and a line of toxic spikes running down its back. Each hand has 3 short claws, and each foot has 2 claws. Its lower jaw, the front of its abdomen, and 2 plates on its chest are cream-colored. It has a thick, powerful tail. Nidoqueen is a female-only species. Nidoqueen can be quite fierce and is protective of its young. This Pokemon is at its strongest when it is defending its young, and it will try to steal the entrance to its burrow to protect them. It also places its young in the gaps between the spines on its back, with which each release poison when the children are present. Nidoqueen is more adept at being defensive than offensive. Nidoqueen's armor-like scales allow it to defend its children from any attack. When in contact with foes, it can poison them with a spike on its back, or cause small tremors by slamming the ground. It is also adept at sending foes flying with harsh tackles, and uses its hefty bulk to execute powerful moves, being the result of an evolution via Evolution Stone. Nidoqueen is rarely found in the wild, however they can be found in savannas and plains. Evolution, Nidoqueen evolves from Nidorina and is the final form of Nidoran. Female. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, in red and blue, its art scales provide strong protection. It uses its hefty bulk to execute powerful moves. In yellow, tough scales cover the sturdy body of this Pokemon. It appears that the scales grow in cycles. Stadium, its super hard needle-like scales stand up when excited. It uses its hefty bulk for performing powerful moves. In Gen 2, gold, its body is covered with needle-like scales. It never shows signs of shrinking from any attack. Silver, it uses a scaly, rugged body to seal the entrance of its nest and to protect its young from predators. Crystal, the hard scales that cover its strong body serve as an excellent protection from any attack. Stadium 2 is the same as gold. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Nidoqueen's body is encased in extremely hard scales. It is adept at sending foes flying with harsh tackles. This Pokemon is at the strongest when it is defending its young. Emerald is adept at sending foes flying with a harsh tackle, using its tough, scaly body. This Pokemon is at its strongest when it is defending its young. Fire Red, its body is covered by stiff, needle-like scales. If it becomes excited, the needles bristle outward. Leaf Green, is the same as red and blue. For Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its entire body is armored with heart scales. It will protect the young in its burrow with its life. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are the same as their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, all the Pokedexes are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. Gen 6, X, while there's a comma now after Scaly, is the same as Silver entries. So Y is Fire Red. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are just Ruby and Sapphire. Gen 7, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee are just yellow. Gen 8, Sword. Nidoqueen is better at defense than offense. With scales like armor, this Pokemon will shield its children from any kind of attack. Why was that not shields? That would have been perfect. Okay, anyway, in shields, it pacifies offspring by placing them in the gaps between the spines on its back. The spines will never secrete poison while young are present. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are just Diamond and Pearl again. Game locations, side game locations, events, the held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. Red, blue, and yellow, you get the Bitter Berry. So stats, we're going to compare its Gen 1 through 5 stats with its 6 onward stats. Okay, so 90 HP, that stays the same. Attack 82, that becomes 92. Defense 87, that stays the same. Special attack 75, that stays the same. Special defense 85, that stays the same. Speed 76, that stays the same. So it goes from a total of 495 to 505. In the 1 through 5 box here, this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 75. Then we got the Pokéthon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, ghost, steel, fire, grass, dragon, and dark. Weak to ground, water, psychic, and ice for double. Immune to electric for 0. Resistant, fighting, poison, rock, bug, and fairy, all for half except for poison, which is now 4th. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug type moves is 2, so it went from 2 to half. So, for the Learn set, because it evolves with a stone, hypothetically, you could have a level 16 Nidoqueen, so I'm just going to start with 16. Never mind. It's just Evo, superpower. All of these are 1. I don't think you can get 1 that's without cheating, so yeah. Gonna move on. TMTR, I'm gonna skip this. Yep, all that. Same with this group. Okay, so by beating and Sword and Shield. Counter from this group, disable from this group. Salandit gives you Poison Fang, Poison Tail from this group, Skull Bash from this group, Supersonic from this group, Takedown from this group, Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, Beat Up from this group, Charm from this group. This group gives you counter, this group gives you disabled. This group gives you focus energy, Poison Fang and Poison Tail. You get that from Surviper. Skull Bash from this group, Supersonic from this group, Takedown from this group, and Venom Drench from this group. By tutoring and the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you get the move Scorching Sands, which is a special ground type move. Its power is 70, its accuracy is 100, and its PP is 10. By a prior evolution, nothing. Transfer from another gen. 3 through 7, you get Aerial Ace. 4 through 7, Aqua Tail. 1 Bye, but that doesn't work anymore. 1 Bubble Beam as well, but that one does work. 4 through 7, you get Captivate, that doesn't work. 5 through 7, Chip Away, that doesn't work. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2, you get Curse. 5 and 6, you get Cut. 2 and 3, you get Defense Curl. 2, you get Detect. 1 through 7, you get Double Team. 1 and 3, you get Double Edge. 5, 6, and 7, you get Dragon Tail. 2 and 3, you get Dynamic Punch. 5 through 7, you get Echoed Voice. 1, you get Fissure. In Gen 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Focus Punch. From 2 to 7, you get Frustration, but that doesn't work anymore. 3 to 4 is Fury Cut. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 to 7, you get Hidden Power, but that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Hone Claws. 1, you get Horn Drill. 5 and 6, you get Incinerate. 1 and 3, Mimic. 2 through 4, Mud Slap. 4, you get Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 6, you get Power Punch. 4 through 7, you get Pursuit, but that doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7, you get Quash. 1, you get Rage, that doesn't work anymore. 1 and 7, you get Reflect. 2 through 7, you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Roar. 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 2, 3, and 7, you get Seismic Toss. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Shockwave. 5, 6, and 7, you get Smackdown. From 1, 2, 5, and 6, you get Strength. 1, you get Submission. 5 from an event, you get Sucker Punch. 4 through 7, you get Super Fang. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 1 and 2, Tackle. 3 through 7, Torment. 1, Water Gun. And 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Water Pulse. Side game data. Okay, got all this. Evolutionary data, got all this. Okay, then you got this, which is... Yeah, this first one is interesting. It's not a bad representation, like, given there may be limitations at the time, but this is, yeah, much closer to the, yeah, these two are much closer to the Nidoqueen. As we go on here, we can see more. So yeah, this is interesting because it doesn't become the purple thing like it does with the other one. It actually turns green, at least in this generation. So it's pink, green with pink highlights, I guess. You get to see it, yeah, become more. This becomes more yellow, like it actually is, or the whatever yellow tan color, or the whatever the tan kind of color that it becomes later. So then yeah, then it stays sort of dark green with pink highlights. Then we got the that becomes kind of a lighter blue. As time goes, this becomes just more green. 4 spikes. Do we have any difference in spikes? Well, the spikes on the head are 3 on this back sprite, but that might just because it's cutting off. You get to actually have a proper backpack. Like this is like a side, like it is in the more those kind of later games. But yeah, so you get to see kind of a different orientation. Yeah, I guess these changed their orientation. They're all kind of in one row rather than kind of all around like that. So then you get 4 because it's probably standed out a little bit. Yeah. Then back to 3. Presumably it's more zoomed in again. Yep. Then you got, black and white. That's back to, now we get to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't really get to see the tail one. And of course the one on the head as well. Yep. Slightly different between the things. Okay. Then we got the 3D model. We got all that. Let's see what it looks like there. And Let's Go games. Home. Okay, in the anime, Nidoqueen in the anime. For the Pokedex entry, in Advanced Generations, episode 72, in Maze Pokedex, Nidoqueen, the drill Pokemon. Nidoqueen has thick skin covering its entire body, protecting it from whatever techniques are used against it. That's Nidoqueen in Pokemon Origins, in the manga, and Pokemon Adventures, the TCG, trivia. Okay, I've read this first main point, in the Nidorina video, so I'm not going to do that again. So, in this sub-point, despite being in the no egg discovered group, Nidoqueen was shown to be capable of breeding in the anime special Mewtwo Returns, when a cloned Nidoqueen and a cloned Rhyhorn produced eggs containing both baby Rhyhorn and baby Nidoqueen, not baby Nidoran female. In addition, several Nidoqueen Pokedex entries imply that it's still capable of childbearing. I mean, that's a clone, so, like, it's a little bit different, you know. They could have added that it was... thing. And yeah, that is weird. The baby, Rhyhorn makes sense, because it's a Rhyhorn. It's the lowest one. But yeah, Nidoqueen makes no sense. I don't know why it's not a Nidoran female or male. Okay, so I read this second point. Nidoqueen is the only Nidoran evolutionary family member whose shiny color is not the same as its opposite gender counterpart's normal color. Yep. Nidoqueen and its male counterpart, Nidoking, share their category name with Rhydon and Rhyperior. They are known as the Drill Pokemon. Additionally, all four are partly ground types. In the Japanese game, Pokemon Red and Green, Nidoqueen weighs 6 kilograms instead of 60 kilograms, as it does in other games. This is no mechanical significance, as no game mechanics use weight in Pokemon Red and Green. Origin: Nidoqueen appears to share its traits of kaiju, rhinoceroses, gorillas, rabbits, and porcupines, and is the most likely based on its male counterpart Nidoking, and the covering on its chest and its lower abdomen collectively resemble a two-piece bikini. Name origin: Nidoqueen may be a combination of Needle and Queen. It may also involve Nido, which means twice, may be related to Nidor, an unpleasant odor. So then we got other languages, references, external links, and now we're gonna move on.
Let's watch Nidoqueen's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back. In this film, Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock and Misty have come to the home of the world's greatest Pokemon master upon his invitation. Ash is about to meet the Pokemon of another trainer who has also been summoned here. There they are, yes.
Those are my...
So, you can see here we've got the Nidoqueen. Then we've also got Vaporeon, Tentacruel, Golduck, Seadra, and Gyarados. For some reason, this Nidoqueen has been lumped in with water Pokemon. Maybe because it's blue, that was a mistake. Maybe in the writing, I don't know. But you're about to, yeah. So that was that was the trainer talking. So
It was no problem getting through that storm. I
there
rode
was a
over
storm,
on Gyarados back.
Wow, I heard it takes a lot of skill to train Gyarados.
Yeah, okay, so that's basically Nidoqueen's first scene. I hope you enjoyed. Let's move on. Let's see why people love Nidoqueen. Let's look at the fan art.
Hello, and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're going to look at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're looking at this one image here. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is the Queen of Nidos by Conestra. So we got this cute looking Nidoqueen here. Looks like it could belong in maybe a Land Before Time or like a Disney movie or something like that. You know, it's very cute and it's, yeah. So that's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to talk about Eevee before I can evolve Nidorina into Nidoqueen. Tomorrow I'll be talking about male Nidoran. As always, this isn't my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about male Nidoran, which looks different than female Nidoran, which is probably why they're considered two different Pokemon, even though this is not necessarily the case for future Pokemon. Male Nidoran's past PYC dates are March 29th, 1996, January 18th, 1999, November 8th, 2001, August 29th, 2004, June 20th, 2007, April 10th, 2010, January 29th, 2013, November 20th, 2015, September 10th, 2018, and July 1st, 2021. My other comments are just repeats of the comments I had in the female Nidoran video. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Nidoran Male, the Poison Pin Pokemon, whose number is 0032. This is what he looks like. Type Poison. Abilities Poison Point or Rivalry in Gen 4+. Hustle is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 100% male. Catch rate is 235 or 41.3%. Breeding is egg groups, monster, and field. Hatch time is 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 19.8 pounds or 9 kilograms. Base experience yield in Gen 1 through 4 was 60, but went down to 55 in 5. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple, and base friendship is 70. Nidoran male is a poison-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Nidorino, starting at level 16, which evolves into Nidoking when exposed to a Moonstone. It is related to Nidoran female, serving as its male counterpart. When bred with Ditto as of Generation 5, it can produce eggs that contain either Nidoran male or Nidoran female. Nidoran male is a small quadrupedal mammalian Pokemon. It is pinkish-purple with dark patches. It has large spiny ears with teal insides, oversized front teeth, and red eyes. Its back is covered with 3 lines of large spines that can release potent poisons if threatened. The center line of spines is taller than the other 2. The size of the long, pointed horn on its forehead is indicative of the strength of its venom. Nidoran male is a male-only species. Nidoran male constantly listens for the sound of approaching enemies with its large ears. Said ears have unique muscles that allow them to be moved in any direction, and even the slightest sound does not escape Nidoran male's notice. In order to listen to distant locations, it flaps its ears like wings. When angry, it extends its toxic spikes and charges, stabbing with its horn to inject poison. Nidoran male is brave and will risk its own life to protect Nidoran female. Aww. Nidoran male lives in open spaces such as savannas and plains. Evolution. Nidoran male evolves into Nidorino, which evolves into Nidoking. So you can see that here. Nidoran male, Nidorino, Nidoking. Game data Pokedex entries. Pokemon Red and Blue in Gen 1 stiffens its ears to sense danger. The larger its horns, the more powerful its secreted venom. In Yellow, its large ears are always kept upright. If it senses danger, it will attack with a poisonous sting. Stadium, its large ears sense danger. It extends its toxic spikes. When angry, the size of its body thorns indicates its toxicity. In Gen 2, in Gold, it is small, but its horn is filled with poison. It charges, then stamps with the horn to inject poison. In Silver, it raises its big ears to check its surroundings. It will strike first if it senses any danger. In Crystal, it constantly moves its large ears in many directions in order to detect danger right away. Stadium 2 is just Gold again. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, the male Nidoran has developed muscles for moving its ears. Thanks to them, the ears can be freely moved in any direction. Even the slightest sound does not escape this Pokemon. In Emerald, the male Nidoran has developed muscles that freely move its ears in any direction. Even the slightest sound does not escape this Pokemon's notice. In Fire Red, its large ears are flapped like wings when it is listening to distant sounds. It extends toxic barbs when angered. Leaf Green, it stiffens its ears to sense danger. The larger its horns, the more powerful its secreted venom. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it scans its surroundings by raising its ears out of the grass. Its toxic horn is for protection. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum again. So is X in Gen 6. Y is Fire Red. So in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, it's basically the same as their counterparts, but a little different. So Nidoran male has developed muscles for moving its ears. Thanks to them, the ears can be freely moved in any direction. Even the slightest sound does not escape this Pokemon's notice. In Gen 7, the Let's Go games are just Yellow's Pokedex entry. In Gen 8, in Sword, the horn on a male Nidoran's forehead contains a powerful poison. This is a very cautious Pokemon, always straining its large ears. In Shield, small but brave, this Pokemon will hold its ground and even risk its life in battle to protect the female it's friendly with. Aww. And Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Game locations, inside games, and events. Okay, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So if you transfer from Red, Blue, or Yellow, you get TM43 Detect 100% of the time. In Fire Red and Leaf Green, you get Tiny Mushroom and an in-game trade 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 46, Attack 57, Defense 40, Special Attack 40, Special Defense 40, Speed 50, for a total of 273. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 40. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, rock, ghost, steel, fire, water, electric, ice, dragon, and dark. It's weak to ground and psychic for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, poison, bug, grass, and fairy, all for half. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug-type moves is 2, so it went from 2 to half. Learn set, by leveling up. 1, you get Leer and Poison Sting. 5, Peck, 10, Focus Energy, 15, Fury Attack, 20, Toxic Spikes, 25, Double Kick, 30, Horn Attack, 35, Helping Hand, 40, Toxic, 45, Flatter, 50, Poison Jab, and 55 Earth Power. By TM/TR in Sword and Shield, you have TM 15, Dig, 21 Rest, 23 Thief, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 31 Attract, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 37 Beat Up, 39 Facade, 41 Helping Hand, 65 Shadow Claw, 74 Venoshock, 76 Round, 96 Smart Strike, now we're in the TRs, 1 Body Slam, 5 Ice Beam, 6 Blizzard, 8 Thunderbolt, 9 Thunder, 13 Focus Energy, 17 Amnesia, 20 Substitute, 22 Sludge Bomb, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 31 Iron Tail, 54 Toxic Spikes, 57 Poison Jab, 67 Earth Power, 87 Drill Run, and 91 Venom Drench. And Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, TM3 Water Pulse, 6 Toxic, 11 Sunny Day, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 23 Iron Tail, 24 Thunderbolt, 25 Thunder, 28 Dig, 32 Double Team, 34 Shockwave, 36 Sludge Bomb, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 58 Endure, 65 Shadow Claw, 62 Sleep Talk, 84 Poison Jab, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 93 Cut, 96 Strength, and 89 Rock Smash. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives you Confusion, this group Counter, this group Disable, this group Head Smash, this group Horn Drill, this group Poison Tail, this group Sucker Punch, this group Supersonic, this group Takedown, this group Thrash, in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Amnesia. For this group gives you Beat Up, this group gives you Confusion, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Disable, this group gives you Head Smash, this group gives you Horn Drill, Viper gives you Poison Tail, this group gives you Sucker Punch, this group gives you Supersonic, this group gives you Takedown, this group gives you Thrash, and this group gives you Venom Drench. Nothing by tutoring, by transfer from another generation, so, from 1, you get Bide, from 4, 5, 6, or 7, you get Captivate. 5, 6, or 7, you get Chip Away. These 3 aren't available anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2, you get Curse. 5 and 6, you get Cut. 2 and 3, you get Defense Curl. 2, you get Detect. All of them, you get Double Team. 2 or 3, you get Double Edge. 5, 6, or 7, you get Echoed Voice. 2 through 7, you get Frustration. 2, 4, and 7, you get Hudbutt. Oh, but sorry, I forgot to mention Frustration is not a move you can use anymore. So 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power, which doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Hone Claws. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. From 2 through 4, you get Mud Slap. For 4, you get Natural Gift, which doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Rage, which doesn't work anymore. 1 and 7, you get Reflect. 2 through 7, you get Return, which doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Rock Smash. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power, which doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Shockwave. 1, you get Skull Bash. 5 and 6, you get Strength. 4, 5, 6, and 7, you get Super Fang. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, you get Swagger. 1 or 2, you get Tackle. 3, 4, 6, or 7, you get Water Pulse. TCG only moves, you get Scratch on this card. Anime only moves, Fury Swipes from Wherefore Art Thou Pokemon, and Bite from Leading Astray. Side game data. Got all this. Evolution data, level 16, Moonstone, yeah. Then we got the sprites. So, yeah, these look fairly like it. This one looks the least like it, but it slowly becomes more Nidoran-like. These all, of course, stay the same, despite, you know, it's kind of start looking like bunny ears, but of course it doesn't really look like bunny ears that much. We're much further apart, and you can kind of see in this back sprite. This is a full body one, or near full body one, which is very unique. Most of them are just like the head, but I guess since it's basically all, like, it's hard to know where the head and body start, you know, like where's the line. There's not really a neck on this creature, it's all kind of one long thing. But anyway, yeah, so we got all these, and then for some reason crystals is different than gold. Actually, it's closer to gold. Actually, silvers is different than them, although the back sprites are all the same. So this one's like this one, but like a different color. Oh, and the shinies. The shinies are blue. Yeah, and they're all pink, and then it becomes that purple, then these are pink. There's a different pink. It's interesting. Then we've got Gen 3, so then, you know, that's more of a Defiant Blue, looking more like female Nidoran. And of course, yeah, we got the purplish pink thing. And the green is finally introduced. Yep, and I guess it's brown now, the inside. But yeah, so these are all kind of basically the same. I mean, this one's different, too, which is interesting. Yeah, I don't know why it's smaller. Interesting. Then you got Diamond and Pearl here, and Platinum, yeah, Gen 4. Again, Heart Gold seems to be more or less just Fire Reds, but more, I guess, an animated version. And then, well, this sprite's a little, oh, they're a little different with the horn, but yeah, they're, on the back sprites are definitely different. These are more, you know, not, yeah, but yeah, they changed the perspective. And Gen 5 got full body sprites and everything. Yep. Then you got, you know, the 3D models. Yep. All these, yep. It gets better as time goes on, of course. Then you got homes, models, yeah. And that's probably, then we got the anime, so Nidoran in the anime, so it's male and female there, that's cool. And you keep going, yep. For the Pokedex entries, in episode 100, in Ash's Pokedex, Nidoran male. Its horn is larger than the female's, and its horn attack is quite powerful. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 20, talking about Nidoran male and Nidoran female in Go's Rotom Phone. Nidoran, the Poison Pin Pokemon. A poison type, the male Nidoran first evolves into Nidorino, then Nidoking. The less aggressive female Nidoran first evolves into Nidorina, then Nidoqueen. So then we got an Origins, and a Poketoon. Got in the manga, Nidoran in Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Yep. Okay. Got in the TCG, the TFG. These first 4 points are basically ones that we've done in the Nidoran female video. Kind of the same general concept of this next one here, just like the female symbol instead. Nidoran male is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 273. Origin. Nidoran male appears to draw inspiration from rabbits and porcupines with aspects of venomous mammals. However, anatomically, they resemble hyraxes, small rodent-like mammals that are genetically more closely related to much larger mammals like elephants and manatees, featuring thick bodies with tough hides, similar to Nidorino and Nidoking. It may be a reference to the mythical moon rabbit, due to its rabbit-like appearance and the fact that it reaches its final evolution form using a moonstone. The coloration of Nidoran and its evolutions may be a reference to the gendered associations of pink and blue in previous centuries. Name origin? Nidoran male may be derived from Needle, with male as an indication of its male gender. It may also involve Nido twice. It may be derived from Nidor, a pungent and unpleasant odor. Here's in other languages. Here's the external links. Let's move on.
Let's watch male Nidorans first seen in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we were watching episode 28, Pokemon Fashion Flash. In this episode, Ash and his traveling companions, that's Ash, Brock and Misty, who's not in the scene, have come to the salon of this woman, Susie, who's a breeder, and she's talking about, and this is Susie's Vulpix, this is a crowd of a bunch of other people. That's a Bellsprout. Anyway, so she's talking about massage, and how, Ash is gonna perform a massage on Pikachu here. This is like the end of a lecture she's giving. Yes.
Volunteer and his Pikachu will now demonstrate the techniques we learned in today's lecture. As you may all...
So, okay, there's the Nidoran male. Kinda looking a little bit weird. Yeah, it's all kind of dolled up. Same with the Pidgey there. But yeah, let's move on. Here.
A Pikachu's electric sacs are located in its cheeks, and they become very tense after a difficult battle.
Let's move on.
Let's talk about the TCG. I have one Nidoran card.
It's a male Nidoran Delta, and is a dark type for some reason, despite them being poison type. But I guess that's not something in the TCG, so they had to call it something. It's the 7th variation of the male Nidoran card. It was illustrated by Midori Harada, an illustrator for the TCG and a few other bits of franchise art, who began working in 2003 and has continued to work on the illustrations to this day, as of March 2024. I like this card since it has both male and female Nidoran, showing that they interact with each other. Male Nidoran has 2 moves, Peck and Poison Horn. In the video games, Peck is a flying type move. Oddly enough, this is something a Nidoran can perform, I suppose because of the horn. Anyway, Peck deals damage and can affect those around the target in triple battles, which I'm now finding out is a thing. On this card, it takes 1 of any energy and damages the target for 10 damage. Poison Horn is not a move in the video games. It requires 1 dark energy and will poison the target if the player wins a coin flip. He's weak to Psychic, causing him to take double damage for Psychic moves. He takes 1 of any energy to retreat. There's no description nor level. There's the EX Dragon Frontiers expansion symbol in the bottom right corner.
I have a Nidorino card, so we'll talk about that tomorrow. Now let's see why people love male Nidoran. Let's look at the fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so today we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Nidoran male. So here we have Nidoran M, Nidorino, Nidoking by Mr. Red Butcher. So it's all 3 of them. We did their version of the Nidoran female line, and so now we're getting the male's version. So Nidoran male, Nidorino, Nidoking. Kind of looks a little scary, but cool, you know. Very much based on what they're actually based on, you know. Then we've got the Nidoran family here by Zero Chan. 923,600. So, you know, we have a whole family of each of them. So, you've got the Nidoking with the Nidoran female, the Nidoran male, helping, Nidoqueen and the dishes. It's like a domestic home. And then we got the middle ones, you know, the Nidorino, you know, messing with the Nidorina. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, and the diapers, I guess it's very cute. This isn't a Nidoran male art, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, but I won't be catching a male Nidoran. Instead, I'll be catching a Spearow and evolving it into Fearow. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Nidorino. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Nidorino, the evolution of male Nidoran at level 16. Nidorino's previous PYC dates are March 30th, 1996, January 19th, 1999, November 9th, 2001, August 30th, 2004, June 21st, 2007, April 11th, 2010, January 30th, 2013, November 21st, 2015, September 11th, 2018, and July 2nd, 2021. I like how it's an in-between between male Nidoran and Nidoking, although this one's closer to Nidoran than Nidorina. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Nidorino, the poison pin Pokemon, whose number is 0033. Here's what it looks like. Its type is Poison. Its abilities are Poison Point or Rivalry in Gen 4+, and its hidden ability is Hustle. Its gender ratio is male. 100%. Catch rate is 120 or 24.9%. It's breeding, egg groups, monster and field. Attach time, 20 cycles. Height, 2'11", or 0.9 meters. Weight, 43 pounds, or 19.5 kilograms. Base experience yield, 118 in the first 4 gens, and then in Gen 5 it went up to 128. Its leveling rate is medium slow. Its EV yield is 2, both in attack. Its shape is that. Its footprint is that. Its Pokedex color is purple. Its base friendship is 70. Nidorino is a poison-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Nidoran male, starting at level 16, and evolves into Nidoking when exposed to a Moonstone. It is related to the Nidoran female line, serving as Nidorina's male counterpart. Starting in Gen 5, it can produce eggs that contain either Nidoran male or Nidoran female when bred with a Ditto. Biology. Nidorino is a light purple quadrupedal mammal Pokemon. It has several darker purple patches across its body. It has large spiny ears with teal insides, narrow black eyes, and a long snout, with 2 pointed teeth protruding from the upper jaw. Nidorino has a ridge of toxic spines on its back and a long pointed horn on its forehead. The horn is harder than a diamond and capable of secreting poison on impact. The more adrenaline Nidorino has in its body, the more potent the poison is. Its short legs have 3 claws on each foot. Nidorino is a male-only species. Nidorino is independent, nervous, and fierce, and it is often described as violent and easily angered. It uses its ears to check its surroundings. If it senses a hostile presence, all the barbs on its back bristle up at once, and it challenges the foe with all its might. Nidorino's harder-than-diamond horn can destroy diamonds, and it uses that horn to destroy boulders and search for moonstones. Nidorino live in hot savannas and plains. Evolution. Nidorino evolves from Nidoran male and evolves into Nidoking. You can see that here. Game data, Pokedex entries. Generation 1, red and blue. An aggressive Pokemon that is quick to attack. The horn on its head secretes a powerful venom. Yellow. Its horn contains venom. If they are stabbed into an enemy, the impact makes the poison leak out. Stadium. Its horn is harder than diamond. If it punctures an enemy, it pumps powerful venom into the wound. Gen 2 in gold. It raises its big ears to check its surroundings. If it senses anything, it attacks immediately. Silver. Quick to anger. It stabs enemies with its horn to inject a powerful poison when the attacker becomes agitated. In crystal. It is easily agitated and uses its horn for offense as soon as it notices an attacker. Stadium 2 is just gold again. In Gen 3. Ruby and Sapphire. Nidorino has a horn that is harder than diamond. If it senses a hostile presence, all the barbs on its back bristle up at once, and it challenges the foe with all its might. An emerald. Its horn is harder than diamond. If it senses a hostile presence, all the barbs on its back bristle up at once, and it challenges the foe with all its might. Fire red. It is easily angered by swinging its well-developed horn wildly. It can even punch through diamond. Leaf green is just red and blue again. In Gen 4, diamond, pearl, and platinum. It has a violent disposition and stabs foes with its horn, which oozes poison upon impact. Heart gold and soul silver are their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, all of the entries are diamond, pearl, and platinum again. In Gen 6, X is the gold entries. And Y is red, blue, and leaf green. In Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, they are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, the Let's Go games, that's just yellows. In Gen 8, in Sword, with a horn that's harder than diamond, this Pokemon goes around shattering boulders as it searches for a moonstone. In Shield, it's nervous and quick to act aggressively. The potency of its poison increases along with the level of adrenaline present in its body. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond Pearl counterparts. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red, blue, and yellow, you get Berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats. HP 61, attack 72, defense 57, special attack 55, special defense 55, speed 65, all for a total of 365. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 55. Pokéthon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, rock, ghost, steel, fire, water, electric, ice, dragon, and dark. Weak 2, ground and psychic for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, poison, bug, grass, and fairy, all for half. In Generation 1, the effectiveness of bug-type moves is 2, so it goes from 2 to half. For the learn set and leveling up, level 22, Toxic Spikes, 29, Double Kick, 36, Horn Attack, 43, Helping Hand, 50, Toxic, 57, Flatter, 64, Poison Jab, 71, Earth Power. We're skipping by TM and TR in both games. For breeding, the Nidorina and Nidoqueen videos proved that you still get the same information from, like, anyway, so you can't actually hatch like an evolved Pokemon, which, you know, makes sense. But, so I'm not going to read the breeding and on the evolved forms anymore. So we'll skip all this in both games. Nothing by tutoring, nothing by prior evolution. Transfer from another generation. In Gen 1, you get Bide, that doesn't work anymore. Same with Bubble Beam, but it does work, it's just the same gen. In Gen 4 through 7, you get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7, you get Chip Away, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide, 2, Curse. From 5 and 6, you get Cut. 2 and 3, you get Defense Curl. 2, you get Detect. 1 through 7, you get Double Team. 1 and 3, you get Double Edge. 5 through 7, you get Echoed Voice. And 2 through 7, you get Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. In 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. In 5 and 6, you get Hone Claws. In 2 and 3, you get Mimic. In 2 through 4, you get Mud Slap. In 4, you get Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. From 1, you get Rage, that doesn't work anymore. In 1 and 7, you get Reflect. In 2 through 7, you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. In 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. In 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. In 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Shockwave. In 1, you get Skull Bash. In 2, 5, and 6, you get Strength. In 4 through 7, you get Super Fang. In 2 through 7, you get Swagger. In 1 and 2, you get Tackle. From 1, you get Water Gun. And 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Water Pulse. TCG only moves, Lunge in this card. Side game data. Costumes in Pokemon Go, you get the Party Hat. Evolution data, we've been through this before. Okay, now the sprites. Okay. So, you can see, like, the mouth is closed versus open. You kind of get to see, like, a full mouth of teeth, which I don't think you get to ever really see again. I don't think they have a full mouth anymore. Yeah, then it, changes a little bit. It's basically kind of stays the same. It gets maybe a little bit more refined, I guess, as technology goes on. You can see it goes from this blue and purple to just sort of a blue and red, which is interesting. And yeah, you got all these. Yep. Okay. Yep. Then you got this. You seem to be getting maybe a little bit bigger as time goes on. This becomes more of a gray and brown, rather than the sort of blue and purple, I guess. And it kind of stays that way, which is interesting. It becomes a little bit darker gray, kind of maybe blue-gray, but that still, yeah, kind of stays brown. Interesting. Yep. The anime, Nidorino in the anime. For Pokedex entries in episode 100, in Ash's Pokedex, Nidorino, the poison pin Pokemon, the evolved form of the male Nidoran. Its highly developed horn is extremely powerful. Here it is in Pokemon Origins. Here it is in a Poketoon. Nidorino in Pokemon Adventures, in the manga, in the TCG. Trivia. Nidorino is one of the first 2 Pokemon to appear in a Pokemon battle, both in the anime and in the games, the other being Gengar. This is due to their appearance in the opening animation of Pokemon Red and Green, on which the beginning of the first anime episode was based on, as well as the remakes. It is also the first Pokemon to be both seen and captured in Pokemon Adventures in much the same way. Nidorino, along with Gengar and possibly other Pokemon, originate from the Capsule Monsters game design pitch, which would eventually become the Pokemon series. So this is one of the original Pokemon. The Nidorino that appears in Professor Oak's introduction in Pokemon Red and Blue has a cry of a Nidorina. Huh. So this next point is basically this one we had in Nidorina, but if it's Nidorino's perspective, I guess. And same with this one we've done before. Origin. Nidorino appears to be based on rabbits, rhinoceros, and porcupines. It may be a reference to the mythical moon rabbit due to its rabbit-like appearance and the fact that it reaches its final evolved form using a moonstone. Name origin. Nidorino may be a combination of needle, rhinoceros, and ino, masculine, diminutive suffix in Spanish and Italian. It may also involve nido twice. It may be related to nidor, a strong and pleasant smell. I got in other languages and external links, and yeah, we'll move on now. Let's see Nidorino's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 1, Pokemon I Choose You. We are further back than we've ever been in this episode. We are starting at the very beginning of this episode. You can see here a little screen. We'll get into the scene. Okay. So, we got a Nidoran, or Nidorino, and a Gengar mimicking the opening in the video game, in the first generation of video games. And now they're battling in a 3D, and it's cool. It's awesome. Okay. Yeah, they're 3D, Okay, that's the rest of Nidorino. There's no Nidorino for the rest of it, so I'm not going to show the rest of the scene. So, yeah, that was the first scene of the anime, but also its first scene. So I hope you enjoyed. Let's continue. Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Nidorino cards, however, they're the same card. They're the second version of the Nidorino cards. The card was illustrated by Mitsuhiro Arita. Nidorino has 60 HP. He's 2'11", 43 pounds. He has 2 moves, Double Kick and Horn Drill. In the video games, Double Kick is a fighting-type move that, in Gen 1, hit the target twice. On this card, it can hit for 0, 30, or 60, depending on 2 coin flips. It requires 1 grass and 2 of any energy. In the video games, Horn Drill is a normal type move that in Gen 1 always caused 65,535 damage, but only hit 30% of the time. On this card, it just hits for 50, but it's guaranteed to hit. It requires 2 grass energies and 2 of any energies. Like male Nidoran, he's weak to Psychic, making those moves double damage. It also costs 1 of any energy for him to retreat. His description reads, an aggressive Pokemon that is quick to attack. The horn on its head secretes a powerful venom. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y. His level is 25.
I don't have a card for Nidoking, so the next Pokemon with a card we'll be talking about is Clefairy. Now let's see why people love Nidorino. Let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're doing DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're looking at this one image here. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing. So we looked at this one yesterday. It's called The Nidoran Family by Zero-chan 923,600, but we can look at it again. So it's like a domestic scene here where they're like a family. So it's a Nidoking holding a Nidoran female, Nidoqueen washing the dishes, and male Nidoran helping, and then like, I guess these are supposed to be like the teenagers, the family, and so the Nidorino here is teasing or messing with Nidorina, and so yeah, that's everything. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Eevee to evolve male Nidoran into Nidorino. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Nidoking. As always, this isn't my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Nidoking, the final evolution of male Nidoran who evolves into Nidorino, who evolves into Nidoking when given a Moonstone. Nidoking's previous PYC dates are March 31st, 1996, January 20th, 1999, November 10th, 2001, August 31st, 2004, June 22nd, 2007, April 12th, 2010, January 31st, 2013, November 22nd, 2015, September 12th, 2018, and July 3rd, 2021. Since I don't really have anything else to say, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Nidoking, the drill Pokemon, whose number is 0034. This is what it looks like. Its type is Poison Ground. Abilities, Poison Point or Rivalry in Gen 4 Plus. Sheer Force is a hidden ability. Gender ratio is 100% male. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, egg groups, monster and field, hatch time 20 cycles. Height, 4'7" or 1.4 meters. Weight, 136.7 pounds or 62 kilograms. Base experience yield, 195 in the first 4 generations. Then it goes to 227 in the Gen 5. Leveling rate, medium slow. EV yield, 3, all in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple, base friendship is 70. Nidoking is a dual-type Poison Ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Nidorino when exposed to a Moonstone. It is the final form of Nidoran male. It is related to the Nidoran female line, serving as Nidoqueen's male counterpart. Starting in Gen 5, it can produce eggs that contain either Nidoran male or Nidoran female when bred with a Ditto. Biology. Nidoking is a large bipedal purple mammalian Pokemon with distinctive reptilian features. It has narrow eyes, large spiny ears, fur-like tufts on its cheeks, and a short snout filled with pointed teeth. There is a long, venomous horn on its forehead and a ridge of spines down its back. Gray plates cover its chest and belly, and there is a gray rounded spine on each elbow. Each hand has 3 claws, while each foot has only a single hoof-like nail. It has a long, powerful tail. Nidoking is a male-only species. It is said that Nidoking's tail is capable of toppling a metal transmission tower. Nidoking uses this tail to smash, constrict, and break the bones of its prey and enemies. The tail can also swing to create distance between it and its foes before Nidoking charges. Its steel-like hide adds to its powerful rampaging charges. Nidoking's horn is powerful enough to crush diamonds. Nidoking is known to be very proud of its own strength. When Nidoking goes on a rampage, it becomes impossible to control. Only a Nidoqueen that it has lived with for a long time can calm it down from its rampages. Aww. As shown in the manga, Nidoking has a strong acid within its claws. Being the result of an evolution via an evolution stone, Nidoking is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in savannas and plains. Evolution, Nidoking evolves from Nidorino and is the final form of Nidoran male, so you can see that here. Okay, game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. Nidoking is an explorer who appears in Jigglypuff the Prodigy. He was in pursuit of the criminal Armaldo. Pokedex entries in Gen 1 in red and blue. It uses its powerful tail in battle to smash, constrict, then break the prey's bones. In yellow, its steel-like hide adds to its powerful tackle. Its horns are so hard they can pierce a diamond. Stidium has a rock-hard hide that is worn like armor. The long horn on its head is sharp and highly venomous. In Gen 2 in gold, it swings its big tail around during battle. If its foe flinches, it will charge with its sturdy body. In silver, its tail is thick and powerful. If it binds an enemy, it can snap the victim's spine quite easily. In crystal, it uses its thick arms, legs, and tail to attack forcefully. Melee combat is its specialty. Stadium 2 is just gold again. In Gen 3, ruby and sapphire, Nidoking's thick tail packs enormously destructive power. With one swing, it can topple a metal transmission tower. Once this Pokemon goes on a rampage, there is no stopping it. Emerald. A Nidoking's thick tail packs enormously destructive power, capable of toppling a metal transmission tower. Once it goes on a rampage, there is no stopping it. Fire Red. It is recognized by its rock-hard hide and its extended horn. Be careful with the horn, as it contains venom. Leaf Green is just red and blue again. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, one swing of its mighty tail can snap a telephone pole as if it were a matchstick. Heart Gold is Gold's entry, but Soul Silver's is a little different. Its tail is thick and powerful. If it binds an enemy, it can render the victim helpless quite easily. Gen 5 is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums again. In Gen 6, while there is this additional comma here, is basically just Fire Red's entry again. So I'm not gonna read it. Wise is Diamond, Pearl, Platinums, and Gen 5's entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire's entries are their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. Gen 7, let's go Pikachu, let's go Eevee. Is just Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, in Sword, when it goes on a rampage, it's impossible to control, but in the presence of a Nidoqueen it's lived with for a long time, Nidoking calms down. In Shield, Nidoking prides itself on its strength. It's forceful and spirited in battle, making use of its thick tail and diamond-crushing horn. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, or just Diamond and Pearl again. We got game locations. Inside game locations. In events, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Generation 2 game in order for a held item to appear. Games red, blue, and yellow, you get a bitter berry 100% of the time. For its stats, its base stats, we'll compare Gen 1 through 5 and Gen 6 onwards here. It's HP 81 for both, attack 92, goes up to 102. Defense 77 stays the same, special attack 85 stays the same, special defense 75 stays the same, speed 85 stays the same, so for a total of 495 and then a total of 505. Then there's a note here for Gen 1 through 5. This Pokemon's special day stat in Gen 1 was 75. Pokethon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal flying, ghost, steel, fire, grass, dragon, and dark. Weak to ground, water, psychic, and ice for double. Immune to electric for 0. Resistant to fighting, poison, rock, bug, and fairy, all for a half, except for poison, which is a fourth. Notes. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 1, so it would go from 0 to 1. In Generation 1, the effectiveness of bug-type moves is 2, so it went from 2 to half. So for Learn Set and leveling up, we'll go down to level 16. Never mind. The only one I can talk about is Mega Horn, apparently. So, Evolution Mega Horn, physical bug move. Its power is 120, its accuracy is 85, and its PP is 10. Then you got these again, I'm not going to read them. Yada yada yada, yep. Reading, I'm just going to skip as well. Yep. By tutoring. In the expansion pass of Sword and Shield, you can teach, I guess, Scorching Sands. It's a special ground type move. Its power is 70, accuracy 100%, and PP is 10. By prior evolution is nothing. By transfer from another generation. So if you transfer from 4 through 7, you get Aqua Tail. 1 you get By, doesn't work anymore. 1 you get Bubble Beam. 4 through 7, you get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7, you get Chip Away, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2, you get Curse. 5 and 6, you get Cut. 2 and 3, you get Defense Curl. 2, you get Detect. 1 through 7, you get Double Team. 1 and 3, you get Double Edge. 5 through 7, you get Dragon Tail. 2 and 3, you get Dynamic Punch. 5 through 7, you get Echo Voice. 1, you get Fissure. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Focus Punch. 2 through 7, you get Frustration, doesn't work anymore. In Gen 2 through 4, you get Fury Cutter. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power, doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Hone Claws and Incinerate. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. From 2 through 4, you get Mud Slap. And 4, you get Natural Gift, doesn't work anymore. 6, you get Power Up Punch. 5 through 7, you get Quash. 1, you get Rage, doesn't work anymore. 1 and 7, you get Reflect. 2 through 7, you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. Same gens, you get Roar, which does work. 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. 3, 4, 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. From 1, 3, and 7, you get Seismic Toss. From 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Shockwave. From 1, you get Skull Bash. 5, 6, and 7, you get Smackdown. From 1, 2, 5, and 6, you get Strength. From 1, you get Submission. From 4 through 7, you get Super Fang. From 2 through 7, you get Swagger. In 1 and 2, you get Tackle. In 3 through 7, you get Torment. 1, you get Water Gun. 3 and 4, or 6 and 7, you get Water Pulse. Side game data. Yep. These. Evolution data. Okay, sprites. So, it's a bit thicker. It gets kind of more defined, I guess, when it comes to international releases. Yeah, it gets more, and then so you get the blue and the purple for the shiny. It's the blue and the kind of a grayish purple. Probably closer to, Nidoqueen's coloring. Yep, and all these, yep. Kind of just stays more or less the same. Maybe the ears change sizes. Okay, maybe it's a little bit bigger here, but yeah, and I guess these turn to more brown, and the shade of blue changes here. Yeah, it goes from kind of this blue to darkerish blue. I don't know, it's a different shade of blue anyway. You got these, yeah, and yep. These are rather big here, but that might just be because of the art. Anyway, it also looks like it's off of the, like, whatever this texture is off the model. That's interesting. Anyway, here it is in the anime. For Pokedex entries in Advanced Generations, Episode 72, and Ash's Pokedex, Nidoking, the drill Pokemon. Nidoking swings its large tail about to create distance, then charges in with the full force of its body behind it. In Diamond and Pearl 128, Dawn's Pokedex, Nidoking, the drill Pokemon. One swing of its mighty tail can snap a telephone pole as if it were nothing but a matchstick. Yeah, okay, then we got in the manga, Pokemon Adventures. I think with a Nidoqueen, it looks like in the background. And then we got the TCG. For trivia, we did the first point in Nidoqueen's video. For the second point, although its female counterpart Nidoqueen cannot breed, Nidoking can. Nidoking is a popular choice with anime rivals, as two of Ash's main rivals, Gary and Paul, have fun, as well as Jimmy's main rival. Nidoking was designed by Ken Sugimori and is one of the first Pokemon ever created. Origin: Nidoking was created with a kaiju monster motif. Physically, it appears to share traits of rhinoceros, gorillas, rabbits, and porcupines. Name origin: Nidoking may be a combination of Needle and King. It may also involve Nido twice. It may be derived from Nidor, an unpleasant odor. Other languages, references, external links, yeah. So, let's move on. Let's watch Nidoking's first scene in the anime! Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 47, A Chansey Operation. In this episode, Ash, the main character, with his companion Pikachu and his traveling companions, Misty here and Brock, have found themselves healing Pokemon that have been in a wreck. So the Pokemon Center is overflowing with Pokemon that were in this wreck, and so Ash and his friends have agreed to help these Pokemon out. So we're just going to see a little montage of Pokemon that are being held here, and and Nidoking will be one of them. So this is a Hitmon, one of the Hitmons. I can't remember which one. Yeah.
You'll be fine.
So that's the Nidoking and Sandslash. But yeah, that's its whole appearance. Let's move on. Now let's see Nidoking seen in Detective Pikachu. Welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Nidoking, since it's only the frames that feature Nidoking. In the movie, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, the home of his father, who he has just found out has died in a car crash. So when he was a kid, his mother died, and Harry Goodman, his father, moved to Rhyme City, and he set up this bedroom here, you can kind of see in the foreground, for his son at the time, who was a kid, but now he's an adult, to come live with him, but Tim decided to stay with his grandmother, who you can kind of see in the background here. That's young Tim here. And so we're gonna flash back. So now Tim is remembering the day his mom died. And so we'll see a Nidoking and a poster here.
Yeah. I know, Tim. But your mother had to see the doctor. It couldn't wait.
Yeah. And that's it. Hope you enjoyed this section. Let's move on.
Let's see why people love Nidoking. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Nidoking. So this first one has been blurred out here because it's a little gory. I don't think it's really safe for YouTube. Somehow it got past the safe filter on DeviantArt here. So we're gonna start with the second one. Here we have Nidoking by Arvalis. Nidoking, number 34, drill Pokemon, ability poison point, height 4'7", length 10 foot. Yeah. So it's a sort of more realistic version of a Nidoking here, with looks to be, I don't know if those are, I think it's supposed to be the Nidorans probably, and looks like a Pikachu sort of. And I believe this individual helped create the look of Detective Pikachu, so that's kind of cool. We get to see what their interpretation of this Pokemon is, or at least was, and looks like 2012. Yeah. Then we got Nidoking by the Son of the Darkness. This cool logo kind of looks like it, or this cool image here kind of looks like it could be like a sports team's logo or something. Yeah. Then we've got Fuse Corp Special, Kingalourant. Appears to be a combination of a Nidoking and, it's for Alligator, Nidoking, and Tyrantrum, apparently. Kingalourant. Poison Dragon Water, height 8'7", weight 646.1 pounds. Special ability, high toxicity, signature move, Venom Grappler. That's kind of cool. I get to see these. Yeah. And then we've got Nidoking by All 0412. So looks like it's maybe in a fight, kind of like angry maybe with the eyes there, and it's on this sort of desert area. Yeah. It's cool. Then we've got Nidoking, number 34, by Max Sketches. So it looks, also looks like it's like in the middle of a battle, throwing some rocks around in this kind of desert landscape. It's cool angle, yeah, cool colors. Nidoking by Uniform Shark. So it's this kind of a little bit scary version of Nidoking, kind of maybe roaring or baring its teeth at an enemy, maybe. Yeah. Then we've got Nidoking by Dragolisco. Yes. Apparently they used to be known by a different name. But yeah, it's this cool looking version of Nidoking. Looks more intense. Maybe kind of almost looks like it could be from like a Monster Hunter game or something. Maybe that's the idea, I don't know. Mega Nidoking by Fonte Arts. This is not a real Mega. It has as of the making of this video, with the announcement of the new Pokemon, what is it, Z Alpha? Pokemon Legends Z Alpha. They could very well make a Mega Nidoking, but as of right now, this is purely fiction, sort of purely. I don't know if it was speculation at the time or just like what it would look like if that had been a thing. I don't know, but yeah. So that's what this looks like. It's pretty cool. Nice sort of evolution of Nidoking here, kind of adding sort of spikes and stuff, emphasizing the horns and spikes and stuff. Yeah. Then we've got Nidoking by Morgan Howell. Again, another cool looking. Almost looks like it could be a combination of Nidoking and maybe Mewtwo with the body here, kind of a thinner body. Yeah. And then we've got Team Rocket Leader by Evil Apple 513. So we've got Giovanni in the center here, Nidoking, Nidoqueen. And we've got a Dugtrio, a Rhyhorn, and a Rhydon. Yeah, so this is cool, looking kind of like a poster here of, for Giovanni, and presumably these are the Pokemon he has in like the games or something. I don't remember. So then we've got Nidoking versus Weezing by Tuarda8. So it's a Nidoking fighting a Weezing. Looks like Weezing's maybe using self-destruct. I don't know if that's a move it can learn. I don't remember. And we've got Nidoking by Inubiku. So it looks like Giovanni maybe petting his Nidoking, a very big Pokemon. Yeah. So yeah, it's it's cute, I guess. And I've got Nidoking by Joshua Dunlop, looking kind of like maybe what we would have gotten if it appeared in Detective Pikachu. Kind of a little bit more realistic, but not too realistic, Yep. Then we've got the Nidoran family by Zero-chan, 923,600. So it's this scene. We've done this a couple times. We've done it with the Nidoran male and Nidorino, so it's nice. I guess wrap up the trilogy with it. So we got so it's sort of a domestic scene here. It's kind of cute. So the Nidoking holding female Nidoran and a Nidoqueen doing the dishes with the help of Nidoran male, and presumably these are like the teenage kids or whatever, or like the teenagers, or like just the kids, I guess. And so Nidorino it's like terrorizing Nidorina here. And this is not a Nidoking, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming today, as I needed to wait until I talked about Eevee before I can evolve Nidorino into Nidoking. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Clefairy. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Clefairy. Currently, it's a Fairy-type Pokemon, a typing that it gained in Generation 6, with it being a Normal-type Pokemon for the first 5 generations. If one wishes to base typing on the National Pokedex number, this would be the first Fairy-type Pokemon. However, one must consider at this point, Clefairy had a pre-evolution Cleffa, who could also be considered the first Fairy-type. Although I suppose you could catch a Clefairy, so it's kinda complicated. Cleffa evolves by high friendship. Clefairy's previous PYC dates are April 1st, 1996, January 21st, 1999, November 11th, 2001, September 1st, 2004, June 23rd, 2007, April 13th, 2010, February 1st, 2013, November 23rd, 2015, September 13th, 2018, and July 4th, 2021. I most remember Clefairy having a bit of a rivalry with Jigglypuff in the early anime. I also remember Clefairy being implied to be aliens, which I thought was interesting. I also associate with Jigglypuff and Nintendo's other character, Kirby, as they share similar traits. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Clefairy, the fairy Pokemon. Number is 35. This is what it looks like. Its type is fairy. Its abilities are Cute Charm or Magic Guard in Gen 4+, and its hidden ability is Friend Guard. Gender ratio 25% male and 75% female. Catch rate 150 or 29.5%. Breeding a group fairy. Hatch time 10 cycles. Height 2 foot. Or 0.6 meters, weight 16.5 pounds, or 7.5 kilograms. Base experience yield 68 in the first 4 generations, and 113 in Gen 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is HP 2. Its shape is that, its footprint is that, Pokedex color is pink, base friendship is 140. Before we begin reading the main article here, I want to mention that since Clefairy is a fairy, this is, various shades of pink to like a purple, it looks like. So yeah, that just represents that it's fairy. Clefairy is a fairy-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. Prior to Gen 6, it was a normal-type Pokemon. It evolves from Clefairy when leveled up with high friendship and evolves into Clefable when exposed to a moonstone. Biology. Clefairy is a bipedal pink Pokemon with a chubby, vaguely star-shaped body. A small, pointed tooth protrudes from the upper left corner of its mouth. It has wrinkles beside its black oval eyes, a single dark pink oval marking on each cheek, and large pointed ears with brown tips. A tuft of fur curls over its forehead, much like its large upward curling tail. Each stocky arm has 2 small claws, and a thumb on each hand, and both feet have a single toenail. There is a pair of tiny butterfly-shaped wings on its back. Though incapable of flight, Clefairy's wings can store moonlight and allow it to float. So here it's floating. I forgot to mention, I was going to mention this earlier, when we looked at the image here. It's interesting that they went with a front image here, since usually if there's something on the back, like these wings here, they usually like to show that off in the image. So, like in the Squirtle line, there was a shell, so all of them kind of show off that shell in some way. So yeah, it's very interesting that they didn't do that here for Clefairy. Clefairy is very shy and rarely shows itself to humans. On the rare occasions that Clefairy comes down from its mountain home, it can be seen dancing underneath the full moon's light. The area surrounding their dance is enveloped in a magnetic field. Once the sun starts to rise, it returns home where it sleeps, nestled with other Clefairy. There have been many sightings of Clefairy during the morning aftermath of the full moon. The anime has shown that Clefairy is an extraterrestrial Pokemon. Clefairy is known to be popular thanks to both its adorable look and behavior. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, anyone who sees a Clefairy using metronome while sleeping will receive happiness. That's not capitalized. Weird. This sighting is considered to be a very unusual sight to witness. Before Gen 5, Clefairy and its evolutionary relatives were the only Pokemon that could have Magic Guard as an ability. Evolution. Clefairy evolves from Cleffa and evolves into Clefable. So you can see this here with Cleffa, Clefairy, and Clefable. Game data, NPC appearances in Pokemon Stadium. Clefairy stars in the minigame Clefairy Says. Players are given a pattern of arrows to repeat back. Each time the player messes up, they will receive a strike. After 5 strikes, the player is out. The last Clefairy standing wins. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. In Veilstone City's slot machines, the bonus rounds function with a Clefairy which points to which reel to stop first. Pokedex entries. In Generation 1, in Red and Blue, its magical and cute appeal has many admirers. It is rare and found only in certain areas. In Yellow, adored for their cute looks and playfulness, they are thought to be rare, as they do not appear often. Stadium, because of its adorable nature, it is in high demand as a pet. However, it is rare and found only in limited areas. In Gen 2, in Gold, the moonlight that it stores in the wings on its back apparently gives it the ability to float in midair. Silver, its adorable behavior and cry make it highly popular. However, this cute Pokemon is rarely found. Crystal, though rarely seen, it becomes easier to spot for some reason on the night of a full moon. Stadium 2 is just Gold's entry again. Gen 3, on Ruby and Sapphire. On every night of a full moon, groups of this Pokemon come out to play. When dawn arrives, the tired Clefairy return to their quiet mountain, retreats, and go to sleep nestled up against each other. In Emerald, on every night of a full moon, they come out to play. When dawn arrives, the tired Clefairy go to sleep nestled up against each other in deep and quiet mountains. Fire Red, its adorable appearance makes it popular as a pet. However, it is rare and difficult to find. In Leaf Green, with its magical and cute appeal, it has many admirers. It is rare and found only in certain areas. In Gen 4, in Diamond, thought to live with others on quiet mountains, it is popular for its adorable nature. In Pearl, it flies using the wings on its back to collect moonlight. This Pokemon is difficult to find. Platinum, it is said that happiness will come to those who see a gathering of Clefairy dancing under a full moon. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White are Platinum's entry. In Black 2 and White 2, on nights of a full moon, Clefairy gather from all over and dance. Bathing in moonlight makes them float. In Gen 6, X is Platinum and Black and White Pokedex entry. Y is the Gold entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7 and Sun, its adorable behavior and appearance make it popular with men and women, young and old. Its numbers are few, however. In Moon, on nights with a full moon, they gather together and dance. The surrounding area is enveloped in a abnormal magnetic field. In Ultra Sun, they're popular, but they're rare. Trainers who show them off recklessly may be targeted by thieves. In Ultra Moon, bathed in moonlight, its wings glow faintly. Without even flapping, Clefairy rises into the air, where it dances around. The Let's Go Games Pokedex is Yellow's Pokedex. In Gen 8, Swords is one we've done before, and Shields is the Silver entries. Brilliant Diamonds is Diamonds entry. In Shining Pearl, Moonlight gathers on the wings of Clefairy's back, allowing Clefairy to fly. This Pokemon is difficult to find. In Legends Arceus, it can be found in quiet mountain areas on a full moon's night. Its dancing and its tiny, faintly glowing wings confer upon it a lovely fairy-like quality. In Gen 9 and Scarlet, on nights with a full moon, Clefairy gather from all over and dance. Bathing in moonlight makes them float. Violet's entry is just Moon's entry. So here you can see Clefairy in the Alolan Pokedex, and here you can see Clefairy in the Kitakami Pokedex. It looks like they're doing metronome. That's cute. And you got, of course, the moon in the background and the stars, of course, yeah. And they're on a mountain. That makes sense. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. Red, blue, and yellow, you get Mystery Berry 100% of the time, and gold, silver, crystal, you get Mystery Berry 23% of the time, or a Moonstone 2% of the time. Fire Red and Leaf Green, Moonstone 5% of the time. Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver, you get a Lepa Berry 50% of the time, or a Moonstone 5% of the time. In Black, White, Black 2 and White 2, Lepa Berry 50% of the time, Moonstone 5% of the time, and Comet Shard, Dark Grass only 1% of the time. In Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, Moonstone 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal, Lepa Berry 30% of the time, Vivid Choke 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, so I want to explain Alpha. I didn't think I did a very good job explaining it the first time I talked about Alpha. So, an Alpha Pokemon, as far as I'm aware, I haven't played the games, but seen others play it. It's a bigger, angrier version of a Pokemon, and they look a little different, but I think for the most part, they're basically the same. They just have like a red aura, I think, around them, so, yeah, so that's what it actually is. Yeah, anyway. They have EXP Candy 100% of the time, or Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, grid items by level. Again, I don't know how. I don't know. Is it like size, maybe? I don't know. The math is weird. I don't know. Its stats, its base stats, HP 70, attack 45, defense 48, special attack 60, special defense 65, speed 35, for a total of 323. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 60. Pokéthon stats. Type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, flying, ground, rock, ghost, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, and fairy. Weak to poison and steel for double, immune to dragon, resistant to fighting, bug, and dark for half. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of dragon-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. Due to the conversion to Fairy-type, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves was 0. So it went from 0 to Ghost. Dragon-type, Dark-type, Steel-type, Bug-type, and Poison-type moves were 1. So that went from... So Dragon went from 1 to 0. Dark from 1 to half. Steel from 1 to 2. And Bug from 1 to half. Poison-type from 1 to 2. And fighting type moves were 2 prior to Gen 6. So fighting, it went from 2 to half. Learn set by leveling up. We got 1, Sing, Sweet Kiss, Disarming Voice, Charm, Splash, Pound, Copycat, Growl, and Defense Curl. 4, Stored Power, 8, Encore, 12, After You, 16, Life Dew, 20, Metronome, 24 Moonlight, 28 Gravity, 32 Meteor Mash, 36 Follow Me, 40 Cosmic Power, 44 Moonblast, and 48 Healing Wish. By TM, you got TM1, Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 16 Psybeam, 18 Thief, 19 Disarming Voice, 22 Chilling Water, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 33 Magical Leaf, 34 Icy Wind, 37 Draining Kiss, 41 Stored Power, 42 Nightshade, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 54 Psyshock, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 80 Metronome, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 92 Imprison, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 116 Stealth Rock, 117 Hyper Voice, 120 Psychic, 122 Encore, 125 Flamethrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 127 Play Rough, 128 Amnesia, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 135 Ice Beam, 139 Misty Terrain, 144 Fire Blast, 143 Blizzard, 166 Thunder, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 178 Gravity, 181 Knockoff, 191 Uproar, 192 Focus Punch, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 201 Misty Explosion, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 220 Meteor Beam, and 227 Alluring Voice. We're going to skip by breeding because this will be the same information as Clefas, so we'll just read it then. By prior evolution, there's nothing. Side game data. This. In new Pokemon Snap in the photo decks, a lot of old writings link Clefairy to the moon, and we even saw them in part of the cave where the moon could be seen. People say that happiness comes to those who see Clefairy dance. So here's its evolution data. So it levels up with high friendship, which I guess you can get from these things. It can be bred by this one and presumably that one. Yeah, you need a Moonstone to evolve Clefairy to Clefable. Here are its sprites, so you can kind of see how it vaguely looks like Clefairy, Clefairy. It kind of vaguely sees the same. So this one's a very subtle difference. I hope it's a much bigger difference. I guess when we get into the actual, lighter pink, it'll be a huge difference because it just kind of makes it green, goes from brown highlights to green highlights. Yeah. So, the back sprites. Yeah, you kind of, the wings are, together. That's interesting in the back sprite, while in these back sprites, they're apart. So you can see that better. Yeah, and you see these images, even, an image like this would have worked well for the art, because you can see the wings. You can see the whole body and the wings. I'm still shocked that they didn't do something like that. Okay, yeah, here Ruby and Snap are Gen 3, so you can see, because of the huge color difference, they can now make them more distinct, the shiny and the original. So it still has the green ear tip things. I don't know what those are. But now it's sort of bubblegum pink instead of this is a peach color, I guess. And that kind of more or less stays the same. It looks like, yeah. More front facing, I guess. And, yep, this kind of all basically just stays the same. Then this one becomes a lot brighter, so does this one. These are a lot brighter. Of course, that could just be the image that was taken for this article. Yeah. See all these, and yep, kind of. Yeah, you can see it kind of gets a little back to a little bit darker, and it's interesting the polygon count you can see. Okay, and then, here it is in home. So, yeah, kind of. Yep. Okay, other sprites. Blingy in Pokemon Super Contest, Buffy in Pokemon Super Contest, and Bumbles in Pokemon Super Contest. So, I guess these are the three, the NPC Pokemon in these contests. In the anime, a recurring Clefairy in the anime. Yep. That's the whole, yeah. Then we got, I guess that's Lucamine's Clefairy, my guess, is this one. Clefairy in the anime. Or maybe just another one. Anyway. Keep going. For the Pokedex entries, this first one, I have it in the anime section, so we'll let the professional do it.
Clefairy. This impish Pokemon is friendly and peaceful. It is believed to live inside Mount Moon, although very few have ever been seen by humans.
For Journeys, episode 120, I assume it's Journeys anyway, in Professor Cerise's book, Clefairy, the fairy Pokemon, and a fairy type. It's charming in both behavior and form. It's said that happiness will come to anyone who sees Clefairy dance under a full moon. Pokemon Origins, Pokemon Evolutions, in the manga, Clefairy and Pokemon Adventures, Clefairy and Pokemon Pocket Monsters, looking a little different. The ears, okay, or whatever these things are, and then the feet, okay. In the TCG, other appearances, Super Smash Bros. When released from a Pokeball, Clefairy will use Metronome to copy another Pokemon's move randomly. In Super Smash Bros. Melee, Clefairy also uses Metronome, but uses its own series of attacks such as Blizzard, Explosion, or Fire Spin, which will hurt any opponents close to Clefairy. Trophy information: Clefairy are very cute Pokemon, which makes them popular pets. However, as they're only found in a few areas, it takes a lot of work to find one. Strangely enough, legend has it that Clefairy are more active during the full moon. These Pokemon are known to use Metronome, a move that unleashes a randomly selected technique. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Clefairy appears as a spirit. Trivia. The prototype name for Clefairy was Area. In the Russian dub of the anime, it was actually called that in the original series. The Polish dub of the episode Clefairy and the Moonstone calls Clefairy by its proper species name and area interchangeably. Clefairy and its evolved form share their category with Snubbull and Granbull. They are known as the Fairy Pokemon. The Fairy Pokemon category predates the introduction of the Fairy type in Gen 6. From this generation onward, the type and category of these 4 Pokemon share the same English name. However, this is not true in Japanese, where the type is that fairy type, and the category is Yosai Pokemon? Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. The Pokédoll is a Clefairy doll, as identified by the Japanese name of this item, Pippi doll. Clefairy was originally designed by Ken Sugimori and is one of Koji Nishino's favorite Pokemon. Origin. Clefairy seems to be based on fairies and pixies, since it is a playful, magical humanoid creature with wings. I don't know if it's humanoid, but okay. It may also be inspired by the concept of extraterrestrial life due to its rumored celestial origins and vaguely star-shaped body. It may also reference the mythical moon rabbit due to its large ears, various moon-related powers, and the fact that it evolves into Clefable using a moonstone. Name origin. Clefairy may be a combination of clef, musical symbol, and fairy. Pippi may be derived from the repetition of the first syllable of pixie. Yeah, so here's in other languages. See also references, external links. We'll move on.
Let's watch Clefairy's first scene in the anime.
Hello, welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 6, Clefairy and the Moonstone. In this episode, Ash and his friends, Misty and Brock, have met Seymour the scientist here, and they're in Mount Moon, or a cave in Mount Moon, and he's talking about how he believes the Moonstone, a giant boulder, is from space, and that's how Pokemon got here. It was in a spacecraft. Yeah.
It means the Moonstone belongs to the Pokémon. Yeah. We humans must not take it from them.
Sure.
You agree with me, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. There's the Clefairy.
Oh,
that looks like a Clefairy.
Holding it.
It's so cute.
Clefairy. This impish Pokemon is friendly and peaceful. It is believed to live inside Mount Moon, although very few have ever been seen by humans.
Oh, I gotta catch it!
You can't!
Oh.
And that's Clefairy's first scene in the anime. I hope you enjoyed. Let's continue.
Let's talk about the TCG. I have one Clefairy card.
It's a colorless type, which is basically the GCG's version of the normal type. It's the 7th version of the card. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. It's not the most interesting card, since it's a cut-off version of the official art on a background that sums up the Pokemon pretty well. It has 60 HP, it's 2 foot, and 16.5 pounds. It has 2 moves, Sing and Moon Impact. In the video game, Sing is a normal type move that causes the target to fall asleep. This is the same for this card. It needs 1 of any energy and causes the target to fall asleep. Moon Impact is a move that isn't in the video games. On this card, it costs 2 of any energy and causes 20 damage. However, if the player put this card on a Clefairy card with the Poké Power Baby evolution, it does 40 damage. It's weak to fighting and will take an additional 10 damage. This seems to be a case of no ground type equals weak to fighting, as Clefairy is weak to ground in the video games and not to fighting. It costs 1 of any energy to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's a symbol that means the card is from the Diamond and Pearl expansion, the first expansion of the Diamond and Pearl series. Clefairy's description reads, "Thought to live with others on quiet mountains. It is popular for its adorable nature." This is the Pokédex entry in Pokemon Diamond and Brilliant Diamond. It's level 18.
I don't have a Clefable card, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Vulpix. Now let's see why people love Clefairy. Let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Today, nobody sent in fan art, so we're gonna look at DeviantArt fan art. So, for those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Clefairy. So we've got Pink Fairies by Pikachu. So we got a bunch of them. So we've got the Clefairy down here. Then we've got Clefable, Happiny, Chansey, and Blissey. Another Happiny, Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, Igglybuff. Couple Igglybuffs looks like. Yeah. Audino, Cleffa. Oh, got a couple Cleffas actually. Mega Audino, Spritzee, and a couple Muna here. So it's very cute. I guess they're all fairy types. Or at least partial fairy types anyway. So then we've got the Clefairy family by Zero-chan, 923,600. Yeah, you've got the Clefairy there, Clefable, and Cleffa. Very cute. And this is not a Clefairy, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Eevee before I can catch a Clefairy. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Clefable. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Clefable, the evolution of Clefairy. Starting in Gen 2, it's also the final evolution of Cleffa, who evolves into Clefairy, who evolves into Clefable when given a Moonstone. Clefable's previous PYC dates are April 2nd, 1996, January 22nd, 1999, November 12th, 2001, September 2nd, 2004, June 24th, 2007, April 14th, 2010, February 2nd, 2013, November 24th, 2015, September 14th, 2018, and July 5th, 2021. I most remember them and Clefairy being implied as aliens in the anime, which I thought was interesting. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Clefable, the fairy Pokemon, whose number is 0036. This is what it looks like. Its type is fairy. Its abilities are Cute Charm or Magic Guard in Gen 4+. Hidden abilities unaware, gender ratio 25% male, 75% female. Catch rate is 25 or 7.7%. Breeding is egg group fairy, hatch time 10. Height is 4'3" or 1.3 meters. Weight is 88.2 pounds or 40 kilograms. Base experience yield is 129 in the first 4 gens and 217 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 3, all in HP. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is pink, and its base friendship is 140. Clefable is a fairy-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. Prior to Gen 6, it was a normal-type Pokemon. It evolved from Clefairy when exposed to a Moonstone. It is the final form of Cleffa. Biology. Clefable is a tall, pink Pokemon with a vaguely star-shaped body. It has long, pointed ears with dark brown tips and black oval eyes with wrinkles on either side. A curled lock of fur hangs over its forehead, much like its long, tightly curled tail. On its back is a pair of dark wings. Each wing has 3 points. Its hands have 3 fingers each, and its feet have 2 clawed toes and dark pink soles. Clefable is a timid nocturnal creature that flees when it senses people approaching, and is one of the world's rarest Pokemon. Its sensitive ears can distinctively hear a pin drop from half a mile to 110 yards away. Half a mile being 1 kilometer. Because of its acute hearing, it prefers to live in quiet mountainous areas, of which it is protective. It has also been seen at deserted lakes during a full moon. using a bouncy gait. It can walk on water and sometimes appear to be flying using its small wings. The anime has shown that Clefable is actually an extraterrestrial Pokemon. According to one tradition, seeing a pair of Clefable ensures a happy marriage. Some scientists believe that Clefable stares intently at the moon because it is homesick. There is a legend to this as well, which tells of how it listens for the voices of its kind on the moon during clear and quiet nights. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Clefable is known to sleep in remote places during quiet, moonlit nights. It is theorized that Clefable is dreaming about its friends and distant homeland during its peaceful slumber. Before Gen 5, Clefable and its pre-evolved forms were the only Pokemon that could have Magic Guard as an ability. Evolution. Clefable evolves from Clefairy and is the final form of Cleffa. Here you got this, yes. Game data Pokedex entries. In Red and Blue, in Gen 1, a timid fairy Pokemon that is rarely seen. It will run and hide the moment it senses people. In Yellow, they appear to be very protective of their own world. It is a kind of fairy rarely seen by people. Stadium. Its ears are very sensitive, so it does not like loud noises or busy places. Will not come out in front of people. In Gold, with its acute hearing, it can pick up sound from far away. It usually hides in quiet places. Silver, its very sensitive ears let it distinguish distant sounds. As a result, it prefers quiet places. In Crystal, said to live in quiet, remote mountains. This type of fairy has a strong aversion to being seen. Stadium 2 is just Gold again. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Clefable moves by skipping lightly as if it were flying using its wings. Its bouncy step lets it even walk on water. It is known to take strolls on lakes on quiet, moonlit nights. In Emerald, a Clefable uses its wings to skip lightly, as if it were flying. Its bouncy step lets it even walk on water. On quiet, moonlit nights, it strolls on lakes. In Fire Red, it has an acute sense of hearing. It can easily hear a pin being dropped nearly 1,100 yards away. 1,000 meters. Leaf Green is basically Red and Blues again, but instead of a period, there is a comma. Gen 4 in Diamond, rarely seen by people, it is said to be drawn by the full moon to play at deserted lakes. In Pearl, its hearing is so acute that it can hear a pin drop over half a mile. It lives on quiet mountains. Platinum, it's very weary and rarely shows itself to people. Its ears can hear a pin drop over half a mile away. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, the black and white entries are just Platinums again. In Black 2 and White 2, their ears are sensitive enough to hear a pin drop from over a mile away, so they're usually found in quiet places. In Gen 6, X is basically Pearls, but slightly different, so we'll read it again. Its hearing is so acute, it can hear a pin drop over half a mile away. It lives on quiet mountains. For Y, that is Red and Blue again, returning the comma to a period from Leaf Green. I don't know why, but okay. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart. In Gen 7 and Sun, they don't like to reveal themselves in front of people. They live quietly in packs deep in the mountains. In Moon, according to tradition, people who see a pair of Clefable skipping by can look forward to a happy marriage. Just be like a couple? Whatever. In Ultra Sun, it can't help but hear a pin drop from over half a mile away, so it lives deep in the mountains where there aren't many people or Pokemon. Ultra Moon. Some scientists believe that it gazes intently at the sky on nights with a full moon because it's homesick. Let's go Pikachu, let's go Eevee. That's just the yellow entry. For Gen 8, Sword is Leaf Greens, as it has the comma instead of the period. Shields is Black 2 and White 2. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, those are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Legends Arceus, Legend says that on clear, quiet nights, it listens for the voices of its kin living on the moon. I too often think of my homeland, so far away. For Gen 9, Scarlet is Crystal's entry. Violet's entry is Fire Red's. Here's Clefable in the Alola Pokedex, and here's Clefable in the Kitakami Pokedex. Here are the game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for held item to appear. From the games Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get leftovers 100% of the time. Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, you get a Lepaberry 50% of the time and a Moonstone 5% of the time. Sword and Shield, you get a Moonstone 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, normal, You get a Lepa Berry 30% of the time, Vivichoke 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, you get an EXP Candy, L 100% of the time, or a Seed Mastery 40% of the time, and Grit items by level. Again, still don't know how the math works, but okay. So, stats, base stats. So we'll compare Gen 1 through 5 and 6 onward. HP 95, that stays the same. Attack 70, that stays the same. Defense 73, that stays the same. Special attack 85, that goes up to 95. Special defense 90, that stays the same. Speed 60, that stays the same. So it goes from a total of 473 to a total of 483. Then we got a note here for the Gen 1 through 5 box. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 85. Here's the Pokethon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, ground, rock, ghost, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, and fairy. Weak to poison and steel for double, immune to dragon, resistant to fighting, bug, and dark for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of dragon-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. Due to the conversion to fairy-type, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves was 0, so it went from 0 to 1. Dragon-type, dark, steel, bug, and poison were 1. That goes, so dark went half, steel went double, bug went to half, and poison went to double, and fighting type was 2 prior to Gen 6, so fighting went from 2 to half. For learn set, by leveling up, because of how this works, you could hypothetically have a level 1 Clefable, so we'll read all of the moves. Level 1, Metronome, Meteor Mash, Moonblast, or Life Dew. Pound, Growl, Sing, Defense Curl, Splash, Sweet Kiss, Charm, Encore Moonlight, Follow Me, Cosmic Power, Gravity, Healing Wish, Copycat, After You, Stored Power, and Disarming Voice. By TM, we're skipping Breeding, nothing for Prior Evolution, Side Game Data, okay, Evolution Data, we talked about this yesterday, so we'll go over it again. Sprites, okay. So here, yeah, you get the basics, pretty much the same, not much has changed about this one. This one is a little bit more red, which is interesting. This it becomes a little bit darker. We get the shiny, has a little bit of green highlights there. Then we got this. So I think this was more or less the same. I think this is a copy of Clefairy's, where it had like the green tips and maybe a couple other little details and lighter skin. I think that too. So yeah, those are. That's basically the same. So yeah, it's green. Yeah. Okay. Yep, these are all pretty much the same. More or less. I guess these are animated, while these maybe weren't. And yeah, I got these. Yep. It doesn't really change a whole lot. Like this, the back sprite. I guess we could. Okay, so the back sprites. So you get from like this first view, it's all that, and you get like a more of the back, I guess, and then yeah, you can see kind of there's no more of those dark spots, I guess. It kind of just stays more. These seem to get smaller as time goes on. This is a little bit more zoomed in than those. Yeah, and then it becomes a solid color. That's right. That's right. They changed it to just okay. So in Gen 5, I guess they made it all just one solid color here for the wings, which is interesting. It just stays the same, basically. And then here's the 3D models. Then we've got, and Sun, Gen 7 models. Get Sword and Shields, Legend of Arceus's models. These are not complete. They seem to be cut off here. Yes. Maybe this is the best they could do with the screenshot they had. I don't know. Or maybe it gets cut off. Like this is like its image in the Pokedex or something, and it gets cut off. I don't know. I haven't played that game yet. I will one day, though. Cross-generation, I got, this, home, in the anime, Clefable in the anime. For this Pokedex entry, I've already recorded it for the anime section, so we'll cut to the professional doing it and cut back.
Clefable, an advanced form of Clefairy. These unique creatures are among the rarest Pokemon in the world.
Welcome back. Now we got Clefable in Pokemon Origins, Clefable in Pokemon Evolutions, in the manga, Clefable in Pokemon Adventures. So we got a Pokedex here in Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 69. Acute hearing, able to detect the sound of a pin drop a kilometer away. Got this, the TCG, other appearances in Pokemon Unite. Clefable is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee supporter that starts as Clefairy, which evolves into Clefable at level 4. Trivia: the prototype name for Clefable was Ariella. The Russian dub of the anime used this name during the original series. In the Polish dub of the episode Clefairy and the Moonstone, Clefable is called Clefairy. And this last point we did yesterday. Origin: Clefable seems to be based on fairies and pixies since it is a playful, magical, humanoid creature with wings. Still don't agree with it being a humanoid. It may also be inspired by the concept of extraterrestrial life due to its rumored celestial origins and vaguely star-shaped body. It may be a reference to the mythical moon rabbit due to its large ears, various moon-related powers, and the fact that it evolves from Clefairy using a moonstone. Name origin: Clefable may be a combination of clef, musical symbol, and fable. Pixie may be derived from pixie. I'm pretty sure it is. In other languages, related articles. Yeah, let's move on.
Let's watch Clefable's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion. We are continuing episode 6, Clefairy and the Moonstone. We started it yesterday. In this episode, Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, along with his faithful companion Pikachu, have met Seymour the scientist here, and he has told them about the Moonstone, which is now blown up and caused these smart shards. We're at the end of the episode now, and we're gonna see the Clefairy who find the Moonstone sacred evolve into Clefable. So, see, it hits their head and then they evolve. Yeah. Kind of evolving, growing bigger into Clefable. That's probably a good place to stop. That was Clefable's first scene. Let's move on.
Let's see why people love Clefable. Let's look at the fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's on fan art. Instead, we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. So for those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Clefable. Clefable by MCG Mark. So it looks like it's punching something, maybe doing a move that involves punching. Kind of weird with like actual human looking fingers instead of the cute little hands it has. Yeah, it's interesting looking. Clefable by Clinkors. So that's this cute little, you know, Clefable here. Looking like it's maybe dancing around, and it's very cute. Then we got Clefable with Pancakes by Happy Crumble. So we got this cute looking Clefable here holding a stack of pancakes. Pretty basic. And this is not Clefable, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talked about Eevee before I can evolve Clefairy into Clefable in Pokemon Blue. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Vulpix. As always, this isn't my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Vulpix. If one wishes to consider Alolan Vulpix number 37, that version is the first pure ice Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are April 3rd, 1996, January 23rd, 1999, November 13th, 2001, September 3rd, 2004, June 25th, 2007, April 15th, 2010, February 3rd, 2013, November 25th, 2015, September 15th, 2018, and July 6th, 2021. I most remember one being Brock's Pokemon in the anime. Not knowing what a cat of 9 tails was, I always thought it was weird that this Pokemon wasn't called 6 tails, when its evolution is called 9 tails. Anyway, I think both versions of Vulpix are cute. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Vulpix, the fox Pokemon, whose number is 037. This is what it looks like. This is Alolan Vulpix. Its type for non-Alolan Vulpix is fire. For Alolan Vulpix, it's ice. Abilities as a non-Alolan Vulpix, Flash Fire. As Alolan Vulpix, Snow Cloak. Non-Alolan Vulpix's hidden ability is Drought. Alolan Vulpix's hidden ability is Snow Warning. Gender ratio is 25% male and 75% female. Its catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding, egg group field, hatch time 20 cycles, height 2 feet or 0.6 meters, weight 21.8 pounds or 9.9 kilograms. Base experience yield is 63 in the first 4 generations and 60 in 5 plus. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown. Other forms may have other colors. Base friendship is 70. Vulpix is a fire-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 1. It evolves into Ninetales when exposed to a Firestone. In Alola, Vulpix has an Ice-type regional form. It evolves into Alolan Ninetales when exposed to an Ice Stone. These Vulpix can also be found in Blueberry Academy's terrarium. Biology. Vulpix is a small quadrupedal canine Pokemon. It has a red-brown pelt with a cream-colored underbelly. It has brown eyes, large pointed ears with dark brown insides, and a triangular dark brown nose. Its paws are slightly darker than the rest of its pelt and have light brown paw pads. On top of its head are 3 curled locks of orange fur with bangs, and it has orange tails with curled tips. It's most commonly seen with 6 tails. However, Vulpix is born with only a single white tail that splits as Vulpix grows. The tails grow hot as it approaches evolution. Vulpix is capable of manipulating fire to such precision as to create floating wisps of flame. These wisps are sometimes mistaken for ghosts by humans, but Vulpix uses them to assist in catching prey. Inside its body is a flame that never goes out. When the temperature outside increases, it will expel flames from its mouth to prevent its body from overheating. Vulpix is known to feign injury to escape from opponents too powerful for it to defeat. Aww. Vulpix can be found most commonly in grassy plains. Forms. Vulpix has a regional form, Alolan Vulpix. In the Alolan region, Vulpix has adapted to snowy mountain peaks and developed a snowy white pelt. It has pale blue paws, blue eyes, and dark blue insides its ears. Its snout is more pronounced and pointed than that of a non-Alolan Vulpix. The locks of hair on its head and its 6 tails are curlier and have a wispy appearance. Alolan Vulpix is believed to have arrived in the region at the same time as humans, but moved to the snow-capped mountains to avoid other Pokemon. It can be found in small packs called skulks that are led and protected by Ninetales. Aww. Alolan Vulpix can expel breath as cold as negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit or negative 50 degrees Celsius, which is capable of freezing anything. While it is not suited to warmer environments, its tail can produce ice to lower the surrounding temperature if needed. An old local name for this Pokemon is Kyo, referring to its white pelt. Weavile is a natural predator of Alolan Vulpix. They can also be found in the polar biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alola's island life is simulated. Evolution, Vulpix evolves into Ninetales. Alolan Vulpix evolves into Alolan Ninetales. So you can see Vulpix to Ninetales, Alolan Vulpix to Alolan Ninetales. Game data, Pokedex entries. For some reason, we have this one-tailed Vulpix as seen in Pokemon Battle Frontier. I imagine that's supposed to be in the biology section, but for some reason it's down here. Oh, and then we also have, in Alola, Kyo are as white as snow. So we've got a concept art for Alolan Vulpix. In Gen 1, in red and blue, at the time of birth, it has just one tail. The tail splits from its tip as it grows older. In yellow, both its fur and its tails are beautiful. As it grows, the tails split and form more tail. In Stadium, a single white-colored tail splits into 6 beautiful tails. As it grows older, it grows even more tails. In Gen 2, in gold, as it develops, its single white tail gains color and splits into 6. It is quite warm and cuddly. Aww. Silver. If it is attacked by an enemy that is stronger than itself, it feigns injury to fool the enemy and escapes. Crystal. As its body grows larger, its 6 warm tails become more beautiful, with a more luxurious coat of fur. Stadium 2 is just gold again. In Gen 3, Ruby. At the time of its birth, Vulpix has one white tail. The tail separates into 6 if this Pokemon receives plenty of love from its trainer. the six tails become magnificently curled. In Sapphire, inside Vulpix's body burns a flame that never goes out. During the daytime, when the temperature rises, this Pokemon releases flames from its mouth to prevent its body from growing too hot. In Emerald, it can freely control fire, making fiery orbs fly like will-o'-the-wisps. Just before evolution, its six tails grow hot as if on fire. Fire Red, while young, it has six gorgeous tails. When it grows, several new tails are sprouted. In Leaf Green, when it is born, it has just one snow-white tail. The tail splits from its tip as it grows older. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it controls balls of fire. As it grows, its six tails split from their tips to make more tails. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. In Black 2 and White 2, as each tail grows, its fur becomes more lustrous. When held, it feels slightly warm. In Gen 6, X is Leaf Green, and Y is Fire Red. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, in Sun, its beautiful fur and tail have made it very popular. As it grows, its tails split to form more tails. This is non-Alolan Vulpix, by the way. Moon. From its mouth spew flames that seem to resemble the spirits of the deceased. Some people mistakenly think this fire is a ghost. Ultra Sun. Its beautiful tails have made it very popular. However, if it's not brushed diligently, it will be a mess of tangles before you know it. In Ultra Moon, it manipulates balls of fire to catch its prey. If you raise one from when it's young, it will grow close to you like a puppy Pokemon. Aww. The Let's Go games are Yellow's entry. Now for Alolan Vulpix in Sun, it exhales air colder than negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Elderly people in Alola call this Pokemon by an older name, Kyo. Moon. In hot weather, this Pokemon makes ice shards with its six tails and sprays them around to cool itself off. In Ultra Sun, if you carelessly approach it, because it's cute, the boss of the pack, Ninetales, will appear and freeze you. Ultra Moon. They live together in a skulk, helping one another. Before eating their prey, they freeze it solid with their negative 58 degree Fahrenheit breath. In the Let's Go games, it looks like snow come to life, and the breath it exhales is negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Another name for it is Kyo. In Gen 8, non-Alolan Vulpix, Sword is Fire Red and Y's entry. Shields is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Legends Arceus, in its belly burns a fire which Vulpix spits out in the form of fireballs. When young, this Pokemon has but one white tail. As the Pokemon matures, this single tail splits into six. Alolan Vulpix. After long years in the ever-snow-capped mountains of Alola, this Vulpix has gained power over ice. Shield. If you observe its curly hairs through a microscope, you'll see small ice particles springing up. Legends Arceus, these Pokemon live in packs in the snowy mountains and defend themselves with icy breath. I suspect this species changed its form to adapt to the frigid climate. Gen 9, non-Alolan Vulpix. Scarlet's is the Silver's entry. Violet's entry is Crystals. For Alolan Vulpix, Scarlet's entry is Ultra Moon's entry. Violet's is Moon's entry. So we've got Vulpix in the Alola Pokedex, Alolan Vulpix in the Alola Pokedex, got Vulpix in the Kitakami Pokedex, and Alolan Vulpix in the Blueberry Pokedex. This is cute. It's curious about the flowers while they're curious about the snow. It's very cute. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Both Vulpix and Alolan Vulpix. Held items, Vulpix. Pokemon caught in Generation 1 must be treated to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So, red, blue, and yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. Gold and silver, you get a burnt berry 25% of the time. Ruby, sapphire, and emerald, you get a rost berry 100% of the time. Fire red and leaf green, you get a rost berry 50% of the time. Diamond, pearl, and platinum, you get a rost berry 100% of the time. In ranch, you get a firestone 100% of the time. Probably from Ranch. At Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, you get a Rossberry 100% of the time. Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, you get Charcoal 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get an Aspire Berry 35% of the time, a Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time. Grit items by level. Alpha, you get EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. Still, don't know how those math. For Alolan Vulpix, in Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get a Snowball 5% of the time. Stats, base stats Vulpix. HP 38, Attack 41, Defense 40, Special Attack 50, Special Defense 65, Speed 65 for a total of 299. This Pokemon special base stat in Gen 1 was 65. Pokéthon stats. For type effectiveness, we'll compare Vulpix and Alolan Vulpix. So Vulpix is damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Poison, Ghost, Electric, Psychic, Dragon, and Dark. The only ones that move are Fighting. That's it. Just Fighting. Vulpix is weak to Ground, Rock, and Water. For double, Ground and Water get put into the damage normally by for Alolan, and so it keeps Rock. It's immune to nothing. That's true for both of them. Non-Alolan Vulpix is resistant to Bug, Steel, Fire, Grass, Ice, and Fairy for half. Only Ice stays for the resistant to Alolan Vulpix, so now Alolan Vulpix is damaged normally by Normal, Flying, Poison, Ground, Bug, Ghost, Water, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. It's weak to Fighting, Rock, Steel, and Fire for double. So there's a note here for non-Alolan Vulpix. If this Pokemon has Flash Fire, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 0. Or they'd go from half to 0. In Generation 1, the effectiveness of Ice-type moves is 1, so it went from 1 to half. Learn set by leveling up. This is for Vulpix. 1 is Ember and Tail Whip. 4 is Disable, 8 Quick Attack, 12 Spite, 16 Incinerate, 20 Confused Ray, 24 Will-O-Wisp, 28 Extra Sensory, 32 Flamethrower, 36 Imprison, 40 Fire Spin, 44 Safeguard, 48 Inferno, 52 Fire Blast. For Alolan Vulpix, 1, you got Powder Snow and Tail Whip, 4 Disable, 8 Ice Shard, 12 Spite, 16 Icy Wind, 20 Confused Ray, 24 Aurora Beam, Extra Sensory, 32 Ice Beam, 36 Imprison, 40 Mist, 44 Aura Veil, 48 Freeze Dry, and 52 Blizzard. By TM, Vulpix, TM1, Takedown 2, Charm 4, Agility 7, Protect, 17 Confuse Ray, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 29 Hex, 30 Snarl, 32 Swift, 38 Flame Charge, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 55 Dig, 59 Zen Headbutt, 62 Foul Play, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 85 Rest, 92 Imprison, 94 Dark Pulse, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 118 Heat Wave, 119 Energy Ball, 122 Encore, 125 Flamethrower, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 140 Nasty Plot, 141 Fire Blast, 157 Overheat, 165 Flare Blitz, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 177 Spite, 193 Weather Ball, 195 Burning Jealousy, 202 Pain Split, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge. For Alolan Vulpix, 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 17 Confused Ray, 19 Disarming Voice, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 29 Hex, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 37 Draining Kiss, 41 Stored Power, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowscape, 55 Dig, 59 Zen Headbutt, 62 Foul Play, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 85 Rest, 92 Imprison, 94 Dark Pulse, 103 Substitute, 122 Encore, 127 Play Rough, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 135 Ice Beam, 139 Misty Terrain, 140 Nasty Plot, 143 Blizzard, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 177 Spite, 187 Icicle Spear, 193 Weather Ball, 202 Pain Split, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge. By breeding, Vulpix, you get Baby Doll Eyes from this group, Flail from this group, Flame Charge from this group, Healing Wish from this item, the Mirror Herb, Howl from this group, Hypnosis from this group, Memento from this group, and Roar from this group. For Alolan Vulpix, you get Baby Doll Eyes from this group, Flail from this group, Howl from this group, Hypnosis from this group, Moonblast from this group, and Roar from this group. Special moves, Vulpix. From the event Wild Terra Pokemon, you can get Baby Doll Eyes or Hypnosis. TCG only moves, Bite from these cards, Scratch from these cards. Side game data. This. Okay. So in Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Almia, in the browser entry, it forms a ring of ghostly fire around itself for protection. In Guardian Signs, it sends out pillars of fire to attack. This. In Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, Vulpix often play in the lava zone. They can't get enough of Absol's hurdle bounce. Got all that. Costumes in Pokemon Go, Spooky Festival, so it's got this little, almost looks like, probably like a vampire cape or something, you know, but like really short and very cute. Lowland Vulpix's game data, and new Pokemon Snap, in the photo decks. When it feels weary, a Lowland Vulpix exhales freezing cold air from its mouth to intimidate foes. It was nice to see it playing innocently with its Pokemon friends. Aww. Vulpix evolution data, so the Firestone, get Ninetales. Then for Alolan Vulpix, the Ice Stone, you get Alolan Ninetales. Here are the sprites. Oh boy, this looks more fox-like than it would later become. This is closer, but still would take a while for it to become closer to the one we know today. But yeah, that's very interesting. Has like 2 tufts of hair instead of like the 3 I think we have now, 3 or 4 that we have now. The back sprite, it's more of a it's less curled like it would be in Generation 2, and just, I don't know, very, I don't know, kind of like a kid almost, you know, like, I don't know, very wild, I guess. True for all of these. Well, this one at least could still arguably work because there are 3 now. Well, there's just kind of arguably 3 heads, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the body of the back sprite doesn't really work with this, though, because the eyes are different and the coloring's a little different. Gen 2, we've got, you know, all this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you only see 5 tails kind of in this one. You get 6 in this one. Sorry, back to, yeah, so that's, the shiny is sort of a gold color, kind of yellow gold. Oh, this one's a darker orange. That's interesting. And it's all orange. That's also something, yeah. And yellows, it's still kind of all orange instead of being brown and orange. Same with these guys. Now we kind of get it, but we're getting there. Not quite the dark brown yet. It's sort of a light brown for Gen 3, meaning that this becomes more of a yellow with gold. And then the socks, like the feet, are more kind of like a greenish, yellowish green, I guess. We got all these, and then, yeah, the back sprites. Diamond and Pearl, we're definitely getting there. This is the closest so far do we have to the right coloring. Yeah, so as it kind of matches the little bit darker or different color, I guess. Yeah, so that's, yep. Then, yeah, then we're getting there. But yeah, so, yeah, then we got these still. That's here, I think, that we get the proper brown, finally, when we get to the 3D models. Yes. So, yeah, and then okay, this kind of becomes a little bit duller. So it becomes, I don't know, kind of a yellowish green, and then those become kind of more of a tan, I guess. Okay, we get the Alolans. So this is Alolan. So there's a subtle difference. Normal Alolan Vulpix and shiny Alolan Vulpix. So it's kind of blue at the ears, then purple ears. And those are more purple eyes. Yeah, just generally a little bit more purple. Then we got the Let's Go games. This is a little bit more obvious, the purple. Yeah. And that's kind of just a yellow and almost takes the body brown. Yeah. And it's got green legs. Okay. Sword, basically the same, but better. We got our Legends Arceus. These are much darker. Yeah. Oh, it's got blue feet instead of, like, light blue here. But then it kind of becomes green. And then, yeah, that's much more distinct. Okay, then I got home. Yeah. Okay. Then in the anime, we get a Kingtonian Vulpix and a Alolan Vulpix in the anime. That's cool. Yeah. Okay. Then we got a Vulpix egg in the anime. Then a Alolan Vulpix egg in the anime. Oh, God. Okay. All this. Pokedex entries. In episode 28, in Ash's Pokedex, Vulpix, a fox Pokemon. Its 6 tails are extremely beautiful. As it evolves, it grows even more tails. Vulpix uses powerful flame attacks. In the same episode, talking about Fire Spin, in the same Pokedex, Vulpix's greatest attack, Fire Spin, using powerful flames to block its opponents from moving. It then inflicts great damage. In Advanced Generations, episode 150, in May's Pokedex, Vulpix, the fox Pokemon. Before evolving, Vulpix's 6-part tail can become as hot as a fiery blaze. In Sun and Moon episode 14, in the Rotom Pokedex, Vulpix, a lowland form, the fox Pokemon, an ice type. Vulpix is covered in white fur, and was discovered in Mount Lanakila. Its breath can reach a temperature of 60 below zero, freezing anything it touches. And that Vulpix? It's a fire type. When carefully grouped, its 6 tails can be extremely beautiful. We've got an Origins, Vulpix and Origins, Generations, Vulpix and Generations, somewhere. I think down here. Yeah, I don't know. The manga, Alolan Vulpix and Pokemon Adventures, Vulpix and Pokemon Adventures. Okay. We got all this, the TCG. Other appearances. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Both Cantonian Vulpix and Alolan Vulpix appear as Pokemon summoned from the Pokeball. They attack using Ember and Frost Breath respectively, with the former move burning opposing fighters with pillars of fire, and the latter move freezing them. Both forms of Vulpix also appear as spirits. So you can see Vulpix and Alolan Vulpix in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Trivia: in English, the category Fox Pokemon is shared by Vulpix, Fennekin, Nickit, and their evolutions. In Japanese, the Hiragana category, Fox Pokemon, is shared by the evolutionary lines of Vulpix and Nickit, while the Katakana version, Fox Pokemon, is shared by Fennekin and its evolutions. The beta Pokemon names in red and blue listed Vulpix as Foxfire. Vulpix can be seen as a parallel to Growlithe. Both are Gen 1 Pokemon that evolve once via a Firestone. Vulpix is exclusive to Pokemon Green, International Blue, Silver, Leaf Green, and Soul Silver, while Growlithe is to Red, Blue Japan, Gold, Fire Red, and Heart Gold. Growlithe has a 75% chance of being male, while Vulpix has a 75% of being female. They are both in the Field Egg group. Can't have Flash Fire as their ability, and are yellow while shiny from Gen 3 on. Furthermore, both are based primarily on canine-like creatures in Japanese folklore. Vulpix on the Kitsune, Growlithe on the Shiza. Additionally, both have received all regional forms. Okay. Vulpix is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 299. Vulpix has the lowest base HP of all Fire-type Pokemon. Alolan Vulpix is the only unevolved Pokemon to have a Pokemon V-Star card. Vulpix's National Pokedex number and Kitakami Pokedex number are identical at 0037 for the former and then 37 for the latter. Origin. Vulpix may be based on the Red Fox and the Kitsune from Japanese legend, which are said to have many tails, extremely long lifespans, and supernatural powers such as the ability to breathe fire. After reaching an advanced age, Kitsune take on spirit forms, which may explain why Vulpix can learn various ghost-type and psychic-type moves. Alolan Vulpix may be based on an Arctic fox, which grows a white coat and fur in the winter and to camouflage in the snow. Name: Vulpix may be a combination of Vulpes, Latin for fox, and six. It may also involve Vulcan, the Roman god of fire. Its Alolan name, Kyokyo, may be derived from Kyokyo, Hawaiian for white. Rokon may be a combination of Roku, 6, Kon, onomatopoeic sound of a fox cry, and Konro, gas stove. It may also involve Kon, grudge from the curse its evolution may cast on its foes. In other languages, this name. See also external links to Alolan forms, and that's it. Let's see the first scene of Vulpix in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today, we are watching episode 28 of Pokemon Fashion Flash. In this episode, Ash, the main character, and his Pokemon, Pikachu, and his traveling companions Misty and Brock have come to a sort of fashion district in Kanto here, and he has found a Pokemon salon that he wanted to visit, and so they're gonna go there. And there's
I found it!
Vulpix.
I've been looking all over for this place!
This is the store you've been looking for?
So, yep, there's Vulpix again.
What are you so nervous about?
So they're walking
Hi,
in.
can I help you?
And that's technically Vulpix's first appearance. We're gonna move on now.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Vulpix card, and it's a non-Alolan Vulpix.
It's the second version of the Vulpix card. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. The most notable thing about this is that it's way more orange than the current version of Vulpix. In the current version, the only parts that are true orange are its hair and tail. The rest is shaded, so brown. This Vulpix has 50 HP. It's 2 foot and 22 pounds, which is 0.2 pounds heavier than what it is in the official Pokedex. It has one move, Confuse Ray. In the video games, Confuse Ray is a ghost-type move that causes the target to become confused. On this card, it costs 2 fire energies. If the user wins a coin flip, the target is confused. It also hits for 10 damage. Vulpix is weak to water for double damage. It costs 1 of any energy to retreat. Its description reads, at the time of birth, it has just one tail. Its tail splits from the tip as it grows older. This is almost identical to the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Blue and Red. It's level 11.
I don't have a card for Ninetales, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Zubat. Now let's see why people love Vulpix. Let's look at the fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Today we are looking at DeviantArt fan art, since no one sent in fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're looking at this one image here. That's because this is the only image we're doing today. This is Alola Vulpix by Orca Owl. It looks like it was from 2016 here in the corner. It's this cute looking Alolan Vulpix. You know, kind of a little bit stylized, I guess. A little, yeah, the eyes particularly. Yeah, it's very cute. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Eevee before I can catch Vulpix in Pokemon Blue. As for Alolan Vulpix, I'll need to wait until I've talked about the Gen 7 Pokemon before getting back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Ninetales. Hello, today we'll be talking about Ninetales, the evolution of Vulpix. Depending on if it's non-Alolan Vulpix or Alolan Vulpix, the stone needed for evolution differs. For non-Alolan Vulpix, you need a Fire Stone. For Alolan Vulpix, you need an Ice Stone. As of the making of this video, Alolan Ninetales is the only Ice Fairy Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are April 4th, 1996, January 24th, 1999, November 14th, 2001, September 4th, 2004, June 6th, 2007, April 16th, 2010, February 4th, 2013, November 26th, 2015, September 16th, 2018, and July 7th, 2021. I think both versions of Ninetales are beautiful. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Ninetales, the fox Pokemon, whose number is 0038. This is Ninetales. This is Alolan Ninetales. Types: non-Alolan Ninetales is Fire. Alolan Ninetales is Ice Fairy. Abilities: Flash Fire for non-Alolan Ninetales. Snow Cloak for Alolan Ninetales. Drought is non-Alolan Ninetales hidden ability, and Snow Warning is Alolan Ninetales hidden ability. Gender ratio is 25% male and 75% female. Catch rate is 17.5%. Breeding egg group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'7" or 1.1 meters. Weight is 43.9 pounds or 19.9 kilograms. Base experience yield is 178 in the first 4 gens, or 177 in Gen 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield, non-Alolan Ninetales, is 1 in special defense and 1 in speed. They both have 2 as a total. Alolan Ninetales just has 2 in speed. This is its shape, this is its footprint. Pokedex color is yellow, other forms may have other colors. Base friendship is 70. Ninetales, a fire-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Vulpix when exposed to a Fire Stone. In Alola, Ninetales has a dual-type Ice Fairy regional form. It evolves from Alolan Vulpix when exposed to an Ice Stone. These Ninetales can also be found in Blueberry Academy's terrarium. Biology. Ninetales is a quadrupedal canine Pokemon covered in thick, luxurious golden white fur. It has a small mane of thicker fur around its neck and a long, fluffy crest atop its head. It has slender legs with 3-toed paws and 9 long tails with pale orange tips. It has red eyes, pointed ears, and a triangular black nose. Well intelligent enough to easily understand human speech, Ninetales is a very vengeful Pokemon that has been known to curse those who mistreat it. The curse can last up to 1,000 years, as mentioned in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team. Once a Ninetale casts its curse, it cannot be removed, even by Ninetales itself. It can live for 1,000 years, due to energy within its 9 tails, each of which is said to have a different mystical power. Flame spewed from its mouth can hypnotize an opponent, and its gleaming red eyes are said to give it the ability to control minds. The anime has shown that it can swim while Pokemon Amy shows that Ninetales lick their paws to clean themselves, being the result of an evolution via Levolution's Stone. Ninetales are rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in the grasslands. Forms. Ninetales has a regional form, Alolan Ninetales. In the Alola region, Ninetales have a different appearance. Its coat is pale blue, and its fur is more flowing and wispier. The tips of its tail and crest, as well as the lower halves of its legs, are white. The crest on its head is longer, and its 9 tails are less distinct from each other. Additionally, it has larger eyes, which are blue, and small tufts of fur in front of its ears. Alola Ninetales live on Alola's snow-capped Mount Lanakila, which is considered by some to be holy ground. As such, it is revered as a sacred messenger or deity. Alola Ninetales has a gentle and calm temperament and is known to aid lost humans in distress, though this is primarily done to keep them out of its territory. It will punish any threat to its pack of Vulpix. Aww. Well, those who anger it will be frozen stiff in an instant. It can produce ice crystals from its fur, which it can use for both offense and defense. The ice crystals can act as a shield or form balls that can be fired like bullets with enough force to shatter rock. They can also be found in the polar biome of Blueberry Academy's terrarium, where Alolan's island life is simulated. Evolution. Ninetales evolves from Vulpix. Alolan Ninetales evolves from Alolan Vulpix. So you can see it here. Vulpix to Ninetales. Alolan Vulpix to Alolan Ninetales. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Ninetales cast a curse on a human that would turn it into a Pokemon, bringing on many natural disasters. The player is blamed for this and travels to the home of Ninetales at the top of Mount Freeze to learn the truth. Ninetales appears again when Gengar wishes to make right what he did to Gardevoir. He gives Gengar the 9-tailed crest and sends him and the player to Murky Cave. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. Ninetales returns, asking the player to visit its hideout. Upon arrival, the player will connect with both Ninetales and Absol. Pokedex entries. In Red and Blue, very smart and very vengeful. Grabbing one of its many tails could result in a 1,000-year curse. Yellow. According to an enduring legend, 9 noble saints were united and reincarnated as this Pokemon. Stadium. It is extremely vindictive. It is said to lay a 1,000-year-long curse if its tail is pulled as a joke. In Gen 2, in Gold, some legends claim that each of its 9 tails has its own unique type of special mystic power. Silver. Its 9 beautiful tails are filled with a wondrous energy that could keep it alive for 1,000 years. Crystal. It is said to live 1,000 years, and each of its tails is loaded with supernatural powers. Stadium 2 is just gold again. In Gen 3, in Ruby, Ninetales casts a sinister light from its bright red eyes to gain total control over its foe's mind. This Pokemon is said to live for 1,000 years. Sapphire. Legend has it that Ninetales came into being when 9 wizards possessing sacred powers merged into one. This Pokemon is highly intelligent. It can understand human speech. It has long been said that each of the 9 tails embody an enchanted power. A long-lived Ninetales will have fur that shines like gold. That was Emerald. Fire Red. It has 9 long tails and fur that gleams gold. It is said to live for 1,000 years. Well, it adds a comma between the 1 and the 0 here. It's the same as Red and Blue. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its Ninetales are said to be imbued with a mystic power. It can live for 1,000 years. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entry. In Black 2 and White 2, each of its Ninetales is imbued with supernatural power, and it can live for 1,000 years. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red. Y is Leaf Green. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, for non-Alolan Ninetales, Sun. Legend has it that this mythical Pokemon was formed when 9 saints coalesced into one. In Moon, said to live for 1,000 years, this Pokemon uses its supernatural abilities to manipulate fire. It can burn its prey to a crisp as it pleases. Ultra Sun. It is vindictive and relentless by nature. Those who cross it even once will be cursed for 1,000 years along with their descendants. Ooh, that's not good. Ultra Moon. The flickering flames it spews from its mouth leave its opponents hypnotized. Then this extremely intelligent Pokemon attacks. In the Let's Go games, while the number 9 is replaced by the word 9, it's the same as Yellow's entry. Now for Alolan Ninetales. Sun. It creates drops of ice in its coat and showers them over its enemies. Anyone who angers it will be frozen stiff in an instant. Moon. Possesses a calm demeanor. This Pokemon was revered as a deity incarnate before it was identified as a regional variant of Ninetales. Ultra Sun. The reason it guides people all the way down to the mountain space is that it wants them to hurry up and leave. Ultra Moon. Some said that deities visited mountains where Ninetales live, so in times long past, no one was allowed to go into those mountains. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee. It lives on mountains perpetually covered in snow, and is revered as a deity incarnate. It appears draped in a blizzard. In Gen 8, Sword, while it's very similar to Crystal's entry, it's slightly different, so we'll read it. It is said to live for 1,000 years, and each of its tails is loaded with supernatural powers. A shield is one we've done before. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to their Diamond and Pearl counterparts, but it is slightly different, so we'll read it. Its Ninetales are said to be imbued with a mystic power. The Pokemon is said to live for 1,000 years. In Legends Arceus, the coat of gleaming golden fur is quite magnificent. The species is said to store a sacred power in its 9 long tails, and to live for a millennium. Alolan Ninetales. Sword. A deity resides in the snowy mountains where this Pokemon lives. In ancient times, it was worshipped as that deity's incarnation. In Shield, while it will guide travelers who get lost on a snowy mountain down to the mountain's base, it won't forgive anyone who harms nature. Legends Arceus. Dwells on sacred peaks perpetually covered in snow. Said to appear to virtuous people who have lost their way on mountain paths. It then guides them back to the mountain space. Scarlet's entry is the gold entries. Violet is one we've done before. For Alolan Ninetales, Scarlet's is Moon's entry, while Violet's is Sun's entry. Here we've got Ninetales in the Alola Pokedex. Then we got Alolan Ninetales in the Alola Pokedex. Then we've got Ninetales in the Kitakami Pokedex. And the Alolan Ninetales in the Blueberry Pokedex. I don't know where it is, but it's cool. This one, this is just, Alolan Ninetales leading Alolan Vulpix, which is sweet. Yeah. Okay. Game locations. Side game locations. Events. Held items. Ninetales. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Pokemon Emerald, Ninetales can only be found in the Battle Frontier. So red, blue, and yellow gives you a gold leaf. Emerald, black, white 2, white 2 gives you a Raspberry 100% of the time. Sword and Shield gives you charcoal 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, you get an Aspire Berry 35% of the time. 15% of the time you get a spoiled apricorn. Grid items by level. Alpha. EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed Mastery 20% of the time. Grid items by level. Stats. Base stats. We'll compare Ninetales and Alolan Ninetales. HP 73 both. Attack 76. That goes down to 67. in this form. Defense 75, that stays the same. Special attack, it's true for both. Special defense 100, that's for both. Speed 100, that's 109. So they both have a total of 505. Note here in the Ninetales base stats. This Pokemon's special's base stat in Gen 1 was 100. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, we'll compare Ninetales and Alolan Ninetales. So damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ghost, electric, psychic, dragon, and dark. Poison is the only one that moves. Alolan Ninetales damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, ghost, water, grass, electric, psychic, and fairy. Non-Alolan Ninetales is weak to ground, rock, and water for double. Ground gets moved to normally damage by, and water does as well. Immune to nothing. This one's immune to dragon for 0. Resistant to bug, steel, fire, grass, ice, and fairy. This one's resistant to buck, ice, and dark. That's all of its half. Notes for non-Alolan Ninetales. If this Pokemon has Flash Fire, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 0. So it goes from half to 0. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of Ice-type moves is 1. So it went from 1 to half. For Alolan Ninetales, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Dragon-type moves is 1. So it goes from 0 to 1. Because you can hypothetically have a level 1, Ninetales will read all these moves. So learn set by leveling up Ninetales. Level 1, Flamethrower, Tail Whip, Quick Attack. By the move reminder, disable Ember, Fire Spin, Confuse Ray, Fire Blast, Spite, Safeguard, Will-O-Wisp, Imprison, Extra Sensory, Nasty Plot, Incinerate, and Inferno. Now for Alolan Ninetales. Level 1, you get Icy Wind, Imprison, Blizzard, and Tail Whip. Then through the move reminder, you get Disable, Mist, Ice Beam, Aurora Beam, Confuse Ray, Spite, Powder Snow, Extra Sensory, Nasty Plot, Ice Shard, Freeze Dry, Aurora Veil, Dazzling Gleam. It's an Evo. Yeah. I'm gonna skip these and these. Skip all that. Nothing by prior evolution. Same for that one. Anime only moves, Psychic, which is a Psychic type. It's in the episode Just Waiting on a Friend. Side game data. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Almia, the browser entry. While protecting itself with a ghostly ring of fire, it breathes streams of fire to attack. Guardian Signs. It sends out pillars of fire to attack. In Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, Ninetales came to the Lava Zone in search for fun, which is just what she found in Absol's Hurdle Bounce. In new Pokemon Snap, this mystical Pokemon is the subject of numerous legends. It's highly intelligent and extremely curious, so it closely studies others to try to learn all it can about them. A Spooky Festival is a costume in Pokemon Go. It's the same as Vulpix's, now even more silly because it's bigger. Then you got Alolan Ninetales information, evolution data, Ninetales, Firestone, Ice Stone for Alolan Ninetales. So sprites. Oh, it looks a little different too, referring to Vulpix. This looks like an evolution of that sprite of Vulpix at the time. But yeah, it's very interesting. Got like one kind of fairly short wisp of hair rather than the long one we're used to these days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, you get all 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, you get. So, red and blue, I guess, introduce the iconic just sitting pose. That's interesting. Get to see all of them like that. Yeah. Yeah, then we got this more gold than yellow, but that's whatever. It's shiny is sort of this purple. This is more yellow and crystal. Yeah, then we got Gen 3. Introduces the red eyes. This is more of like a, it's like a metal purple pink thing. Very interesting. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Okay. Oh. Okay, so now Gen 4 introduces the orange tail, which gives this purple shiny a blue tail tip. Yeah. Okay. Yes. That kind of just more or less stays things. I think it gets. I think the I don't know, the hair thing here on the top gets longer in the 3D models. Yeah. Okay. It's more of a gray now, but still kind of that purplish color. Then we get a Alolan Ninetales. So it also kind of takes a more purple color there. The eyes go from blue to purple. Yeah. Then you got these. Yeah, more just kind of silver now. Yeah. And you can definitely see more of the purple here. Then you got Sword and Shield. Oh, that's different. That's, like, that was still had, like, a little bit of purple. That is now, like, silver. Wow, okay. This is more pinkish? Purple? I don't know. Yeah, that's more, like, got the blue cloud thing. Cloud kind of tails. And then these are more purple. Yeah. Oh, and that's just gray. That's just dark gray. Okay. And this is, it's way more blue. This is way more purple. And then it goes back to more of the lighter gray silver, I guess. Yeah, the lighter colors, yeah. In the anime, Ninetales in the anime, Alola Ninetales in the anime. All this. Pokedex entries. In episode 58, Nash's Pokedex. Ninetales, the fox Pokemon, is the evolved form of the fire Pokemon Vulpix. In episode 169, in Ash's Pokedex. Ninetales, the fox Pokemon, the evolved form of Vulpix. It has 9 tails and a shining golden fleece. Ninetales are said to live very long lives. In episode 232, in the same Pokedex, Ninetales, the fox Pokemon. Ninetales is the evolved form of Vulpix. Each of its tails contains a different mystical power. In Black and White, episode 135, in Ash's Pokedex, Ninetales, the fox Pokemon, and the evolved form of Vulpix. With its 9 tails and thick golden coat, Ninetales is said to live 1,000 years. In Sun and Moon, episode 60, in the Rotom Pokedex, Ninetales, Alolan form, the fox Pokemon, an ice and fairy type. This peaceful Pokemon is known to rescue people from treacherous mountain accidents. In Journeys, episode 71, I think, goes Rotom form, Ninetales, Alolan form, the fox Pokemon, an ice and fairy type. Ninetales has a tranquil personality because it lives on a guardian-inhabited mountain closed off by snow. Some say this regional form's appearance was influenced by those guardians. Okay, I got evolutions. Ninetales and Pokemon evolutions. Yeah. In the manga, Ninetales and Pokemon Adventures. Alolan Ninetales and Pokemon Adventures. Okay, got this, and the TCG. Other appearances, Pokemon Unite. Ninetales, in its Alolan form, is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a ranged attacker that starts as Alolan Vulpix, which evolves into Alolan Ninetales at level 4. Got it in Pokemon Unite. Trivia. This first point and sub-point we've already done. No other Pokemon has the same type combination as Alolan Ninetales. Alolan Ninetales is the only Pokemon in Pokemon Legends Arceus which is unattainable without using evolution. Ninetales' name is misspelled as Ninetales in the Pokemon trading card game for the Game Boy Color and in some pre-release material. Ninetales' National Pokedex number and Kitakami Pokedex number is identical, 0038 for the former and 38 for the latter. Alolan Ninetales was featured in the 6th episode of Beyond the Pokedex series. Origin. Ninetales may be based on a red fox and the kitsune of Japanese legend, which are said to have many tails, extremely long lifespans, and supernatural powers such as the ability to breathe fire. After reaching an advanced age, kitsune take on spirit forms, which may explain why Ninetales can learn various ghost type and psychic type moves. Specifically, maybe based on the Kyubi no Kutsune, whose fur turns white gold after it has lived for 1,000 years and gains its 9th tail. Alolan Ninetales may be based on an Arctic fox, which grows a white coat of fur in the winter to camouflage in the snow. Its mountain habitat and lore as a deity incarnation may be a reference to Poliahu, the Hawaiian goddess of snow, who is said to reside on Mauna Kea. It could also be inspired by Tuliketu, a mythical fox creature of Finnish lore, whose radiant fur is said to be responsible for the creation of the Northern Lights. The Finnish word for aurora, revontulet, also translates to foxfires, which could be intentional as Ninetales' original form is fire type. Name origin. Ninetales may be a combination of nine and tails, referring to fairy tales, alluding to it being based on a mythical creature, as well as being a homophone to tails. It may also reference the Kato Ninetales whip, due to its tendency to punish anyone who grabs its tails. Caillou-con may be a combination of Caillou 9 and Caillou Biko, nine-tailed fox, and con, onomatopoeic sound of a fox cry. It may also involve Hyokon, Old Grudge, and Conro, gas stove. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the Alolan forms, and we're moving on.
Let's watch the first scene featuring Ninetales in the anime. Oh wait, I can't, well, technically I can, but it first appears in the infamous Porygon episode, so instead I'll watch the first scene it appears in the English dub.
Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 40, The Battling Eevee Brothers. In this episode, Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions, Misty and Brock, and his faithful companion, Pikachu, have found an abandoned Eevee, and they're at this party here, where they are intending to return it. We'll see you Ninetales here in a couple seconds. It's just one of the Pokemon at this party. Yeah.
Executor! Raichu!
Yep. The Ninetale, there it is. There, whatever. Then we got, Eevee is evolutions at this point.
They've all been evolved using those stones.
That's probably it. I think that's all for Ninetales in this scene. So, we'll move on.
Let's see why people love Ninetales. Let's look at fan art.
Hello, and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, might be wondering why we're looking at this one image. That's because this is the only image we're doing today. So, this is Ninetales, Pokemon 1 a Day, by Bonnie John. So here we got this cool looking Ninetales, kind of looks like it's looking like a little bit of classic art with, I think there's a video game, I think it's like Kitakame or something, I don't remember what it's called, but yeah, it's a fun looking art here, and it's cool. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talked about Eevee before I can evolve Vulpix into Ninetales. As for Alolan Ninetales, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 7 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Jigglypuff. As always, this isn't my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Jigglypuff. Currently it's a normal fairy type, introduced in Gen 6, with it originally being just normal type. Like Clefairy, it's a little complicated on which Pokemon should be considered the first normal fairy Pokemon, as Jigglypuff has a pre-evolution Igglybuff introduced in Gen 2. Igglybuff evolves into Jigglypuff with high friendship. Jigglypuff's previous PYC dates are April 5th, 1996, January 25th, 1999, November 15th, 2001, September 5th, 2004, June 27th, 2007, April 17th, 2010, February 5th, 2013, November 27th, 2015, September 17th, 2018, and July 8th, 2021. I, like many people, remember Jigglypuff in the early anime. I always felt bad that I wanted an audience to listen to its song, but its powers always put people to sleep. I always thought it was funny how it would get upset and draw on their faces. While I normally think that Jigglypuff is cute, I think it looks weird in the Detective Pikachu movie. I never really thought of its curl as hair. I always assumed it was kind of made out of like a gum or a balloon-like material, as its whole thing is inflation and it's pink. I'm uncomfortable with it being hair. It's weird. Anyway, Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Jigglypuff, the balloon Pokemon. Its number is 39. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal fairy. It's gray for the normal, purple for the fairy. Abilities: Cute Charm are competitive in Gen 6+. Friend Guard is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 25% male, 75% female. Catch rate was 170, or 32.4%. Breeding: Egg Group Fairy. Hatch time 10 cycles. Height 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight 12.1 pounds or 5.5 kilograms. Base experience yield 76 in the first 4 gens, and 5 plus it's 95. Leveling rate fast. EV yield 2 with HP 2. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is pink. Base friendship is 70. Jigglypuff is a dual type normal fairy Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. Prior to Gen 6, it was a pure normal type Pokemon. It evolves from Wigglytuff when leveled up with high friendship and evolves into Wigglytuff exposed to Moonstone. It is said to be a relative of the Paradox Pokemon Screamtail, or a version of it from a different timeline. Biology: Jigglypuff is a pink Pokemon with a spherical body. It has pointed ears with black insides and large blue eyes. It has small stubby arms and slightly longer feet. On top of its head is a curled tuft of fur. Its body is filled with air and, as seen in Pokemon Stadium, Jigglypuff can deflate until it is flat. It can float by drawing extra air into its body, as demonstrated in Super Smash Bros. Jigglypuff can use its eyes to mesmerize opponents. It has a large lung capacity, exceeding most other Pokemon. Once it has its opponent's attention, Jigglypuff will inflate its lungs and begin to sing a soothing, mysterious lullaby. This melody can cause anyone who listens to become sleepy. If the opponent resists falling asleep, Jigglypuff will endanger its own life by continuing until it runs out of air. It will continue to sing until the opponent is asleep. It can adjust the wavelength of its voice to match the brainwaves of someone who is in deep sleep. This helps ensure its drowsiness in its opponents. Its vocal range exceeds 12 octaves, but its skill depends on the individual. Its song varies from region to region, and in some areas, it sounds like shouting. Jigglypuff can mostly be found in lush green plains and grassy meadows. Screamtail shares a resemblance to Jigglypuff. It is believed that Screamtail is Jigglypuff's ancestor from 1 billion years ago. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Jigglypuff is known to sing even when sleeping. Evolution: Jigglypuff evolves from Wigglytuff and evolves into Wigglytuff. So you can see that here. Game data Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, Red and Blue. When its huge eyes light up, it sings a mysteriously soothing melody that lulls its enemies to sleep. Yellow uses its alluring eyes to enrapture its foe. It then sings a pleasing melody that lulls the foe to sleep. Stadium. It mesmerizes with its large round eyes. It sings a soothing melody. Pokemon hearing this song fall asleep. Gen 2. Gold. If it inflates to sing a lullaby, it can perform longer and cause sure drowsiness into its audience. Silver. Looking into its cute round eyes causes it to sing a relaxing melody, inducing its enemies to sleep. Crystal. It rolls its cute eyes as it sings a soothing lullaby. Its gentle song puts anyone who hears it to sleep. Stadium 2 is with gold. In Gen 3. Ruby. Jigglypuff's vocal cords can freely adjust the wavelength of its voice. This Pokemon uses the ability to sing at precisely the right wavelength to make its most drowsy. Sapphire. When this Pokemon sings, it never pauses to breathe. Now, if it is in a battle against an opponent that does not easily fall asleep, Jigglypuff cannot breathe, endangering its life. Emerald. Nothing can avoid falling asleep hearing a Jigglypuff song. The sound waves of its singing voice match the brainwaves of someone in a deep sleep. Fire Red. It captivates foes with its huge round eyes, then lulls them to sleep by singing a soothing melody. Leaf Green is just Red and Blue again. Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. Wavers its big round eyes. It begins singing a lullaby that makes everyone drowsy. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. Gen 5, Black and White are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum again. Black 2 and White 2. Looking into its cute round eyes makes it start singing a song so pleasant listeners can't help but fall asleep. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red, Y is the Gold entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are the Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. Gen 7, Sun. It usually inflates its stomach and sings a mysterious melody. If you hear this melody, you'll become sleepy right away. Moon. Jigglypuff possesses a vocal range that exceeds 12 octaves, but each individual singing skill depends on its own effort. Ultra Sun. Recordings of Jigglypuff's strange lullabies can be purchased from department stores. These CDs can be found near the bedding area. Ultra Moon. The songs they sing are totally different depending on the region they live in. Some even sound like they're shouting. The Let's Go game uses its cute round eyes to enrapture its foes. It then sings a pleasing melody that lulls the foe to sleep. In Gen 8, in Sword, Jigglypuff has top-notch lung capacity, even by comparison to other Pokemon. It won't stop singing its lullabies until its foes fall asleep. Shield. By freely changing the wavelengths of its voice, Jigglypuff sings a mysterious melody sure to make any listener sleepy. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, other Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Scarlet, in Gen 9. When its huge eyes waver, it sings a mysteriously soothing melody that lulls its enemies to sleep. Violet's is one we've done before. Here's Jigglypuff in the Alola Pokedex, Jigglypuff in the Paldea Pokedex. They're kind of jumping around, it's cool. Okay. Game locations. Inside games. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. Red, blue, yellow, polka dot bow, 100% of the time. Fire red, leaf green, orangeberry, 50% of the time. Sun, moon, ultra moon. Moonstone, 5% of the time. Sword, shield, moonstone, 5% of the time, but expansion pass is required. Stats, base stats. HP, 115. Attack, 45. Defense, 20. Special attack, 45. Special defense, 25. Speed, 20. It's for a total of 270. This Pokemon special base stat in Gen 1 was 25. Pokeathon stats. Type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, rock, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, fairy. Weak to poison, steel for double. Immune to Ghost and Dragon for 0. Resistant to Bug and Dark for half. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost and Dragon type moves is 1. So both go from 0 to 1. Due to the conversion to Fairy type, the effectiveness of Dragon, Dark, Steel, Bug, and Poison type moves were 1. So Dragon type went from 1 to 0. Dark from 1 to half. Steel from 1 to 2. Bug to 1 to half. And Poison from 1 to 2. And Fighting type moves was 2 prior to Gen 6. So Fighting went from 2 to 1. For Learn Set by leveling up, it's taken me until this episode to realize you can't actually have a level 1 if they evolve by high friendship, because they're leveling up, which means it has to be a 2 at the lowest. So instead, we're gonna skip down to 4 here and start there. Level 4, you get Echoed Voice, 8 Covet, 12 Stockpile, Spit Up and Swallow, 16 Rounds, 20 Rest, 24 Body Slam, 28 Mimic, 32 Gyro Ball, 36 Hyper Voice, and 44 Double Edge. By TM, 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 18 Thief, 19 Disarming Voice, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 33 Magical Leaf, 34 Icy Wind, 37 Draining Kiss, 41 Stored Power, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 54 Psyshock, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 3D Metronome, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 89 Body Press, 94 Dark Pulse, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 114 Shadow Ball, 116 South Rock, 117 Hyper Voice, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 122 Encore, 124 Ice Spinner, 125 Flamethrower, 126 Thunderball, 127 Rough Play Rough, 128 Indonesia, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 135 Ice Beam, 139 Misty Drain, 140 Nasty Blot, 141 Fire Blast, 143 Blizzard, 147 Wild Charge, 166 Thunder, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 178 Gravity, 180 Gyro Ball, 181 Knockoff, 191 Uproar, 192 Focus Punch, 201 Misty Explosion, 202 Pain Split, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 227 Alluring Voice, and 228 Psychic Noise. By breeding, we're skipping because that's just Igglybuff will have it. Prior Evolution has nothing. Special moves. Wild Terra Pokemon. I guess you need level 14 or something. I don't know. Move round. This one's Water Pulse. Okay. Side game data. Pokemon Ranger. Browser entry. Jigglypuff bounces about as if it were dancing, and it sometimes strolls in towns. In Shadows of Olmia, it attacks by singing to send out musical notes. This is all this. Costumes in Pokemon Go ribbon. Evolution data. It levels up with high friendship. I think you can get it with these. This one you can breed in this one to get this one. Presumably also that one. Moonstone is required to get from that to that. Okay, sprites. These are creepy. Cool? Okay. This is a little also creepy. But it's big. But I don't know. It's closer to the actual one we'd see later. Okay, so this back sprite is not very great for this one because the ears are more pointed up, where they became more of the side. So here, we've got now pink, with more of the proper appearance. This one just has green eyes for the shiny. This one is more distinct between the two. Ruby, now you get the proper coloring, kind of, sort of. This one, I think, is closer to Wigglytuff at the time. Yeah. So then, yes, those basically stay the same. 3D models. Comes kind of lighter between the two. Yeah, I got all this. In the anime, Jigglypuff in the anime. Terra Jigglypuff in the anime. Okay. For the Pokedex entries in episode 45, in Ash's Pokedex, Jigglypuff, a balloon Pokemon. It has large friendly eyes, and it sings a pleasant song. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 161, in Dawn's Pokedex, Jigglypuff, the balloon Pokemon. When Jigglypuff's big eyes begin to quiver, everyone becomes sleepy as it sings a lullaby. And we've got Jigglypuff in Pokemon Origins, next to an Eevee. Poketoon. It's got funky hair. I got it in the manga. Jigglypuff in Pokemon Adventures. Yep. Okay, then Jigglypuff in Pokemon plus Nubaga's Ambition Rance's color picture scroll. Okay. Yeah, okay. Then the TCG, the TFG, other appearances. Jigglypuff Super Smash Bros. I guess that has its own article. Pokemon Detective Pikachu. We'll watch the scenes with it later. So trivia. Jigglypuff is typically depicted in the Super Smash Bros. Series and Ken Sugimori's artwork with green eyes and tea-rose pink fur, more closely resembling its shiny form. It also appeared with green eyes in Rough Tough Jigglypuff and The Legend of Thunder. Due to an oversight, Jigglypuff appears purple instead of pink in the battle against Gengar in the intro of Pokemon Blue, including the Japanese version. This is a leftover from the early Japanese games, Red and Green, when two purple Pokemon battled instead, Gengar vs. Nidorino, which is also seen in the international versions of Pokemon Red. Jigglypuff and its evolutionary relatives share their category name with Quillfish and Drifloon. They are all known as the balloon Pokemon. Origin. Jigglypuff seems to be based on a balloon due to its inflatable body, its soft fur, and singing ability may be based on plush toys that play music to help children fall asleep. Its round shape resembles a powder puff or a cream puff, and its pink color, rubbery skin, and ability to learn bounce are similar to a rubber ball. It may also be inspired by the mythical moon rabbit due to its evolved form Wigglytuff's large ears, fairy type, which tends to be associated with the moon, and the fact that it evolves using a moonstone. Name origin. Jigglypuff may be a combination of Jiggly and Puff, to swell in size, a burst of air. I know, very difficult to accept, but it's possible. Purin may refer to purin, pudding, referring to its soft body. It may also involve Poochie, petite, and pretty. I doubt that, though. In other languages, see also, notes, external links, Super Smash Bros. That's it, let's move on.
Let's watch Jigglypuff's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 45, the Song of Jigglypuff. Ash, his faithful Pokemon companion Pikachu, and his two current traveling companions, Misty and Brock, have come to Neon Town, and they are currently in a forest outside of town. Yeah.
Let me sleep.
So, there's the Jigglypuff.
What's that?
Isn't that a Jigglypuff?
Yeah.
You're right, Brock. It's a Jigglypuff.
The Jigglypuff.
I always wanted one of those.
I thought you only liked water Pokemon.
I do, but I like this one too. I'll capture it.
Okay, that's...
Staryu, go!
So that's probably the end of the first scene, so, yeah, let's move on.
Let's watch the scenes in Detective Pikachu featuring Jigglypuff, despite how I might feel about its design.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Jigglypuff, as this is the only frames with Jigglypuff to the best of my abilities. At this point in the film, Tim Goodman, the main character, is watching a video introducing him to Rhyme City. Right now, the video is talking about the past people's relationship with Pokemon, so it's not very obvious, but there is a Jigglypuff kind of silhouette of its of most of its body here. So yeah, we'll move on.
For the common good.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so now we're in the actual city itself. So this is sort of an establishing shot. That's Tim Goodman. And so there's the Jigglypuff is down here, among the various other Pokemon here. So here, that was another establishing shot of the city. There was one like around here or something. There's a Jigglypuff here, and this is later in the day or the night. I guess at night, I guess. So Tim is going to his father's apartment as he just found out his father died in a car crash, and so he's going to sort of wrap up his apartment and stuff. Yep. Yeah, but still, it's around here somewhere. Or maybe, no, it's on the poster, isn't it? Yeah, it's on those posters, 10th anniversary posters. Okay, so now, we've cut to much later in the film. So, Tim has met Detective Pikachu, and they've been just sort of attacked by these Apom. They used to be crazy because of something called the R-gas, and now they're back to normal, and they stole his pants while he was running, so they're giving it back. So, the Jigglypuff is in this poster here. It's not very easy to see in this shot, but you'll be able to see it a few more times. And then he's going to ask some people who are back here, they were at like a night market, like if they can understand Pikachu, and they won't be able to.
Pink pants.
Yeah.
Go. You know, I pictured you as a bit of a brief guy, but those are nice. Me, I don't wear underwear. You know, I'm not modest.
You can hear him, right? You can hear him talking. It's me. It's that stuff that I put up my nose. Did no one else hear him?
So he also breathed a little bit of the gas. There's the Jigglypuff right here. So yeah, he's asking a bunch of people if they can understand him. Yes, because, yeah, he's, yeah.
Can you hear him talking? You can hear him saying words.
And why were you in that apartment?
So he was just asking why Tim was in the apartment. And yeah, he explained why he was there. So Tim has just found out that Pikachu was his father, Harry Goodman's partner. So now they're now talking at this cafe here, and there's the poster down here, and there's the one there. But yeah, there's definitely this is Jigglypuff's big appearance in the film.
So there I was, in the middle of nowhere with a bad case of the forgetsies.
So he has amnesia.
I found you.
There's so that one singing the kind of song, and then of course the one
in
what? You know,
and the berry juice sign
the
here.
Walls close in. Right becomes wrong.
All I want to know is why I can't understand you.
Oh. Can't help you there, because you can't remember a darn thing. Okay. I can't solve my own mystery if I have no memory.
Then how do you even know you're a detective?
Well, I can feel that in my jellies.
What is that? What is that?
It's really believe in something despite everyone telling you you're wrong.
Yeah, well,
thanks, doll.
I got some bad news
so,
for you.
Yeah, Ludicolo just gave him a copy.
He's dead. It means that he's legally dead.
Really? Because if I'm still alive and kicking, that means Harry's out there too. Still off until... Or somebody else faked Harry's death.
So he doesn't believe that Harry's dead.
No, I'm gonna go. We're done.
We are not done here. Wait a minute. Where are you going?
So there's one on the poster right now. He's kind of
feel it. You feel it in your jellies, don't you?
Coming to terms, but they're gonna like team up. That's the Jigglypuff in the background. Okay, so now we've cut to later in the film. They've tracked the R-gas to this underground Pokemon fight club, because Pokemon fighting is illegal in Rhyme City. So yeah, so there's a Jigglypuff around here. You can't really see it in this shot very well, but you'll be able to see it in the next shot, and it'll appear a few times in the next scene.
Jigglypuff, yeah. Okay, so now here, so he's about to fight a Charizard, the Charizard of the owner. They agreed because they want to get information because they want to know where the whereabouts of Harry, I guess. They believe, you know, because they still believe that he isn't actually dead. Okay. Yeah, so there's a few in the background. I think there's one up here, and I think in some shots there's also one down in the bottom here.
Doing some light stretching.
Yeah, there's one right there, yeah. There you go. So that was the Charizard. So he's trying to use his powers, but he can't remember, so now they're fighting. Yeah. So he got in the ring because he helped Pikachu. First he's angry about it. Now he's coming to stop Tim, and now so he got hit by Charizard's tail by accident, and so he fell. So he had a bunch of vials of the R gas. He used one of them on Charizard, so that's why it was acting so crazy. Yeah, and so now they've broken, and it's releasing around. You'll see kind of we'll see a couple Jigglypuff in the crowd there. Yeah. So now we've cut to much later in the film. So they've just saw the footage of the car crash, and so they truly believe him to be dead. But Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, has summoned them, I guess, to his office so that they can talk. Because, they have information. There's a Jigglypuff here, up here a few times, and that's the Flareon. So that was a simulation of the car crash. So Howard has this holographic system where he can see things that people don't want to show you or whatever, you know. He can see things that most people can't, I guess. And so this is Lucy, a news reporter that Tim has met here in Rhyme City. And so the reason she's entering this cafe, she's going to meet them, is because it was revealed to Tim that Mewtwo, a Pokemon, had taken the body of Tim that was in the hologram. And so now they're using this resource to get more information. Also, Howard told Tim and Detective Pikachu that his son, Roger Clifford, was responsible for the R gas and stuff. So they're using that connection to try to find a facility or to find Mewtwo. Yeah. So here we've got Jigglypuff. So it's done the iconic thing in the anime where it draws on the face of a person. So the microphone is also a pen. It's very cute, very fun. So he's sleeping because that's what Jigglypuff does.
What's with the sun? I don't think she can see us.
So she's being all a spy movie or whatever.
Just act casual, but don't.
There's nothing really casual about this.
Background.
Spill the cappuccino. What do you say we go find out?
So she has just told Tim about a facility the Clifford family owns, and so they went to see it, and so now we cut to later in the film. Tim and Detective Pikachu have split because they found Mewtwo, and Mewtwo showed them a vision where it seemed like Pikachu had betrayed Harry. Soon after, though, Mewtwo was captured. And so now we're on a parade, so those 10th anniversary posters that we saw were for this parade, this 10th anniversary parade of Rhyme Cities. There's a Jigglypuff float here, so that'll appear a few times. Yeah.
Set to begin this afternoon. The whole city is converging on downtown to watch the day's festivities.
See there, new Jigglypuff as well. Being a lot lighter than the actual balloon, but
I don't know what happened between you two, but we need to strategize.
Wait, now this is breaking news.
No, you should break the news. You.
Tim.
So she doesn't know how to break the news because
Mrs. McMaster.
Because they believe Roger kidnapped Mewtwo. So yeah, she doesn't know how to go about it. Yeah, so yeah.
Lucy, Steve
at CNN. Yeah, I have a story that's really important that the people need to hear, and I was really hoping you could help me.
So
So Cynthia's just dismissed her as just an intern and asked for her to get a coffee order, yeah.
You got it. Cynthia?
Sorry.
He's going to tell Howard about the Mewtwo thing. And so we've got the parade starting.
So as you can see, we are more than happy with the turnout today. So many families. Thank you so much.
Mr. I need to speak with you, please. It's urgent.
So she got it.
Before
we begin the parade, so that's Roger, or who they think is Roger anyway. And so she doesn't want him to know that, you know, she's on to him. So now we've cut to later. Howard has used a device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo. So he's controlling him right now. He's explaining kind of his plan. So his whole thing is that he wants a partnership with Pokemon, and so like the ultimate partnership is becoming the Pokemon themselves. And so he wants to merge the humans and the Pokemon, and he can do this using the Argas, because the Argas makes the Pokemon crazy, and then Mewtwo's powers can merge humans and Pokemon. So yeah, the Blimp has the Blimp's power, the Float's power.
But for all
so now he's revealing his plan.
Pokemon can
Floats out the Argas.
And now, humans and
Pokemon
Pokemon
in the crowd,
merged into one.
Yeah, so then there's so now he's releasing the gas on the crowd. Let's see, a few, you know, we got the Blimp, of course, and there's probably a few. Jigglypuff, yeah, the bottom here going crazy. There's one in the background here. Probably trying to pause that one. So there was one that was fought. That's probably my favorite because it looks like it's just a plush toy, like an actual toy. I don't think it was. I think it really was like the CGI replacement or whatever that they use, you know, have. But like, it just looks so ridiculous. This Jigglypuff looks so weird. But there's a Jigglypuff in the background. Mewtwo is now merging to put people in the Pokemon. It's kind of hard to see here, but then there's a couple on the ground. I think that's one. Yeah, lots of them around here. You know, and then, so now Detective Pikachu has returned after discovering something at the site of the crash. He's gonna talk to Lucy's Psyduck. Lucy's mind is inside Psyduck, so yeah. And we got our Jigglypuff here rolling around, being kind of silly, I guess.
Okay, game on!
Yeah. So now he's going to fight Howard. So then there's the Blimp over here. Fighting. So then, yeah, there's the thing, and there's the... Yeah, there's who he thinks is Roger, but it's actually... Well, you'll see. But yeah, there's the Jigglypuff. So now it's revealed that Jigglypuff is a Ditto, or not... Sorry, that... Howard they saw earlier in the sunglasses is Ditto. It was also Miss Norman, an assistant that he has. It turned into a Loudred, which I'm sure you're somewhat familiar with by now. Ditto, as Loudred, used its sonic powers to blow Tim away. So now we're back at the fight scene between Pikachu and Mewtwo here. The Jigglypuff float is here in the background now, and he's riding a Pidgeot.
Not a fly! The ground?
He got knocked out, so okay, we've got a few times here. So Pikachu was laying on that building, because the Pidgeot went crazy, because it sucked in the grass, and so he went flying. Then he went down a satellite dish, fell down and landed on a building, and then we cut to later, where he was fighting Mewtwo. There was something in the corner there, I couldn't really tell if it was a Jigglypuff blimp or not. So we've cut to later in the film. Tim has disconnected the Neuralink from Howard, but at the time, Mewtwo was holding Pikachu, but he became disoriented, and he dropped Pikachu, but now he's saving him with his psychic powers. So there's a little bit of a Jigglypuff here. I think this is like a solid poster, but I think it was supposed to be a video poster, but it doesn't move in the shot, so I don't know what that's about. Or maybe it does a little bit, I don't know. But yeah, there it is again in the background. But yeah, he's
Tim!
So now, yeah, and there's one in the background there, so yeah, he's fixing everything. There's the blimp again. You know, so he's gonna pop the blimp, so the water floats. Yeah, so now, yeah, there's a couple in here in the stands. Yeah, and they've all been unmerged now. Yeah, so they're unmerging, so you get a view here, plus the one in the video. Yeah, there's a few here, because this is the parade crowd. So now he's being arrested.
Deep down,
There's one Jigglypuff in the
I
background.
blame myself for not being there.
And the one on the video as well.
Had a lead on it before.
So now he is just given her a promotion because he's her boss. Because, yeah, he runs the news. We're celebrating.
Cool.
Yeah, so they're gonna meet later, and so there's the one in the background. So now we've got to the end of the film. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, yeah, it was revealed that the reason why Pikachu could talk is because, this is Harry, his soul was inside of Pikachu, but now Mewtwo has split them, and so this is the end of the film. Tim is about to leave Rhyme City to go home. This is not his hometown. So there's one in the background here. You won't get much of the ending, but yeah.
Yeah?
So now Tim has decided that he wants to stay with his dad for a while.
I'd like that, kid. I'd like that very much.
And then there's the one in the credits here, the one from the cafe. And then there's one rolling around here. Yep, and that was it. So I hope you enjoyed Detective Jigglypuff. Now let's move on.
Let's see why people love Jigglypuff. Let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Jigglypuff. So this first image here is Pink Fairies by Piku. We did this, I believe, for the Clefairy video. We're doing it again now. So we've got the Jigglypuff here, Wigglytuff, there's a few Igglybuff, Clefas, Happiny, Clefairy, Clefable, Audino, Mega Audino, Chansey, Blissey, Boona, I think, and Spritzy. Yeah, very cute. Yeah. Then we got Jigglypuff by Joa Opereras? I don't know, sorry. It's this cute looking Jigglypuff here. Very simple. Very nice. Very happy. I like it. We got Sleepy Puff by Megiosaurus. So it's a Jigglypuff on a nightcap. Yeah, it's a little grumpy. It's cute. Then we have 039 Jigglypuff by Cutsuku. So this semi-stylized Jigglypuff here. It's very cute. This image isn't of Jigglypuff, but I'll quickly explain what it is before we move on. This is fan art of Kirby in the Super Smash Bros. Series after it has absorbed and taken the power of Jigglypuff, so it has certain features of Jigglypuff here while maintaining, you know, Kirby's general look. So yeah, we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Eevee before I can catch a Jigglypuff. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Wigglytuff.
Then we've got Wheatley Used Snore by Wacky W. So here we've got a Jigglypuff and Wheatley from the Portal 2 game. So it's singing. An iconic song from the anime, and Wheatley here saying, "Oh man, I feel the need to go into sleep mode." That was a terrible impression, but it's British. It's a British man.
Hello, today we'll be talking about Wigglytuff. Starting in Gen 2, it's the final evolution of Igglybuff, who evolves into Jigglypuff, who evolves into Wigglytuff when given a Moonstone. Wigglytuff's past PYC dates are April 6th, 1996, January 26th, 1999, November 16th, 2001, September 6th, 2004, June 28th, 2007, April 18th, 2010, February 6th, 2013, November 28th, 2015, September 18th, 2018, and July 9th, 2021. I like how its ears go from cat ears and Jigglypuff to rabbit ears. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Wigglytuff, the balloon Pokemon, whose number is 0040. This is what it looks like. Its type is Normal Fairy. Its abilities: Cute Charm or Competitive in Gen 6+. Its hidden ability is Frisk. Its gender ratio is 25% male and 75% female. Its catch rate is 50 or 12.9%. Its breeding, Egg Group Fairy, hatch time 10 cycles. Height, 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight, 26.5 pounds or 12 kilograms. Base experience yield, 109 in the first 4 gens and 196 in Gen 5+. Leveling rate fast. EV yield is 3, all in HP. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is pink, base friendship is 70. Wigglytuff is a dual-type normal fairy Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. Prior to Gen 6, it was a pure normal-type Pokemon. It evolves from Jigglypuff when exposed to a Moonstone. It is the final form of Igglybuff. Biology: Wigglytuff is a balloon-like Pokemon with leporine features, a bean-shaped body, and stubby arms and legs. There is a fluffy curled tuft of fur on its head, which is described as perfectly heavenly. It has long rabbit-like ears with black insides and a slightly lighter color at the tips. Its large blue eyes are covered in a layer of tears that quickly washes away any debris. It is covered in pink fur with a white belly. This fine layer of fur is so soft that those who touch it, including other Wigglytuff, will not want to stop. As a result, Wigglytuff is a highly sought-after Pokemon because of its bouncy body and fur. It sheds seasonally, and people gather the fur to spin into yarn. It is proud of its fine and delicate fur. Its body is soft and rubbery, allowing it to inflate by inhaling. Wigglytuff can inflate itself up to 20 times larger, though it has no limits to how far it can inflate in total. While it is inflated, it can move by bouncing or floating. So you can see that it's, Wigglytuff floating in, I don't know why it's with an Eevee and a Munchlax here, like why they're also floating, but I'm sure there's some reason in the anime. It competes with other Wigglytuff to see which one can inflate itself the most. Should it be caught in a bad mood, Wigglytuff will inflate itself to an enormous size to scare away its opponent. Being the result of evolution via Evolution Stone, Wigglytuff is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in vivid green plains and grassy fields. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Wigglytuff is known to stroke its belly while sleeping, possibly to feel its soft fur. Aww. Evolution. Wigglytuff evolves from Jigglypuff and is the final form of Igglybuff. So you can see that here. Igglybuff, Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Wigglytuff sells friend areas in Pokemon Square, Pokemon Mystery Dungeons, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness, and Explorers of Sky. Wigglytuff is the head of the main guild in Treasure Town. His personality tends to be erratic, but he cares about all his friends in the guild, especially his close partner Chatot. He also has a love, some would say obsession, of perfect apples, and is basically all he eats. He can often be seen bouncing one off his head during dinner. He is described as peculiar and weird in the game, although he is exceptionally strong, defeating the whole of Team Skull and Kabutops and the Amistar brothers, as well as numerous others with ease. Chatot warns not to annoy or disrespect Wigglytuff as he is liable to explode with anger. Pokedex entries in red and blue. The body is soft and rubbery. When angered, it will suck in air and inflate itself to an enormous size. In yellow, its body is full of elasticity. By inhaling deeply, it can continue to inflate itself without limit. Stadium. Its soft and supple skin allows it to expand like a balloon. If it gets angry, it inhales and inflates itself steadily. In Gen 2, in gold, their fur feels so good that if two of them snuggle together, they won't want to be separated. Aww. Silver. It has a very fine fur. Take care not to make it angry, or it may inflate steadily and hit with a body slam. Crystal. The rich, fluffy fur that covers its body feels so good that anyone who feels it can't stop touching it. Stadium 2 is Gold's entry in Gen 3 in Ruby. Wigglytuff has large saucer-like eyes. The surfaces of its eyes are always covered with a thin layer of tears. If any dust gets in this Pokemon's eyes, it is quickly washed away. In Sapphire, Wigglytuff's body is very flexible. By inhaling deeply, this Pokemon can inflate itself seemingly without end. Once inflated, Wigglytuff bounces along lightly like a balloon. In Emerald, its fur is the ultimate in luxuriousness. Sleeping alongside a Wigglytuff is simply divine. its body expands seemingly without end when it inhales. In Fire Red, its fur is extremely fine, dense, and supple. The exquisitely pleasant fur conveys an image of luxury. Leaf Green is Red and Blues again. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its fine fur feels sublime to the touch. It can expand its body by inhaling air. Heart Gold is Gold's entry. For Soul Silver, it is the same as Silver's, with the exception of Body Slam is lowercased instead of uppercased. So, but I'm still not going to read it. So in Gen 5, Black and White are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entries again. In Black 2 and White 2, its fine fur feels so pleasant, those who accidentally touch it cannot take their hands away. X is the Gold entries. Y is Red, Blue, and Leaf Green's entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7 in Sun, it sheds its fine fur. When the seasons change, the fur is gathered and spun into a luxurious yarn. Moon, as it inhales, it expands, and expands, and expands. Wigglytuff compete to see which one can inflate itself the most. In Ultra Sun, thanks to its bouncy body and fine fur, this Pokemon is sought after. Holding one in your arms while you sleep feels great. In Ultra Moon, when it gets angry, it inhales with all its might, and its body gradually inflates. Sometimes they can grow 20 times larger. In the Let's Go games, its body is very elastic. By inhaling deeply, it can continue to inflate itself without limit. In Gen 7 in Sword, the more air it takes in, the more it inflates. If opponents catch it in a bad mood, it will inflate itself to an enormous size to intimidate them. In Shield, it's proud of its fur, which is fine and delicate. In particular, the curl on its forehead has a texture that's perfectly heavenly. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, for Scarlet's entry, that is Soul Silver's entry, and Violet's is Crystal's entry. Here we've got Wigglytuff in the Alola Pokedex, a Wigglytuff in the Paldea Pokedex. It's kind of fun, frolicking around in the flowers here. Okay, game locations, side game locations, events, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get Goldberry 100% of the time. In Sword and Shield, you get a Moonstone 5% of the time, but expansion pass is required. Stats. Base stats. We'll compare Gen 1 through 5 and Gen 6 onwards. So, HP is 140, that stays the same. Attack 70, that stays the same. Defense 45, that stays the same. Special attack is 75, that goes up to 85. Special defense is 50, that stays the same. Speed 45, that stays the same. So, total of 425 to a total of 435. In the Gen 1 through 5 box, there's a note here. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 50. Pokeathon stats, type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, rock, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, and fairy. Weak to poison, and steel for 2. Immune to ghost, and dragon for nothing. Resistant to bug, and dark for half. If this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type and dragon type moves is 1. So it goes from 0 and 1. Due to the conversion to fairy type, the effectiveness of dragon type, dark type, steel type, bug type, and poison type moves were 1. So dragon went from 1 to 0. Dark went from 1 to half. Steel from 1 to 2. Bug from 1 to half. Poison type 1 to 2. And fighting type moves was 2 prior to Gen 6. So fighting went from 2 to 1. For Learn Set by leveling up, you can have a level 2 Wigglytuff, so we'll move past all these ones and get to the next one. 5, Play Rough. We'll skip by the TMs, by the breeding we're skipping, nothing by prior evolution, side game data, Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Almia. It attacks by singing to send out musical notes. It also jumps to create shockwaves. Okay, all this. Costumes in Pokemon Go, ribbon. So we had one of these for Jigglypuff. Kind of cute. Evolution data. We went over this yesterday, so I won't do it again. Sprites here. Oh, gosh, that's creepy. Yeah, these first 3 are like really kind of creepy looking. It really doesn't become better until the Silver and Crystal, to be honest. Why are the sprites so different? Oh, that's so weird. Okay. But yeah. So, yeah, so these are much, you know, bigger. I don't know. But yeah, and then so the ears are a little less rabbit-like. They become more rabbit-like in yellow, I guess. The tuft of fur, it's different in all three of them. This one's closer to this one, I'd say. This one adds kind of the curl, which I think it generally keeps moving forward, but it's a little bit more like this curl. Not quite like that. So, you know, this one works for this one, doesn't really work for this one, and kind of maybe you could argue, although the coloring is wrong for the body, but yeah. Also, none of these ears work. Like this one kind of works. This one, I don't know if this is just cut off or something, but yeah, no, that's not a point. Okay, so then these, then they're less pointy ears in Gen 2. Kind of regains it. I guess that's just gold, though. It kind of regains the point a little bit. They kind of, I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah. These are also still the same back sprites, despite the fact that they're different ears. So the shiny here is just basically the same, but with green eyes instead of blue. So then, yeah, the coloring changes. It becomes closer to the one we have now, but a little different. So this one seems to maybe be a reference to its original kind of, or this Gen 2 one where it's sort of more purple than pink, you know. Yeah, that one has a difference because that's actually pink and like purplish pink. But yeah, so that's sort of a, yeah, purplish pink here, and the green eyes, and then the ears are a little bit more consistent and a little bit more pointy, a little bit also just not, you know, not quite all the way there. Yeah, kind of get the point back here and fire red and leaf green. So yeah, the body also obviously changes. It's different in all three in Gen 1. It sort of slims down a little bit. I think it would a little bit more, but generally it stays the same shape, so curl is more defined. Yeah. And then, yeah, we got this. Yeah, that's basically this. I mean, the pink is now more, I think, closer to the modern pink. That's the big difference, I think. Okay. Oh, and I guess the white. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, there's white tips in actually these two. This one didn't have the white tips, and these kind of do, more so on the back sprites. These just completely lose them, although maybe a little lighter on that one. But these bring it back. And so those stay, I think, moving forward. Yes. Yeah. It's all bouncy and cute. And then we got this. It kind of becomes a little bit more uniform, I guess, the body. When it becomes a 3D model. But yeah, that's a little lighter. Again, that could just be the image that was used for this. So this one's also a little lighter, I guess. Yeah, then there's all these. Then there's Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee. Home. Those, yeah. Oh, this is another. No, that's okay. That's interesting. It kind of looks like you can't, like it's coming off of the ear, but that's just because the white tip blends in with the background. Yes. Okay. In the anime, Wigglytuff in the anime. This. Got Wigglytuff in Pokemon Origins. Got in the manga, Wigglytuff in Pokemon Adventures. Also, that's a Charmeleon here. And TCG. Other appearances, Pokemon Unite. Wigglytuff is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee supporter that starts as Jigglypuff, which evolves into Wigglytuff at level 4. So you can see it in Pokemon Unite. Trivia. This first point I've done in the Jigglypuff video. Wigglytuff has the highest base HP stat of all Fairy-type Pokemon. In its early appearances, Wigglytuff's white stomach did not always extend above its mouth. However, it always does this in modern appearances. Oh yeah, the sprites kind of show that. Yeah, that it kind of starts to go above the mouth here, and then it's in Gen 3 here, it does fully go above the mouth, which I think is very weird. It makes it look like it has a, I don't know, 5 o'clock shadow or something. Just like this is all its face, I guess. I don't know. It's very interesting that they decided to do that. Origin. Wigglytuff appears to be based on a balloon due to its inflatable body. Its soft fur and singing ability may be based on plush toys that play music to help children fall asleep. Its round shape resembles a powder puff or a cream puff, and its pink color, rubbery skin, and ability to learn bounce are similar to a rubber ball. It may also be inspired by the mythical moon rabbit due to its rabbit-like ears, fairy typing, which tends to be associated with the moon, and the fact that it evolves from Jigglypuff using a moonstone. Name origin. Wigglytuff may be a combination of wiggly and tuft, a bunch of hair, or tough. Pucarin may be a combination of puku puku, cute and chubby, puri puri, angrily or in a huff, referring to its personality, kuri kuri, big and round, and purin, pudding, referring to its soft body. It may also involve fusen, balloon, and fukuryu to become inflated. And other languages, related articles, and that's it. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Wigglytuff's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokémon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back. In this movie, Ash and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, she has a Togepi, and his faithful Pokemon companion Pikachu have arrived at New Island, or in a mansion. They've been summoned here by her master. She's like a servant. He is the world's greatest Pokemon master. So, yes. So he's invited these trainers to come and visit, I guess. And we're gonna see a Wigglytuff here in a couple. Yeah. So it's gonna.
Trainers worthy of an audience with my master are present.
Yeah. There's you can't really see it in this one. It'll be in the next frame though. There it is.
There's only 3 of them.
Aren't we going to wait for the others?
Only the trainers capable of braving the storm have proven themselves worthy in my masters.
I guess that's probably the first scene, so we should probably stop and move on. Now let's see why people love Wigglytuff. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're doing DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're in this single image mode, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So we've done this image before. It's called Pink Fairies by Piku. So we've got the Wigglytuff here. It's holding an Igglybuff. There's a couple other ones here. There's a Jigglypuff next to it. A Clefable holding a Cleffa next to a Clefairy. There's also a Cleffa up there. We've got Happiny, a couple of them, and Chansey and Blissey, Audino, Mega Audino, Spritzy, and Muna. This is very cute. These are pink fairy-type Pokemons, or at least partial fairy-type Pokemon. Yep. And so that's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Eevee before I can evolve Jigglypuff into Wigglytuff. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Zubat. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Zubat, the first poison flying Pokemon, and the first bat Pokemon. Its past PYC dates are April 7th, 1996, January 27th, 1999, November 17th, 2001, September 7th, 2004, June 29th, 2007, April 19th, 2010, February 7th, 2013, November 29th, 2015, September 19th, 2018, and July 10th, 2021. I like Zubat's design. There's just something simple about it. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Zubat, the bat Pokemon, whose number is 0041. This is what it looks like. Its typing is Poison Flying. This is shown here in these boxes. Poison inside colors, and then the blue here, the lighter blue here, for flying. Yep. Abilities: Inner Focus and Infiltrator is its hidden ability. Gender ratio: 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding: egg group flying. Hatch time: 15 cycles. Height: 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight: 16.5 pounds or 7.5 kilograms. Base experience yield: 54 in the first 4 gens, 49 in 5+. Leveling rate: medium fast. EV yield is 1 in speed. Shape is that. Doesn't have a footprint because it doesn't really have a foot. Pokedex color purple. Base friendship 70. Zubat is a dual type poison flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Golbat starting at level 22, which evolves into Crobat when leveled up with high friendship. Biology: Zubat is a blue Chiropteran Pokemon. While it lacks eyes, it has pointed ears, with purple insides and a mouth with 2 sharp teeth on each jaw. A male will have larger fangs than a female. It has purple wing membranes supported by 2 elongated fingers and 2 long, thin tails. Zubat lives in abundance in dark caves, although it has also been shown to dwell in forests and under the eaves of old buildings. Due to its habitat, Zubat has evolved to have neither eyes nor nostrils. It instead navigates through dark environments and tight caves with echolocation, emitting ultrasonic cries to detect targets and obstacles. The frequency of these cries can vary slightly between Zubat colonies. As demonstrated in the anime, it will leave its abode at night with a mass of other Zubat in order to seek prey. Zubat is nocturnal and sleeps hanging upside down during the daytime, avoiding sunlight at all costs. Daylight causes Zubat to become unhealthy, and prolonged exposure can even burn its skin. Aww. However, captured and trained Zubat have been recorded as being much more tenacious in the daytime, even when directly exposed to sunbeams. While sleeping or in cooler conditions, Zubat gathers with others of its kind for warmth. So here we have a card depicting Zubat hanging upside down, and then we've got a card depicting Zubat using its echolocation, going in multiple directions. Evolution. Zubat evolves into Golbat, which evolves into Crobat. So we see Zubat, Golbat, Crobat. Game data, NPC appearances in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Zubat is a member of Team Skull, along with Coughing and the leader Skuntank. Zubat is also the first boss of the game. Pokedex entries in Red and Blue. Forms colonies in perpetually dark places. Uses ultrasonic waves to identify and approach targets. In Yellow. Emits ultrasonic cries while it flies. They act as a sonar used to check for objects in its way. Sidium. It has neither eyes nor a nose. It emits ultrasonic cries that bounce back to its large ears, enabling it to fly safely. In Gen 2, in Gold, while flying, it constantly emits ultrasonic waves from its mouth to check its surroundings. Silver. Capable of flying safely in dark places, it emits ultrasonic cries to check for any obstacles. Crystal. During the day, it gathers with others and hangs from the ceilings of old buildings and caves. Titanium 2 is just gold again. In Gen 3, in Ruby, Zubat remains quietly unmoving in a dark spot during the bright daylight hours. It does so because prolonged exposure to the sun causes its body to become slightly burned. Sapphire. Zubat avoids sunlight because exposure causes it to become unhealthy. During the daytime, it stays in caves or under the eaves of old houses, sleeping while hanging upside down. In Emerald, while living in pitch-black caverns, their eyes gradually grew shut and deprived them of vision. They use ultrasonic waves to detect obstacles. In Fire Red, it has no eyes. Instead, it relies on its ultrasonic cries for echolocation to flit about in darkness. In Leaf Green, it forms colonies in perpetually dark places and uses ultrasonic waves to identify and approach targets. In Gen 4, Diamond, even though it has no eyes, it can sense obstacles using ultrasonic waves it emits from its mouth. Pearl, disliking sunlight, it sleeps deep in forests and caves until sundown. Platinum, it checks its surroundings and location using reflections of the ultrasonic waves from its mouth. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. In Black 2 and White 2, it does not need eyes because it emits ultrasonic waves to check its surroundings while it flies. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. For Y, while the word echolocation is now just one word instead of two, this is Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, Sun, it sleeps in caves during the day. It has no eyes, so it checks its surroundings while flying. It emits ultrasonic waves. Moon, when exposed to sunlight, they suffer burns. The frequency of their ultrasonic waves can differ slightly from colony to colony. Ultrasun, it has no eyeballs, so it can't see. It checks its surroundings via the ultrasonic waves it emits from its mouth. Ultramoon, their skin is so thin that they'll be burned if sunlight hits them. When it gets cold out, they gather together to warm one another's bodies. Aww. In the Let's Go games, that's just Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, in Sword, It emits ultrasonic waves from its mouth to check its surroundings, even in tight caves. Zubat flies around with skill and shield. Zubat live in caves, down where the sun's light won't reach. In the morning, they gather together to keep each other warm as they sleep. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are Diamond Pearl counterparts. In Legends Arceus makes its home in gloomy caves. Atrophied eyes have left this Pokemon blind, so it scans its surroundings via sound waves that it emits from its mouth as it flies. So Zubat and the Alolan Pokedex, they're both in that, but this is Sun and Moons, this is Ultra Suns and Ultra Moons. A little different, but yeah, cool. Okay, game locations, side game locations, events, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So from Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a berry. In Legends Arceus, normal gets a Chesto Berry 35% of the time, or a Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time. And grit items by level. Alphas, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, or Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, grit items by level. Still don't know how the math works here. Stats, base stats. HP 40, attack 45, defense 35, special attack 30, special defense 40, speed 55. For a total of 245, this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 40. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, flying, ghost, steel, fire, water, dragon, and dark. Weak to rock, electric, psychic, and ice for double. Immune to ground for nothing. Resistant to fighting, poison, bug, grass, and fairy. For fighting, bug, and grass, it's a fourth. Half for poison and fairy. Notes: if gravity is an effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4 or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of ground type moves is 2, so it goes from 0 to 2. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of ground type moves is 1, so that it go from 0 to 1. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug type moves is 1, so from 1 to a fourth. Learn set by leveling up. 1 Absorb and Supersonic, 5 Astonish, 10 Mean Look, 15 Poison Fang, 20 Quick Guard, 25 Air Cutter, 30 Bite, 35 Haze, 40 Venoshock, 45 Confuse Ray, 50 Air Slash, and 55 Leech Life. Then in Legends Arceus, what? This is new. All of this is new to me. I don't know what any of this means. I guess it changes as time goes on, I would assume? I don't know, but it learns it at 1, Gust at 1, and it masters it at 10, I guess, is my guess. It learns Hypnosis at 6, and masters it in 15. Bite at 11, masters it at 20. Air Cutter at 18, masters it at 28. Cross Poison, 25. Masters it at 35. Air Slash learns at 34. Masters it at 45. Leech Life it learns at 43 and masters it at 54. By TM/TR and Sword and Shield. 6 Fly, 21 Rest, 23 Thief, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 28 Giga Drain, 30 Steel Wing, 31 Attract, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 40 Swift, 56 U-Turn, 57 Payback, 58 Assurance, 74 Venoshock, 76 Round, 78 Acrobatics, 95 Air Slash, 12 Agility, 18 Leech Life, 20 Substitute, 22 Sludge Bomb, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 32 Crunch, 33 Shadow Ball, 35 Uproar, 36 Heat Wave, 37 Taunt, 66 Brave Bird, 68 Nasty Plot, 69 Zen Headbutt, and 91 Venom Drench. These were the TRs, by the way. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, TM11, Sunny Day, 12 Taunt, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 19 Giga Drain, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 36 Sludge Bomb, 40 Aerial Ace, 41 Torment, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 47 Steel Wing, 51 Roost, 58 Endure, 63 Nasty Plot, 66 Payback, 82 Sleep Talk, 87 Swagger, 88 Pluck, 89 U-Turn, 90 Substitute, 94 Fly, 97 Defog. By breeding in Sword and Shield, you get Curse from this group, Defog from this group, Gust from this group, Hypnosis from this group, Quick Attack from this group, Whirlwind from this group, and Wing Attack from this group. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get Brave Bird from this group, Curse from Farfetch'd, Gust from this group, Hypnosis from this group, Quick Attack from this group, Venom Drench from this group. What is this? Grand Underground, whatever that means. Whirlwind from this group, Wing Attack from this group, and Zen Headbutt from this group. By tutoring, in the expansion pass of Sword and Shield, you get Dual Wing Beat, which is a physical flying type move. Power is 40, accuracy is 90, and PP is 10. In Legends Arceus, you can get the moves Aerial Ace, Leech Life, Ominous Wind, Rest, Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, Swift, and Zen Headbutt. By transfer from another generation, from 3 to 7, you get Aerial Ace, 1 Bite, that doesn't work anymore, 4 Captivate, that doesn't work anymore, 6 and 7 Confide, 2 Detect, 1 through 7 Double Team, 1 and 3 Double Edge, 2 through 7 Feint Attack, that doesn't work anymore, 2 through 7, Frustration, that doesn't work anymore, 7 Headbutt, 2 through 7, Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore, 1 and 7, Mega Drain, 1 and 3, Mimic, 4, you get Natural Grift, that doesn't work anymore, 4, Ominous Wind, that doesn't work anymore, 4 and 5, Pluck, 2 through 7, Pursuit, that doesn't work anymore, 1, Rage, and Razor Wind, both of those don't work anymore, 2 through 7, Return, those don't work anymore, 4, 5, 6, and 7, Roost, 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, you get Snatch, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Super Fang. 2 through 7, Swagger. 4 through 7, Tailwind. 1, Takedown. 3 through 7, Torment. 1 through 7, Toxic. And 4, Twister. Side game data. Pokemon Ranger. In the browser entry, Zubat prefers dark places like caves. It uses ultrasonic waves to attack. In Shadows of Almia, it flits around and releases supersonic waves to attack. In Guardian Signs, it attacks by scattering poison gas that makes Pokemon tired. In Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark Pad entry, Zubat can always be found flying around the Cavern Zone. They enjoy playing Salamence's Air Ace more than any other attraction. Okay, that evolution data. Zubat evolves into Golbat starting at level 22, which evolves into Crobat when leveled up with High Friendship. Golbat cannot evolve into Crobat in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green until the player obtains the National Pokedex, as its evolution will be interrupted. Golbat also cannot evolve into Crobat in Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Crobat is not present in those games. Yeah, so you get level 22, which you can use a rare candy to get from Zubat to Golbat, and then Golbat, you get level up with High Friendship. Got sprites here, so red and greens, looking kind of scary. You know, red and blue, that's a little bit, I don't know, nicer on the eyes, I don't know. It's, yeah, a little bit more, more like the Zubat. This one's the most like Zubat, of course. Somehow they all have the same back stripe, despite the fact this is more blue, and also these are different shapes. Same with the ears, those are more, you know, more like bunny ears, I guess. These are more apart. And then this one, the ears in this one have become more bat-like. Yes. So they get more of the iconic look here. It's shiny, it's green with pink highlights. Yep. This is maybe a different shade of blue, I think. Slightly, very slightly different. Yeah, so you get all that. And you get the, yeah, so that's the kind of dark blue and a light blue. This becomes pink and sort of a lighter blue, I guess, purplish blue. This becomes green, but because this now has the pink inside, this gets just sort of, I guess, tan to white, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, that gets all that. Okay, yep. Body becomes now the just sort of just normal, just straight blue, no purple. And those become a little bit darker, but yeah, and so now this is green, kind of more of a yellowish white, I guess. Oh, and this is the one that introduced the gender thing, so those are the males with the long fangs, these guys, the females with the short fangs. Same with the shiny, all that. You got black and white, it's basically the same. Yeah, when we get to the models here, this is a darker blue with darker purple. Yeah, with a darker purple insides. I guess it does go from kind of a pink to a purple, doesn't it? Yeah. as time goes on, it becomes more purple. So then we got this one, you know, darker green, of course. Then Sun and Moon, these get a little lighter. Not much, though, and they don't really... Their ears kind of change. I imagine they changed a few times throughout the games. Then we got Let's Go games here. Oh. A little bit shorter. Yep, okay, not as dramatic for the females. Then we got Legends Arceus. Yes. So these are all kind of, yeah. Kind of becomes, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's gonna become maybe a little darker. It becomes more tan than yellow, I guess. Time has gone on. Then we got, yeah, at home. Yep. Okay. In the anime, Zubat in the anime. Being a bit longer, long legs here. For the Pokedex entry, I've already recorded it for the anime section, so we'll let the professional read it.
Zubat, flying Pokemon with supersonic powers. Zubat live in caves and hate to fly outside in daylight.
Zubat in Origins, so you can't really see it, but there's a Zubat here in this picture. We got Zubat in Generations, so it's seemingly a member of Team Rocket here, along with Coughing and Arbok. Cute reference. Yes, and Evolutions, the manga, Zubat in Pokemon Adventures, Zubat in Pokemon Gotta Catch 'Em All, in the TCG, in the TFG, other sprites, Batty in Pokemon Super Contest, Midnight in Pokemon Super Contest. I'm assuming these are NPC Pokemon. Trivia. No other Pokemon has the same type combination as Zubat and its evolved forms. Zubat and Golbat are the only Pokemon introduced in Gen 1 to currently have a unique type combination. Zubat and its evolved forms are the only Poison-type Pokemon in the Flying Egg group. Zubat and its evolved forms share their category with Woobat. They are all known as the Bat Pokemon. Zubat's evolutionary family has similarities with Woobats. All of the members of both lines are called the Bat Pokemon, excluding Swoobat, live in caves and other dark places, and have no visible eyes at their respective unevolved states. Members of both lines reach their respective fully evolved forms by friendship, and both have similar shiny forms with green main bodies. Woobat and Zubat have somewhat similar English names, both having rhyming prefixes and bat as a suffix. Zubat can also be seen as a parallel to Noibat, as they are both flying-type Pokemon based on bats and can have Infiltrator as a possible ability. They also share their same base stats, with their attack and special attack switched around. Zubat has the lowest base special attack stat of all flying-type Pokemon, tying with Tailo, Starly, Combee, and Pikapek. Despite its lack of eyes, Zubat is still capable of learning Mean Look. Due to its lack of eyes, Zubat is the only Pokemon whose alpha form in Legends Arceus does not bear glowing red eyes. It is also one of the few Shadow Pokemon in Pokemon Go that doesn't have red eyes, the other being Shadow Steelix. I didn't know that was a thing. Origin. Zubat seems to be based on a bat, particularly vampire bats, which bite other animals to feed on their blood. Its poison type may be inspired by either the anticoagulant properties of vampire bat saliva or the fact that bats are infamous for spreading deadly diseases such as rabies. Its lack of eyes could be a reference to troglomorphism, and may additionally be influenced by the misconception that bats are blind due to their use of echolocation to navigate. The claim that Zubat will suffer burns when exposed to sunlight may be inspired by mythological vampires. Name origin Zubat may be a combination of bat and Zubato. Piercingly. This is in other languages, related articles, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Zubat's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 6, Clefairy and the Moonstone. In this episode, Ash, the one in the hat, and his faithful Pokemon companion Pikachu, the one in the foreground here, and his two traveling companions, Brock and Misty, are on their way to Mount Moon, and they're hearing a cry from Seymour the scientist, someone they don't know yet. Yeah, so he's being attacked by Zubat, so we'll...
Look! Over there!
Yeah. There's the Zubat.
attack and see more. And that's it. That's Zubat's first appearance, or first scene in the anime, so let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Zubat cards, but they're the same card twice.
They're the 13th version of the Zubat card, and the first to make Zubat psychic for some reason. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. Since it's just the background image on a background, there isn't much to say about it. The most notable elements are the background featuring a power line and the fact that there are motion lines, indicating flight. It has 50 HP. It's 2'7" and 16.5 pounds. It has 2 moves, Supersonic and Bite. In the video games, Supersonic is a normal type move that makes the target confused. On this card, it costs 1 psychic energy. If the user wins a coin flip, the target is confused. We've already talked about Bite. The only thing I'll say is that it takes 2 of any energy and causes 20 damage. It's weak to Psychic despite being Psychic itself. It takes an additional 10 damage. It's resistant to fighting and will take negative 20 damage. It costs 1 of any energy to retreat. In the bottom right corner of the card, there is the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Its description reads, "Even though it has no eyes, it can sense obstacles using ultrasonic waves it emits from its mouth." This is the Pokédex entry in Pokemon Diamond, X, and Brilliant Diamond. It's level 8. In the video games, it would be 14 levels from evolving into Golbat.
Speaking of Golbat, I have a card for it, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Zubat. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Zubat. First, we've got Life of Rai, Who's That Pokemon? By Rai Spirit. So, presumably this is Rai, playing Pokemon Go. So it says, your egg is about to hatch. So things like, is that going to be like an Articuno or something? And then it's just a Zubat, humorously. Yes. And so that, of course, knocks them out, because, the surprise. It's very good. Then we've got Batty by Mew-Iddy. So we've got I believe, a Noivern here, surrounded by Zubats. It's very, very cute. That's it. This one doesn't contain a Zubat, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Eevee before I can catch a Zubat. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Golbat. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Golbat, the evolution of Zubat, which was its only evolution in Gen 1. Zubat evolves into Golbat at level 22. Golbat is also the first Pokemon to get an evolution in a later generation that didn't have one already in Gen 1. Its past PYC dates are April 8th, 1996, January 28th, 1999, November 18th, 2001, September 8th, 2004, June 30th, 2007, April 20th, 2010, February 8th, 2013, November 30th, 2015, September 20th, 2018, and July 11th, 2021. I find it interesting that a bat Pokemon who is so blind that it doesn't even have eyes, gets eyes in its evolution. I most remember Golbat from its weird Gen 1 sprite. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Golbat, the bat Pokemon, whose number is 0042. This is what it looks like. Its type is Poison Flying. Its abilities, Inner Focus, and its hidden ability is Infiltrator. Gender ratio 50-50. Catch rate is 90 or 20.1%. Breeding, a group flying, hatch time 15 cycles, height 5'3" or 1.6 meters, weight 121.3 pounds or 55 kilograms. Base experience yield in the first 4 generations was 171, but in 5+ is 159. Leveling rate, medium fast. Its EV yield is 2, both in speed. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokédex color is purple, and base friendship is 70. Golbat is a dual-type poison-flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Zubat starting at level 22 and evolves into Crobat when leveled up with high friendship. Biology. Golbat is a large blue chiropteran Pokemon with purple wing membranes. It has small eyes with slit-like pupils, along with tiny triangular ears with purple insides, and a massive mouth with 2 fangs in each jaw. The fangs are smaller on a female Golbat. While its mouth seems to be otherwise empty, Golbat occasionally displays a long purple tongue It has short legs with long, tiny feet. Despite this, Golbat can walk skillfully on the ground. Golbat's fangs have hollow tubes similar to straws, specialized for sucking blood. While they are strong enough to pierce thick hide, they are also unexpectedly fragile. There are some Golbat that have missing fangs as a result of their hunger-fueled attempt to drink blood from Steel-type Pokemon. Aww. Golbat feeds on the blood of both Pokemon and humans, and is capable of drinking over 10 ounces, 300 milliliters, of blood in one sitting. It is gluttonous and drinks so much blood that its blood type will change that of its victim following a feed. It occasionally gorges itself to the extent that it will become too heavy to fly, leaving itself vulnerable in turn. However, it is also willing to share gathered blood with other members of its kind that are hungry. Aww. One particular Golbat could utilize Supersonic to produce a magic mirror in its mouth for scrying to see things from a distance. Even if walls or land are in the way, Golbat is nocturnal and can be found quite easily in caves. Golbat hanging upside down, you can't really see it, but it's here. Golbat with its mouth closed. It's kind of weird looking, but whatever. Evolution, Golbat evolves from Zubat and evolves into Crobat. So you got Zubat, Golbat, Crobat. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Stadium 2. Golbat stars in the minigame Gutsy Golbat. The object is to fly around and collect as many hearts as can be collected. The player with the most hearts at the end of the cave is the winner. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team. Golbat is part of an unnamed rescue team that gathers at Pokemon Square just before the player and partner are able to access Magma Cavern. Pokedex entries in red and blue. Once it strikes, it will not stop draining energy from the victim, even if it gets too heavy to fly. Yellow. It attacks in a stealthy manner. Without warning, its sharp fangs are used to bite and suck blood. Stadium. Bites its prey and feeds on the victim's energy. Its own blood type changes to that of its victim. Gen 2 Gold. However art its victim's hide may be, it punctures with sharp fangs and gorges itself with blood. Silver. It can drink more than 10 ounces of blood at once. If it has too much, it gets heavy and flies clumsily. Crystal. When it plunges its fangs into its prey, it instantly draws and gulps down more than 10 ounces of blood. Stadium 2 is just gold again. In Gen 3 and Ruby, Golbat loves to drink the blood of living things. It is particularly active in the pitch black of night. This Pokemon flits around in the night sky seeking fresh blood. In Sapphire, Golbat bites down on prey with its 4 fangs and drinks the victim's blood. It becomes active on inky dark moonless nights, flying around to attack people and Pokemon. Emerald. Its fangs easily puncture even thick animal hide. It loves to feast on the blood of people and Pokemon. It flits about in darkness and strikes from behind. Fire Red. It clamps down on its prey with needle-sharp fangs and drains over 10 ounces of blood in one gulp. Leaf Green is Red and Blue's entry again. In Gen 4. In Diamond. It loves the blood of humans and Pokemon. It flies around at night in search of neck veins. In Pearl. Once it starts sucking blood, it does not stop until it is full. It flies at night in search of prey. Platinum. Its sharp fangs puncture the toughest of hides and have small holes for greedily sucking blood. Their Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2. Flitting around in the dead of night, it sinks its fangs into its prey and drains a nearly fatal amount of blood. In X, once it bites, it will not stop draining energy from the victim even if it gets too heavy to fly. That's Gen 6. Y's entry is Pearls. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are the Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7 and Sun, its thick fangs are hollow like straws, making them unexpectedly fragile. These fangs are specialized for sucking blood. In Moon, sometimes they drink so much blood they can't fly anymore, then they fall to the ground and become food for other Pokemon. In Ultra Sun, once in a while, you'll see a Golbat that's missing some fangs. This happens when hunger drives it to try biting a Steel-type Pokemon. They can suck down over 10 ounces of blood in one go. They have been known to drink so much blood that they can no longer fly. The Let's Go games are Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, in Sword, it loves to drink other creatures' blood. It's said that if it finds others of its kind going hungry, it sometimes shares the blood it's gathered. In Shield, its feet are tiny, but this Pokemon walks skillfully. It sneaks up on sleeping prey before sinking in its fangs and slurping up blood. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Legends Arceus, it sinks its sharp fangs into other creatures and slurps up their blood. A closer look at the fangs revealed that they are hollow and akin to straws. Here is Golbat in the Lowland Pokedex. but it's Sun and Moons, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moons. Yeah. Game locations, side game locations. Held items, Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. Red, blue, and yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, Chesto Berry 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time. Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time. Grid items by level. Stats, base stats 75. HP, attack 80, defense 70, special attack 65, 75, special defense, speed 90, for a total of 455. His Pokemon special base stat in Gen 1 was 75. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, ghost, steel, fire, water, dragon, and dark. Weak to rock, electric, psychic, and ice for double, immune to ground, resistant to fighting, poison, bug, grass, and fairy. Fighting, grass, and bug are 1/4, poison and fairy are half. Notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4, or a ring target. It is affected by Smackdown or Ingrate. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is double, so it goes from 0 to double. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so it goes from 0 to 1. In Generation 1, the effectiveness of bug-type moves is 1, so it went from 1 to a 4th. Learn set by leveling up in Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. We'll skip down to 27 here. 27 Air Cutter, 34 Bite, 41 Haze, 48 Venoshock, 55 Confused Ray, 62 Air Slash, and 69 Leech Life. In Legends Arceus, we'll skip down to 25 here. You get Cross Poison at 25, and Masters it at 35. Air Slash, you get at 34, it masters it at 45. Leech Life, you get at 43, it masters it at 54. Okay. We're skipping by the TMs, the TRs, for all these. We're skipping by breeding. Yep. By tutoring and Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, you can get Wing Beat and the expansion pass for Sword and Shield. It's a physical flying move that's power is 40, accuracy 90%, and PP is 10. In Legends Arceus, you can get Aerial Ace, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Leech Life, Ominous Wind, Rest, Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, Swift, and Zen Headbutt. By Prior Evolution, you get nothing. By Transfer from another generation. In 3 through 7, you get Aerial Ace. 1, you get Bide, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2, you get Detect. 1 through 7, you can get Double Team. 1 and 3, you get Double Edge. 2 through 7, you get Feint Attack, that doesn't work anymore. Same with Frustration. Headbutt from Gen 7. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 1 and 7, you get Mega Drain. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. 4, you get Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. Same with Ominous Wind. 4 and 5, you get Pluck. 2 through 7, you get Pursuit, that doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Rage and Razor Wind, neither of them work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Roost. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power. In 3 through 7, you get Snatch, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Super Fang. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. From 4 through 7, you get Tailwind. 1, you get Takedown. 3 through 7, you get Torment. 1 through 7, you get Toxic. And 4, you get Twister. Side game data. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. With large wings that can cloak its body, Golbat can whip up gusting winds. In Shadows of Olmia, it lets loose ultrasonic waves and spits poison to attack. In Guardian Signs, it attacks by scattering poison gas that makes Pokemon tired. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's adventure in the Pokepark pad. Golbat love the Cavern Zone. They agree that their favorite attraction is Salamence's Air Ace. Got all this. Evolution data. We read this yesterday. I don't want to read this again. Same with all this. Yeah. Okay, sprites. So yeah, then we got, I talked about this earlier, the big red and blue, sprite here. Yeah, it's a bit silly looking. Yeah. This one's a little bit better. I mean, that's closer to what we actually have. I think it's, that's more close, more between, I guess, the two. This is more blue, of course. These don't work at all for all three of them. This one, of course, was made for this one. it doesn't really work because the ear things are different, and also none of them have the insides yet. That's interesting. But yeah, and then the wings are shaped a little bit differently on this one. But then gold, you get the purple insides and the blue body. You get green and pink. Yep, got the insides now. Its feet. I mean, they've gotten a little longer, particularly in silver. They get longer. Again, I don't know why they're different. But anyway, crystal, now it's all blue, but it doesn't have the insides, the purple insides for some reason. Then we got ruby and sapphire. So now it's sort of more of a purplish blue with sort of pinkish purple wings. So these are more peach colored, I guess. These kind of are all basically the same. The ears are a little bit thinner for some reason. Okay, then this goes back to sort of the blue and purple, kind of more closer to what we have today. That's probably pretty much exactly the thing. We don't have, the ears are weird in this. They're not quite, they don't have ear holes or whatever. That's interesting. Okay, then diamond and pearl. So then we finally get the purple insides of the ears. And we also have the gender things. You can see they're a little bit they're shorter, these. Now these are more of a pink, sort of a lighter pink, I guess. Yes. Okay, I got all that, and then you got black and white. The wings and these guys I think are even a little bit lighter. Then we've got these and the lighter pink here. These are probably all generally a little bit lighter. And you got sun. Yeah, you got Gen 7s, Gen 8s, much different. You can barely see the teeth in these. I think that's just because of the quality of the image, not so much the actual, probably in-game model probably looks better. So then you got, Legends Arceus, yep, Home, in the anime, Golbat in the anime. For the Pokedex entries, for this first entry, we've already recorded it for the anime section, so we'll cut to the professional doing it, and then we'll come back.
Golbat, attacking with its sharp fangs, this Pokemon can drain 300 cubic centimeters of blood per bite.
Welcome back. Let's move on. Episode 165 in Ash's Pokedex. Golbat, the Bat Pokemon, the evolved form of Zubat. It has 4 sharp fangs and emits supersonic waves, more powerful than Zubats. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 69 in Dawn's Pokedex. Golbat, the Bat Pokemon, and the evolved form of Zubat. Being nocturnal, Golbat fly at night in search of prey. Then we've got it in Generations, with a Muck, a Houndoom, and a Raticate. We've got it in the manga, Golbat and Pokemon Adventures. And the TCG. Trivia. The first 2 points, including these sub-points, we did in the Zubat video. The depiction of Golbat's large tongue has been sporadic, having not appeared in any game in over a decade. The only core series game to depict its tongue were Pokemon Red and Blue. The last game to ever depict its tongue was Pokemon Battle Revolution. Origin. Golbat seems to be based on a bat, particularly vampire bats, which bite other animals to feed on their blood. Its poison type may be inspired by either the anticoagulant properties of vampire bat saliva or the fact that bats are infamous for spreading deadly diseases such as rabies. Its gaping maw could be a caricature of mythological vampires. Name origin. Golbat may be a combination of gore, ghoul, and bat. Other languages. Related articles. Yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Golbat's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 32, The Ninja Poke Showdown. Right now, Ash, the main character, is about to take on the gym leader of the future gym here. He's got a Charmander. That's a side, I'm gonna bet on it. Anyway, so, he's with Pikachu, I think that's the one in the front there. And then Misty and Brock, they're his current traveling companions. So yeah, he's about to battle. Okay, yeah.
The Pokemon I choose for this battle is Charmander.
And I will choose Golbat.
There he is.
What's that?
Golbat, attacking with its sharp fangs, this Pokemon can drain 300 cubic centimeters of blood per fight.
Be careful, Charmander.
Golbat, wing attack.
Charmander, Ember attack.
Oh, that's cool.
All right, good job, Charmander.
Yep.
Golbat, use your screech attack.
Oh, okay.
I can't stand that noise.
I'm getting goosebumps.
Charmander, flamethrower.
Ouch.
Okay, finish it off with fire spin.
Oh, that's cool. Uh-oh. Aw, poor Golbat. And, yeah.
We did it.
Yep.
You have beaten me.
Okay.
And Psyduck.
So, yeah, that's the end of the first scene of Golbat. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Golbat card.
It's the 7th version of the Golbat card, and the first to give it psychic typing for some reason. It was illustrated by Kazuyuki Kano, a former illustrator for the TCG. They worked on cards between 2007 and 2008. I like the design. It feels creepy, but not overly scary. I like that Golbat is in a mine. It has 70 HP, 20 more than Zubat. It is 5'3" and 121.3 pounds. It has one move, Pulse Search. This is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 psychic energy. You can then look at your opponent's hand. It also hits the target for 30 damage. It is weak to Psychic and takes 20 additional damage. It is resistant to fighting and takes negative 20 damage. It doesn't cost anything to retreat Golbat. Its description reads, "It loves the blood of humans and Pokemon. It flies around at night in search of neck veins." This is the Pokedex entry for Pokemon Diamond and Brilliant Diamond. It's level 22.
I don't have a Pokemon card for Oddish, but I do have a trainer card featuring it, so I'll talk about that tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Golbat. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello, and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Crobat. So the first image here is called Pokemon Zubat Line by Forte Girl 7. So we've got, I guess, the artist probably here with each of the members of the Zubat line. So Zubat, Golbat, and Crobat. Yep. It's very cute. And then we've got 042 Golbat by Zhao Xin. So, yeah, we've got this silly looking, very stylized Golbat here. Very fluffy. It's very, very cute and silly. Then we've got Golbat by Joshua Dunlop. So we've got the Golbat here and maybe a Zubat. Maybe that's what that's supposed to be. But yes, it's very large, kind of scary looking, and maybe a bit more realistic. Yep. This is not a Golbat image, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Eevee before I can evolve Zubat into Golbat. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Oddish. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Oddish, the first Pokemon to have a divergent evolution. Its past PYC dates are April 9th, 1996, January 29th, 1999, November 19th, 2001, September 9th, 2004, July 1st, 2007, April 21st, 2010, February 9th, 2013, December 1st, 2015, September 21st, 2018, and July 12th, 2021. I think it looks kinda cute. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello, and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Oddish, the weed Pokemon, whose number is 0043. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass Poison. Its abilities are Chlorophyll, and Runaway is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255, or 43.9%. Breeding is Egg Group Grass, and hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1'8", or 0.5 meters. Weight is 11.9 pounds, or 5.4 kilograms. Base experience yield is 78 in the first 4 gens, and 64 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 1, and special attack. Its shape is that, its footprint is that, its Pokedex color is blue, and its base friendship is 70. Oddish is a dual-type grass/poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Gloom starting at level 21, which evolves into either Vileplume when exposed to a Leaf Stone, or Blossom when exposed to a Sunstone. Biology. Oddish is a Pokemon that resembles a blue plant bulb or a root vegetable. It has a round body, beady red eyes, a small mouth, and ovoid feet. 5 large green leaves sprout from its head. As demonstrated in the anime, these leaves are prehensile and can be used to scale vertical surfaces and catch light objects. Known by the scientific name Odium wanderus, Oddish lives in grasslands. A nocturnal Pokemon, Oddish buries its sensitive body in the ground during the day to avoid the sun and fool predators. If its leaves are pulled in this state, it will respond by shrieking horribly. It starts to move when its leaves begin absorbing moonlight, which it uses to grow. Oddish will wander up to 1,000 feet, 300 meters, during the night to scatter its seeds and find a nutrient-rich patch of soil in which to plant itself. The more fertile the earth, the glossier its leaves will be. It is thought that its feet become like tree roots and well planted. In Gen 1, Petal Dance was its signature move. So here we can see an Oddish with its body buried in the ground. It's Pikachu and Togepi. I don't know who's in the background. Evolution. Oddish evolves into Gloom, which evolves into either Vileplume or Blossom. So we've got Oddish, Gloom, Vileplume, and Blossom. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, in red and blue. During the day, it keeps its face buried in the ground. At night, it wanders around, sowing its seeds. In yellow, it may be mistaken for a clump of weeds. If you try to yank it out of the ground, it shrieks horribly. In Stadium, burrows underground in the day, exposing only its leaves. It is said to scream loudly if anyone tries to yank it out. In Gen 2, in Gold, awakened by moonlight, it roams actively at night. In the day, it stays quietly underground. In Silver, if exposed to moonlight, it starts to move. It roams far and wide at night to scatter its seeds. In Crystal, during the day, it stays in the cold underground to avoid the sun. It grows by bathing in moonlight. Stream 2 is just Gold again. In Gen 3, in Ruby, during the daytime, Oddish buries itself in soil to absorb nutrients from the ground, using its entire body. The more fertile the soil, the glossier its leaves become. In Sapphire, Oddish searches for fertile, nutrient-rich soil, then plants itself. During the daytime, while it is planted, this Pokemon's feet are thought to change shape and become similar to roots of trees. In Emerald, this Pokemon grows by absorbing moonlight. During the daytime, it buries itself in the ground, leaving only its leaves exposed to avoid detection by its enemies. In Fire Red, its scientific name is Odium wanderus. At night, it is said to walk nearly 1,000 feet on its 2 roots. Leaf Green is just red and blues again. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it often plants its root feet in the ground during the day and sows seeds as it walks about at night. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, the Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entry. X is the Crystal entry, Y is Fire Red's entry, and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, the Let's Go games are Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, Sword's entry is the Silver entries. Shield's entry is Crystal's and X's entry. Brilliant Diamond is Shining Pearl's entry is the Diamond and Pearl entry. In Gen 9, Scarlet, its scientific name is Odium wanderus. It is said to cover distances as far as 1,000 feet when night falls, walking on its 2 roots. In Violet, when it is woken by moonlight, it wanders about, but during the day, it stays still underground. Here's Oddish in the Blueberry Pokedex. You can see it wandering around, I guess. Yeah. At nighttime, of course. Game locations, side game locations, events, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In red, blue, and yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. In Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sword and Shield, you get an Absorb Bulb 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 45, attack 50, defense 55, special attack 75, special defense 65, speed 30 for a total of 320. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 75. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, dragon, and dark. Weak to flying, fire, psychic, and ice for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to fighting, water, grass, electric, and fairy. All for half except grass, which is a fourth. Notes. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug-type moves is 4, so it went from 4 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. At 1, you get Absorb and Growth, 4 Acid, 8 Sweet Scent, 12 Mega Drain, 14 Poison Powder, 16 Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, 20 Giga Drain, 24 Toxic, 28 Moonblast, 32 Grassy Terrain, 36 Moonlight, and 40 Petal Dance. By TM, TM2, Charm, 7 Protect, 13 Acid Spray, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 33 Magical Leaf, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 56 Bullet Seed, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 88 Swords Dance, 103 Substitute, 111 Giga Drain, 119 Energy Ball, 130 Helping Hand, 137 Grassy Terrain, 148 Sludge Bomb, 159 Leaf Storm, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 175 Toxic, and 194 Grassy Glide. By breeding, with the Mirror Herb, you get After You. With this group, you get Flail. This group, Ingrain. This group, Leech Seed. This group, Razor Leaf. Mirror Herb again, Strength Sap. This group, Synthesis. This group, Cheater Dance. And the Mirror Herb again, Tickle. TCG only moves. You get Tackle in these cards. Side game data. In Pokemon Ranger, the leaves on Oddish's head are sharp enough to cut down trees. In Shadows of Olmia, it attacks by shooting its leaves and letting loose poisonous pollen. In Guardian Signs, it creates vines around itself that make Pokemon slowed. All this, okay. Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. In the Pokepark Pad entry, Oddish often sunbathes in the Meadow Zone. Her favorite attraction is Bulbasaur's Daring Dash. Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond. He is looking at everyone in the Arbor area while he's buried in the ground. He doesn't mean to, but he surprises everyone. In Pokemon Go, Oddish can be obtained by completing the special research Distracted by Something Shiny. Evolution data. Oddish evolves into Gloom starting at level 21, which evolves into Vileplume when exposed to a Leaf Stone, or Blossom when exposed to a Sunstone. Gloom cannot evolve into Blossom in Fire Red and Leaf Green before the player obtains the National Pokedex, and its evolution will be interrupted. Gloom also cannot evolve into Blossom in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Blossom is not present in those games. So here we've got the line here, Oddish to Gloom at level 21, then Leaf Stone for Vileplume, Sunstone for Blossom. Sprites now. Oh yeah, I forgot it starts out as kind of a black sprite, doesn't it? Yeah, with a bunch of these leaves rather than just like 3 or, yeah, 3 prominent ones and then a couple in the back, but yeah. So yeah, it starts off kind of black, then it comes green and yellow, then it kind of becomes a dark blue and gold. Shiny becomes the green. That's a nice, the body, that's a nice reference to yellow, but the leaves become gold, yellow, I guess. Back sprites, again, these two are not fitting for this because of how the leaves are shaped. Yeah. But yeah, these are all pretty good. It kind of becomes a darker blue, or yeah, for some reason, or maybe kind of a little bit, I don't know. Then we get the lighter blue in Gen 3 here. And then I think it's, yeah, they're all pretty evenly spread out now. So now its thing is also green, the leaf, but it's now like a lighter green than this one is. Yeah. Okay, yes. Oh, the red eyes come in Fire Red. I guess it has yellow eyes in these 3 games, but Fire Red and Leaf Green introduce the red eyes. So Diamond and Pearl, you know, basically the same, you know, just better quality, you know. Yeah, same with Oddish is very simple. Now we get the 3D models. Its eyes are now black in this one. Then it's red and Sun and Moon's here. Let's go Pikachu, let's go Eevee, very cute. Yep, Sword and Shield. Home, yeah. In the anime, Oddish in the anime. All this. Yada, yada, yada. That's a lot. Okay. For this entry, I have it in the anime, so we will let the professional do it.
Oddish. This Pokemon is typically found roaming the forest, scattering pollen as it walks around.
Welcome back. Let's move on here. We got Oddish in Pokemon Origins, the manga, Oddish in Pokemon Adventures, Oddish in Electric Tales of Pikachu, all this, and the TCG. Trivia. In Generation 2, Bill's grandfather asked the player to bring him a round green Pokemon with leaves growing on its head, referring to Oddish. However, in those games and subsequent generations, Oddish's body, unless it is shiny, is blue. The mistake might have been a translation error caused by the ambiguity of the Japanese word Aoi, which can both mean blue and green. This is fixed in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Oddish has a scientific name, Odium wanderus, given in its Fire Red and Y Pokedex entries. The only other Pokemon with a scientific name is Kabutops, with Kabutops maximus. So I guess this trivia point didn't have the Scarlet entry, and I guess they haven't updated it yet. In the Japanese versions of Fire Red and Y, as well as Red and Green, Oddish's Pokedex entries instead state that it has the alias name Arukimendesu. This can be seen as a corruption of Archimedes, the Greek mathematician, or a direct reference to a popular Japanese instant noodles brand, Archimedes, which literally means Aruku Men Desu instant noodles on the go. The latter may reference Oddish's appearance when walking. Oddish can be seen as a parallel to Bellsprout. Both are grass/poison type, Generation 1 Pokemon, part of a 3-stage evolution line, can evolve starting at level 21, and whose secondary evolution event utilizes a Leaf Stone. Oddish is exclusive to Red, Fire Red, and Let's Go Pikachu, while Bellsprout is exclusive to Blue, Leaf Green, and Let's Go Eevee, with both Pokemon found in the same location in their respective versions. Additionally, both can be found at White Forest in White, and both Pokemon have had their egg designs revealed. In Pokemon Gold and Silver, Oddish is programmed to be able to learn Charm through reading, but no other Pokemon in the Grass group can legitimately learn it to pass down as an egg move in those games. In Generation 3 and 4, Oddish can inherit the move from Shroomish by chain breeding. In Gen 5 onwards, Oddish can inherit the move directly from Cottony. Oddish is the only poison type whose body consists only of a head and legs. There is a running gag in the anime where when Ash hears rustling in a bush, he looks in it and finds an Oddish. Oddish was featured in the 3rd episode of Beyond the Pokedex series. Origin. Oddish seems to be based on Mandrake, plants from the Mandragora genus, whose roots sometimes resemble human figures. Its habit of screaming when yanked out of the ground may be a reference to the myth that mandrakes will emit a deadly cry when uprooted. Its round body is also similar to various bulbous plants such as onions, as well as root vegetables such as radishes and turnips. Its leaves are similar in shape to those of the snake plant. Name origin. Oddish may be derived from oddish, somewhat odd, or a combination of odd, strange, and radish. Nazo no Kusa may be a play on Nazo no Kusa, enigmatic herb. Other languages, and that's it. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Oddish's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime section of the video. Today we're watching episode 10, Bulbasaur in the Hidden Village. Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, and his faithful Pokemon companion Pikachu, are lost in the forest here. And so, yeah, then they're... Yeah.
Time for a break.
Yeah, that's Ash, Misty, Brock, Pikachu in the backpack. There's Pikachu.
There's an Oddish. That's the end of Oddish's first scene. Let's move on.
Now let's see Oddish's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Oddish. As this video contains only the frames with Oddish to the best of my ability. A caveat here, I think that's Oddish. Like that, I'm going under the assumption that this is Oddish. I don't know of another Pokemon that is shaped like this, and it doesn't seem to be part of another Pokemon. So I'm just gonna assume that this is Oddish. So in this scene, Tim Goodman, the main character, is watching a video introducing him to Rhyme City, a city where Pokemon and humans coexist. Right now, part of the video is showing Roger Clifford, the president of Clifford Industries, who also runs the news. And the video is talking about how his father, Howard Clifford, who founded Clifford Industries, created Rhyme City, and that was the reason why, you know, Pokemon and humans can coexist in that city is because he discovered a partnership with Pokemon and he wanted to share it with the world, as he's going to explain.
And he wanted to share that discovery with the world.
And so now we've cut to significantly later in the film. So he came to the city after finding out that his father died in a car crash. He met Detective Pikachu. He doesn't believe that Harry's dead, but then they saw the footage of the car crash, and now they're pretty sure that he's dead. But Howard has summoned them to his office. So we got the Oddish over here, and that's Miss Norman, Howard's assistant. Oh, and Detective Pikachu can talk.
Come in.
That's Howard talking. So they just saw this evolve from an Eevee to a Flareon. So that is a hologram. So Howard just told Tim that his father's alive, and this hologram is something he has. He allows him to see the outside world because Howard's in a wheelchair. This is the car crash that Tim's father died in as a hologram. And so he's showing him how his father didn't die. We're not going to really see that part. But here, it's not really, you can't really see it, and you could argue that it's not, I really shouldn't have counted this, but, you know, there's an argument to be made that the Oddish would be around here somewhere. Then we've got this later on. So Howard explained that they needed to find Mewtwo, and he did, but Mewtwo was captured by who they believe to be Roger, and so now he's going to tell Howard that.
Mr. Clifford,
okay.
Your son.
So now we've got to later in the film. It's been revealed that Howard was actually the one that captured Mewtwo, and that the Roger they saw earlier was a Ditto, who's now in the form of a Loudred. And so Howard has used a device called the Neuralink to connect him, or to put his mind inside of Mewtwo's body, so he's controlling him right now. He's outside fighting Detective Pikachu. But yeah, he was like knocked out. Like he confronted him in that confrontation scene, but he was knocked out, and now he's being fought. Now the Ditto here is fighting him. So now, yeah, it's in the form of a Charizard, and he's using this gas. This is the R gas. It makes Pokemon go crazy. And that's it. Yep. Hope you enjoyed this, and we'll move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I don't have an Oddish Pokemon card, but I do have a trainer card featuring Oddish in the art. So we'll talk about that. Trainer cards are cards that help the player in battle.
The card I have is Warp Point. I have the reverse holofoil version. Everything but the picture is shiny. Of the 6th version of the card. It was illustrated by the late Kaiji Kinobuchi, whose signature CGI-style images were used starting in 1999 and are still being used to this day, as of November 2023. The image depicts either one Oddish going through a portal or 2 being warped, with 1 being upside down. The card itself makes both players swap their active Pokemon with 1 on their bench if they can.
I don't have any TCG cards featuring the other members of the Oddish line, so the next Pokemon card I'll be talking about is Paris. Now let's see why people love Oddish. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Oddish. First image here is called Oddish by Louis Vi. It's this cool looking Oddish, a little bit stylized, looking, yeah, very much like it might belong in like a children's book or something. Very cool colors, yeah. Then I got Oddish by Joshua Dunlop. That'd be a more slightly realistic looking Oddish. You got this cool, yeah, 3D model, and yeah. Then you've got Oddish by Louis V, a different Oddish. Looks like it could be, this one looks like it's framed like it's a sticker or something. But yeah, it's very cool, still good use of colors. Then we've got Pokemon number 043 Oddish by Louis V, another Oddish by them. Yes, and so now this one's in a grass, also very good use of colors. And we've got Take Me Home by Star Soul Art. It looks like there's a Mimikyu among a bunch of plush Pokemon here. It's very kind of sad because it, you know, it wants to be loved, because Mimikyu's whole gimmick is that it disguises itself to look like Pikachu in order for people to be friendly with it, because people run away when they see its true form. Yeah, it's very sad. But we've got the Oddish as a toy here among, you know, yeah, among a bunch of others. Some we've talked about, some we haven't. We've got Oddish by Suzante. Very cool, a little bit creepy looking Oddish here. Looks like it's maybe on the floor of a cave or something. It's being lit up maybe by the sun, and yeah, it's very cool. And we've got Oddish by Kayak, so it's just an Oddish in the rain, probably, I don't know, admiring it or something, or being surprised maybe. Very cool. And we've got, oh, it's a GIF. We got Oddish and Applin, so that's Oddish, that's Applin, and there's a couple other Pokemon in the background, Aldegast, I think, and then I want to say Woolet, or something like that. It's a sheep Pokemon in any case. Yeah, it's very cute looking GIF here. Then we got Oddish by Alolan Vulpixy. So yeah, we've got this cute looking Oddish among a bunch of radishes, of course. It's very fun. And we've got Oddish by the Queen of Neckbeards. So yeah, then it's this cool looking image of an Oddish in the rain, just kind of soaking up the rain, I guess. Then we've got Oddish, Gloom, and Vileplume by Mr. Red Butcher, a more kind of creepy looking version of the line here. So Oddish, Gloom, Vileplume. Interesting. This is not an Oddish image, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to talk about Eevee before I can catch an Oddish. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Gloom. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Gloom, the evolution of Oddish who evolves at level 21. Gloom's past PYC dates are April 10th, 1996, January 30th, 1999, November 20th, 2001, September 10th, 2004, July 2nd, 2007, April 22nd, 2010, February 10th, 2013, December 2nd, 2015, September 2nd, 2018, and July 13th, 2021. I'm not a huge fan of its design. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Gloom, the weed Pokemon, whose number is 0044. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass Poison. Abilities, Chlorophyll. Stench is its hidden ability. Gender ratio, 50-50. Catch rate, 120 or 24.9%. Breeding, egg group Grass. Hatch time, 20 cycles. Height, 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight, 19 pounds or 8.6 kilograms. Base experience yield 132 in the first 4 gens and 138 in Gen 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2, both in special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue, base friendship is 70. Gloom is a dual-type grass poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Oddish at level 21 and evolves into either Vileplume when exposed to a Leaf Stone or Blossom when exposed to a Sunstone. Biology. Gloom is a blue bipedal, Brachygia-like Pokemon with rudimentary hands and feet. On its head is a flower with a spherical petal surrounded by 4 reddish-brown leaves. The petals are a dark reddish-brown and have white spots. A female displays a single, large spot on each petal, while a male will have many smaller spots. Gloom's eyes are wide and often appear closed, and its lips are thin and purple. Gloom's eyes are seen in the anime. Vileplume here, and a couple blossoms and Hoppip. Gloom trickles sticky nectar from its mouth, with the appearance and consistency of drool. This can be used as a fertilizer for plants. Both this nectar and flower on Gloom's head releases a foul odor strong enough to induce fainting on humans over a mile, 1.6 kilometers, away. However, it can also attract prey, and even a very small number of humans find it pleasing. This odor is a key ingredient for some perfume production. When it is in danger, the odor worsens, but it will not emit its odor if it feels safe. Gloom lives in grassy plains. In Gen 1, Petal Dance was its signature move. It's also a Bulbasaur, so these are all just Pokemon that have flowers or plants growing on them. That's cute. I'm sure there's some context in the series for that. Evolution. Gloom evolves from Oddish and evolves into either Vileplume or Blossom, so you can see that here. Game data, Pokedex entries, in Gen 1, in red and blue. The fluid that oozes from its mouth isn't drool. It is a nectar that is used to attract prey. In yellow, smells incredibly foul. However, around 1 out of 1,000 people enjoy sniffing its nose-bending stink. In Stadium, the horrible smelling pistol of this flower stinks over a mile away. Unwittingly inhaled, it can cause fainting. In Gen 2 and Gold, what appears to be drool is actually sweet honey. It is very sticky and clings stubbornly if touched. In Silver, it secretes a sticky drool like honey. Although sweet, it smells too repulsive to get very close. Crystal, the smell of its drool like syrup, and the pollen on its petals is so bad it may make opponents faint. Stadium 2 is just gold again. In Gen 3 and Ruby, Gloom releases a foul fragrance from the pistil of its flower. When faced with danger, the stench worsens. If this Pokemon is feeling calm and secure, it does not release its usual stinky aroma. In Sapphire, from its mouth, Gloom drips honey that smells absolutely horrible. Apparently, it loves the horrid stench. It sniffs the noxious fumes, and then drips even more of its honey. Emerald. A horrible, noxious honey drools from its mouth. One whiff of the honey can result in memory loss. Some fans are said to enjoy this overwhelming stink, however. In Fire Red, its pistils exude an incredibly foul odor. The horrid stench can cause fainting at a distance of 1.25 miles, or 2 kilometers. Leaf Green is Red and Blue's entry again. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, the honey it drools from its mouth smells so atrocious it can curl noses more than a mile away. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, the Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is very similar to Yellow's entry, but it is slightly different, so we'll read it. Smells incredibly foul. However, around 1 out of 1,000 people enjoy sniffing its nose-bending stink. Why is this the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Gen 5 entries? Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. In Gen 7, the Let's Go games are X's entry. In Gen 8, Sword is Fire Red's entry. Shields is the Gold entries. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to their Diamond and Pearl counterparts, but slightly different, so I'll read it. The nectar that it drools from its mouth smells so atrocious that it can make noses curl from more than a mile away. In Gen 9, Scarlet's entry is the Red, Blue, and Leaf Greens. Violet's is the Silver entries, but they replace honey with nectar. I'm not going to read it again. So here it is in the Blueberry Pokedex. So in the background appears to be Deerling, Milcery, and Smeargle. Game locations, side game locations, events, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for held item to appear. In Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. In Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sword, and Shield, you get Absorb Bulb 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 65, defense 70, special attack 85, special defense 75, speed 40, for a total of 395. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 85. Pokethon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, dragon, and dark. It's weak to flying, fire, psychic, and ice for double. Immune to nothing. Resistant to fighting, water, grass, electric, and fairy, all for half, except for grass, which is a fourth. Notes, in Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug-type moves is 4. So it went from 4 to 1. Learn set will go down to 26 here. 26 Toxic, 32 Moonblast, 38 Grassy Terrain, 44 Moonlight, and 50 Petal Dance. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping, nothing by prior evolution, side game data, Pokemon Pokemon Ranger, in the browser entry, Gloom blasts gas with a horrible stench. It hides in soil with only its head showing. In Shadows of Olmia, it attacks by scattering clouds of poisonous pollen. In Guardian Signs, it creates vines around itself that make Pokemon slowed. In Pokemon Go, Gloom can be obtained by completing 1/6 of the special research, a 7-colored shadow. I already read the evolution data thing yesterday, I'm not reading it again. So they got all this, did that yesterday as well. Sprites, right. This one was also a black sprite, referring to yesterday's Oddish. It starts off as a black body here. It becomes red and yellow, that's gotta be a mistake, right? That's very interesting. So the planet, it really doesn't change much. It maybe gets a little bit bigger as time goes on, but, you know, more defined image, I guess. Generally, it doesn't really change, right? So there's the dark blue here, then we got the golden hair and the green body. Yep. Okay, so then you got the correct colors here, or at least the body here. The plant is now brown, and these are kind of an orange. So then the body is green here, with sort of golden leaves and a bright, lighter brown bulb, flower. So that's actually correct, I think. It finally gets corrected in Fire Red. So then that doesn't really change, though, these colors. But the colors of the mouth. I didn't even notice the mouth. So the mouth's not all that white, you know, from these kind of. That was for the. And it's orange and yellow, orange, yellow, or maybe more closer to the gold, I guess. But it gains the purple mouth in Fire Red and Leaf Green. So it gains a red mouth for the shiny. Okay, so here. Oh my goodness, what? Oh no, it's more obvious. Okay, no. So the ball, the flower, the single dot versus the multiple dots for the gender difference. This is now a different grain, and now it's all, you know, this is more of a, I don't know, a different color gold, I guess. It's more of an orange gold or something, and this is like straight gold. So, and then these are more yellow, a little bit more, kind of like meatballs. Yeah, and then it all basically stays the same. Like these change direct orientation. I think the leaves. Yep. Not much of a difference as we go here. Now on the 3D models, very pudgy for this first group. Very interesting. Doesn't kind of lose the pudginess. Okay, I guess it became a little bit more pudgy. Like, I don't know, these are a little longer, I think, the home ones. Yeah, I don't know. I get Sword and Shield kind of bring it back to a little bit longer. Yeah, these ones are very pudgy, but this gives it more of the, I don't know, the cup shape, I guess. I don't know. Mug-shaped body, I don't know. Anyway, in the anime, Gloom in the anime. Okay. Pokedex entries in episode 107 in Ash's Pokedex. Gloom, the weed Pokemon. Gloom gives off a very unpleasant smell. While strong against water-type Pokemon, Gloom is weak against fire and flying types. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 31, in whatever Gardenia is, Gloom, the weed Pokemon. It gives off a powerful aroma that can cause those to smell it to faint from 2 miles away, or 3 kilometers. In the manga, Gloom and Pokemon Pocket Monsters, TCG, Trivia. Gloom is the only dual-type Pokemon that can evolve into a single-type Pokemon. In the anime, James's description of Gloom's stench is confused in some sources as a description of his coughing. Although Gloom has the chlorophyll ability, it is actually based on a genus of plants, Rafflesia, that do not contain chlorophyll. Huh. Weird. Origin. Gloom seems to be based on a mandrake. Plants from the Mandragora genus whose roots sometimes resemble human figures, and the budding stage of Rafflesia, a genus of parasitic plants known for their large, foul-smelling flowers. Its brown leaves may also allude to its parasitic origins, as if the flower is drawing nutrients away from Oddish's formerly green leaves and causing them to wilt. Female Gloom resemble Rafflesia hazalti due to the larger spots on their petals. Its tendency to emit a foul odor when it feels threatened is similar to a skunk and comes from Rafflesia's rotting flesh smell. The fact that its pungent pollen can be made into a fragrant perfume may be a reference to musk, an aromatic substance secreted from the glands of various animals that is a common perfume ingredient but smells unpleasant in high concentrations. Name origin. Gloom may be derived from gloom, a state of depression, glue due to its sticky substance, and bloom. It may also involve gloom, a leaf-like structure. That's clever. Kusayahana may be derived from kusayhana, stinking flower. Very likely, yes. In other languages, external links, yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Gloom's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 26, Pokemon Sensation. In this episode, Ash and his traveling companions, Misty and Brock, who's not in the scene, have come to Celadon City. They're currently in a perfume store. That's Pikachu, that's Ash's faithful Pokemon companion there. And so she's trying on different perfumes from these saleswomen, and he's protesting that she buy because he thinks that perfume smells. And then, so, yeah.
Perfume's just a waste of money, and it stinks! Go away!
I resent that remark.
There's the Gloom. That's...
The manager! Young man, are you
That's Gloom's first appearance, technically, so, let's move on. Now let's see why people love Gloom. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello, and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're looking at this single image here, and that's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Gloom by Joshua Dunlop. This CGI Gloom, kind of maybe more realistic. It might be something we might have seen in Detective Pikachu. You know, it's very, very good art. Yes. That's it. So let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Eevee before I can evolve Oddish into Gloom. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Vileplume. As always, this isn't my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Vileplume, the first final evolution of Oddish, being the first Pokemon to be a divergent evolution, although that starts in Gen 2. Oddish evolves into Gloom, who evolves into Vileplume when it gets a Leaf Stone. Its past PYC dates are April 11th, 1996, January 31st, 1999, November 21st, 2001, September 11th, 2004, July 3rd, 2007, April 23rd, 2010, February 11th, 2013. Hey, that's my birthday! December 3rd, 2015, September 23rd, 2018, and July 14th, 2021. I like this evolution's design more than Gloom. Let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Vileplume, the flower Pokemon, whose number is 0045. That's what it looks like. Its type is Grass Poison. Ability is Chlorophyll. Hidden ability, Affect Spore. Gender ratio is 50% male, 50% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%.
Breeding.
It's egg group grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 3'11" or 1.2 meters. Its weight is 41 pounds or 18.6 kilograms. Basic experience yield 184 in Gen 1 through 4, and 221 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 3, all in special attack, its shape is that, its footprint is that, its Pokedex color is red, and its base friendship is 70. Vileplume is a dual-type grass-poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Gloom when exposed to a Leaf Stone. It is one of Oddish's final forms, the other being Blossom. Biology. Vileplume is an indigo bipedal Rafflesia-like Pokemon with rudimentary hands and feet. It has beady red eyes and a small mouth, and its head and torso are a single jointed segment. On its head is a massive red flower with 5 bulky petals and a orange-brown center. Vileplume's flower is said to have the largest petals in the world and is almost too heavy for the Pokemon itself to support. The rounded petals of the flower are red and covered with white spots. A female Vileplume has fewer but larger spots on its petals. When defeated in the side series games, Vileplume's body appears to either deflate or withers while the flower remains. Vileplume can shake, flap, or burst its petals into bloom with a bang in order to release clouds of pollen. This pollen is yellow and highly allergenic to humans. Vileplume uses it to paralyze its prey before devouring it. The larger Vileplume's petals are, the more potent the toxic on its pollen is. Vileplume's behavior of flapping its petals also makes very loud noises. In Gen 1, Petal Dance was its signature move. Being the result of an evolution via Evolution Stone, Vileplume is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in grassy plains. It is often mistaken for local flowers in the wild. Evolution. Vileplume evolves from Gloom and is one of the final forms of Oddish, the other being Blossom. You can see Vileplume's line here. Game data. Pokedex entries. In red and blue. The larger its petals, the more toxic pollen it contains. Its big head is heavy and hard to hold up. In yellow. Flaps its broad flower petals to scatter its poisonous pollen. The flapping sound is very loud, scatters allergy-causing pollen from its broad petals. The larger the petals, the more pollen is scattered. In Gen 2, in gold, it has the world's largest petals. With every step, the petal shakes out heavy clouds of toxic pollen. Silver. The bud bursts into bloom with a bang. It then scatters allergenic poisonous pollen. In crystal, by shaking its big petals, it scatters toxic pollen into the air, turning the air yellow. Same 2 is the same as gold. In Gen 3, in ruby, Vileplume's toxic pollen triggers atrocious allergy attacks. That's why it is advisable never to approach any attractive flowers in a jungle, however pretty they may be. Sapphire. Vileplume has the world's largest petals. They are used to attract prey that are then doused with toxic spores. Once the prey are immobilized, this Pokemon catches and devours them. Emerald. In seasons when it produces more pollen, the air around a Vileplume turns yellow, with the powder as it walks. The pollen is highly toxic and causes paralysis. Fire Red. Its petals are the largest in the world. It fiendishly scatters allergy-causing pollen from its petals. In Leaf Green, that's just red and blue again. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its petals are the largest in the world. As it walks, it scatters extremely allergenic pollen. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. The Gen 5 entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums again. In Gen 6, X is the red, blue, and leaf green entries again. Y is the gold entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, the Ruby and Sapphire counterparts. Gen 7's entry is Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, Swords Pokedex is the gold and another one we did. Shields is red, blue, leaf green, and X's entries. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearls are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet's entry is the silver entries. In Violet, it fiendishly scatters allergenic pollen from its petals, which are the largest in the world. Here we see Vileplume. Cool. Yeah, they're just kind of hanging out. Looks like maybe still in night? I don't know. It's hard to tell. Game locations, side game locations, events, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. Red, blue, and yellow, you get a Bitter Berry. In Sword and Shield, you get Absorb Bulb 5% of the time. For this base stats, we'll compare Gen 1 to 5 and Gen 6 onward. HP 75, that stays the same. 80, that stays the same for attack. Defense 85, that stays the same. Special attack 100, that goes up to 110. Special defense 90, that stays the same. Speed 50, both. Total is 480, and then 490 in this one. In the Gen 1 to 5 box here, we've got a note. This Pokemon special base stat in Gen 1 was 100. Pokemon stats, type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, dragon, and dark. Weak to flying, fire, psychic, and ice for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, water, grass. Electric and fairy, all for half except for grass, which is a fourth. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of bug type moves is 4, so it went from 4 to 1. For learn set, by leveling up, you can hypothetically have a level 21 Vileplume, so we'll go down to that. Okay, the only thing we have here is Evo, or Evolution. You get Petal Blizzard, which is a physical grass move. Its power is 90, its accuracy is 100, and its PP is 15. We're skipping by TM, we're skipping by breeding, nothing by prior evolution, side game data. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, its browser entry. From the center of the flower on its head, Vileplume spews clouds of spores. Shadows of Almia, it attacks by scattering different kinds of pollen. In Guardian Signs, it creates vines around itself that make Pokemon load. Got that. Evolution data. 21 leaves down, yeah. Sprites, so it also starts off as black, and weirdly red for some reason, and yellow. Sort of the dark blue, that kind of gets added. The red just sort of stays, I guess. Maybe it's a little bit more orange here, but otherwise. And then, oh yeah, this was the weird one that had, like, the weird perspective with the flower because it doesn't really work or whatever. There's something about this where, like in these first two sprites, like the perspective of how the flower is displayed just doesn't work with the angle that it's being presented here, but with the face. I think that kind of gets corrected here a little bit, and probably here too. Yeah. Yeah, so the shiny is this gold, a little bit green. Yep. So then we get the blue, that becomes fully green, and that kind of stays gold, and that, that kind of just keeps the red. That one looks more like realistic, I guess. They simplified it and, I don't know, made it cuter, I guess. Yep, that becomes more of a gold, and that's sort of orange. That becomes more of the pink that we're used to seeing with the body. These are more, I think, the modern colors. Yes. So these are the ones that introduce the female. So the female has the bigger spots here. Oh yeah, okay. So then, yeah, we got black and white. We got the 3D models. A little bit brighter, but otherwise, yeah, that's kind of more an orange and a, kind of different green a little bit, but yeah, very much the same. Then we got the Let's Go games, Sword and Shield, Home, the anime, Vileplume in the anime. All this, okay. Pokedex entries, episode 48, Nash's Pokedex. Vileplume, the flower Pokemon, using the largest flower petals in the world. It spreads large clouds of pollen that cause allergic reactions. In episode 110, about the Salveo weed in Ash's Pokedex, an effective stun spore antidote can be made by boiling the leaves of Salveo weed. Salveo weed is found on clear lake bottoms wherever Vileplume live. Pollywog are also found in the vicinity of this plant. And we got Vileplume in Origins being blasted by a Charmeleon, I think. Then Vileplume in the Pokemon Masters animated trailer. In the manga, Vileplume in Pocket Monsters. Yeah, I guess it looks, yeah, you can see spots that are a lot more erratic, rather they're not like really like spots, I guess, they're just kind of there. Anyway, the TCG. Trivia. Vileplume shares its category name with Bellsprout and Blossom. They are known as the flower Pokemon. The second point we did yesterday in the Gloom video. The symbol for the jungle expansion resembles Vileplume's flower. Origin. Vileplume seems to be based on a mandrake, plants from the Mandragora genus, whose roots sometimes resemble human figures. And Rafflesia, a genus of parasitic plants known for their large, foul-smelling flowers. It is especially similar to Rafflesia arnoldi, which produces the largest single flower on Earth. Female Vileplume resemble Rafflesia hazulti due to the larger spots on their petals. Its habit of attracting prey with its petals before immobilizing and devouring them is similar to the behavior of various carnivorous plants. Name origin. Vileplume may be a combination of vile and plume, object that resembles a feather, cloud of dispersed substance, or bloom. Rafflesia may be derived from Rafflesia. That's very likely. Other languages, external links, yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Vileplume's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 26, Pokemon Sensation. We started this episode yesterday, but catch you guys up here.
Ash, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock and Misty, along with his faithful Pokemon, Pikachu, have entered Celadon City. Ash has managed to sneak in and is dressed as a girl. I don't know if that's going to be entirely relevant for this scene, but we'll see. So, this is an Oddish, Execute, and a Bellsprout doing some, I guess, Pokemon aerobics. I don't know, this is a class at the place. It's like a Pokemon class here, I don't know. But
1, 2. Remember, a good Pokemon is a strong Pokemon.
Got the Vileplume here.
And so, Ammonite bid farewell.
And so that's Vileplume's first appearance. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Vileplume. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we'll be looking at DeviantArt. For those of you who don't know how this series works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Vileplume. So our first image here is Pokemon Vileplume by All0412. So we got this cool looking Vileplume. Looks like it's maybe releasing some spores or something. Yeah, instead of forest, I guess. And then we've got Vileplume Bloodroot by Shiny Plume. So that's just kind of maybe a more evil looking Vileplume here, and maybe it's releasing spores, but like bad spores. Yeah. Then we've got Vileplume by Neve Doodle. So yeah, we've got this cool, look Vileplume, very simple, very cute. Yes. Nice shading. And we've got Vileplume and Blossom by MCG Mark, so some very stylized looking Vileplume and Blossom, the two final evolutions, of course, of Oddish. Yep, so it's kind of cool looking. And then we've got Vileplume Petal Dance by Ishmam, so it's this cool looking Oddish image doing Petal Dance. Yep, it's very cool looking. Pokemon Mum by Louis V is the one we got, so Oddish, and then Vileplume, very cute, presumably, yeah, so that's probably Oddish's mom. Yes, very, very cute. Then we've got Day 161, Oddish, Gloom, and Vileplume by Salvador Katz. So, yeah, so then we've got Oddish, Gloom, and Vileplume. They're planted like plants. It's very cute. We've got 045, Vileplume by Zaushin. Vileplume looks a little bit maybe mischievous. That's very cool. Okay, then we've got Alolan Vileplume by Casey Dean Fakemon. So, this is implied by their name. This is not a real Alolan form. Yeah, I don't know if this was... presumably this was not speculation. This is just what they would have done for the Alolan Vileplume if they were to design it. It's very cool looking. Sort of the more green and pink here. Yeah. We've got Flemmy, the Vileplume by Sunny F. So yeah, it's this silly looking Vileplume. Looks like it's dancing a little bit, maybe releasing spores. Yeah. Then we got Vileplume by All0412. And so this is a different... I don't know if that other one was like a remake of this, or if it's a different angle, because there seems to still be trees in the background. Yeah, I don't know. But it looks cool. Then we've got Oddish, Gloom, Vileplume, and Blossom Base. I guess these are, yeah, simple art bases maybe they use for some of their characters. Yeah, so we got Oddish, Gloom, Vileplume, Blossom. Yeah, very good. Then we got Vileplume by Luke Cass 93. So this cool looking Vileplume. Sort of, I don't know, jumping, almost looks kind of mischievous, like it's releasing spores or something, and yeah. Then we've got Vileplume by Danny My Brother, this cool looking image here. It could almost be like a logo or something, I don't really know. It's cool. And this is not a Vileplume, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talked about Eevee before I can evolve Gloom into Vileplume. Tomorrow we talk about Paris. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Paris, the first bug grass Pokemon. Its past PYC dates are April 12th, 1996, February 1st, 1999, November 22nd, 2001, September 12th, 2004, July 4th, 2007, April 24th, 2010, February 2nd, 2013, December 4th, 2015, September 24th, 2018, and July 15th, 2021. Ever since I learned about parasitic mushrooms, I felt bad for this Pokemon and its evolution, Parasect. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Paras, the mushroom Pokemon, whose number is 0046. This is what it looks like. Its type is bug grass, which is why it has this outline. So it's got the bug inside and the grass dark green outside. So abilities, Effect Spore or Dry Skin in Gen 4+. Damp is its hidden ability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 190 or 35.2%, breeding is egg groups bug and grass, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 1 foot or 0.3 meters, weight is 11.9 pounds or 5.4 kilograms. Base experience yield in the first 4 gens was 70. But in 5+ is 57. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is red. Base friendship is 70. Paras is a dual type bug grass Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Parasect starting at level 24. Biology, Paras is an orange insectoid Pokemon that resembles the nymph stage of a cicada. Its ovoid body is segmented and it has 3 pairs of legs. The foremost pair of legs is the largest and has sharp claws at the tips. There are 5 specks on its forehead and 3 teeth on either side of its mouth. It has circular eyes with large pseudo-pupils. Red and yellow mushrooms known as Tachu-Kaso grow on this Pokemon's back. The mushrooms can be removed at any time and grow from spores that are doused on this Pokemon's back at birth by the mushroom on its mother's back. So you can see the Paras removing its Tachu-Kaso. Tachu-Kaso are parasitic in nature, drawing their nutrients from their host Paras's body in order to grow and exerting some command over the Pokemon's actions. For example, Paras drains nutrients from tree roots due to commands from the mushrooms. The mushrooms are also popular among collectors and have medicinal uses, usually involving extended life. Prior to Gen 3, Spore was its signature move. The anime has shown that Paras can often be found in caves, however it can also thrive in damp forests. In the Alola region, the mushrooms on its back do not grow well. This is thought to be from lack of moisture or nutrients. Evolution. Paras evolves into Parasect. So you can see Paras, Parasect. Game data Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, red and blue, burrows to suck tree roots. The mushrooms on its back grow by drawing nutrients from the bug host. Yellow. Burrows under the ground to gnaw on tree roots. The mushrooms on its back absorb most of the nutrition. Stadium. Grows by sucking nutrients from the roots of trees. The mushrooms on its back grow by drawing extracts from the bug host. In Gen 2, in gold, it is doused with mushroom spores when it is born. As its body grows, mushrooms sprout from its back. Silver. As its body grows large, oriental mushrooms called Tachu-Kaso starts sprouting out of its back. Crystal. The Tachu-Kaso, growing on this Pokemon's back, orders it to extract juice from tree trunks. Stream 2 is just gold entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Paras has parasitic mushrooms growing on its back called Tachu-Kaso. They grow large by drawing nutrients from this bug grass Pokemon host. Bug Pokemon in Ruby and Sapphire version 1. Huh. They are highly valued as a medicine for extending life. Emerald. A Paras has parasitic Tachu-Kaso mushrooms growing on its back. They grow by drawing nutrients from the host. They are valued as a medicine for long life. In Fire Red, growing out of the bug's back are mushrooms called Tachu-Kaso. The mushrooms grow with the bug host. Leaf Green is just red and blue's entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, mushrooms named Tachu-Kaso grow on its back. They grow along with the host Paras. Heart Gold is gold's entry. Soul Silver is similar, but it is slightly different, so we'll read it. As its body grows, large mushrooms named Tachu-Kaso start sprouting out of its back. In Gen 5, the Pokedexes are just Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums again. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red's entry. Y is the Yellow's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are very similar, but they are slightly different. Paris has parasitic mushrooms growing on its back called Tachukaso. They grow large by drawing nutrients from this bug Pokemon host. They are highly valued as a medicine for extending life. In Gen 7, in Sun, no matter how much it eats, the mushrooms growing on its back steal away most of the nutrients it consumes. In Moon, mushrooms called Tachukaso sprout from its back. They can be dried and powdered to make a medicine used to extend life. In Ultra Sun, whether it's due to a lack of moisture or a lack of nutrients, in Alola, the mushrooms on Paris don't grow up quite right. Ultra Moon, the mushrooms known as Tachukaso are controlling the bug. Even if the bug bugs the mushrooms, they tell it to bug off. In the Let's Go games, that entry is Yellow's and Y's entries. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Legends Arceus, sometimes seen at the foot of trees in humid forests. The mushroom on its back, called Tachukaso, are not present in infant specimens and instead emerge as Paris matures. Paris in the Alola Pokedex. Game locations. Sorry. Assign game locations, events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. So in red, blue, and yellow, you get a berry 100% of the time. In gold, silver, and crystal, you get a tiny mushroom 23% of the time, or a big mushroom 2% of the time. Fire red, leaf green, diamond, pearl, platinum, heart gold, and soul silver, you get a tiny mushroom 50% of the time, or big mushroom 5% of the time. Black and white, you get a tiny mushroom 50% of the time, big mushroom 5% of the time, balm mushroom 1% of the time, but it has to be from the dark grass only. In X, Y, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, you get a tiny mushroom 50% of the time, and big mushroom 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, normal, you get a springy mushroom 35% of the time, ball of mud 15% of the time, and grit items by level. Alpha, you get EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and grit items per level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 35, attack 70, defense 55, special attack 45, special defense 55, speed 25, for a total of 285. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 55. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, ghost, steel, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, rock, bug, fire, and ice. Flying and fire are 4, while poison, rock, bug, and ice are double. Immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, ground, water, grass, and electric. Fighting, water, and electric are half, while ground and grass are a 4th. Notes: if this Pokemon has dry skin, the effectiveness of water-type moves is 0, so it would go from half to 0, and the effectiveness of fire-type moves is 5. It would go from 4 to 5. I didn't even know 5 was possible. Wow, okay. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves was 4, so it went from 4 to 2. Learn set by leveling up in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. 1, you have Scratch. 6, you get Stun Spore or Poison Powder. 11, you get Absorb. Fury Cutter from 17. 22 Spore, 27 Slash, 33 Growth, 38 Giga Drain, 43 Aromatherapy, 49 Rage Powder, and 54 X Scissor. In Legends Arceus, you learn the move Absorb at level 1, but it masters it at 9. Sunspore at 5, learns it at 14, or masters it at 14. Poison Powder at 9, masters it at 18. Venoshock at 15, masters it at 25. Slash learns at 21, masters it at 31. Spore, you get at 29, masters it at 40. X Scissor, you get at 37, and then masters it at 48. Energy Ball, it gets at 47, and masters it at 59. By TM, 9 Bullet Seed, 11 Sunny Day, 16 Light Screen, 17 Protect, 19 Giga Drain, 22 Solar Beam, 28 Dig, 31 Brick Break, 32 Double Team, 36 Sludge Bomb, 40 Aerial Ace, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 54 False Swipe, 58 Endure, 70 Flash, 75 Sword Stance, 81 X-Scissor, 82 Sleep Talk, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 93 Cut, and 98 Rock Smash. By breeding, you get Agility from this group, Bug Bite from this group, Counter from this group, Cross Poison from this group. This group gives you Fell Stinger, Flail from this group. This group gives you Grassy Terrain. This group gives you Leech Seed. Metal Claw from this group, Psybeam from this group, Screech from this group, Sweet Scent from this group, and Wide Guard from this group. Nothing by tutoring. In Brilliant Diamonds and Shining Pearl, but in Legends Arceus, you can learn Aerial Ace, Energy Ball, False Swipe, Leech Life, Rest, Rock Smash, Sludge Bomb, and X-Scissor. TCG only moves. Vice Grip from this card, Stomp from this card. Side game data, Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Paris got the counter line with its front claws to avoid being caught. Okay, evolution data goes from Paris, level 24, Parasect. Sprites, red, and yeah, okay, so these first couple are a little bit creepy, like a lot creepy actually, all three of them. This one's not as bad as these two. This one looks a little silly, almost like a frog, those eyes. They're orange. It's entirely like orange with a little bit of red for the spots here. The eyes not so much here, but still not quite the big goofy googly eyes or whatever we get in Gen 2 here. You know, kind of a reddish orange, red, a bit smaller. This is gold, I guess, sort of army green and gold. Silvers, yeah. Okay, then. Then, what? Are these backwards? These have to be backwards. How are these not backwards? What? Apparently this was what it looked like. This is not the shinies, allegedly. And this is the shiny. This, I almost certainly can't be the correct naming of these, right? Okay, I don't know. Whatever, okay. I don't know why they made that decision, but this is when we actually get the proper coloring. Sort of orange. Just becomes a sort of a darker orange. Oh, these, yeah, so that was really just the body that changed color, but now it's these also change, yeah. So now it becomes more just a proper orange, sort of a dark orange still. Yeah, but no, really don't change color. This. So, I should probably check the spots, shouldn't I? 4 on this one, 3 on the back sprites, which, you know, although I guess the angle could make it seem like it's coming across. You can maybe see a 4th one there. 4 on that one. These, of course, all stay the same, even though their mushroom designs are wildly different. 3 on that one, 4 on that one, 3 on that one, 4 on that one. 2 on the front, but 3 on the back. Same with that. It seems to stay the same consistently throughout the gen. 3 on the front, 5 on the back. Yeah. They're smaller mushrooms. Then blacks, 4 on the front, 5 on the back. A little different. The shinies, no wait, no, it's the same. Okay. But now it's like a, I don't know, almost like a neon orange. It's a little slightly different. Yep. And we got X. So the 3D models, they look a little goofy. So 5, just in total, I guess, now. Okay. Yeah, that's, yep. Those are basically the same. Then we got it, and let's go Pikachu, let's go Eevee. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 now. But 5 visible on this one. Kind of a darker orange a little bit from that one. Same with that. And Legends Arceus. Oh my goodness. Okay, so they made it kind of back to the reddish orange. And these can't. What? No, this is just 2 of the same thing. What? Oh, it's slightly brighter mushrooms. That is ridiculous. Also, it's 5 spots. But also, like, that is ridiculous. And maybe a slightly lighter body. How would you even find these? That is ridiculous. It should be this big of a difference in color. You can't. Oh, I didn't even notice that these are a slightly different color. But yes, that's ridiculous. No. Yeah, they need to be a huge difference in color. I mean, that's a little bit subtle. I guess this is more of like a, feels more, I don't know, it feels brighter or something, I don't know. Then this just feels duller, I don't know. Oh, the spots, oh my gosh, I forgot about the spots on the face. You can't really tell the spots on the face, that's not a good angle for that. They're all kind of just scattered around, they're more even in this one. Is that 3 spots in that one? Interesting. It's like 4 in this one. Yeah, I can't really even see it, the spots on this sprite. Any of these sprites. Then they gain a 5, sort of unified here in Gen 4. Yeah. It kind of just stays the same. 3 models, it's kind of hard to tell because they're not very good quality. And they're just kind of spots instead of, I don't know. They're just circles there, and then yeah, they're like 3D objects in the Legends Arceus thing. Like modeled on, not just, I don't know, drawn on. But these are drawn on, again, I don't know. So then, in the anime, so Paris in the anime, so you can see that they're kind of bumps on its face. Yes, and 5. Awesome. Okay. Yep. For Pokedex entries in episode 44, source to Ash's Pokedex, Paris, the mushroom Pokemon. Rare mushrooms grow on its back. In the same episode about Paris's type in the same Pokedex, Paris has qualities of both bug and grass Pokemon. In the manga, Paris in Pokemon Adventures, it's got 3 spots on the mushrooms. In the TCG, trivia. Early English promotional material for Pokemon Red and Blue listed Paris's name as Parasite. In Gen 1, Poison-type attacks were super effective against Bug-type Pokemon, making Paris and Parasect the only Pokemon to have ever had 3-4 times weaknesses. Wow. No other Pokemon has the same egg group combination as Paris and its evolution. Paris and its evolutions are the only Bug-type Pokemon in the Grass egg group. Paris and Parasect share their species name with Shroomish, Breloom, Fungus, and Amoongus. They're all known as the Mushroom Pokemon. All 6 Pokemon also share a common move, Spore, and ability, Effect Spore. In Pokemon Go, they all give more Stardust than most other Pokemon upon capture. Paris can be seen as a counterpart to Morlul. Both share the Grass type. The same base stat total is 285, evolve at level 24. Both are mushroom-based Pokemon and thus can learn Spore, and both can be found in the wild in Pokemon Sun and Moon, taking the place of the other depending on the time, with Paris being found during the day and Morlul at night. In the 1.0 release of the English versions of Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, the Pokedex entry for Paris refers to it as a bug Pokemon. In the 1.1 release, this was modified to mention Bug/Grass Pokemon instead. The Pokedex entry in Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire says bug Pokemon like the Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire version 1.0, however. Origin. The fungus on Paris is identified as Tachukasu, an endoparasitoid that replaces the host tissue and can affect the behavior of its insect host. The base insect appears to be a cicada nymph. In concept, it could be inspired by ants that are infected with mushroom spores that take control of the host ant's brain and sprout from its head or back. It may also draw inspiration from Massospora, a genus of fungi which includes species that specifically infect cicadas. Name origin. Paris may be derived from parasite, referring to the parasitic mushroom growing on its back. Other languages. External links, yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene of Paris in the anime.
Hello, and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 6, Clefairy and the Moonstone. In this episode, the main character Ash Ketchum and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Seymour the scientist outside this cave in Mount Moon. So Seymour is explaining that these lights have been hung up by someone, and we'll see its effect in the local fauna.
But the Pokemon in this cave need the dark. These lights are upsetting them and making them confused.
Which is probably why the Zubat left the cave and attacked you.
Misty.
Look here.
Paris.
These Paris are planting their mushrooms everywhere, and the hot lights are drying up these Sandshrew. That's why I'm here.
That's basically Paris's first scene. Okay, hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Paris card.
It's the 6th version of the Paris card. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. It's just the official image with a background, which is far more interesting because it looks to be a photo. Paris has 60 HP. It's 1 foot and 11.9 pounds. It has 2 moves, Scratch and Mushroom Tackle. I've already talked about Scratch, so I'll just say that it takes 1 of any energy and gives 10 damage. Mushroom Tackle is not a move from the video games. On this card, it costs 2 grass energies. If the user wins a coin flip, the target is now paralyzed. It also doles out 20 damage. Paris is weak to fire, making those moves 10 points more effective. It costs 1 of any energy to retreat. In the bottom right corner is the mysterious treasures expansion symbol. Its description reads, mushrooms named Tachukazo grow on its back. They grow along with the host Paris. This is essentially the Pokedex from Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. The only difference is that Paris is in all caps. It's level 16. In the video games, it would be 8 levels from evolving into Parasect.
Speaking of Parasect, I don't have a Pokemon card for it, so the next Pokemon I'll be talking about with the card is Diglett. Now let's see why people love Paris. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you unfamiliar with the series, how this works is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Paris. So for this first couple we're skipping because they don't contain a Paris, so we'll start with this one. Here we have Paris by Joshua Dunlop. Sort of this cool looking CGI, very realistic looking Paris here with looking mushrooms and stuff. It might have been what it would have looked like if it were in Detective Pikachu, yeah. So we have day 799, Kanto, 046 through 047, Redo by Cryptid Creations. So we have these, Paris and a Parasect here, looking like, I guess, if the mushrooms were growing out of this log here, almost like a hermit crab kind of, with sort of log of a tree, you know, or with tree bark and logs and stuff. It's a pretty cool looking image. This is the last image we're doing, so we'll just move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Eevee before I can catch a Paris. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Parasect. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow.